facts. These are not facts. The things you're talking. See, I think it's hilarious that you go to gems, and just because you hate flat
It's
earthers as much as
100%
they do,
fact. It's 100% fact what I
what
said.
is about what?
You literally, everything I say about you, you literally lie on me. Every time I come in here, you lie on me. You say I get bullied at gems when anybody who's in here can go to that server and watch what I do. I don't get bullied. I am the bully. You're making shit up. You say I got in trouble here for going off of topic and being something that is not even true, or making false medical claims. That's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. I don't even talk about that shit at all. You just make things up. I don't understand what you're doing. Or sorry, I understand what you're doing. I don't understand why you're doing this. It's just bizarre to me. It's like it's just weird, man. It's a really weird angle.
Okay, because I think you can find a better spot that's more inclusive and more open to the type of person you are. That's not at gems. At gems, you're constantly getting bullied.
There's nowhere open to me, dude. I'm a
Right
Cancer,
here,
bro.
this space is
No,
open for you.
you're out of your
I'm telling
mind,
you
dude.
right now, you can have a meltdown and tell me all about me, and I'll listen to everything you have to say. Try that on
Yeah.
gems. Try to insult one of the mods there. Even just suggest that they're not
I,
very intelligent. Watch what happens to you. They
I do all
mute
the
your
time.
mic.
I do all the time. What are you talking
They
about? I
mute
make
your
fun of
mic
all of them.
quicker than shit, dude. I was just
My
sitting on a 24-hour timeout because some dude got mad that I posted the emoji.
yeah,
Just
my
posted
favorite
the
thing to do
emoji
is
over there.
my favorite thing to do over there is bust balls on the mods. What do you again? You just what do you just say things and you think if you say them, everybody's gonna believe them, but they're not. I'm here to tell you, people,
Yeah, it is. Any
they're not
flat earther
true.
can go over there. If you're a flat earther on gems, your mic time is very limited.
You're
You'll
out
get
of
like
your mind. We're
you
dying for flat earthers over there.
you'll
Don't,
say
don't listen.
one
Don't listen to
thing.
this guy, dude. You're a
You'll
liar,
say
dude.
one thing, and 10 people will jump in the conversation, and you gotta
Well,
listen to all those.
that might be true.
Yeah, you'd never get a chance to talk if they let
Oh
you
yeah, you
talk.
do.
If they even let you talk, you got
Are
10
you out of
people
your mind?
talking over you.
They are you out of your mind? They just gave Jin CBR1 a 2 hour window where he was not allowed to be muted. He had free reign. Johnny the drunk Johnny comes in every day and bitch. We give flat earthers the entire panel to go off on, but yet you're saying the opposite of what happens over there, dude.
Yeah,
This is
you could go
crazy.
there right. Okay, look, right now. Let's see.
Okay, let's go. Who wants to go with me? I mean, I already told you guys I'm down to prove this
Right
shit,
there,
but no one wants.
DMOX muted. DMOX straight up muted. Probably the
Oh
only
yeah,
person.
yeah. Nice
The
example.
only yeah,
Demox muted in here probably. No one likes that guy. Shut
the
up.
only flat earther in channel, and he's muted.
He's not a flat earther, dude. He's a goofball. There are no real. Who's the real ones? There's only a couple of real ones left. All the other ones have gone off on their own world to make their own bullshit. There's only a few left, like Alpha, Jedi, Witsit. Those guys are the real flat earthers. You guys are posers trying to steal their thunder and make your own shit because you don't want to. You're not smart enough to be in
You're
their
funny,
club.
bro. I was here before them.
Yeah, so that's what they all say. I was here before them. I was here before Dubay. I was.
Yeah, the
I
funny
never
thing is everybody was a flat earther before everybody else, of course.
exactly.
In this channel, dummy.
Yeah. I told you guys I was already looking. I've already looked into flat Earth before debate, before 2016 and 15, dude. You guys act like this is like 16 and 15 thing. I heard about flat Earth in 2004, dude.
Thanks for giving us that video of how sun sets on flat Earth. That was awesome.
No
Good for you,
problem, man.
dude. I found out when I was
do.
8, and I'm 50,
I,
so 42 years.
I do what I can, man. Yeah, see, there's one upper, man. I did this. Well, I did this times two. I understand, man. I learned about flat Earth when I was 1. I drew a flat
That's
Earth
what I
map
mean.
at
It
8.
doesn't matter. What matters is
That's what.
the truth.
I am the truth, man.
But saying that
I
Witsit
told
and them
I
are
told
better
Chris.
flat earthers than everyone else is kind of silly, if you ask me.
Yeah. Well, they got a better product. They reach more people. They're better speakers. They're better. personalities. They have all the stuff. What do you guys have?
And they're full of shit, just like we all are.
Yeah, opinions vary, man. You know, I'm not a flat earther, but I enjoy listening to Witsit. I've yet to see anybody put the guy down permanently. He always comes back. He bounces back. Told you, Crit. You always get me in trouble, dude.
Are y'all just chilling in VC and just doing nothing?
I'm waiting for measurements of flatness.
And it's 1.2.5. The measurement of flatness is 1.2.5.
It's 0, numbnuts.
No,
Yeah?
it's 1.2.5.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Show me
If there's
proof.
no measurable curvature, there is no measured curvature.
Show me
Hence, it's
proof. Show me
0.
proof. Show me proof.
The horizon.
Okay, I look at it and I see ships
Yeah.
going over it.
Do you find any rate of change of the slope on the horizontal?
Yeah. It's
Where?
1.2.5.
What is it calculated to be?
1.2.5.
Yeah, who measured it?
I did.
Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Dude, I literally measured it. I
Shut
live
the fuck
next
up.
to this.
No, you didn't. How did you
I
do
live
it?
next to the ocean.
How did you measure it?
I took a ruler, you know.
A ruler. Shut up, dude. Sit down.
How did you measure it to be 0?
It doesn't have to be because there is no drop
How did
rate
you
on
how
the
did you measure it to be
horizontal.
0?
Numbnuts.
How did you measure it to be 0, huh?
It's measured
what's
0
your
because
point?
there's no
What's your
divergence
point?
from 0.
What's your point?
Like your fucking IQ.
What's your point? Come on, tell me.
There is no measured curvature.
Yeah, there is.
It's 0 slope,
No.
like your fucking IQ.
There isn't.
0.
There isn't. Show me proof of it being 0. Show me like actual concrete proof.
There's
buddy.
no divergence. Open up
Show
your
me an
fucking ears.
actual concrete proof. Show me
All right.
like a
So
screenshot of it, bro.
when you look upon the horizon, how do you measure it then? Because if there's no divergence from 0 on a horizontal, then where's the fucking measured curvature? Where?
I think a big
Where is it, dude?
ruler.
Where? Fuck your ruler, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
Dude, that's just toxic, bro.
No, you're toxic.
How
Your
did you
dumb
measure
ass
to be
thinking that,
0?
I measured this 1.2.2. Shut the fuck up, dude. Go play at the kids' table where you can argue with those guys. You don't have an argument
Oh,
in here.
tell me.
Get the fuck out of here.
No, dude. You just don't answer my
No,
question.
dude.
How is it
Listen,
0?
dude. Shut the fuck
How
up.
the
because
fuck
you
is it
don't have
0?
any way that you can measure it. I'm
Tell
telling
me.
you,
Answer,
there's no
answer.
divergence.
How
Is there
it
a
0?
divergence? Is there a divergence? Is there a divergence on the horizontal?
So is it like 10?
There isn't. Did you measure one?
Okay. Explain. How is
Okay,
it 0?
okay. Now
Explain.
you getting it?
Explain.
Is the
Look,
pen
listen.
fucking dropping?
Explain. Come on.
There's no divergence from the horizontal, which is 0 slope.
I don't know.
Understand what I'm saying?
I go to the ocean and I see in the distance, you know, like a slight curvature.
No, you don't fucking see a slight curvature. And if you do, what the fuck is the distance to it and measure it? Have you
think
measured
the
it?
ocean is fake? You think the
All right.
ocean was like AI generated?
All right. What is the drop rate over the target distance? So
No,
from your point of observation,
I don't
hold on.
fucking know.
Hold on. No. You want to
live near
do
the
this?
ocean,
Let's fucking
bro.
do it. Now shut the fuck up. Let's do this.
I live near the fucking ocean.
Shut the fuck up. So from point of observation to a target distance, what is the measured curvature to any given distance? What would be the drop rate over the distance?
1.2.5.
Okay, 1.2.5. So if you're going to say that's the measured curvature, where the fuck is it? Do you measure any curvature?
Yeah.
Where?
With a ruler.
What fucking ruler, dude? A regular ruler? How the fuck are you doing that over water? You're a fucking dumbass, dude.
A really long one.
You don't know what the fuck. Sit down, dude. Before you hurt yourself.
It's a big ruler, bro.
It's a big. Shut the fuck up.
It's a big ruler, bro.
Yeah, you're a big dumbass. How about that? Now sit down. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to somebody that knows what they're talking about.
Dude, I know what I'm talking about.
Dude, you don't know what the
you're
fuck you're
talking
talking
to the
about.
globe.
Go send me somebody in here. Go bring one of your globe champions in here so I can fucking tear him up. Now you're not the guy. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want to talk to you.
This is a public chat. This is not.
It's a
his
public
channel.
chat. Yeah, the one you're getting fucking wrong.
I am not leaving.
I am not leaving.
the
I don't
chat.
give a fuck, dude. Well, then sit down. Have a seat because
I'm
you're not the
sitting
guy, right?
in my chair, buddy.
Yeah, I know, but I'm in on the mic,
I'm
dumbass.
sitting.
You know what you're talking about? I don't give a fuck.
Sitting on my chair, buddy.
Yeah, sit down as in don't be
I'm
speaking.
sitting in my chair, buddy. What do you mean?
Are you that much of a dumbass? I'm not talking about your fucking sitting down actually,
I'm
idiot.
sitting
I'm talking
down,
about your
buddy. I'm
microphone.
sitting down. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm
It's a
sitting
figure
down.
of speech. You're probably
Nah,
not from
I'm
places where they
sitting
talk about
down,
figures.
buddy.
It's a figure of speech. That means stop talking. Right? That's what that means. Now that I told you, fucking sit down. Go bring your globe champion. Fucking don't know how to do this at all. Pathetic. Morning, gents. How's everybody doing this morning? Pretty good? Having a good morning?
Buenos dias.
Ah, Ironically, I'm eating bacon.
I heard that one before.
What's up, man?
What's up?
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth channel. Everybody that's in here right now. Waiting on some evidence for the Earth being a globe, either curvature, rotation, or the information to substantiate the case for the cosmic vacuum. Anybody can chime in if you have any scientific evidence of the gravitational theory. Go ahead and present that. Anything that would relate to the topic, bring your case forward and let's see what you got. We're listening and we're waiting.
Yesterday I was presenting the path of totality of a solar eclipse. I'm not sure if you were here yesterday. I could go through that again.
No, I wasn't here.
Right. So I managed to get the exact totality path of the previous solar eclipse using the ground position on the sun and the moon, and on a globe model, of course, and it was spot on. And then I'm wondering if there's a flat Earth way to do something similar.
Yeah, it's called the post-diction from the Sarvel cycle. The Babylonians had it. They were the first ones. And NASA's even using it up to until even today. That didn't have any respect to the Earth's shape. They were looking at observations of the night sky or the daytime sky, depending on the heavenly bodies. So they didn't need a geometric shape to then superimpose the idea that their observations in the sky were attached to that. So the information can be supported without the idea that you're standing on a geometric shape. So you don't need that to actually have the predictions from the post-dictions.
Oh, that's not what. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, that's not exactly what I did. So I understand you have.
Yeah, I know it's not. Sorry, Bacon. I know it's not what you did. I'm just telling you, they didn't need the idea that they were standing on a geometric shape to understand the heavens. You don't need that either. You can do post-diction like prior eclipses of the specific geographical location that you're at. So you're in your geographical location where you're at, you can make observations of the night sky, and over time, generations of your lineage can also catalog what's happening, and then during certain events that happen, they'll just refer back to when you've seen the event, and then just say, well, this took 20 years or whatever, and you can just catalog it that way. But you don't need to think about the Earth being a specific shape. All you have to do is know that the repeated cyclical nature of the celestial bodies are going to continuously be what they are. So you don't need
I understand
that. You don't need to superimpose the shape of the ground. It's not even a factor in this particular post-diction. It has nothing to do with it. So whether or not you came to the conclusion that it works on a globe, it doesn't really matter, because you can do it without a globe.
Wasn't my point. Yeah, that
but
wasn't my point.
that was the point here is that, can you do a post-diction prediction without the globe? The answer is yes. You don't need a globe. So if you just said you added the globe to it, good for you. You just added the geometry.
I didn't do a post-diction. It didn't
What's
do a
that?
post-diction.
No,
Didn't do a post-diction. Can
you
I
did.
say what I did?
Yeah, you did. No, you did because
you're telling me what I did, and I didn't describe what I did yet.
The repeated cycles are cyclical in nature. They don't need you to actually think about the Earth as a globe. It doesn't really matter. The only thing you need to do is know the times that these events happen, and then they're cyclical, so they'll happen again in the same time period in your geographical location. So they don't need the Earth to be a specific geometric shape. So it doesn't matter.
We're not talking about the same thing.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you say. You're not going to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe by what you're presenting. It's a non-point, non sequitur.
Well, that's a straw, because what you're responding to is not what I brought. Well,
do you need the globe?
I get a sentence out.
Yeah. Bacon, do you need the globe, or just answer the question? Do you need the globe to have predictions of the things in the sky? Yes or no?
Depends on the prediction.
No. You're talking about the lunar eclipse, solar eclipse, events about the stars. It doesn't matter what it is. Do you need the globe to predict these things? Yes or no?
Depends on the prediction.
Answer the question.
That's the answer for the question.
No, it's not, because everything in the heavens has a cyclical nature, regardless of what you say. So you're going to be truthful in this statement, or you're going to be a liar.
Address that.
No, you're going to be a truthful in this statement, or you're going to be a liar. You're going to choose right now. What are you going to be, truthful or a liar? Do you need the
I
globe?
responded your answers correctly.
Do you need the globe
Not
to have
lying about anything.
Do you need the globe to have predictions of the things in the sky? Yes or no?
But it's the same answer I gave you before.
No. What is it? It's a yes
Really
or a no.
depends on the predictions. Some
No, it's
predictions
not
you can, some you
on the
can't.
prediction. No, it's not depending. You're talking about lunar eclipses, the annular one that just happened not too long
It's a solar
ago.
one.
It's a solar eclipse. Okay, so the solar eclipse. Do you need the globe for this prediction?
Depends on what information you're working with.
The one that you're talking about. Do you need the globe for that
With the
prediction?
information I use, you starting with the information I
The
had,
globe,
yes.
Do you need the globe for that prediction?
If you're starting with the same information I did, yes.
No, we're not starting with your information. We're starting with the fact that you think you need to be having a geometric shape underneath your feet in order to make a prediction for what's happening in nature. Do you need that? Is the globe necessary?
I
Yes.
already answered it.
Is the
I
globe
already answered.
necessary? Just answer the question. Is the globe
I
necessary?
already
Yes.
did.
No, you didn't.
I mean,
Answer it. Yes or no. Yes or no. Do you need the globe to have the prediction for your specific eclipse?
From my specific prediction, yes.
No, you're incorrect. You're
Can you
incorrect.
show me otherwise?
Because
How I
I'm
get the
telling you
totality
right
path
now,
using the
the Babylonians figured it out without understanding that under their feet is a specific geometric shape. So you don't need to add, that's added information. You don't need it. You can already make
not the same
predictions.
thing as I did.
It doesn't matter, dude, because the
Does.
thing saying is a prediction because of the globe happens without the globe. Do you understand? El comprende? You don't need the globe. You
Well,
don't need the globe.
you didn't even take a look. Yeah, you're simply just ignoring what I did,
I'm
because what I
owning
did
that's
was
not true.
I can't be
Here's the thing, and
not
you
be
don't
able
want
to even describe what I did,
Yeah, you don't want to
or
answer
even to
because
say a full
it's
sentence.
incriminating, Bacon. It's incriminating
I
for your
answered all your questions. You just don't want the answer. You don't
No,
give the
no,
answer.
you're not. It's a weasel way. You're trying to put your weasel fucking 2 cents, and it's not going to work. It's the answer is do we need the globe to make this prediction? And you couldn't fucking answer it because you know the answer
I
is
did
not
answer it.
true. No, you
I
didn't.
did answer. I
No,
said many times it
no,
depends on the prediction.
no.
When
It was
then you
a
said my
it was
specific
a
prediction,
close
then
end.
the answer
It
was
was a
yes.
close question, Bacon. Close ended. That means that you either choose yes or you choose no. It was either it's needed for the prediction or it's not needed for the prediction, and you didn't choose one of those. You said
You
something
didn't
fucking weaselly
specify the
like,
prediction.
"Well, it depends." No, it doesn't depend. You can either make predictions with the Earth being a globe or you cannot. So it's either
You
needed
can.
or not needed. And in this case, you're wrong because you don't need the globe. The spiral cycle works just fine. The
The
Babylonians,
Saros. Hang on, let me answer that.
the Babylonians deciphered it
I'm not getting an opportunity to respond to you.
because it's not needed. And you were a weasel. You don't
Okay.
want to answer the question. It's not needed for your. So really, it's a non sequitur. We don't need to talk about it because it's not proving that the Earth is a globe. It's just your idea that you shoehorned the globe into this observation that you're making. It's not needed
It's a
for the
straw man.
observation. Not needed.
Not what I did. That's a straw man. You
Yeah.
didn't even know what I did. You didn't listen to what I did. You didn't give me
You need
opportunity
the
to
globe.
present what I did.
Well,
You're
sorry,
just stating
I'm not gonna waste
like with
everyone's
the
time.
globe on it.
To waste everyone's time by going like a gas bag telling us how you need the globe. And I'm asking you, do you need the globe for this specific observation? No, you don't. Because all you're doing is looking at something, a phenomenon that's happening in the sky that has nothing to do with the shape of the ground that you're standing on. I'm very clear
Show
to
me
explain.
otherwise.
You don't need the shape of the ground to see the observation. All you have to do is look at the observation happening. And then somebody else later in time is going to make the same observation and say, wait a minute, Bacon made this observation and he said it would happen at this specific time. So now I know it's a cycle that repeats. And that's
The
it.
totality path doesn't repeat. The totality path is not the same from one eclipse to the
Yeah,
next. If you
it
do the
fucking
zero
does,
cycles, you know
dude.
when the next
Yeah,
one's gonna be. It doesn't
yeah,
tell you the
you don't,
exact totality path, which is
you
exactly
don't
what I
fucking.
predicted.
No, you don't know. You're saying things that you're speaking out of
Show me
turn.
otherwise.
Oh,
Show me
yeah, go
otherwise.
look at the Saros cycle. It has
I already did.
it has calendar dates when all the eclipses are going to happen, lunar, solar, all that. Everything's
I'm not
already.
disputing
It's
that.
got because they've already happened before. They're in
I'm
cycles.
not
They're in
disputing
paths.
that.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
talking
you
about
are.
specifically. Oh, you're not listening then. I'm talking about the totality path. I'm not talking about
Doesn't
whether or not the eclipse is
matter.
going to happen again,
People in
which
the
is what the zero
geographical
cycles
location.
describe.
People
You
in the
can't let me
geographical
finish a
location.
single sentence,
No,
dude.
fuck that, dude. People in the geographic location witness this in the sky. They see it already happening. The only thing they need to do is record it. Hey, look, we see the totality happening in this geographical location. We have now recorded when this is happening. Now, in the future, when somebody else makes the observation, go like, okay, well, it's a totality path right here in this location. It's every 28 years or whatever. So now all they need to do is refer back to the first person who made the observation and then go forward into time saying, well, if it happens in 28 years, then all we need to do is multiply that. How many times in 28 years will this happen? And you can tell future events. Duh. That's not hard.
You don't
But
need
you don't need a
that
globe.
information with a globe.
You don't need
You
a
don't need
globe.
that information with a globe.
You don't need a globe.
You do if you don't need you
No,
do if
you
you don't
don't.
have that information.
Don't need a globe. You don't need it. You don't need a
If
globe.
you don't have information about the previous eclipses, you can still figure out exactly what the totality path is going to be using only the position of the sun and moon. That you need the globe for. That's what I did.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Because in the sky, if you may or may not know this information, you're operating over the fact that everything is looking from your perspective like a dome. It looks like a dome of perspective. So everything you see, as far as your observations go, everything looks like it arcs over your head. So even the stars, right? The star trails and all that, everything is moving according to the celestial sphere. Now that has nothing to
Based.
do with the ground that you're standing on. Nothing. Absolutely zero. The geometric shape of the earth has nothing to do with the celestial sphere. I'm sorry, but it doesn't. So if you could toss your globe out into the trash and you'll be just fine. You can still make your same observations. You can still have the same predictions. Everything's still going to work. You don't need you don't need the geometric shape you're standing on. The globe is not even in this equation. You're adding it into it. So yeah, the celestial sphere.
I hear you're claiming I can do this without the globe. What I don't see is a
Yeah.
demonstration that can be done.
We're operate. Everything in the sky is operating off the celestial sphere, Bacon. You don't need the ground that you're standing on to make an observation as far as like the geometric shape of it, because
Obviously, you don't need the globe
the
for the
sky
observation.
itself
That's
appears
not what
to
I'm
be
saying.
like a dome of perspective. Do you
Okay,
understand what
yeah,
I'm saying, or no?
yeah, I understand the claim. Yeah, I
Okay,
understand the
so
claim.
everything
What I need
looks
is a
like
demonstration.
from your perspective, everything looks like a dome in your geographical location. So when you look at the night sky, everything appears to you with perspective. So you're going to be making predictions or post-dictions based on these observations. So therefore, because of that, what you see in the sky as a dome of perspective, you don't need the shape of the ground to follow, because it could be flat as fuck and you can still look at the sky like it's a dome of perspective. That's fine. The sun arcs over your head. You see it rising in the east and setting in the west. That's perspective. Doesn't matter. You don't need the ground to be a specific shape. Therefore, your shoehorned idea that it needs to be a globe is fucking bullshit. You don't need the ground to be a geometric shape. Period. End of discussion. You just need a sky to be doing what it's doing in your perspective. And it's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Because even on both of our observations, it will still be the same. You go outside, you say, I see like a dome of perspective. Everything looks like it's arcing over my head. I would say, yeah, I know, I see that too. And doesn't mean the shape of the ground needs to be something. Just means that what you're observing in the sky looks that way. That's it. We're done there. It's like our observations are the same of the night sky. There's no you. It's dumb, dude. That whole argument or whatever you said is non sequitur. It doesn't need to be added.
Hey, Alpha, can I ask him a low prediction real quick?
Go ahead,
Breaking
Dave.
up.
You're kind of breaking up, brother. Try again.
I'll be quick. The globe predicts that every horizon distance measurement will be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Can you demonstrate that to us consistently? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, spoiler alert, no.
That's not the kind of evidence I was trying to find, so no. What I managed to do here is to get the information of the sun and the moon during the solar eclipse, which is their ground position.
Go on about that,
And
bro.
from that,
Let it go.
oh, I just got no response. All you said is that
It's not going to
because
prove your
this
balls, Bacon.
celestial bodies.
It's not going to prove
Yeah,
your
you
ball.
keep. Oh, sure. I'll give you that. It doesn't
Alright.
prove my ball.
Okay.
That's not even the point. The point is that there's at least I haven't found any other way to get that prediction from this data without using the globe. You're saying that you can without the
Yep.
globe, but I'm not seeing this being demonstrated. I've only heard it being claimed. That's not
It's
enough for me.
demonstrated because the sky looks like a dome.
That's
sky-
not demonstrating it.
What do you mean it's not demonstrated? Yes, it is.
That claim itself isn't showing me how to get the totality path from this data.
What are you trying to figure out that's not giving you the totality path? Because it's all listen, everything that you're doing has already been done in the heavens. Everything has a post diction of things that already happened. The events already happened. Now people, all they're doing is looking into the future and saying, okay, this cyclical pattern happens so many years ahead in advance, and they can depict what type of event it's going to be, whether it's annular or regular eclipse. It doesn't really matter. Anything that they make their predictions on will be because it's already happened. So it doesn't
I'm not
matter
disputing that.
ground. So like whatever you're talking
That's a
about,
straw man.
no, it's not, because it's
No,
proven.
that's not what I'm talking
So
about. I'm
so
not disputing that.
you're bringing, really what you're doing is you're trying to revive this argument. I don't know why, because it doesn't lend credence or credibility to your side thinking that it's a globe, because it doesn't. That's not even a piece of evidence, because people a long time ago were using this information prior to the globe Earth's existence. Before they thought that it was a globe, they didn't need it. But you here, for some reason, think it's needed. It's not, ever.
If you
That's
listen
fine. You're ignorant,
listen a
but
little closer, you'll understand why I'm saying this. I'm not using information of previous eclipses to tell when the next one's going to happen. That's the solar cycles. That's okay. That the shape of the Earth has nothing to do with that. I'll give you that. That has nothing to do with my argument. What I'm bringing here is that you can go with just the information of the position, the ground position of the moon and sun that were taking place during the eclipse, and figure out exactly where the totality path would be using that information. That's not previous information about previous eclipses. That's not repeating cycles. That's just like information that was taking place at the moment of the eclipse. And you can use that information with the globe to tell exactly the totality path, where the shadow would be, which has nothing to do with solar cycles.
That's deep, bro. It's like the people long ago couldn't look down when they were looking up. That's weird. Because I think that's what they fucking did, man. After they looked up, they're like, where are we? Oh, I know where we're at. This is the place we're at. So when we look up and see this thing in the sky, well, then by God, the ground will be beneath us. This is the place that this is happening at. No shit, dude. That's a no duh. Fucking, what do you think they're going to say? They already know that the ground position they're in and what they're looking at in the sky correlates. That's what I was telling you. What do you think geographical location means? You don't have an argument, bro. Like, you mean people long ago only looked up and they didn't mind to factor in that the position that they were standing on geographically is going to correlate with that? The fuck out of here, Bacon. Like, you don't need your globe for this shit. I already told you. You think you make people like that were dumb as rocks so long ago? They're probably more intelligent than all of us. Fucking, they have precise accuracy when it comes to the heavens. Fucking, we're going based on that shit now, even today. Therefore, you don't think they would have said, hey, I'm standing in Italy right now and I see this thing happening. They know their fucking ground position, bro. What the fuck?
I'm not disputing that.
Well, it doesn't need a globe? Does not need a globe? Where does the curvature come into factor? Where does the rotundity of the earth come into factor? You're not talking about that. Connect the dots if you want to. But listen, because this can happen on a flat plane of existence, right? You don't need the globe. You just need the position, location, geographically. That's all you need.
But how you get that using that data?
And whoop-de-doo. So what, dude? Congratulations. You found the ground position where they're making their observations happening. Oh, that's amazing. That's like a so what, dude? Like, how do you think they're making an observation if not they're standing in the place where they're making it? The observation is like it's made in whatever geographic location they say they are. Well, I'm standing in Ohio, and I'm looking up at the night sky. Well, depending on where I'm at, my observation will correlate to that, right? Whether I'll see a totality or not. So, like, you're fucking bringing in an argument. There's no way that you're going to shoehorn the globe into this, dude, because you don't need it. And I was telling you, where is the radius, diameter,
It has
circumference
shown.
coming into this? Because it doesn't. Because of the fact that you're looking at the sky as a celestial sphere already, you don't need the ground to be doing whatever you think it needs to be doing. And you agree with me.
I use
So it's a non-point.
no, not about this data. Like getting the totality path from this data. I don't know how you can get that without the globe. I mean,
You just
you
need a
keep claiming it's the same
geographical.
thing.
No, you just need a geographical location, right? The place on Earth where it's happening, and then you need to look up and see it happening. Then you connect the two. Okay, I was standing here in this place, and I was looking up in this place, and I saw it happening. Therefore, the ground position and the sky position of things happening it matches. Therefore, I don't need a globe. Where's the curvature coming in? Nowhere. You don't need it.
That is
You
not
don't need it.
prediction. Prediction is telling beforehand where that shadow will be. Not
Oh my
just
God.
seeing the
I
shadow
know
itself.
that. What are you not
So
getting?
how's
I'm
that?
telling you, I know.
Why is that relevant?
Relevant to what? The ground position of something happening from the sky? You're correlating the
My
two
point. How?
because what? I don't know what you're on
You
about,
asked.
dude. I'm telling you, listen, it's not telling you that the Earth is a globe, is it? Is it?
So as far as I've done, yeah.
Okay.
I haven't found any other way to get
How
the.
do you? Okay. Now you're gonna have to tell me from all of this how you get the radius, diameter, circumference. Go ahead. The floor is yours. How is the
I
radius,
used
diameter,
the radius.
circumference? Extrapolate.
Didn't get the radius out of this.
No,
I used the radius.
how did you know? How did you know the size of the Earth from that? Tell us, please.
I used the value claimed by heliocentric model.
No, you don't use the value claim. How did you get that in the first place? If you didn't know anything about the globe, how did you extrapolate that information out of your observation of the eclipse? How?
I did know the globe is claimed to have
No.
6,000.
No. Void of the globe claim. How could you extrapolate the metrics of the Earth? Void of the claim.
I don't know.
There you go. Case closed.
Well, that doesn't address the point that the value they give does work for a
It
globe.
addresses the point that you don't know how to extrapolate radius, diameter, circumference from an oblate spheroid off of your observation of the night sky and the ground position of where the event is occurring. Simple, easy. We're done. If you want to
That doesn't
continue,
address the point.
I'd address the fucking point. We're
How
done.
does it? I mean,
Yeah, we're done.
the fact that using that big of a radius worked for the shadow
I
isn't
asked
addressed
you,
by the fact that I didn't find the radius myself.
you settle down before you hurt yourself. I asked you, what information can we get from this observation that we know the radius, diameter, circumference? And you said, I don't know. Okay, there you go. Case closed. We can toss it out. You don't know. If you had given me information of how you extrapolated the geometric shape of the Earth from that observation, I would have gave you at least some credence. But you didn't do that, so you don't have a case, bro. Relax. You can toss that argument to the side. It's not useful here. You've exhausted it enough. Like I've heard you long enough. We've been through it already. That's good enough.
Oh, you simply respond to a straw man. The point was never that this can tell you the radius of the Earth.
Let it go,
The point is
Bacon.
that
Oh, we're done. Let it go,
if you don't
bro.
want to talk about it, that's fine.
Yeah, we don't have to because we're
This
done.
wasn't addressed.
We went through it all. There's no way that you extrapolate radius, diameter, circumference from that observation. We're good.
How is that relevant?
No, it's not irrelevant. That's the fucking point. That's why this channel exists, to provide evidence for that. That's the fucking point, Bacon.
Yeah, how is this not evidence? Just because it didn't get the radius out
I
of this,
told you.
this
Okay,
is not evidence?
tell me
Doesn't make any sense.
how did you extract? No, go again. Let's see, because you whistling past the graveyard. I'm gonna make you stop and look at the fucking dead body. How did you get the radius, diameter, circumference from your observation? Go.
I already tell you, I didn't get the radius from this
All
observation.
right then. It's not evidence. Thank you.
Why is not
Move along.
evidence?
Move along.
It doesn't make it not evidence.
That you don't have evidence? It doesn't make it not evidence? What the fuck are you smoking, bro?
How? That's not what I asked. I'm asking how the fact that it didn't
Shut the
arrive the
fuck
radius from my
up. Shut
observation.
up, dude. We've been around this block already. You've already seen that it's a dead argument. Let it go, bro. Let it go. You need to let it go. I gave you the floor to show me how it gave me the radius, diameter, circumference. You failed to do so. We're done. We don't need to keep going round and round.
It was never supposed to be
Your
what I'm
argument is
presenting.
bullshit. Your argument is bullshit. Reformulate it. Go back and try to figure something else out because this attempt didn't work. Thank you.
Hey, I have something to say. Why is everything else round except for the Earth? Huh?
All right. So if you have a question, that's fine.
Planet, but the Earth is flat.
All right, bro. Just relax. Okay. All right, relax. I don't know. You might hurt yourself, dude. This is an intellectual forum, and this is probably the first time you've been in here. But just calm down. Okay, relax. I was having a conversation with the other gentleman, but I don't need to have that conversation with you. So that type of logic that you just employed. If you were to walk into a forest and seen a bunch of squirrels climbing trees, does that mean you're a squirrel too?
Maybe.
Sir? Does that mean you're a squirrel?
Could be. No, it means I'm a human that just saw a squirrel climb a tree.
Right.
What the fuck is this?
Right. So you're not a squirrel because you see a bunch of squirrels. But that doesn't mean that because you see something, the thing that you're on is the thing that you see. All right? It's the same thing. So we don't have to use that logic.
I can see a
In other
rock,
words,
right? It's
yeah, in
called
other words,
perception.
no.
You
In
need
other
perception
words,
to be able
brother.
to dictate where you are, even
Yeah,
for your
brother,
flat Earth.
check this out, bro. What the observation you're making, it doesn't follow that the thing that you're standing on is like the thing in the sky. Okay, it doesn't follow because the thing that you're standing on could be something entirely different. That's all I'm saying to you. Right? For that logic right there, we can go into other things, but for that logic, we can safely say it doesn't follow that you see something in the sky. It means the same thing you're standing on.
So listen, they're trying to dictate what perception is and what depends on the perception, which you need observations to be able to dictate. So you need to be able to see that you're on a rock. I mean, like, okay, I'm on a rock, but without perception, it's like, oh, I'm on a rock looking at the ocean, and the ocean looks flat. That depends on your perception. But the further up you go, the more rounder it looks. Even when you start to get to like Mount Everest, have you seen those videos? When they're on Mount Everest, and it's like the whole everything looks round.
I've seen it.
Because they're
Listen,
so high.
listen. People come in pretty hot. I get it, but I don't go at them because they don't have any information. So I'm going to give you a lot of leeway because you're brand new to this whole topic. You just heard about it and it sounds dumb as fuck. So you want to come in there kind of hot and heavy. But I got to say, before we start up, I just want to let you know that the thing that you're defending right now, it's going to be very difficult to do so because you don't have any information to support the case. Now, I'm only saying that just so that you can know. But if you get a little hot and heavy in it, I'm going to actually show why you don't know. But for now, I can entertain some questions that you might want to ask, and like the one you just asked. But if you want to ask any more, please do so. I think I would rather answer some of your questions straightforward. If we know the information, we'll support it with evidence. If not, ask any questions you don't matter.
Well, I want to know why it is like that everything else is round. Even in every model of your flat Earth, everything is round. The moon, the sun.
Well, I mean, round could denote also flat and round. It doesn't need to necessarily follow that the thing that you're saying round is a sphere. Sphere is a geometric shape. So if you denote a specific geometric shape, you'd have to implore that it is a sphere. And you don't know that.
How would you get seasons?
Say again?
How would you get seasons?
Seasons are the sun's proximity to your location. So geographically, wherever you are on the earth, sir?
Yes.
So geographically, where you are on the earth, it depends where you're at. The sun's proximity to your location, farther away or closer. In the sky, there's something in our observation called the celestial sphere. I don't know if you know this or not. The celestial.
That's right. You're saying if it's a sphere, it would be perfectly round. It wouldn't be out of order every 4 months, right?
Oh no, I don't think you can hear me. I need to get in my good mic. I think there's either a lag error or something. But I was speaking and you jumped in, so I'm
sorry.
Just hold on a second.
Nah,
Let me get in my mic.
Miggy, you sound alright. You're coming
Do
through
I
pretty well.
sound good?
Yeah,
no,
you
I don't
sound
know
good.
I don't know if I'm cutting out, and I don't know if the guy can hear me, but I think he's jumping in, and he's a bit excited, which is fine. But
That was kind of hilarious, by the way, because you just you're in a full on battle, like punching, and and then this guy steps in and he just right hooked him.
yeah,
It
but
was so funny.
he's and I assess the situation. Bacon's a long time a lifer,
You got to
Bacon
like
doesn't.
start from scratch with this guy. That's the issue.
Yeah, and it just feels like I don't want to give him the same thing I was giving Bacon. Bacon, he knows. He knows what this is. He knows what time it is. This guy, he doesn't. He probably just heard the argument yesterday online, and he thinks it's the dumbest shit he's ever heard. So,
No, I
I
could actually support it if I wanted to, like in a geometrical
actually,
shape, like
yeah,
you know
actually,
how
I
they
would
do
want
wormholes.
you to. I'm sorry,
That
I
would
would
could
want
be
you.
the way that
I,
the Earth would be like flat in a fucking plane of existence. But
yeah.
no, like you see how a 3-dimensional, like a 1-dimensional object can exist in a 2-dimensional world, and a 2-dimensional object can exist in a 3-dimensional world. But a 3-dimensional object cannot exist in a 1-dimensional or 2-dimensional world. You see, so you need those extra dimensions to be able to interact. So like a 4th-dimensional form of existence wouldn't be able to interact with us because it would be like we're a sheet of paper to them, and they wouldn't be able to even interact with us because that's a different dimension that they can't go down into, but we can go up into their dimension. So you see, that's where I would say, like, you know how the wormholes are, they have that geometrical where it's like, oh, this is space and it's flat. Space would be flat, and then be like, okay, that's like a measurement of distance. And then they say, oh, we could bend space in half and make a wormhole going through the space, and then we can travel further by going like
Yeah.
by bending space.
Let
And
me.
then I'll be like, okay, that would make sense in a flat, like, oh, we
Yeah,
can
bro.
flatten Earth and all
Yeah,
the
I hear
stars
you,
and
man.
everything
I hear you.
and travel like
All
that.
right,
But I don't know.
I'm on my good mic. Can you hear me now? Test 1 2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I can
bro.
work
It's
that
like,
type of shit too,
all
but
right.
it would be
So,
more like geometrical, like in the form of like traveling
all
through
right.
space. And shit.
Let's just kind of let's take it slow. I just want you to actually absorb everything that we got to offer here. Okay, before you say what you're saying right now, there's a lot of words you said, right? But let's back it up and try to establish a foundation. Okay, so the foundation we're going to establish is, first of all, we're going to start with what the Earth is not, and then we're going to move into the area of what it is, right? So we'll start with what it's not. And so how we'll do this is we're going to make an assessment of what your knowledge is, basically your knowledge of the topic. So I'm going to start off by saying, how do we know that the Earth is a globe? So I would say this first question: who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in the drop over the distance? So the drop over the distance is the elevation change from relative from your position to a target distance. How do we know that
Yeah,
the surface is curving? Who's
it was
measured that?
done in Cairo, Egypt.
Okay, who's the person that's done it?
It was literally done in Cairo and Egypt, bro. You could look it up. It
I'm asking.
happened.
I know. I'm asking. I'm not. Listen. The reason I'm asking is because this information is foundational for the tenets of the Earth being a globe. Now, they're pillars of foundation. So you have to understand. If you know
Exactly.
this, yeah. If you know
Measured.
this, then I would say that you're pretty much on your way to know what the Earth is as a globe. So, okay, the drop over the distance means relative from your position to a target distance. What is the rate of change of the elevation?
It was something about, no, I don't know the exact curvature,
Okay.
but it was something about it being on like an egg shape on a 23-degree axis. That's why
Right.
we're
So
having a
you would say that
magnetosphere.
your information doesn't support the claim currently right now, right?
How would you support a magnetosphere in a flat
Yeah, but
Earth?
I know, but just go with me on this because we're only right now starting on what it's not, and the only thing I'm asking you is for your information to support the claim. And if you can't support the claim, just say I don't know. And it's
Okay,
intellectual honesty on your part. I'm not gonna take. It's not a gotcha. What it is we're assessing what you know and what you don't know. So
I
if you
know
don't
that
know, that's fine. I mean,
the
I don't know what to
experiment
call
was
you.
done in Egypt.
WYLD.
The experiment was done in Egypt, and that they measured two pillars at the same time. I think it was in Cairo or
But
something,
that's
and
not the
then
story. That's not the
that's
story. Yeah,
that's
you
how they
already got.
figured it out.
No, the story is incorrect. They didn't do that. What you said. I don't want to correct you, but I would say if you don't know the story, that's fine. Just admit it. I don't know what it is, and you just believe somebody figured it out.
No, bro, I'm telling you, this experiment was done in Egypt.
Sir,
Like a
you
very
don't
long.
know what was the guy's name?
I don't know, but it was
Okay, then
literally
you don't know, sir. Let's be intellectually honest and say you don't know
tried
what you're talking
ever.
about.
The first time
I
it
don't
was
want
ever
to,
very
sir. I don't want to expose you. I really want to just like have a nice civil conversation. But you're gonna force my hand to actually. Now I'm gonna expose. I don't want to do that. Just be intellectually honest. Say I don't know. Somebody figured it out, and we'll go to the next question.
I had already answered that question, and you had already accepted the answer that
No,
hey,
I
this
didn't
is
accept the answer. I didn't accept it. I'm telling you, you do not know the information. So let's move
all
off
right.
to the
So,
Let's move off
so
to the
are
next
you
question.
saying
But
that
I
what I'm
first have
saying?
to. I first have to hear you say that you don't know the information. That's fine. Totally
The
fine.
experiment that I am speaking of never happened.
That's
That
not what
is
I'm
your
saying. No.
no. That's
Do you
what you're
know what
saying.
the no? Do you know the information to support the claim?
It's
Yes or no,
false. But what you're saying, I know is a fact, and you're saying
sir?
that you know a
You're
different.
really stubborn. Your pride and ego is preventing you from letting us go forward. Do you know the information or not?
I'm pretty sure I said all the information I knew
No, you
about what
didn't. It's
happened.
incorrect. What's the name of the guy who done it?
I don't know the name of the guy, but
There
I know
you
it
go,
happened
sir.
in
That's the
Egypt.
answer. Then you don't know. That's the answer.
There's
So
the
can
two
we move
pyramids.
forward? Can we
Do
move
you know
forward? Because
do you know the experiment I'm speaking of?
I know everything in detail. I don't need to tell you. I'm not here to
So
give
why
you
don't you
answers. What we're
give me
doing here, sir, what we're doing here is an exercise in your knowledge base. If you don't have it, then that's
knowledge
fine. We
base
can
like
move
that?
forward. We can move
Some man
forward. It's
in
fine.
Egypt 1,000 years ago.
We can move
It's
forward.
funny to say that
WYLD.
that's something that happened, and you know that it is. You know what I'm referencing.
I
So the
don't I
knowledge.
don't need to I don't need to give you any answers. If you don't have any information to support the claim, then you're not going to be able to move forward. Simple as that.
Well, okay, so you tell me, how do you support that there
No, this
wasn't like
isn't, sir.
symptoms?
This
You
exercise
went
was
from one
this,
topic to
sir.
another
All right, now I'm going to
that
have
had
to
nothing
stop
to
you.
do.
Relax, sir. This information exercise was for you to tell us what you know, your knowledge. And you don't have the knowledge to substantiate the claim, that's fine. We can move forward. Okay? So I need you to just be admitting that you don't know so we can move forward. That's all.
Dude, this is
You don't need to it's funny because you don't
it's
have the
funny because
information.
I'm referencing and you refuse to say that you know what I'm talking about. Would prove that you're ignorant and you don't know what you're speaking of, right?
All right. So you have an option. Either claim that you don't know or you can sit in silence and just listen.
Answer. What am I
Do you
speaking
know?
of? What
What's his
experiment
name?
am I speaking of?
Sorry. This isn't asking me questions. Once again, you failed to realize that this exercise was for you to give us your base knowledge of the Earth being a globe, and you failed to do so. That's all it was. What do you know?
I'd be happy to help the guy out if you want.
Yeah, go ahead if you want. I'll unmute him.
Technology, even the fucking
He was
latitude
still
and
talking.
longitude is.
Go ahead, Andy. He's still talking. I had to mute him. Go ahead.
See, you're thinking of Eratosthenes, sir? I don't know. He's probably still talking.
Let me mute him.
Experiment in Egypt.
Yeah, he was.
So yeah, let's talk about longitude and latitude, bro. You know about that, buddy? No?
Oh my goodness.
That's a longitude and latitude does not work on a flat surface. That's all I'm gonna say.
He doesn't even know where the longitude and latitude came from. Poor man.
Does
You
flat
tell-
surface works on a flat surface?
I don't know. This guy's not willing to listen, so I don't know.
Yeah, he's not willing to listen. I'll unmute him just so that you can see if we can talk to him, but if he's not willing to listen, then
I got you every time, bro.
you don't know WYLD. It's the facts.
So
Go ahead.
yeah.
Andy wants to talk to you though. Go ahead, Andy.
I'm not sure I do anymore, to be honest.
Oh. No, I'm done. He couldn't get past the first question, so it's a shame. I wish, people could just admit that they don't know if they don't know, but
What's funny, Wildman? I will take it. What's funny?
Yeah, go ahead,
Why
Sasha.
to know
What?
that the Earth is a globe. He
Yeah.
couldn't even explain seasons. First of all, he couldn't explain seasons.
Okay. Can
He still
seasons?
couldn't explain seasons.
Okay. Can seasons change the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, no, seasons is dictated by the Earth's rotation around the sun, and there's
Oh,
points in the
okay.
rotation that it's closer to the sun. And his
But
fucking theory is that the sun is going through the sky left to right and shit, and it's like no fucking rotation, which is not the way seasons work.
okay. And what do you know about flat Earth?
Flat Earth is basically saying that Earth is on a flat surface and that there's a firmament and that the sun and the fucking moon are within the firmament, and whenever they're on opposite
That's
sides of
not
each other.
correct. That's not correct. Nobody is claiming firmament here.
So then, what is the flat earthers model for the solar?
Flat Earth model is this: if sea level is level, that means it's level and it's flat. That's flat Earth model.
No, bro, that's not.
WYLD. Hey, you brought up longitude. Can you educate us on how to determine your longitude?
You take the lengthwise of the Earth. You fucking
Waldman,
find it.
you know, you came here. That means that you know what we think. Can you tell me why I think that Earth is not a globe?
That's what I'm saying. Didn't explain seasons. You have none of you can explain
No,
seasons.
I don't need to explain you seasons. That means that you don't know why I think that Earth is not a globe.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not dictating why you don't think the Earth is flat. I'm saying why can't you explain to me how seasons work in your flat Earth
I don't
model?
care about seasons.
Everybody refuses
For
to
example,
explain.
I will tell you. I will tell you. I don't care about seasons. And seasons will not. And seasons will not give me the shape of the Earth. Not flat and not curved Earth. It will not give me the answer. You know what the shape. It's the surface. You know.
But it doesn't make sense, even in your
Okay, if
model.
I go to the ocean in the spring, and if I go to the same place on the winter, does that surface on ocean will change or it will be the same?
No, the rotation of the Earth around the sun
I'm
changes.
asking you about this. You said the seasons. I'm coming on the beach on spring, and the same beach I will come on winter. Does that surface will change because of seasons?
Yes.
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 How?
And one time it's gonna be warm, and the other time it's gonna be cold, and
I'm
mostly.
asking you, does that will change the physicality of the surface, not the temperature?
No, the surface is the same surface, but the change is in the atmosphere.
Okay. That are we on the same page now?
So yes, that's what I'm saying. How do you
Okay.
explain the season?
Oh,
Why does it
I
change in your
don't care
model?
about seasons. I want to see if Earth is flat or is curving. Two things. If it's curving, then it's curving. If it's not curving, then it's flat.
Well, even in your flat Earth model, it's
There is
curving.
no
It's like
flat
a
Earth
perfect
model, man. What are you saying about? Who claimed the
The
flat
flat
Earth
Earth
model?
model says it's a disc as well. That the sun is round, everything's flat and round. Like what
What
the hell
is
you talking?
what is everything round? Can you tell me what in sky is round?
That there's like an ice wall on the farthest end and shit.
Man, why are you spiraling now? Who said ice ball? Who said something is round in the sky? You are saying all this stuff. You
That's what I
out.
was asking. I asked, why is everything round if and the Earth is flat?
What
He's
is
like, because the Earth is
I ask
flat and
you?
not
What
round.
is round? What everything is round in the sky?
Yes,
What everything?
like the sun, the moon, the
That's two
planets,
things. That's two things for now. That means
the other
two things
planets.
are
You can see Mars.
other planets. That's 8 planets. That's 10. And let's see stars now. How many stars we have?
Lots, and they're all like just balls of fire, like our sun.
Are there
Stars are like
balls? Are there balls?
what?
Are stars balls?
They're what?
You said the stars are balls of fire.
Yeah, balls of fire.
Okay. When you look the stars through telescope, are they spherical?
The what? Yeah, we can see them. We can see the stars. We can see
Oh,
them
really?
again.
Can you telescope and tell me who has the picture of the star? It's round.
Well, there's satellite imaging now. We can even zoom all the way in and see that how they
And
orbit and how they spin.
every
We even
person who
find out
watched
there's
the
different types
stars
of stars.
didn't. The stars are not round. Only planets are round, and sun and moon. That 10 things are round, and all other trillion stars are not round.
So why is the sun round?
Because it's round.
The sun is a star.
Because it's round. You can see the circle in the sky. Is it?
Yeah, you can see it in a perfect
And
circle in
it's
the sky.
round. And I agree with you. It's a circle.
So that
And
would make the
so
other star that is also like a sun is a circle.
is it Earth the sun?
Yes, the sun is a star. The stars
Is it
are circular
Earth?
like our sun.
Is it Earth the sun?
Earth, no, but Earth is
No. What is the
fucking
Earth?
round.
What is the Earth?
Fucking metal. Fucking like I think it was iron ball hit like fucking carbon cobalt
And
or something. I think and it killed
is it
fire.
curving? Is it curving?
We're in a carbon dust, so we're carbon based
Does
life
Earth
form.
curving?
Earth, yes,
Yeah.
it has a curvature. That's why it's on 23-degree axis.
Yeah.
It's like an
Where?
egg shape, and
Where?
it's
In
tilted on its
reality or in
axis.
television?
No, we know this. That's why we have the equator, and we know the equator is on a 23-degree axis
Man,
as
I'm
well.
asking you, do you know the size of the Earth?
I mean, the equator doesn't account for the 23-degree axis. My bad. What's up?
Did you see equator in reality or you see equator on TV?
I've seen it. Like the equator, you don't know. It's
Yeah.
literally it's an environmental thing where the hottest part are on the Earth at all times is the center where it's most expanded outwards and reaching towards the sun.
Jesus Christ.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
How would you
Okay,
discredit
uh,
equator
let's
then?
try again. Why we think that Earth is not a globe?
It beats me, man. Y'all think that there's a firmament.
No, there is. What firmament? Did I say firmament? That's wrong. No firmament.
Then why do you think the Earth doesn't have
There is
isn't
there is there is no curvature in reality.
there is. We see it all the time.
You see where you see.
A ball. Go grab a baseball. Go grab a
Where
basketball.
did you see? Where did you see the ball with your eyes?
You can see it on the floor. You can see it in a model. They even used it to make the Earth models when I
Where
was in
did you
high
see the ball
school.
in reality with your eyes?
Yes, I can dictate that the ball is a circular sphere.
Where did you
Oh.
see with your eyes Earth like a ball?
Yes, I can dictate like that because I've seen a model
Where
where they
did
use
you
a tennis
see in
ball.
reality the Earth like a ball?
No, but they showed us, they explained seasons to us using that
Man,
model. The thing
can I
is that
repeat
you
the question
cannot
third
explain
time?
seasons
Where did you
using your
see the
model.
Where did you see the ball Earth in reality?
Golly.
I'm okay, bro. I'm done with this, but I'm just wanting you to understand. Like, I don't understand why you guys can't explain seasons.
Okay, maybe I
I've
will help
seen
you like this. It's easier. I will answer to you. There is no curvature. That means Earth has the size, the radius and 24,000, 3,950.
It sounded real scientific to the very end. I'm sorry, bro, but
I've seen pictures of the
You
whole
you
Earth.
don't want to know.
do y'all believe in the ice wall or not?
No, man, it's not about ice ball. It's about the curvature.
All right. So what's at the end of that curvature?
Okay, do you know how much you can see with your given size on the globe?
Like 30,000 in the ocean. Yeah.
If you are on sea level, if you are 2 meter height, how much you can see on the globe? You can type it on Google and give you the answer.
I'm not gonna type it into Google and do your job for you. You should
Okay,
know this.
I will give you the answer.
All
It's
right.
3.5 miles.
Yeah, we're done with this guy, Sasha.
Yeah,
Sorry?
okay.
We're done.
Yeah, okay.
All right,
I'm sorry.
WYOD. Yeah, you don't know you failed to answer the 3 questions that I was about to give you because you're too prideful right now. You don't
I'm
want to
not
admit when
proud
you
of
don't.
nothing
Yeah,
of
you
this.
are, bro. You don't want to admit when you don't know something. So we're just gonna go ahead. If
Why
listen,
can't you explain seasons?
I already did. I told you when you first came in.
Okay, explain it then, right now.
I already did. It's the sun's proximity to your geographical location.
Okay, and geography means
The sun's proximity to your geographical location.
no. You said that the sun rotates around the Earth, right?
I didn't. Who said that?
So how does the sun model work in your?
Sun model. It's moving
Yeah, how
from
does the
east to.
model
It's moving from east to west.
across the sky?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so if it's moving from east to west every day, what changes in the sun
It's
so that
actually moving. It's moving from the Tropic of Cancer to Capricorn. So Cancer's in the north, Capricorn's in the south. So in the celestial sphere, every single day, it's cyclical in nature, so that it moves from
celestial sphere?
celestial sphere. What?
You can't have a sphere in the flat Earth model, dog.
Dog, it's talking. Hold on, Sasha. It's talking about what we make an observation to the sky, not the ground, dog.
So
Do you know
the
what that
sky,
means? No, fucking hold on. Do you know the difference?
so the sky
Do
rotates
you
around
know
the
the
Earth.
difference? Answer.
Yes.
What's the difference?
You're saying that the Earth is flat inside the sphere, and the sphere is outside.
Well, the sphere is a dome of perspective that you have. Everybody's geographical location, their dome of perspective, what you see in your night sky will differ for somebody 1,000 miles away from you. They're not going to see the same night sky that you do. That's obvious. But it has nothing to do with the
Why? If it's
shape of the.
flat,
It has nothing, dude. It has nothing to do with the shape of the ground that you're standing on. It has everything to do with your perspective and how you see things. That's it. That's why it can be a celestial sphere, because from your perspective, it looks like a dome that's above you. Like if you're out at sea and there's no light pollution and there's no buildings or anything, no land topography, if you turn around 360 degrees, it looks like a complete dome that's covering you of stars, a dome of
yes,
stars.
I understand that.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying.
All right.
So the stars are still the same
I
because we
know.
have the Big Dipper and we have the,
I
all of
know
those
that
stars that don't change.
WY. It doesn't change the fact that your perspective is seen at the same as mine. Nothing changes because you know that the earth is flat. Nothing changes. Every visual perspective that you see in the sky happens the same. So when you say how do seasons work, it happens the fucking same that it does on the globe. There's no difference. The same.
But that's not the same though.
Yeah, it fucking is, bro. It really is.
On the globe, it's the tilt and the
It's
angle of
listen,
incidence.
dude. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth.
You said the
When we make
proximity.
shut the fuck up. When we make observations outside, and if we're standing next to somebody who thinks the Earth is a globe, we're gonna see the same fucking thing. It doesn't change what we see. Do you understand? El comprende? Nothing changes. You understand?
All right, listen.
Wait, well, hold on, W. Why? Do you
Yeah,
understand Parmesan?
yeah.
Okay, are we good? Because we're seeing the same shit. There's
Yeah.
nothing's changing. Seasons, fucking sun, everything. It looks the same. All right then. WY, go ahead.
So, how is the Earth flat in this model then? In the middle or at the very bottom?
No, check this out, right? So the flat plane of existence, it works like this. When we're dealing with land topography, we understand that there's going to be an elevation change because of it, right? So land would be the exception. The seas, which people say that the earth is covered most in, is what we're going to say we're going to understand the mechanics of water before we engage with this argument. Now, do you know that large bodies of water, when at rest, remain flat and level on their surface? Yes or no, WI?
Yes.
Can
Okay, I
I
mean that's
contribute to that?
obvious, right? That's obvious. Parmesan, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I wanted to add that they
What?
are level, but they're not flat.
Okay, so you just made a claim. Now you're going to have to substantiate it. Go ahead. Substantiate the claim that bodies of water, when at rest, they're actually curving. Go.
Okay, so how do you want me to do that? What would you accept as?
I would accept
I would
direct.
say tide.
I would accept direct measurement of the surface of the water curving, and I want to know at what rate that we're gonna see this elevation change on water surface. That when at rest. Go. Please provide.
Do you need you need specific measurements of the rate and so on?
Yeah, I
Isn't
want
it?
to know how.
Would
I
it?
want to know the method by which it was done, so that
Mhm.
we can test your bullshit. If it's
Okay.
able to be tested, I don't know. Go.
Well, you're presupposing that it's bullshit, huh?
I'm saying if it is, dumbass.
Okay.
I'm not saying that it is, but go ahead, present it.
So you probably heard of the Rainy Lake experiment, right?
Rainy Lake.
Yeah.
Damn, bro. This is crazy.
Go. Go. Fucking go.
Yeah. Let me post it. Hold on.
Hey, bro. I'm gonna
There's
chill,
the link
man.
to it. What? Ask me questions. What do you want to know?
No, don't fucking hurl an elephant at me. Tell me specifically what the fuck does that source say? Can you speak? Use your words, Parmesan.
Sure.
Don't fucking elephant hurl a fucking source at me and say it's all right there. Where?
Okay. Okay.
It's got a little
Go.
too heated for me, man. I want out. I'm just gonna chill here in the background, okay, dude? Y'all got this.
So there's a lake, the Rainy Lake, that freezes over in the winter. A geodetic surveyor went there during the winter time, drilled holes and put up targets. All the targets along a line along the surface of the lake are at the same height above the surface, the frozen surface of the lake. And when he looked down the side at all the targets, they didn't line up to each other. They dropped away from each other.
Is a solid the same as a liquid? Answer the question.
Solid is not the same as a liquid.
Okay. Then why the fuck are we standing on a solid when I already
Because
told you
it's
that solids are not
frozen
a
ice.
way that we're gonna No. Don't give me your bullshit. I was talking about water, which is a liquid, not fucking ice, which is a solid.
Ice is also water.
It's a fucking solid though, isn't it?
Yes?
Okay, is it a liquid?
No?
Okay then. There's a fucking difference. Now, what we're saying
Okay.
is water. No, I'm going to toss this out. Inadmissible. Because you didn't provide the evidence. What I said, you changed the example to this fuckwit example that you just brought in. I want water. When at rest, it's flat and level. Now I need you to debunk that if you got something to do, because this is fuckwittery. And
This
it's not
is water
admissible.
at rest.
It's not water, dumbass. It's fucking
How
ice.
is it not water?
It's ice. That's what
So,
it is.
Mate, are you saying
It's a
ice
solid.
is not water?
It's a solid. It's
Yeah,
not
but
a
it's still
liquid.
water.
I need liquid water. Do you want me to spell it out
Why
in
does it
crayons
have
for
to
you?
be liquid? Why can't it be frozen
Because
water?
that is the fucking example that I was asking for. You changed it around to turn it water into
Right.
a solid.
Okay. So
Didn't
what
ask for a
difference does it
solid.
make?
No. Shut the fuck up. I didn't ask for a solid. I asked for liquid. If you're paying attention this time, now go from that example. Show me liquid bodies of water. When at rest, they're flat and level. Go.
So what do you think changes when it
Liquid.
solidifies?
No.
Do you think it becomes?
You're gonna bring this fucking fuckwittery again. You're not gonna be able to speak. I'm telling you, because solids can have differentiating elevation heights. I'm telling you that. When something's a solid, you can have different variations. And you can't get a measurement like you would off of water. Water is fluid, just like air. So now I need you to fucking tell me how water, liquid, when at rest, shows convexity. Go.
So let me just understand this correctly.
No, you're not going to understand this correctly. You're going to either give me the information I need to substantiate the claim that liquid water, when at rest, curves. If you don't have that, you can go on mute.
Well, can I clarify?
No.
Okay.
No. So if you do not have what I'm asking for, then you don't have the example. You changed it around to make some other fucking example that doesn't match what I'm asking for. Point blank. Thank you for not keep on going, because guess what? You don't have the answer to that. That's what we're asking for. Liquid water at rest. Fucking have to spell it out for people now these days, I guess. Show me that curving. Anybody in here? Go ahead. No?
Hey, is Parmesan?
That's
Can
what
you
I
read it
fucking
up?
thought. We're not going back to that fuckwit example. That's all I'm saying. We're not doing that.
Yeah, I didn't want to go back to the example.
Not
I
you,
just want to
Crit.
see.
Fuck.
Okay, sorry.
I'm talking to that guy. No, go ahead, Crit.
I was gonna say, does he understand that there are different states of matter? Maybe he's confused on that. He doesn't really know about liquids, gases, and solids.
There might be some confusion because they seem to conflate the two. Or at least for Parmesan, he was struggling because he was like, wait a minute, water is still ice. Ice is still water. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Huh. I think he's a little confused, but that we sorted it out one way or the other.
Yeah, so if I wonder if you switch it up and say, hey, how about the different states of water instead of telling the different states of matter? Like say, hey, we could go the Dallas Dave route, be like water, gas.
Water gas. Yeah, I don't know. It's fucking. You know what it is though? It's confirmation bias because they see some information that some fuckwit put up there, and they just want to believe. They want to click their heels 3 times and say, "Earth's a globe. Earth's a globe. Earth's a globe," and boom, the fucking Earth's a globe. But you wake up and I'm standing right there. We're like, you can't do that shit. You're gonna have to prove your shit.
Yeah, he shellacked himself.
For sure. All right. So back to anybody else. The room is open, right? The floor is open. Now, what we're asking for, I don't think we had to draw it this way, right? Liquid, it's redundant, huh? Liquid water, when at rest, shows no convexity, right? So if you say yes, go ahead and show large bodies of water displaying convexity. And then once you do that, I need to know the measurement of that curving water. Go ahead. Floor is open.
Imagine if you walked up to a restaurant and used the Parmesan method and be like, I want some water cubes. And you're like, what the fuck, dude?
It's redundant, bro.
Give
I
me
didn't
some
believe
water
we had to be
cube.
redundant.
I
It's
want
fuckwittery redundant.
no
Like,
water cubes in my water.
is there
And like,
actual? Do you guys have water cubes? Like, just wondering. Is it? Fuck, dude.
Maybe he calls it strong water.
Look, man, the floor is open for you guys to bring forth the evidence. You got something to say, Parmesan?
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought you would just dismiss or change the subject, change the parameters of what you were asking for. But if you want liquid water, there is a fountain that was built and had to be built curved with the earth to make sure that the water didn't spill over.
Dude.
You know about that one?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Man, put that dude on some
clearly you do know about that one.
Fuck, dude. A fountain was built because of curving fucking water. What the fuck, dude?
Absolutely, yeah.
No, go ahead. Is that McToon? That's got to be either McToon or one of these fucking idiot anti-flat earthers. This is stupid. I mean, have you no
I want to see the
scruples, man?
citation.
Fucking yeah, post your shit.
That'd be hilarious if fuck it was McToon.
Yeah, we're gonna make fun of your dumbasses. Post it. I need something to. Stupid.
You've obviously heard of it before. I can Google it
put
and try and find it.
I haven't heard of this fucking curving fountain. Go ahead, put it in there.
I find that hard to believe, to be honest.
No, Parmesan, put it in the text
You've
chat.
been around long enough to have seen all of it.
We're gonna make a special clip just dedicated to you about your curving fountain. Put it up, please.
He's stalling.
Yeah, because he knows what's gonna happen.
He's looking for another. He's trying to find a new citation.
I just don't remember what it is.
Oh,
I could look it
post
up.
dude.
Then why bring it up?
Yeah. Post your shit, dude. Come on, let's go. That's your curving fountain because of curving water. You're a fucking clown, dude.
Frantic Googling, trying to find a different citation.
No, yeah, he's like, oh shit, this one says McToon. I better not. I don't want to mislabel my idol.
What was the study called? Curving water fountain.
Yeah, because of curving water. This is dumb as fuck, man. Like we have to be doing this.
give me some water cubes, and it's really humid in here, so some water gas. It's dry. The air in my house is dry, so I want some water gas. And then I want a glass of water, but not cold, so no water cubes in it.
You know, it's still water, right? It's in a gas. It's still water, right? It's in a cube. It's still water, right? Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, this is stupid.
He's on deafen.
Yeah, I don't
Boy
give a fuck
got
about that guy.
shellacked. He like that's like one of the very few moments when they shellacked themselves. You know?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh no, Britt! Don't you dare! No, because you're gonna be in the sights. He's like, "What do you think of the frozen lake example? What the fuck?"
Hey, Miggy, I was just imagining the meeting for the engineers or architects or whatever. Okay, we're going to design a curving water fountain. So let's go. Here we go.
But I mean, technically, you can design the fountain to be curving, just not the water. That's. I mean, come on, bros. Like this. I mean, they're grasping at straws these days. Golly.
It's curving, boy.
Look, it's curving, dude.
Yeah. If I wash my hair, it's curved water all over my head.
This is fucking stupid, man.
Ah, man.
Fuck it. It is what it is. Look at Britnat. Britnat. Don't be on that road, man.
Hey,
I guess you didn't hear how you got shellacked.
I think we need some more globe proofs to come in and wake Britnet up.
You're gonna have to ask Britnat if he believes in water cubes.
Yeah, we need some more globe proof screamers.
What about water gas?
You have any cold water cubes?
I got some yellow warm water cubes.
the guy used the frozen lake example. I don't know what the fuck example that was, but he said the frozen lake. Why can't we measure flat and level on that? I'm like, dude, you do know that ice is a solid, right? And you could have variance in like elevation because of like the way it freezes over. That's just like, and you're saying that it should be measuring flat because it's water. I'm like, bro, it doesn't matter if it's fucking water. It's a solid. It's not a fucking liquid. And my example was fucking measuring liquid water. I had to say it redundantly. Measuring liquid water flat and level, like on its surface. Fucking hell, bro. Written at it. Oh shit.
Britnat, it's gonna be like your third time coming back to like Flat Earth, and then he's gonna go back to Globe the next day.
Yeah, he's doing it off. He tap dances. That's good. That's all right. Okay. Yeah, Parmesan deafened straight away right after that shellacking. And then he was gonna post something else, I think, of a fountain that has curving water. I was like, please post that shit. Put it in the text chat. Fucking hell. He's like, they had to design it that way because of the curving water. Oh, you never heard of the curving fountain?
Don't be a pig, dude.
Yeah, somebody just burped really loudly.
Oh, sorry, that was me. Sorry.
I mean, it might have been a good meal, but god dang, mute your mic, bro.
Yeah, I forgot that my mic was open. Can happen to the best of us. I'm not gonna burp again, man. Trust me. This time
That's what they all say.
proceeds to make the loudest burp ever.
Yeah. And some of them even happen when you don't expect them to. Have you ever had that happen to you?
Oh yeah.
You're all of a sudden just talking and burp. You're like, oh, I
A
didn't mean to do
lot.
that.
The worst ones are the ones that come out downstairs and make no noise.
All right, that's TMI, man. Fuck.
What is TMI?
Too much information.
Ah. Man, I just wanted to share the common problems with my common fellow people. A GTA 6 trailer is going to come out in December, isn't that something? Maybe they have a globe in it.
I doubt it. I doubt it's gonna come out.
What? The trailer, man, the trailer. It's confirmed by Rockstar.
Hasn't that game been on hold for like so long?
Yeah, but the trailer just has been confirmed by Rockstar.
Okay, well, I mean, I hope they don't push it back, but I feel like they will.
Oh, I see we have some people in here. We got Fry. Fry's in here. Who else we got?
You got some upset people in
Oh,
text.
Parmesan's in the house. Dude, show us a curving fountain for the curving water. Can you post it?
I had a phone call. You can Google it.
Nah, but you
Google
it's
it.
your evidence, not ours, dude. I'm not gonna go look for your shit.
I was asking you whether you've heard of it.
No, but if you have evidence of something, then post it.
Well,
Yo,
what do you want? You want just the name of the fountain or what? Picture of
Whatever
it?
you got, man. Give it to us.
I can just Google you a picture of the fountain if you want.
Google me a picture. I mean, isn't this your
Yeah,
evidence
guys,
for the Earth being a globe?
I don't know if you're aware, guys, but there's this really big thing in the forests in America called Bigfoot, and I know it exists because you can Google it.
Oh, if that, yeah, well, of course.
Checkmate, Bigfoot denier.
So just Google it, bro.
I know it exists for a different reason. Because government has passed laws, state governments have passed laws to make it illegal or legal to shoot Bigfoot, depending on what jurisdiction you're in.
Oh, you can't shoot him?
Some states you can't, and some states you
Ooh,
can.
shit.
So why
Oh,
would they
sweet.
lie? There's no way they would lie about that. Like in Texas, you can shoot Bigfoot, but like in Colorado, you can't shoot Bigfoot.
Well, I know in Texas you can shoot the chupacabra, but you can't shoot Bigfoot. That's weird.
I don't know about that, but I know in Mexico you can shoot the Cuba Libre.
The Cuba Libre. Yeah, they've been shooting Cuba Libres.
Mickey, have you ever had a virgin Cuba Libre?
What do you mean without the liquor? just the soda. In other words, soda. Okay.
Yeah.
Dude, has anybody ever ordered that? That would be the weirdest thing.
Yeah, it'd be quite
They're probably Globers, huh, that order that. Can I have a virgin Cuba Libre?
with the nasally accent as well. The nasally.
According to my calculations. Fuck, man. Parmesan, where you at, man? Where's your evidence?
I'm busy with something else right now. But I will come up.
You can't be bothered. Okay, go ahead.
He's busy Googling Bigfoot.
Check it out. Can you really Google Bigfoot in a question mark form to Google? Yes, Bigfoot is located near Montana. Fucking hell.
Is that oh shit? I can Google Bigfoot. Oh man, that's my Google it proof of the globe in the mud.
He's texting his Glober friends. Dude, you can actually Google it. It's serious. Look, I got pictures of him. Fucking excited. Look at Choco coming in.
Turns out men can get pregnant. Google said so.
Oh my god, yeah. We got Choco coming in really hot in the text, dude. You got a fucking open mic, dude. Use your words. Come on, let's go. You got evidence of the Earth being a globe?
Of course he doesn't.
Do you know Choco?
No, but he doesn't have evidence. He has big like.
I'll take some of that action. You reckon he gets a Cuba Libre, virgin?
Probably. Imagine if you're like Virgin Cuba Libre, hold the Coke.
Oh shit. It's just a thought experiment.
Yeah.
Choco, let's go, man. What evidence you got?
I was wondering actually, if you were to say order a Virgin Cuba Libre, then the space where the rum would have been would be filled up with Coke, right?
Mhm.
According to the heliocentric model, you can put the rum in again, but the glass won't overfill. So the volume is increasing, but the area isn't.
Why do lakes have no waves? What the fuck?
They don't have tides. I don't know about waves.
He says, Alpha Veritas, why do lakes have no waves? I've seen some fucking waves on Lake Michigan. What you talking about, Willis?
He's talking about tides. Yeah, he's talking about tides, and the fact that lakes don't have tides is a massive issue for the moon pulls the tides, bro, propaganda.
Is that what he's? Because he put that in a question form to me in the text.
Imagine thinking waves are tides.
Yeah, look, he says it right there. 17 minutes after the hour. You, Alpha Veritas, why do lakes have no waves? What is that?
Well, Alpha Veritas, why don't you tell us?
Fuck, bro. Lake Michigan does have waves. I've seen them.
Is that the theme of the day? Self-shellackings.
Yeah, I guess. Fuck. You could just.
Well, his first question was how far is it to, his first question, he wanted to know how far it was to Japan from the United States. So I Googled how far is Japan from the United States, and he didn't like that.
What answer was he expecting? Let's see here.
Yeah, but how do you know Japan exists, bro?
I don't even know what that means, though, dude.
Nigger.
Yeah, say that a bit louder. Why don't you?
Did he just say the nigger word?
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, I'm very offended. Please don't do it again. I'll cry.
Yo, Alpha, how do you know that distance is true, man?
How do I know that it's true?
Yeah.
What distance?
That distance, like United States to Tokyo, whatever.
I'm pretty sure people have traveled the distance.
Oh, any distance.
You don't think
actually, any distance?
But you don't think people travel distances? Like
yeah,
I can't
yeah,
travel.
of course. That was my
Okay.
first person. Yeah, but I mean, assuming
then
people are too lazy to travel all
Huh?
over the world. I mean, even if you travel, I'm pretty sure you don't know the distance, right?
What do you mean? What the
What do you
fuck
mean,
are
what
you
do you mean?
talking about? Even if you travel, you don't know the distance?
Yeah, so you just go.
I don't know if you're searching for an argument to be had.
First of all,
but what
if you
hold
read
on,
the whole
Choco.
thing, if you read the
What
whole
does
thing, you
this
will
have to
understand.
do? What does this have to do with all the tea in China, bro? Like, what are we talking about here?
About the tea in China?
Miles, yeah. It's like the relevance to what you're saying. What does it have to do with the topic?
First of all, what is the topic?
The
Wait, what is the
distance,
topic?
Waves. What are we talking about here? Why are you talking about these things?
So if you don't know, what's the topic? Why you want to join?
Because why are you bringing it in here? Like, is it something to say? Well, is there waves happening on the lakes? Yeah, they have fucking waves, bro.
Well, have you read the whole thing? Do you know what's the topic?
I don't care. What is
so
the
why
point?
why are you calling that? Why you?
Because I want to know what the point is. Can you tell me the point?
The point is, what's the size of Earth?
Yeah. Do you know?
That's my question.
Well, I'm asking you.
Bro, answer my question.
What do you mean answer my question? You're the one that's like allegedly.
You're the one that
pillar
makes
of
I'm the
knowledge.
one that made the question, so answer it.
You're the one that made the question. How big is the Earth? Nobody fucking knows that information. How big the Earth is. You're acting like the Earth is some type of geometric shape.
I told him how big it was. I told him it was very big. The same answer they give us when we say, why can't we see the curve? Well, it's very big.
Okay, so nobody can give me the size, but they can claim that whatever the size from Google was is the true one.
Here, shut the fuck up. I already told you what the answer is on my side. Now, what do you say?
You didn't tell me.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, you say you
I
don't
said
know?
nobody fucking knows. Yeah. So now what is your answer?
Oh, so nobody traveled?
So now what is your answer?
Nobody traveled?
So what is your answer to the
Did
question?
nobody travel?
Okay. So what is going to Japan saying about the size of the whole fucking Earth, Choco?
No,
what is it
my
saying?
question is, did nobody?
What
like,
is it saying?
Why did people
Answer the
travel
question.
only to a
All right,
certain distance?
you're just a fucking fuckwit. All right. What for me going to Japan is going to tell me the whole entirety of the Earth? Go. Go. The whole
You don't have
entirety
to
of the
travel
Earth.
to
How do
Japan,
we
man.
know
I
that?
don't think you. I don't think you
How
seem
do we
to.
know the? How do we know the whole entirety of the Earth? The size of all of it. Go.
We travel.
So, did we travel to every part of the Earth?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
What do you mean? How do I know that?
Have you been to every part of the Earth?
Okay, let's assume I don't know that.
All right, because you don't fucking know. You see? Case closed. That's it.
Self-shellacked.
Sorry. So how do you know? How do you know the Earth is flat?
Have you traveled everywhere, Choco?
How do you know?
Have
that,
you traveled? Have you traveled everywhere, Choco?
How do you know?
Have you traveled everywhere, Choco? Answer my question. I can be fucking here forever.
So you don't know.
I'm more
Thank you very
stubborn
much.
than you
Thank
are,
you very
probably.
much. You don't know that. Thank you.
No, I'm asking you, dumbass. Have
You
you
don't
traveled
know.
everywhere?
You don't know.
Have you traveled anywhere?
Maybe we can go in a slightly different direction. How do we know that the Earth is flat? Well, in terms of the curvature that would be necessary, that isn't there. So if I was to say it to you, I know that, I don't know, there's an elephant there, but the elephant doesn't have any legs or a trunk. You'd have to say, well, if it doesn't have a trunk or legs, it's probably not an elephant because they're necessary for it being an elephant, right?
So it could be a unicorn as well, or like a human.
There are certain, well, you don't know what it is, but you know what it isn't.
Okay, so I'm asking you what it is. What it is then? What it is?
Yeah, but then so you're not actually understanding the point of what I'm saying. You can exclude things based on the necessary constituent parts of those things if those things aren't present, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you therefore know what it is, right?
Okay, so can we exclude that the Earth is a cube?
Well, if it had a flat surface, then you would
cubes
be
have flat surfaces, so.
Yeah, but you're not going to talk over me because when you do that, I'm just going to start again. So just don't talk over me. So
don't change the topic. Just answer the questions and keep it short.
No. You need to just stop talking over me. So then I won't have to keep doing this. Because unfortunately, you need to be intellectually spanked like a little child because you're not behaving. So, as I was saying, a cube has flat surfaces, which would mean that you are agreeing with us that the surface of the Earth is flat. Did he rage quit?
No, he's just.
I thought you were not done because I can't speak. I don't know, man.
Oh no! You can't speak while I'm speaking.
No. I can't speak. Give me verbal signs like that. I can't.
Oh yeah, the verbal sign is when I stop talking.
How many seconds do I have to wait? Because apparently I'm talking over you.
Just so we're clear, that would be a non-verbal sign when you stop talking, not a verbal sign.
But how long is it? Because for me, when it stops briefly, I can go in.
God damn.
Definitely not when I'm. It's definitely not when I'm mid-sentence. I think you would surely understand that.
So yeah, repeat the question.
Oh my god!
Fuck's sake.
You asked if the Earth could be a cube. I said if the Earth's a cube, then you'd be agreeing with us that the surface of the Earth is flat, and therefore you agree with us that the Earth is flat.
No. That's not what I said at all. I said. So you said that we have to exclude things, right? Since we see that everything is flat, right? Can we exclude that the Earth is a big cube?
Well,
for you, I'm not claiming that the Earth is flat. I'm just saying from your point of perspective, right?
No, we're talking about
exclude things.
We're talking about logic.
Yeah, right? Logically. So since what we see as humans on the Earth, right? As we see,
if it lacks curvature,
you don't see curvature. You say, right?
No, I'm not talking about what I see. Even I'm just talking about.
No. You say you're excluding logically. What could it possibly be? And since you see everything is flat, logically it could not be round. So could it be a cube or like a Could it be a cube? Like let's keep it simple. And yes,
but we're not in the phase where we're conflating what I see with the logic of exclusion, right? So you're conflating these. You need to stop doing that. What I'm saying,
at all.
If something lacks necessary characteristics of thing X, then it can't be thing X. That's very simple. So if the Earth lacks curvature, then it can't be a ball.
Therefore, it can be a cube.
If you want it to be.
Okay, perfect. Yeah,
but I'm not making that claim.
All right, right. But, no, but logically, could it be?
That's illogical.
If you want to make that claim, go ahead.
But no, I'm asking you, that is logically, does it make sense? Yes or no?
No, it's listen, like it could be possible that
could it be? Could it make sense?
Could it make sense? Choco, here, just pipe down, dude. It's logically possible that it could be a cube, but the thing is, you don't have enough information to substantiate the claim. So if you made the claim that it's a cube, then yeah, you would have to substantiate the claim. However, the thing that it's not right out the gate, it's not a globe with a curving surface. So there you could exclude anything with curving surfaces. So if you said that it was a cube, then you making the claim would have to substantiate the claim. So other than that, possibly a cube, but no information to support the case that it is.
Perfect.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, perfect.
So yeah, it still falls in line with, we're not saying what it is. We're only telling you the surface. Got it?
All right. On that surface, right? Do you know if it's like a finite or an infinite surface?
Well, it would, like, if we're in a contained environment, it would have to be finite. So whether or not the extremities of the finite system is 100 miles or 1,000, that's unknown.
Well, if it's 1,000, like, I mean,
nobody fucking, you wouldn't be like, that was a hypothetical scenario to say that no one could possibly know, because you have to have a measured distance, observations, and tests. So we don't have that information to support the claim. But in fact, if it was, it just can't be infinite. That's the only thing I'm saying, because there's no such thing as that. I mean, is there? Do you think there's infinite, Choco, in anything? What's infinite in any capacity?
No, I'm not here claiming that.
Well, I'm just saying though, like, if something is tangible in reality, then it would remain that it is
that's
finite.
That's precisely the point. So I get you. That's precisely the point. Well, that was not my claim at all. I was just like, going with it.
Well, and then here's the thing though: people in here aren't making claims. We're saying that the fact that the system that we live in is a contained system, it's necessarily contingent to follow that it would be finite. Because it's contained. It has volume.
Well, how do you know it's contained?
Because there's gas pressure.
What do you mean there's... Okay. So because there's gas pressure, it means that we are contained.
Yes.
But in what form are we contained? Like, what is containing?
What do you mean, what form? I'll let somebody take care of that. I gotta get going.
Like, I don't know. I could be containing you with a wall, or I could be containing you with pure air pressure, like, like a strong jet of air, or
air pressure
could be anything, like, there is multiple forms of, containing.
You can't have air contain air.
You can't have air contain air.
No.
But that's not the case. Who's saying that air contains air?
Well, I'm just saying you can't have it. Because there are some people that say that the container of our atmosphere is the ozone layer, for instance.
No, that's the outermost layer of the so-called container, let's say, of the Earth.
Right, but it's...
But no, that's an analogy. First of all, that's an analogy. Like, that's not saying that literally the ozone layer is there, on purpose.
No, there are people who actually say that. Trust me, I've heard people make that
argument. That's not what I said. I don't think that's what I said.
Sure. Okay, so they made a bad argument. I'm just telling you that people make that bad argument.
All right, yeah. If they say that, I mean, maybe they misunderstood it, or they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not putting that on you. I'm not saying you make that argument. I'm just saying I've heard it before.
So yeah, going back to my question, what could it be? I mean, the guy left. He surrendered. But, yeah.
He's got to take care of business.
I guess, yeah. Let him be.
We've all got to take care of business at some point.
So who's not taking care of business here? Like, I see a lot of people.
Yeah, what is it? Don't know.
So not about this container. How do you know that there is a
But it
container?
isn't.
Because there is gas pressure, and I'm like, what's containing us? What's containing that gas in the first place? That's my
Yeah, I
question.
don't know. I don't know.
Does anybody here know?
Mm,
Where's that guy that was so vocal in chat? Dave. I
Unless
know
they've
that.
got direct evidence, then what they have to say wouldn't be reliable anyway.
But that was my question then, like asking why, how do you know the distance between America and Japan? I don't know, but I would believe that what people have told me or what I Googled is true.
Yeah, but
Right?
Google actually wouldn't even
Whatever is
claim.
Google or library, any form of any source of information, basically. Or
Yeah, but it doesn't matter anyway. You have to understand that the way information is presented on the internet is presented in a very simplistic format, right? So they're not going to tell you.
Depends on which content.
Sure, but if you Google the distance from Japan to America, you're going to get Google Maps telling you that it's X miles away, right? But they're not going to tell you the methodology to arrive at that number. And
Yes,
if
you can Google that.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Well, maybe I'm not getting what you're saying, but I'm clearly listening.
Oh, okay, maybe you're not getting it then. I don't know.
So yeah, maybe we'll explain it in a different way, because you said that okay, you're gonna Google that, you're gonna see it, but
Google Maps comes and it
Google
goes.
Maps, okay, but let's say you didn't use Google Maps, you just use another site, and it happens.
Cool, but you talked over me again, so it's going to be very difficult to have a conversation if you keep doing this.
You're making it very difficult by having to have a comment about every single interaction we have.
No.
You can be. We can be.
You've
can
done
be a
it
little bit more
again.
tolerant.
I'm
No, you're
getting
doing
frustrated because I'm trying to make a
I
point.
am too,
You're
because you
not
keep doing
listening
this.
to the point.
No, but
and then
raising the
trying to
voice,
stop.
doesn't
Right?
change nothing, man.
Stop talking. You're trying to respond to a point I haven't made yet.
I'm tired of listening to you, complaining about things. We can just
you need to then just stop doing the stupid thing that I'm complaining about.
Stop being a little twat, man.
You're just gonna get muted, bro. Just behave yourself.
Choco, sorry, curvature. You can't have an
yourself.
adult conversation. You can
do.
come here, man. I don't want to stay here and shout, raising the voice over and over.
Yeah, I don't want to be interrupted when I'm making a point. It's very simple. If you can't do that, then just put yourself on mute.
You keep claiming that I'm interrupting you, but you're lying. Stop it.
You just did it again.
No, you had a pause. You had a pause, and then I spoke. So stop lying.
No, you talked through my sentence again.
See, now you stopped, and I'm gonna speak, and I've been doing the same thing over and over again.
That's fine. When I stop, it's not a problem.
But that's what I've been doing.
No.
Yes.
Nope.
Oh, yes.
So no, you objectively weren't. So anyway, I'm going to make my point again. When you Google, say, the distance between Japan and America, it will just tell you this is the distance. Would you like to go by car, or would you like to fly or walk or whatever, right? Obviously, that kind of distance, walking would be silly, but it still gives you all of those options. It doesn't tell you the methodology. You can then go further into that if you want, but it's not going to present it in that fashion immediately. That was my
Can
point.
I ask a question? Well, when I look up hold on, wait. When I look up how far away New York is from me, it'll say 100 miles. So it's saying miles. It probably does the same when I look up how far I am from Japan. It probably says this many miles. Isn't it saying the metric of miles, giving its methodology?
No.
Why not?
Well, because that's a unit of measure, not a methodology. It's a category error.
No, but that's the unit of measure they're getting to show the distance. That's their methodology.
Do you know what methodology is?
A method to come to something.
Right. So how is a unit of measure equivalent to a methodology?
That's the unit of measure they're getting to show the distance. That's their methodology. They're using that unit of measure to measure the distance of one place to another. You could a measurement unit could be the Statue of Liberty. It could be Mount Everest.
Right. That's not the methodology, though, is it?
But wait. Okay, then what would be the methodology? Would you want to see a video of someone taking a yardstick and then walking across the Pacific?
So is that the only possible way to measure distance?
Definitely not.
It's a possible way.
Is it the only possible way to measure distance?
It's a possible way.
Is it the only possible way to measure?
That wasn't my question. I asked what you preferred. What is your methodology? This is my methodology. Yes, this is the methodology that I use.
Is it the only way to measure that distance?
No, I said this is the methodology
Why
I
waste
use.
my time? Why
are you
waste my time?
shouting?
Yeah, hold on. I asked you. No, you're missing the point. I asked you a question. I'm not stating anything. I'm asking you what methodology would you? No, and I answered. I said, yeah, that's the methodology I use, but I want to know what methodology you used.
I don't know what methodology I would use. What matters is the methodology that was used to come to that distance.
So what methodology do you think was used to come to that distance?
That's the thing you need to know in order to come to the conclusion that those distances are accurate.
So what would be an example of like a methodology to show how they came to that conclusion?
There's hundreds.
Yeah, I just want to know one. That should be easy then. All right, sweet. Just name me one.
This is sea lioning. This is a waste of time. The point is that you don't know the actual methodology, and so you can't tell me if those distances are accurate. Very simple.
I do know the methodology. I'm asking you to give me what methodology you would use.
No, stop wasting everyone's time. Give us the methodology.
Measurements.
Wasting time. Wow.
Measuring.
How is it measured?
Using miles. Using a metric.
That's a unit of measure. It's not.
I know that's how we measure things. When I want to see how tall you are, I take a fucking foot stick, I take a yardstick, and I measure how tall you are, how many inches you are. At least that's what we do in America. That's how you measure shit. What else do you do?
Is this armor?
What? The old Mire Dominion?
No, you're not. Oh my god, you sound just like another guy. Yeah, no, that's not a methodology. So methodology, it's not. Saying miles.
I'm being like, oh, dude.
Is it air? Before taking over the conversation,
is it over the ocean? Is it measured by a boat? Were they walking?
Yes, that's what I was trying to get at earlier when I said the methodology could be a dude walking across the Pacific with a yardstick or using a boat. Yeah, that's a legitimate question.
So that's not miles, is it? They're different.
No. They would measure using miles. They're just you're retarded, dude. You didn't even hear what the other guy said, who's on your side. The methodology would be how they're measuring it. Okay, so like they could take a yardstick and walk across the. Yeah, they could take a yardstick and walk across the Pacific, and that would be the methodology of how they're measuring it, using these things, and then they're using fucking miles.
Awesome. So they would get a unit of measure from the methodology. They're not the same, correct?
What? No, they would get a unit of measure, and then that's what they would implement in their methodology. What? Are you retarded? Well, hold on. What am I saying? Yes, you are. You're a flat earther. I'm sorry. I don't know why I asked. I apologize. Forgot where I was.
Kovacic, can you go back on me, man? Like, why are you switching to this guy?
I'm getting out.
Give
I'm sorry. I'll go back on mute.
Give us your method. What is a good method that you would believe?
Because you're completely wild.
You're lagging, man. You need to buy a new connection.
Yeah, I mean, look. Do you agree with him that miles is a methodology?
Answer my question, man.
Does anyone agree with that guy?
It is a methodology, but then there is a methodology also to get that unit of measure, but that's besides the point.
Right, but that's a different concept, right?
Right. So
maybe it was measured in kilometers and converted to miles for you.
Right. Don't cut me off. Curvature, what is a methodology that you would accept to believe that number that Google Maps give you is true? Hello?
I don't think he's disputing that Google Maps has accurate distances.
I don't know. He never said that. I want to hear it.
I don't think he is. I think he's cutting out a lot. So
wait, is that Parmesan? Real quick, was Parmesan able to say where the horizon is in the Black Swan yet?
No, Parmesan? Parmesan is not there.
Depends on what they did, doesn't it?
Coach, you have to repeat the whole thing because you've been cutting for the past 10 seconds or more.
Okay, I'm just going to mute Parmesan until I hear that from him. Go ahead.
No, he's still lagging. Bruh. Are you traveling on a car or something? No, it's still very bad. Nobody can. I mean, maybe it's just me, but I can't hear it.
No, I can.
Yo, am I back?
Try now. Speak for a little bit.
Am I back?
Yes.
Maybe.
Sweet. So So is it Parmesan that was calling me retarded?
Nah, nobody was calling you retarded. Just answer.
It was the T2
No, it
retard that was doing that.
No, yeah, I
He said
think
that
you're
miles
retarded.
is a
That's the
methodology
fine.
for measuring distance.
True, yeah. Imagine saying that. Imagine saying that miles is a methodology for measuring distance. That's a retarded
Yeah, it's fucking
statement.
stupid. Yeah.
It's so stupid. So what would be an example of a methodology to measure distance?
So
whatever.
You admit that that's a stupid thing to say then. Cool.
No,
Well, I'm glad that you admit that it was.
Forgot what room I'm in.
But regardless, we need to know what right. What I've said.
Can you just cut to the chase, bro? Like you're lagging and you're trying to take.
Trying to, but you're talking over me again. Right.
Because you're lagging, man. I don't know.
Cool. Am I back?
No, we can't hear you.
Sweet. So, what the issue here is that they're making a claim of distance, and then saying that if I can't come up with some kind of methodology that I would accept, that we don't have to look at the actual methodology that was used to come up with those distances. This is a total deflection from the point at hand, which is how do we know that that methodology is reliable for those distances? Because that's actually what matters.
You still haven't gave one methodology, bro.
What doesn't matter?
What do you mean it doesn't matter? So how you? I don't know, man. I don't know. So okay, let's go to another question. Do you believe that number is true? Yes or no?
I don't know because I don't know what the methodology was.
Okay, should we Google that?
Like, why is this hard to understand?
Okay, you could have just said. You could have just said, I don't know the methodology that they use, or I don't know any methodology actually. Matter of fact, to calculate distances.
None.
Well, I mean, first of all, you're conflating measurement with calculation now, which is dangerous.
But
second of all,
and how come you're asking him all the same things you asked me in text chat? You asked me everything, and I answered it all exactly the same way.
You haven't answered nothing, man. Like, stop it. That's why I'm
said,
talking to another person.
How would I know if I believe in those numbers? First off, it's not a religion. How do I know if they're accurate? I wouldn't know. I can't measure it.
Right. Yeah. But in the other side, you believe everything else, even though you never measured it yourself. You just say, "Oh, I've been to lakes and."
Well, here's another thing. I don't care how far it is. It doesn't affect me at all. Even if I fly there, I wouldn't have to know how far it is. Even if I fly there, I wouldn't have to know how far it is.
Choco guys,
good.
Self-control
Nobody asked you that anyway.
And if you can't shut the fuck up while someone else is talking, I'll shut you up.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just going to make this statement, like, without understanding what the methodology is, you don't even know if there's a margin for error or what that margin for error is. Let's just say that Google Maps says there's 1,000 miles between 2 points, and the methodology used has a 20% margin for error, and then you're using that distance, 1,000 miles, in other calculations for whatever reason. Well, it could be 1,200 or 800 miles, right? And that's important to understand. And if you're just saying, well, Google Maps says it, therefore it's true, you're going to be missing out on what's actually true. And you're going to get a lot of things wrong based on those assumptions. It's very simple. I don't know why this is complicated.
The whole point is like, okay, speaking about methodologies, what methodologies do you guys use in order to come here and say that things are not the way they, like, the status quo claims it to be, basically, as simple as that. What are your methodologies, guys?
I know the methodology is called conjecture. It's flat earthers are a big fan of that one.
Let's come at this a different way. Do you think I made Google Maps?
I'm sorry?
What?
Do you think I made Google Maps?
That's not my question.
Oh, no, but it's my question. Do you think I made Google Maps?
Not my question, though.
Well, I don't know. Did you make Google Maps?
I did not make Google Maps. So therefore, why do you think me coming up with any methodology matters at all?
Well, for you to
if you would give one, I would use my logical brain to assess if it's like, acceptable. Maybe then I would ask you to, reproduce the experiment with the methodology that you suggested. It's like regular.
But you're not doing that for them. What you're saying is that
who said that? Who said that I didn't? Who said that I didn't?
Well, you're very resistant to me positing the idea to you.
Which idea?
Clearly.
Which idea? I don't know what you're talking about. It's very simple. You don't believe the so-called status quo. You don't believe the establishment. So what is your methodology? Okay, no, I don't know you specifically, but this group in general, right?
Well, we're talking about a very narrow thing. We're talking about the distances on Google Maps, right? And the reason that this came up is because you asked what the distance was between Japan and the USA or whatever.
Yeah, and that question came in because nobody could give me the answer of what is the size of Earth.
Well, I'm trying to give you some context as to why this question is meaningless and based on methodology that you don't know, because you can't tell me the methodology Google Maps used. Can you?
GPS?
No.
You fucked up.
There is also like it depends on the grand scale. GPS satellites most likely.
Oh,
then
you idiot.
Street View, and other things they had to deploy a lot of different,
Imagine
systems.
it's
It's not one thing. It's not one thing. Google Maps doesn't work with one methodology. It's like different things.
Yeah, but in order to get the distance, it would have used a single methodology.
Yeah, it's gonna get it with multiple, like satellite is mainly what's gonna give you the whole distances, like the gross distances. But Google Maps has a lot of features. But yeah,
I know, but it's you don't understand
North America.
I think the satellite one would be the most reliable in the grand scheme.
Based on what? Just pure assertion.
Based on how satellite works.
Right. So this is circular logic, right?
No, okay. Stop, man. Don't say that. It's not circular logic at all.
Don't
Literally,
say it.
we use satellites because we experimented with the satellites, and we did it for small distances that we could prove, like I don't know, by walk. It worked. So, and then we proved it. We did it like slightly bigger scale until if it keeps working, it means that it's gonna always work until I don't know, maybe there is a malfunction. So we're gonna use different satellites.
So according to you, I don't have to measure all the 71% Earth flat water. I only need a little bit of it.
No, according to me, you don't need to go and do all the experiments from scratch to believe things. Right? That's my position.
That's fine.
So for you to come and tell me, oh, Google said it, so therefore it must be true in a joking voice, I'm like, okay. You don't believe what Google says about the distance between America and Japan. How do you believe some flat earther YouTuber online telling you that the Earth is not round?
Yeah, again, that's a straw man of the position. We need to know the
straw man of the position. That's what he's doing.
No, you're straw manning. You just straw man.
He's not a straw man. Like literally, that's logic. That's how
it is.
You don't believe what Google says, but you believe because you didn't do the experiment yourself. That's the presupposition. If you tell me that you did the experiments, you're just a big liar. You didn't.
You're just repeating the straw man and pretending like it isn't one. It's absolutely what?
This is a great debate tactic. Never.
Everything is a straw man when it comes to you guys, but you can do all the straw mans that you want all day. No problem at all.
It's a straw man when you misrepresent someone's position to make it weaker, so it's easier to attack, which is what you did.
But it is weak from the get-go. That's the problem. How do you come up with conclusions? He's been saying he's kept saying things are facts, and I'm like, how do you deduce that things are facts?
Bro,
he said, and then he said.
Your rhetoric is amazing. You've thrown in atoms, you've thrown in straw men.
Bro, you be throwing atoms at me, insulting me, making jokes. I don't even respond to them. But anyway, he was like, no, those are facts because I made experiments and I went to lakes. And I'm like, what?
You've thrown in atoms.
Stop cutting me, man. Stop cutting me, please. Let me.
I hadn't finished.
So I haven't finished. Stop cutting me, bro.
No, I started and then you talked over me.
No, you're lagging, man. Like, first of all, get a decent connection, and then you can tell me who's. Anyway, you're talking over me because you're lagging. That's what you don't understand.
Come on, mute this guy. Tell him to fuck off. This guy's a dick. You're not here for a proper conversation, my dude. So, you've thrown in gaslighting, you've thrown in atoms, you've thrown in straw men, and then you deny them, and then that's what makes it so difficult to talk to you.
Wait, you believe that the Earth is flat?
It's not a belief.
I wanna ask some questions.
Anyway, all you have to do is show how big you are in the channel and muting people left and right when you talk over them. I mean, it's very bad on you. It's a very bad look, to be honest. Very disrespectful.
Bro, you talked over me. So you're going to get muted every time you do that now.
Is anybody going to talk here or just everybody's muted?
Well, yeah, but the thing is, bro, is if people can't control themselves, and they're just desperate to talk over the other person, then they're going to get muted. So, I mean, the muting is actually an indication of bad behavior on the part of that person. So, do you want to ask your question?
Yeah. So, what do you think is at the edge, for example? Like, is it Antarctica?
So, if you
'Cause
go
it's not
south,
nothing.
so if you go south on a globe or a flat Earth, you hit Antarctica, right?
What about east and west?
Well, if you go east or west on a globe or on a flat Earth, you don't hit Antarctica.
Yeah, but what do you hit? You just fly out of the map?
No, you just go in a circle on both models.
Well, if you go in a circle, then it's round.
No.
Huh? How does that work?
What do you mean, how does it work? You've got a flat map.
If it's a flat, yeah, like a table, you fall on the edges.
Well, let's just say you've got a flat map, and then you've got north in the centre, and this will be true either on a globe or a flat Earth again. So this isn't a flat Earth thing. This is true on both. If you go east or west on a globe, you'll be going in a circle around the ball. And if you go east or west on a flat Earth, you'll be going in a circle around the North Pole. Both of them are a circle around the North Pole.
Oh, the North Pole. Okay, I get it.
Right. So if you go south, you'll hit Antarctica on both again. So it's the same.
To be honest, I can't imagine that. You revolve around the North Pole. Like I can't see that on a flat Earth. Like on a map, if you put a map on a table, like you go so far south, you find Antarctica, sure. You go so far north, you found North Pole. But east and west, on a flat Earth, if it's not Antarctica, because a lot of people say Antarctica is surrounding all of us, like all of the sides. But if you don't believe that, then you're gonna fall out of the edge of the planet.
No. Why would you fall off the edge of anything?
Because there's nothing there. It's like an open sea. Like
But
a
you're
map.
going west. You're not going
West
south.
or
So
east.
you're not. Do you think west becomes south at some point?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the people who believe the Earth is flat, they say that a lot of them, they say that Antarctica is all over us. Like it's pretty much has this like a small, like a small puppy. It just like Antarctica does not only exist south or north; it exists everywhere. That's what they say. They call it the ice wall.
No. Well, I mean, according to that model. Okay, so do you know what a ring magnet looks like?
Do I know what?
Do you know what a ring magnet looks like?
No. Tell me about it.
So you got north in the middle, you got south on every point around the perimeter on the outside, right? You get ring magnets and speakers and other electronic devices, whatever. The point is that Antarctica, quote unquote, in that conception, would be the outer south perimeter. But you have to understand that on a globe, that's also true. On a globe, if you go south, you also hit this ice perimeter.
Yeah, I know about south. I'm talking about east and west.
Well, I've already explained these things. If you don't think,
No, but
west becomes south, then I don't know what your issue.
No, personally, I believe it's round. I think you're pretty much orbiting around the Earth, and gravity is just pulling you in. But if it's flat, the way I see it is that there's edges. Otherwise, it wouldn't be flat. And those edges, it's either Antarctica, a wall, or nothing. But you're saying that you magically go back to the other side. I don't see how can that happen on a flat Earth.
I'm not saying that. I don't know how you heard that, but I'm not saying that.
Okay. Do you have like a table in front of you, for example, right? Take a look at a table, right? And if you go so far south, if you go so far east or west, you're gonna fall off.
No, because then you're going south.
You're not going south. You're going east or west.
Yes, you are. Let's just say
How
that
are you going south?
You start at a point on the map, right? You point your compass to north. You look at east. You're traveling in a straight line. Guess what happens? East becomes south, and then you hit an ice wall. So you need to understand that that's what's happening in that concept.
Okay, yeah, I see how that would work.
Right. So east is a circle, both on a flat map and on a globe, and so it's not really any different.
Yeah, I saw a GIF in this chat by Doctor. I think that's what I'm assuming. That's how you're trying to explain it. Because then yeah, you're gonna be revolving.
Any other questions?
What about like when you keep digging deep? Do you like get out of the earth? So there's no like I'm assuming you don't believe in the earth's core.
Again, it's not really down to what I believe, it's down to what can be verified.
Yeah, how was the deepest hole that was ever dug, man?
Huh?
I have no idea what that guy just
What's
said.
the deepest hole that we have ever made as human beings?
I think it's like it's really not that deep. I think it's like 12 miles, 13 miles.
So why would you already ask yourself the question what we think what will happen if you go deep into the ground?
I think they're gonna be in Earth's core. And if you somehow manage to survive that, you're gonna end up on the other side of the planet.
I
If it's
didn't
round.
ask it.
You asked me what do I think if it's gonna happen if we keep
No,
digging.
I said, why do you think that we have any assumptions of what happens further than the deepest point ever dug? And I'm gonna tell you, I think I'm talking for everyone else who's a truther, that there is no assumption. But your model assumes that there is some kind of magnetic molten core, which is absolutely absurd.
Here's a good example, right? Say if I dig 6 feet down, do I know what's at 6 feet 1 inches?
I mean, you haven't reached it. You're pretty
Yeah.
agnostic
So
about it.
would you know?
No.
I mean, you would know that it's solid because otherwise you would, you would not actually know.
No, you had no clue, right? You have absolutely no clue
But
what is the next inch.
You could make a lot of deductions though to assume what would be that 1 inch under that, and then you could be right or wrong. And if you're wrong, then your
No,
deductions
you
are probably
could.
pretty
Here, I'll
good.
give you an example of how this is important. Like in World War II, some of the bombs they had used weren't exactly very effective. Okay, the fusing systems were kind of bad, and they were pretty temperamental. But sometimes the bomb would just go into the ground, bury itself deep into the ground, and then explode, and it would create a pocket of gas that's trapped under the earth. So when they would try to go through and say, hey, we have to like clear these bombs for the main effort to move through, sometimes they would try to dig down because you don't want the bomb to blow up, because the bomb could be like 5 meters down, or not 5 meters, like 5 feet down. But it might not go off if someone walks over it. But if a tank drives over the top, that could be enough to piss it off and it would explode. So what would happen is what they would do is they would create this tripod apparatus to hang the digger off. So if he busted through into the I think it's called a camouflage, he wouldn't fall to the bottom of that and basically suffocate because of the toxic gas that's released from when the bomb goes off. So they were constantly being very painstakingly, digging slowly, very, very slowly, with an apparatus that would hold them up.
That kind of proves my
Meanwhile,
point.
you've dug 8 miles down, and you're going to say what is actually 3,000 miles down. You know, just by digging 8 miles, you're going to completely conflate that to expert level knowledge that now you know what is another 3,600 miles away.
Well, I think you proved that point though, because before they started digging, they started hypothesizing on what was under there. They knew that there was like the trapped gas or whatever, and what they needed to do.
No, they didn't know that for sure.
Well, yeah, but they had a pretty good hunch, right? They did deduction, and that's when they came to their mechanism of how to actually dig carefully with the tripod or whatever. I mean, that kind of proves my point that like you can make deductions to know what's under you without directly seeing it, and they were right. I mean, you can be right, you can be wrong, but it depends on what method you're using to make those deductions. But yeah, I mean,
or
they
they're
came to all
completely
those
digging the wrong spot. The bomb could have hit the ground and skipped
sure,
away.
You're right. Yeah, they
could have skipped away into the bushes.
Yeah, it could have, but it didn't, right? They were right.
No, it did. It did. Sometimes it skipped away into the bushes. Sometimes it hit the ground and it exploded. Sometimes
sure, it's not gonna be 100%. You're right. Sometimes it did.
So
sometimes
you're
it didn't.
coming into this that you know 100% for sure what is at a certain depth based on only digging 8 miles down. You can tell me without any doubt that you think at 3,600 miles there is a giant ball of iron.
Well, I think they measure that. Well, I think they measured it through other ways, like that giant, the molten core, or whatever. But I mean, I don't think anyone here would say that they know 1,000% what'll be like if you dig 6 feet, you don't know 100% what's going to be at 6 feet 1 inches. But you can make really strong deductions where you're probably like 80% right, and you're going to put a lot of stock in that 8%. In the same way in your example with the World War II bombs and whatever. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong, but you know what I mean? I mean, it was a pretty good way to deduce what was under that the ground with the bombs and shit. Yeah. Like, you don't have to see something for it to exist necessarily. Like you can make deductions and come to reasonable conclusions. But with like the core, I'm pretty sure they actually measure it with like radio waves and shit. Or I don't know. I don't know the process, but
yeah, you don't know.
Like I could look
so
it up.
It's interesting. You're asking somebody else something you don't know.
I
you
don't
know that.
Sure.
And you
I don't
ask
know
somebody else how they know that you don't know that they know.
Oh no, I'd never asked if you knew or didn't know. That was the other guy.
Oh, I thought okay, some other guy then. Some other guy said, "How do you explain the iron core?" Like, well, what iron core? How do you know there's an iron core? Oh, I don't know there's one. So why would you want me to explain something that you don't even know?
Well, but
I'd
I
be like, explain why I found Bigfoot tracks in the the Everglades. Bigfoot's never been.
I could put my stock in like
Florida.
scientists, but I could say like I would just appeal to like the consensus of science, and that would be like my no.
Also, a popularity contest.
Well, depending on what methodology they're using, yeah, kind of, yeah.
What methodology? Why wouldn't you just talk about that instead of the consensus? What do you need that for if there's actual methodology to prove something?
Because if to know if the method, to know if the conclusion of the methodology is like good and true and strong, I'd trust what the majority of scientists.
Oh, so you're just going to go with opinion, so not methodology then?
Well, no. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, all methodologies can get you to an opinion.
Yeah. So
believing if something is or isn't true is an opinion technically, right?
Yeah. So why are you basing yours on a bunch of other people's opinions instead of the methodology that you flip-flop to talking about?
Because I'm not a scientist. I work in real estate. I don't have time to slave away at this.
Call themselves scientists and just trust that whatever they say is true. That's really scientific.
Well, as long as they're using the scientific method,
you got that part right.
Well, yeah, I'm definitely not. But as long as you're using the scientific method, then yes. As long as I know the method that they're using, then I can defer to them.
Oh, okay. You know the method that they use for what exactly?
For science.
For what in particular?
Well, that depends, but I only care about the scientific method. Like we're talking about ironing.
The core, they use the
we're talking about measuring the yeah.
Okay, give me the hypothesis for the core.
That's I just have to know the method. I don't have to know that. I just have to know the method that they're using.
Method. That would be a hypothesis test. So go ahead and give me the hypothesis for the core.
I don't have to know that. I just have to know that they're using that hypothesis.
As long as said a minute ago that you do know it.
Hold on. I said a minute ago that as long as they're using the method, then that's all I need to know because I trust that.
How do you know that they used it?
Because they're scientists. Scientists use a scientific method.
You can't tell us how they used it. What? Oh, because they call themselves scientists, or because they actually use the method?
I mean, you can like look into it if we really wanted to, but I mean, I trust scientists because
I actually already did, and that's why I'm grilling you with these questions because it's a completely retarded stance you've taken. Science would be a category error when it comes to something like the core. Science is a method for testing cause and effect relationships in the natural world. You're just totally out of your depth and sounding like an idiot, and I'm just exposing
Wait,
that.
they can't. Wait, what? They can't use the scientific method to measure if the core is or is not there, or if there is a core to measure what is in the center of the Earth.
Yeah. Why don't you try to put that into a hypothesis test for me? Go ahead.
Wait, why couldn't you put that in a hypothesis?
Because I just told you why. It's a method for elucidating cause and effect. So you tell me how you're going to do that with core.
I mean,
and
you
a
could
hypothesis.
do the cause of why there's like volcanoes or why energy emits from the center of the Earth. That could be your
go ahead
that could be
and
your
put it
why.
into a hypothesis. You keep saying I can use the scientific method for this, so show us how. What's the hypothesis?
Let's formulate a proper hypothesis. Hold on.
Dependent, independent variable.
Let's go.
Let's actually look. Let's get the hypothesis that scientists use.
Oh,
frantic Googling.
Yes. Well, like I said before, I trust with I don't have to know everything about science as long as I know the method they're using.
Yeah, we know that you just outsource your thinking to other people.
Yeah. Well,
we know that you don't do it yourself.
That's what people that don't have like as much free time on Discord as you guys have to do. Okay, I don't work in. I'm not a fucking doctor. I'm not a scientist. I don't have time to.
No, you're just an
slave away on
idiot. Is what you
hypotheses.
are.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I know you're on Discord for 9 hours a day in this call, fucking talking about flat Earth. How sad and retarded do you have to be to live in 2023 to say the Earth is flat? Just do some self-reflection. I know it makes you feel good that you're in the social community with losers.
Take your feelings somewhere else.
It's quite cute that he's like qualifying himself to us, don't you think? It's like he's like taken such a hit to his ego that he has to qualify himself that, oh, I promise my life is so full with other things that I can't possibly engage in this intellectual discussion that I'm willingly taking part in. Yeah, no one believes you, bro.
It's a self-shellacking.
Yeah, I know. I get it. I know you guys couldn't imagine someone else having an actual life where they're not sitting on Discord all day talking about flat Earth. I get that. That's
Bro, you've been sitting here for like 40 minutes just to say that.
Again, you're just qualifying yourself, bro. Like, I run 3 businesses. I got plenty of shit in my life, but I also like this topic, so I make time for it. That's how real life works. Is that you make time for things that are important to you, right? So it is interesting that you feel like you need to qualify yourselves to us, though, on that basis. I also find it interesting that we have to actually browbeat these globers into understanding the methodology that they claim is infallible. That's very interesting.
Who said it's infallible? Well, anyone made
trust
that
it,
claim?
so
I trust the legal system, but the legal system is, or I guess fallible. Yeah, the legal system is fallible. Or fallible means that it can make errors, right? Yeah. So yeah, the legal system is fallible. I mean, nothing can be like 100%, right? But you're trying to get to, the closest to that 100%. I mean,
my phone battery was 100% earlier.
True. Okay. Does your charging cable sometimes not work? Do you 100% trust your charging cable? My charging cable just went out.
No, mine's worked forever.
Nice. Hey, what's one of the what field do you work in with those 3 businesses? What's like your industry?
So did you get that hypothesis yet, or what, bud?
Sure. Yeah. Let's go.
What fields do I work in?
Hold on. If you can hold on. Wait. To the guy that just asked me the question, if you can spell hypothesis, I will get you the hypothesis.
HYPOTHESIS.
I didn't ask you.
All right. Well, now he knows because I said it.
I know.
Right. Can you spell anti-disestablishmentarianism?
Yeah. Let's write it out. ANTI. You say disestablishment?
Yeah, anti-disestablishmentarianism.
Can you spell a hypothesis?
Of course. Is there 2 T's? Tarianism. Is it ANTI? Wait,
He's actually doing he's literally trying to have a spelling contest.
ANTIDISTABLISHMENT.
So you got all day to spend on Discord doing spelling contests, eh?
Yeah, close enough.
I don't know if there's 2 T's or 1 T.
No, there's 1 T. Well, there's 2 T's, but not together.
It's pretty cool. I looked it up. It's
He's too busy to educate himself on science or any of his claims, but not too busy to sit here on Discord having spelling
Do you think educating yourself on science means learning like every conclusion, every hypothesis, and every method.
You don't even know what a hypothesis is.
True. Wait, who's that? Who is that? Who's the redneck guy just talking? Speak, please.
Think you're hearing shit, dude.
No, it was the mod guy. Oh, Heretic. Heretic, who are you voting for this next election?
What?
It's not a topic for this server.
Yeah, that's not a topic for discussion here. I'm just going to mute you since you can't seem to figure out what's going on.
I guess you're a redneck now?
I guess so. First I heard of it.
It's funny how they go right to the vote, right? They got this stereotype that they figure everybody fits in.
What's that got to do with anything? Oh, yeah, stereotyping. What a retard.
I'm a redneck from Kentucky, and I say Heretic is not a redneck. But that's just my opinion.
Thanks, Dave.
If you're against their view, you got to be a Trump supporting white nationalist, right?
Amen, brother. Like Trump said, you should grab him by the pussy, bro.
If you don't vote for Trump, you are boosie. You guys see that? It was like a little GIF going around for a while. A little meme thing on like.
Well, you'd think he'd be spending his time off figuring out what the topic actually is, but he just continues the one that it isn't in the chat.
So who's next? Just provide some globe evidence for Whiting. Go ahead, Eric.
I'm afraid that won't be possible.
I hate to brag it to that last guy, but all these scientists that he trusts are not following the scientific method for the most part. But we know this. Go ahead.
There's psyops from the government.
You see how it's not us that bring that shit up, it's them, alright? It's almost like in their minds, like it's the logical conclusion for them. But we rarely talk about that shit. Focused on the geometry, you know, and the positive claims.
Wait, does anyone here make positive claims towards a flat Earth?
Yeah, we do make positive claims.
Can you give me one?
Yeah, the Earth isn't a globe. No, if I'm being serious, we see too far.
What?
Water at rest finds its level.
Is that a positive claim towards flat Earth?
Yeah, we see too far.
Isn't that just conjecture? Like we see too far. But that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be a flat Earth.
No, the globe has it. Well, it's interesting. The people on the globe side, once they realized you see too far, they found a way to explain it, and it's just fucking hilarious.
Wait.
They call it super looming, where the curve of the Earth can loom up, over, and around the curve of the Earth. So, like, the guy who came up with this was called the Rumpus, and he was asked, I go, well, what is the limit on the globe? if you can see over the curvature. And he said with a completely straight face, not even joking, he said, with a powerful enough telescope and enough superlumion, you could see the back of your head.
What's that out there? Hang on, let me zoom in. Oh, it's me.
Yeah. Like on the Globetard, you would not be able to tell if you're holding a mirror up to a mirror or if you're just looking forward. It would be indistinguishable.
I have trouble seeing far, so I need correctional lenses. But never does the air act as correctional lenses for me. It's funny that.
Yeah, there is effect with the atmospheric lensing, and people have shown that, with different mediums and different, mirrors and whatnot.
So basically, no, it's a ball. Just nature is tricking us into thinking it's flat and stationary. So that's bad of nature, isn't it?
It's conspiring against us. Damn it.
Quiet in the house. God dang.
Yeah, it just ended. There's an epic derp, and then everything stood still.
I thought I didn't connect for a while. I was like, no way.
Apparently, this guy says that he follows a scientific method. It's been really the theme of the day has been self-shellacking. A guy asked if he could have a bottle of water with some water cubes in it, or a glass of water and water cube. He wanted to water cube it up.
So is this an experiment some guy was talking about, yeah, or something? Or?
No, it was talking about like he had measured like curvature over distance on a frozen lake, and then he also had a fountain.
Jeez.
Isn't it weird how so many people know it's a globe and nobody can come in here and give us empirical evidence? It's kind of weird.
Wait, what if someone came in here and did give you empirical evidence that it's a globe?
Great. They can start with providing drop over distance, repeatable, testable, measurable, over a body of water at least 10 miles. Go. If you got it.
Is that the only form of empirical evidence? Isn't empirical evidence just observation?
Did I say that's the only form? I gave you one example of it. Why would it be so hard to do my one example?
Well, that's why you said empirical evidence. I was asking, like, if someone did come in and give you empirical evidence, would you be a globetard?
Empiricism speaks to experience, not necessarily specifically to observation.
I've been to the moon.
You've been on the moon?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well done, you, I guess. You managed to get there before SpaceX. You going to tell them how you did it?
No.
That's not very nice.
They can't find out.
Right, friend.
I went to the moon and I saw it. I saw the flat plane.
Did you? I've noticed that you started to climb down from your ego from earlier, though. So I'm
Ego.
Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
No, I can easily come in hot when people just start asking like toddler questions. It's like the whole like deductive question is like when a toddler is asking like, "Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?" Or it's like, have you ever talked to like a toddler and they just ask why with everything, and if you can't answer why at one thing, it's like, oh, you're wrong.
Right.
But that's like not how it works.
So you think that's what globers do to flat earthers?
Globers do maybe, yeah, maybe some, yeah, probably, and vice versa, yeah. I think the globers have more to stand on, like I said, with science, but
Don't know what you're talking about.
That's just an assertion based on nothing.
It's based off of something. You just might not agree with that something.
You too. When are you going to admit you don't know what you're talking about? I've been listening to this conversation.
It's like the craziest thing is, I like you guys. I don't know what you guys think I'm claiming. That's like that you guys can't fucking follow a conversation.
Now the Earth is a globe. That's what we're all here for.
Yeah, but like you would think based off of that comment that I'm talking about like the curvature, the radius, the perpendicular biometric fucking atmospheric pressures or some shit. I'm
Yes.
appealing to one thing. And then you have to tear down what I'm appealing to. I'm not stating necessarily any facts. So
Yeah,
like people's comments don't track on to what I'm saying.
You stated there was a scientific hypothesis for the Earth's core. What are you talking about?
I could just, but like that doesn't make sense. You couldn't imagine a scientific hypothesis for the Earth's core. That's why that's like a retarded thing to say.
Well,
I could just,
if it's so retarded, if it is so stupid, then it should be so simple to give
okay,
one.
here's a hypothesis. If I dig down deep enough, then there'll be molten lava. That would be a hypothesis.
Oh my God. Scientific one.
Was it that hard? That's scientific.
Do you know how far we've dug down on the Earth, dude?
I'm not saying we did that, but you said come up with a hypothesis. That would be a hypothesis. That's not hard to come up with. It's not hard to like. It's not unfathomable to think of what would even be a hypothesis you could ask to question what the Earth core is made of. I mean, that's an easy one.
Do you know how far we've dug down, dude?
I don't think we dug down to measure the Earth's core. I think it was onto like fucking radio waves and shit, or some sort of like waves. I'd have to look into.
You know how far we dug
Why
down?
the fuck would you add it to the hypothesis, right? So why don't you provide the actual hypothesis in which we do measure and figure out there is an Earth's core?
Oh my God! All right, let's look. How do we verify? Or yes, say measure the Earth's core. We're going to the hypothesis. So if you guys want to dig deep into this, I expect you guys have done it already, or that's something you're doing on your time. So most core research has been then conducted by measuring seismic waves, shock waves released by earthquakes and or near the surface.
Seismic.
Oh, sorry, you're right. Seismic. Thank you, Grizzly. The velocity and frequency of seismic body waves changes with pressure, temperature, and rock composition. Well, that's actually not a hypothesis. That's how the research is done. Well, hold on. See, what would the hypothesis be then? Oh no, it would be a hypothesis. I wouldn't even know how to formulate it. It would be like if seismic waves do this, or if we can observe this, then there is a core. That would like be how that hypothesis.
What cause and effect relationship are you trying to validate?
Well, that would be. I just said it. If the seismic waves do X, I don't even know what it would be. Then
What
there
have you
would be a
observed
core.
in nature? What
I don't know.
phenomenon have you observed?
Oh God, it's like you guys. This is what I'm saying. You can't track conversation. I don't know.
Yeah, because you're saying hypothesis, so you must have observed a natural phenomenon, and now you want to speculate on the cause.
Oh yeah,
and
yes.
maybe do
Yep.
some research and
So,
then
so the side,
formulate
yeah.
a hypothesis.
Yeah.
Right. So what was the dependent variable? What did you observe happening in nature?
That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, are earthquakes seismic activities? Grizzly said something. I don't know if he knows. That could be something you observe. I mean, I don't.
I try and figure out the
It
cause
could, I
of
mean,
earthquakes.
it could just be like if we can observe that. Well, if we can observe that other planets are round, then our planet is round. So what's the center of the planet? I mean, that could be.
You've already begged the question.
What do you mean? If we observe that planets are round, then we can ask the question of what's in the center of that planet. What's in the center of that round sphere? I mean, that could be what you're observing to come to that hypothesis, or come to that question, and then you formulate a hypothesis to answer that question.
And a round and sphere, that doesn't mean it's a sphere. Just because something's round doesn't
I
mean
know.
it's
I'm
a
not.
sphere.
We're not there. I'm not there. I'm not there with you. We haven't even talked about that. It's nothing to do with anything I'm talking about. Dude, why doesn't someone here like schedule like a debate? Because this is a pretty active call. Like, why is no one trying to schedule like a?
You don't need to. It happens every day, ongoing,
No,
24/7.
but these are just people. These are like people like me. Like not quite. I want to get like a scientist on here.
I already have YouTube videos. Like, it's already happened.
There's been like qualified scientists on here.
PhD people.
What's a qualified scientist?
Which is a scientist? A scientist and
just a scientist. Any
would be
scientist?
A geologist? Well, no, I guess it would be a geologist, right? Is that what the study of materials process history? Well, no, not a geologist. History of the Earth. Wait, maybe. Yeah, maybe a geologist. They saw liquid. Sure, yeah. Get a geologist on here. Like a geologist debater.
How about just talk to them and have them give you a hypothesis, and we'll use.
I already said a hypothesis. Hold on, that's done. That's done and dusted. It's not even
and
like
then
a
we
hard
can
question.
use. Then we can use the Newton method.
What was the dependent independent variable?
If then, the if then statement.
Okay, what was the observed phenomenon?
We're not there. That's not the hypothesis. That's after.
You don't have a hypothesis, you idiot.
Wait, the observed. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Hold on. The observed phenomenon would be that the Earth is spherical. It's what what's wrong with the other guy? Yeah. The Earth is round, therefore that.
Yeah, that's retarded. Nobody went out and saw, hey, a sphere. What's the cause of that?
Well, hold on. No, that's not the question. The question is, what's the center of the sphere? Well, no. When we see a sphere, we know there's a center of these things. So the observed phenomenon is what's the center of this.
Now, okay. Scientific hypothesis is a prediction about a cause and effect relationship.
Yeah, I know, but
no, you don't.
Cause and effect wouldn't be it would be like how to measure if that is there. So like I said before, like if I dig down far enough, then I'll reach molten. I mean, that would be like your hypothesis. I think what they do now is use seismic waves. That's how they came to the conclusion of there's a
dependent and independent variable.
If seismic waves do that, then then there's a core. Yeah.
Okay, so what was your observed phenomenon?
We'd have to dive into that. I dive into how they're measuring seismic.
Dive into it. It's in the scientific hypothesis. If you
hold on. Can you give an example? Maybe I don't know. What's an example of what was it? Scientific phenomenon? What's an example of that?
I don't know. Water boiling. If I apply heat, the water will boil.
Wait, that's just your if-then
cause
statement.
And effect. Yeah, cause and effect.
Well, the water boiling the scientific phenomenon?
Well, the phenomenon would be the boiling water.
Yeah, and then you're trying to.
And your supposed cause would be, I guess, heat. It could be other things too that you would want to control for if you're going to go with heat in your experiment. It could be pressure, but whatever. So you're going to suppose a cause. Why did it boil? Then you're going to try to test that cause and see if it actually is the cause. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, well, the cause for this would just be like we know that when if you take a ball, there's something in the center of that ball. There may or may not be actually, because if you take like maybe I don't know if there's a center like tennis balls. You have
Why
hollow
would you
balls,
not
but
figure out if there's a ball first? That would be the first step.
well, there you go. That's true. That's if you got me on that. If you guys don't believe that, then yeah, I can't argue with
Not
you.
even look. It's just that it's not even an.
But we're just
observed
talking
phenomenon.
about the hypothesis. This is all we're talking about right now.
Yeah, but you need an observed phenomenon to start with to even build a hypothesis.
Hold on,
And you're
hold
not
on.
going out- you're not
Okay, I have
going
a
out and going-
question.
You're not going out and
Legitimate
going,
question.
oh, hey, a ball. Seeing the Earth as a ball, and then that's
Sure.
your observed.
Is
come on,
the
that's not
Earth
what's
being a
going on.
sphere not a observed phenomenon? Would that not be like?
That's what I'm saying. It's not.
How is it not?
Well, how is it? And then what's going to be your cause and effect supposition about it?
Wait, hold on. Wait, that could be something totally different. Like your cause and effect supposition could be like earthquakes.
Okay, that's
But that's a totally different experiment. Exactly. Yeah, that's why I don't know if it's like this hypothesis would work like that.
It won't. That's what we've been trying to tell you. It's not.
Oh, you're not there, girl. You ain't following, honey.
It's
Dude,
not
don't be Gamma.
It's you with the.
You shouldn't be scared of a woman talking to you.
I am. I'm terrified. Grizzly, what were you gonna say? Grizzly?
I've forgotten now.
Way to go. You guys fucked it up.
So according to Newton, he said if you can't settle it if you can't do experiment, it's not even worthy of debating. You'd have to do your experiment. I would do my experiment. Then you would show the results and then debate them.
Well,
you don't
that's
even
the
have a
whole method.
hypothesis. You've got nothing. You don't even have an observation.
I said it so much. I came up with like a hypothetical hypothesis. Like that's not.
Yeah, that's a colloquial version of hypothesis, a guess. You would want to frame it in the terms of science.
Hold on. If someone asked, like, if I could even imagine forming a hypothesis, like a formed hypothesis would be, if I dig down deep enough, then I'll get to the molten core. Like that could just be a
core. You haven't established there's a core to begin with.
That's the whole point of the fucking experiment. Jesus, bro.
That's not a scientific hypothesis.
Yeah, see, you don't have an observed phenomenon there. That's the first part of the method. It's just imagining shit. The first step of the scientific method is natural observed phenomenon, not natural imagined phenomenon.
The natural observed phenomenon is that the Earth is round. All right, let Grizzly go.
Yeah, I remembered, guys. I remember what I was going to say. I just remembered that this guy asked for a famous, a renowned or whatever scientist or something, an accredited scientist. So I found an interview between a flat earther and a very famous astrophysicist who's done TED Talks, qualified, PhD, etc. Post it inside chat. Check it out, brother.
What the fuck is this website?
Didn't observe Earth becoming a sphere. What's a natural phenomenon?
Imagining a core.
Right.
It already begs the question of a shape with a core.
The scientist was a woman, and she was from Ukraine. So I discredit this, Grizzly.
God.
Say that again.
I said the scientist was a woman, and she was Eastern European. So I discredit this.
She's got a PhD from Harvard.
No, but you didn't hear the first two things. Woman and Eastern European.
You're being an awful bigot right now. In how many people are in this room? Like 40 or something. You're making a public spectacle of yourself, dude. Come on now,
Only
hold
like
it together.
3 of them talk.
Hold it together, sir. Come on now. You can do better than that.
My bigotry shines through. I can't help it.
Well, anyway, it's a pretty long video. I think it's like an hour long interview. But when your own time, in your own free time, maybe not now, obviously, have a watch and have a look at the questions he asks and how she answers them. I think you'll be amazed, bro. I think you'll be gobsmacked.
I bookmarked it and I'll watch it for you.
Just one thing to let you know, most of these scientists that you trust and think you know everything, their only tactic with us is just to not engage with us. They just beat up straw men all day and marginalize us. They won't actually engage with people like us. They won't answer questions like who measured the curvature of the earth. Nobody gives us an answer to that. We just wanted to let you know that, man. You guys go ahead.
Hold on, was that Boomhauer?
No.
It's a dead air Dave.
That's me on a shitty mic. It's why I don't talk much. Y'all go ahead.
We hear you loud and clear, dead air Dave.
I was pointing out the difference in Boomhauer and you. Like, you coming through very clear.
Yeah, so this guy thinks all these smart scientists have already figured out everything, but they're giving you that illusion. That's what everybody believes, but it's not true. Go try to prove me wrong. I dare you.
Well, if you don't trust science, it's impossible to prove you wrong. You've made it.
Don't trust what? Trust scientists?
I don't trust.
I mean, if your conclusion is like you just.
I don't trust pseudoscientists, people who don't actually do science.
Yeah, I don't think I could possibly prove you wrong. It's actually impossible.
What you'd do is you would debate it. You'd have your hypothesis and your null hypothesis, and you would say, which one did you prove? Did you prove your hypothesis or your null hypothesis?
When your premise is that you don't trust anything, you don't trust science, you just call all science pseudoscience, it's undebatable. It's like if I try to talk to like a Christian, no, I am.
Why are you not listening?
I know how these.
Dude, saying you trust the science is the most anti-science thing you can say.
He's not even saying that. He's saying he trusts scientists. Why do you have to trust them? Is there no science?
I trust scientists because I trust science. I don't trust if a scientist.
You don't trust science. Science is a built-in distrust. That's why you verify it through repeatable results. You just don't get one result and say that guy's trustworthy. It's correct.
That's why I said I trust
verify
the consensus.
it. You verify it through not through consensus, repeatable results. See, I'm the type of guy when I hear somebody say 9 out of 10 dentists say you should brush your teeth with Crest. I want to talk to the one dentist who said no. I'm curious what he has to say. I'm not the 9 have somewhat. Maybe I would ask the 9 too, because what the 9 have different reasons for why. They said, yeah, use Crest because dogs like the smell of Crest and you want your dog to play with you. Something weird like that. Those 9 doctors might have agreed to use Crest, but not why. They might have a different hypothesis, a different experimental setup.
Do you think that's why marketing here's fundamental? Dude, here's fundamental.
You're not listening. That's why marketing is so effective against you. Because you're not able to parse out the information and come up with why it is, the cause and effect.
I agree.
They're able to just roki-doke you into anything you want to believe. They just got to push you into the 51% and you'll separate the fool from their money.
Do you think that you're able to just parse out information with like where you are right now in life? Like, do you think with the qualifications you have, can you parse out information that a astrophysicist might put out? Do you think you have the qualifications and knowledge to be able to do that?
About what? About the Earth?
Anything, any really astrophysics.
Yeah.
As an astrophysics
was telling me about the Earth, I would ask him right away, what fucking planet are you on that you're able to observe the Earth using astrophysics?
That's not what I'm trying to say.
Where are you? Are you on Mars right now? I'd call for the loony bin. Because the study of astrophysics and astronomy is everything beyond Earth's atmosphere. If he's telling me, hey, check it out, Crit, I'm making an observation of Earth. I go, are you inside Earth's atmosphere? And he's like, no. I go, where are you? He's like, I'm in space. I'd be like, yeah, someone call a loony bin. This guy's high as a fucking kite.
Yeah. My whole point is, you said something like you would want to see the information. You'd want to go to the one out of the the 9 and 10 or the 1 and 10 that did or
Yeah,
did
I
not
would.
believe in something. But
My
hold on.
epistemology would
But
be
my
that.
whole point is that like two people can look at the same exact facts and pieces of information and come to two totally different conclusions because people aren't really that good at looking at facts and coming to correct conclusions because people don't have the correct epistemology. They don't have the correct processes and systems to come to the right conclusion, right? Is what we see as like race essentialists and like non-racists who look.
Okay, that's off topic. Yeah, that's way off topic.
Astrophysics is pseudoscience, man.
Okay,
Pseudoscience.
the main tiebreaker there is you ask if they what are they trying to sell you? Is it a hard sell? Is it a soft sell? And how do they respond if you tell them no, thank you?
No, you missed my point. I brought up a hypothetical.
Yeah, you tried to bring up a bunch of like really bigoted things by the federal government from the early 1900s. We're not going to go there. Okay, this is a fully inclusive safe space for all people and all identities. I'm not going to let you come in here with a bunch of race realist crap. Okay, you can take that to the other channels. And of course, he deafened. People would rather sit in silence and hear some bigoted, talk that you think you cut the high end of the, social Darwinism ladder. No one's going to believe you in that. Even more so the way you came in at the very beginning of the conversation, like somehow you don't care about flat Earth. And why the fuck are you in the channel? You're too busy. Dude, it's been an hour and a half. You're still here. I like when he gets admin muted. So if I try to unmute him, it gives me a warning I'm not able to. Just get the fuck out of here.
Why do these people go through all these contortions, man? All we need is measurements of the Earth's curvature. Is that too much to ask?
Yeah, exactly. And they go into these really cringe things. Like it's like you give them a warning. Do not go into race realism. Do not go into these TOS topics. They do it anyway. They get staff muted, and then they blame me for that. Dude, I tried to unmute you. I can't. I literally can't. I got a warning that says do not try to undo staff mutes. You're lucky, dude. You're lucky it happened here because it's such an open dialogue in this channel. Other channels you probably got timed out.
Yeah, that dude fumbled the ball, man, real bad.
I just find it strange how they have to go into all these mental gymnastics and deflect, and they never want to stay on the topic. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like where suddenly, if you don't know the Earth is a globe, you can't know anything at all. Like these guys walking here, I'm not sure if I got legs or not. I've never eaten food. You're like, holy shit, dude. This is how powerful that topic is. That somehow, if you can't know if the Earth is a globe or not, you don't know if you've ever walked in your life, or you're even alive. Like you could be a dream, like someone's imagination. So, like somehow in their epistemology, they can never know anything, but they also know the Earth is a globe and it's a molten core center and all this other crazy shit. And you ask them, well, how do you know that? And they just start screeching about scientific consensus. Wow, dude.
It should be the number one question in job interviews. The first question: how certain are you that you're sitting in a chair at this interview?
By the way, and the thing is, you ask for consensus, which on Flat Earth, there's there's only a few people that see the truth. But on authority, I gave him a link to this really interesting interview between a flat earther and an astrophysicist, accredited astrophysicist, and you should see how this woman melts. And she's even tried to go after this guy through the courts and tries to get the video taken off the internet. It's now on BitChute, right? She's trying to sue him apparently because he's literally exposed her and how dumb all these scientists are. Watch the video, man.
That was like Simon Dan's lawyer. Some character used to come in 24/7 all the time. I'm going to sue all the flat earthers who talk right now. Tell me, you made disparaging comments against Simon Dan, and you've affected his income. You're like, dude, he makes money off mocking flat earthers. He wants flat earthers to bring him up. He wants to be, somehow that gives him validation. If we just completely ignored him, he would go away. He wouldn't have anything to talk about. He needs flat earthers to come on his channel to talk to him. So if you start suing flat earthers, do you think they'll come around? Do you think they're going to come around to your channels and talk to you? If they know they could be taken to court and lose? He said, I'm going to make sure you're out of the house and home. I'm like, yeah, good luck with that.
I'd almost forgotten about him. But yeah, they're right, because we can never be, 100% certain.
Muted
we
for
can never be
eternity.
100% certain. We can never be 100% certain of anything, but with enough consensus power, we can reduce that. We can increase that certainty by 0.000000001%.
Anyone want to go to the moon and play some moon mini golf? I guess they've got some. There's already some, golf clubs up there.
Is anyone talking?
They are now.
Oh, Grizzly.
Brit's going to come order a glass of water with some water cubes in it.
By the way, why did this guy just say my name 3 times? Does he think I'm Beetlejuice or something?
Well,
The hell?
what's your proof of the flat Earth, Grizzly?
Observation at long distances, bro.
Are you familiar with Karl Popper, Grizzly?
Who?
Karl Popper.
Yeah, I've heard. The name rings bells. Yeah.
Do you know what he said about observations?
I don't know. You tell me.
He said our observations are coloured by our understanding.
Well, it's going to be a problem, bro, because in order to establish facts, you're going to have to make observations and measurements, dude.
Well, you need observations, but can you rely on observation alone? Right? That's
No, measurement. You're going to need measurement. Sure. Put it this way: there are more measurement samples of the Earth being a plane than there are measurement samples or examples of it being a curved sphere.
That might be true.
That's a fact. If you disagree with me, post some evidence of curvature, brother. Fine.
I mean, you made the claim, right? You'd have to substantiate that.
You're claiming it's a globe before me.
Well, the way I think about globe is going to be a different way to how you think about it. So.
In order to establish the globe, you would have had to have done some measurements. Maybe someone else has, right?
Well, that's not exactly how I think about it, but
Point is, bro, without a measurement, you can't say it is what it is.
That's not true. It doesn't follow.
How are you going to establish what it is without measurements?
Well, you could take a series of phenomena and...
There's another way of saying observations, but sneakily.
Well, you wouldn't be trusting one observation. You'd have several.
Oh, multiple observations. A minute ago, you were going to criticize me for doing observations, and here you are doing the same.
Well, observations, you need observations. It's just how you're going to approach it. So if you say this one observation is all I need, then that'll be problematic because your observations are coloured by your opinion of the world, right?
Have you heard of a guy called Karl Popper?
Yeah.
Do you know what he said about observations?
Well, he said they're coloured by your
Yeah, I know you told me that. I get it. But don't you see the irony? You're now going to claim that observations are enough, when before you were going to say, if I would have told you observation is enough, you would have criticized me. But now you're doing it.
Well, I didn't say observations were enough. You need predictions.
So what? So if this was a judo contest, I've just put you flat on your back. I've flipped you over. I've flipped you 180 over my head, flat on your back.
That you might have, but it's not just observations, right? You can't just depend upon observations either way. You know, I respect the idea that you need measurements, but
Measurements.
With
I
respect,
think we should measure your intelligence, you fool.
with respect,
that might be impossible, sir.
Fool.
Who's
That might be
talking?
impossible.
Who?
Shut up, you degenerate scumbag.
All right, can someone mute that guy? With globe, right? You don't need just observations. You'd have to be able to do something with those observations, right?
And what's that? What are you going to do with those observations?
Well, it depends on the observation. If you take your observations, right, and then you presume that you might be on a ball, right, and then you go, well, if we're on a ball, or if we think we're on a ball, well, we need to derive a radius from it, right? And then you can derive a radius from it, and up until the point that you've got that radius, it's a garbage number. Now, if that radius,
why are you trying to work out the radius? If you think it's a ball, why are you working out the radius instead of measuring the curvature?
Just follow my pathway of thinking, right? So if you have a radius, it's just a number, right? Now you just want to see if that number had any utility at all, right? And so what would you do then?
So you're not doing measurements at all then, are you, sir?
Well,
you're not even doing observations. You're literally taking approximations in order to then build a machine and then say, oh, if the machine works, then the Earth must be a globe. Are you literally doing something like this, yeah?
Well, I mean, like I said, if it's the case that radius served any purpose and or utility, you'll be shown.
Then it's true, yeah. Then the Earth is a globe with the radius you say it is, yeah.
Well, you don't have to say the radius is true. You could just say it's got utility.
Right, but when we're looking for utility, we're looking for a measurement for curvature. So you just think it's a ball.
I infer.
But at the very least, we need a measurement. Maybe we've got an alternative method, because the standard method in science is to measure something. You're telling me we can observe multiple times.
The standard method.
And then when we can't, and then when you realize you need to do more than just observation, you don't want to agree that it's measurement, do you?
Well, you do measurements. It's just that my measurements come later down the line for you than you'd like. Right?
And plus, what is easier to measure, the radius of the supposed globe or the curvature surface of the Earth? What do you think would be easier to measure?
Can you say that question again, please?
What is easier to measure, the radius of the so-called hypothetical globe or the surface of the Earth's curvature? What would be easier to measure?
Well, I think they're about equally measurable.
Is that right?
Well, yeah. If you know how to measure.
Oh my God!
How do you think?
So this is the point. This is the point when I feel you're being a little dishonest.
How do you get a radius, Christy? How do you get a radius, Christy?
The point is, you're assuming it's a ball that there would even be a radius. The radius is from the surface to the center.
Yeah, but how would you measure that?
In terms of the Earth, you're supposing it's a globe in the first place. That might not.
How would you measure a radius?
Hold on. It may even be impossible for you to measure.
How would you do that? You think it's impossible?
Let me finish. So, assuming it's a ball, you would have to measure from the surface.
So do you think it's impossible?
Can you stop over talking, dude? Stop. Okay. If you're going to measure the radius, suppose it would have to be a ball in the first place. If it's not a ball, you're going to be looking forever for this non-existent radius.
Do you think I have to take a measuring rod?
I'm not done. Just wait.
Oh God.
Because it's not necessary that it is a globe in the first place. It's clearly better to measure the surface of the Earth, because then you'll be able to tell if it curves or not, and then therefore tell if it's a globe potentially.
Okay, well, we'll get to that in just a second. But the first thing I need to say is, do you think to measure a radius, I have to get a ruler and put it to the center of the Earth and see how far it went?
You're going to need some form of interaction with the center of the Earth and the surface of the Earth, and then you're going to and then you're going to be able to measure a distance.
Making this up.
So, for example, you may be able to fire a laser down there, so the light of the laser touches the center, and then you'll be able to estimate a distance.
That's not how you'd have to measure a radius. You're just making this up.
So how would you measure the radius?
Trigonometry.
But what are you basing all that on?
Well, do you want to see a video to show you how
trigonometry is just a process
to calculate a radius for the Earth?
We're looking to measure something, not calculate it.
Oh, what's a calculation? What does that mean?
It's an approximation based on
No, what is a calculation?
a bunch of assumptions.
No.
And a bunch of prior, that's what you've asserted prior.
Do you think all calculations don't have measurements in them?
Calculation measurements are different.
Because you're measuring something, but you're just using that to
You're calculating something. You're not measuring it. Stop being dishonest. Stop it.
I'm being honest. I just don't think you know
You're
what a
not.
calculation is, but that's fine.
Calculation
As for
measurements
what
are
was the other
different.
thing you said? You said
Please stop being dishonest.
I'm being perfectly honest. Just because
You're
you
not.
didn't know that you could use trigonometry to figure out a
You're
radius.
not, bro. You got flipped on your back a minute
That's
ago.
not my fault, Grizzly.
So you should
my
stop paying
fault.
attention, dude.
Anyway,
Dude,
you said that
to
the
get back
only...
to the topic, dude. So
Okay.
with these observations that you're going to have, what are you going to do with these observations once you have these multiple observations?
Well, once you
Remember,
have
we're measuring the curvature. We're measuring the curvature. of
let's go step by step, right? So how would I conclude that that I'm inferring a globe, right? So you take a series of observations.
You tell me. Go ahead.
I'm about to tell you. So you take a
Okay.
series of observations.
Of what?
And then these observations might point all consistently to a sort of globular model, right? Or globular
Observations
idea,
of
right?
what, dude?
Well, we'll get to that in a second, because if we go by one, you're just going to pick them off one by one.
I won't.
The issue
Well,
with
just tell
that,
me,
the
what are
issue
you
with that
observing?
is that you want the most consistent, best explanation possible, right? So if you could
What are
infer
you
a
observing?
globe, that's fine, right? So far, so good. But we don't know it's a globe yet, right? So we need to do a few more steps first, right?
What are you going to need to measure to tell that it's a globe, sir?
What?
What are you going to need to measure to know for sure that it's a globe?
To know for sure? Well, you can't measure drop over distance, that's for sure.
Why not?
Well, is the Earth a sphere?
According to you, yeah.
Okay. Now, if I was going to pick up a ball and measure it, how would I do that?
You hold it in your hand, get a ruler, get a bit of string, tie it around it.
Now,
could,
now, do you think that's applicable to the Earth?
well, you tell me. How would you
Even if
plan
we
to
do the
measure
drop over distance with a sphere, we can do that, right? But do you
it?
think
You're
that's
supposed to tell
applicable?
me, dude. I don't believe in a globe, dude. You tell me how you're going to measure it.
Well, you have to think about it more than just a case of geometry, right? It's obviously a case of physics.
Right, so what are you measuring?
What am I
Tell that it's a
measuring?
globe. In order to tell if it's a globe, you're going to have to measure
Well, I
something.
was
What are
about
you
to
gonna
tell
do?
you, but you keep pushing me onto this thing, right?
No, you asked me a
I
question.
need to mug you on this first, and I'll mug you on the other thing afterwards, right?
You asked me a question. You didn't
One
actually
mugging at a
answer.
time, please, Grizzly. All right. So we take that first. We say, okay, drop over distance over your elevation isn't going to yield a reliable test, right, for measurement, because sometimes you see quite far, sometimes you don't. Sometimes there's an obstruction, sometimes there isn't. The Earth isn't breathing, the Earth isn't changing size. So, what would be more reliable? Well, what would be more reliable is to do my method of going step by step, taking a bunch of observations, so y1, y2, y3, y4, y5, and so on. And then you can make an inference based on how they all fit together. If you conclude that the globe is fitting better than any particular flat model that you could possibly give as a consistent basis, then it's probably going to be a ball so far, right? So, but then
Dude, that is a
then all
dog's
you
dinner
have is
over an
just
explanation. Dude,
then
honestly.
all you have is an
That's
inductive
awful.
inference. But what do you do when you have an inductive inference? Well,
No, that is absolutely awful. I'm not even joking. What you just said.
What?
How dare you say stuff like that and keep a straight face, bro? I'm not even joking.
Oh, what's confusing, Grizzly?
Your job is to measure something in order to tell
Why are
that
you
it's a
telling me
globe.
what I
You're
need to
telling me.
do, Grizzly?
I didn't interrupt you. Your job is to show how you're going to measure
You
the
did
Earth
interrupt me,
via
sorry.
globe. Why are you interrupting me every time? I didn't interrupt you, dude.
Yes, you
Don't be
did.
rude, man.
I was halfway
I didn't.
through speaking.
I waited for over a minute and a half, and you're literally talking nonsense.
Yeah, but you just keep saying, "Well, you have to do it this way," and I'm like,
You
look,
just
I
talk.
tried to explain to you
Okay,
how
keep
I
talking.
would do it, right, Grizzly? This is how I would do it, and then you said, "Well, you can't do it that way. You got to do it this way." And then I go, "Well, this is why you can't do it that way." And then you say, "How do you do it?" And then
At
I
some
try and
point,
tell you how I do it. Then you say
can I
you
speak?
can't do it that way. So I
Well,
say, "Okay,
you don't
let's
let
do
me
it this
speak.
way."
Fair enough. No worries. Nice
Yes,
talking to you.
Grizzly, you just don't know what you're saying. You think
You don't let me
that you need
speak,
to
so
put a ruler down to the center of the Earth to figure out the radius. I mean, like,
it's
what
fine,
we're
mate.
talking.
You don't let me say anything, so there's no point in talking. It's all
Well,
good.
Grizzly, I
I'm
think
glad you have a strong theory there. Hey, it's a pity
theory.
no one can talk to Criticize it.
Well, I mean,
You could calculate.
You could calculate it. You couldn't measure it. But based on if
swear.
you had a measured
But you can't.
circumference,
No.
if you had a
Wait, check it
You
out.
can't take
One second,
Grizzly's
check it out. He
side
was
in this.
supposed
You
to.
can't take
He was
Grizzly's
wait,
side in
one
this.
second, one
No one
second.
can
He
take
was
Grizzly's
supposed to
side.
show how the Earth is a globe, and yet during his explanation, how he's going to establish that, I succinctly remember him saying how he's going to compare it to the best flat Earth model you can find. I remember that's the exact quote, and I'm like, why would you be comparing your measurement to anything else? What's the matter with you?
Well, this is
You're
what
just
I'm trying to.
waffling. You see, you're just waffling.
Well,
That's
Mrs.
the point.
Grizzly, this is what I'm trying to get to.
false
Right?
dichotomy.
God damn.
Well,
That'd be a false
T-Dub,
dichotomy.
don't take Grizzly's side because Grizzly's a whack job, right? I need to deal with Grizzly myself, right?
Well, I'm the one who put you on your back a minute ago. So what does that say about you, dude?
Well, even the flat earthers think you're a whack job, Grizzly. It's not exactly a me thing.
Well, that's a different story, dude. Let's not go there for now.
Yeah. Anyway,
Grizzly pointed out your false dichotomy. Yeah, that's all right. But I pointed out
no
that it
false
wouldn't be a
dichotomy.
measurement.
I've not set up a dichotomy thus far.
You know, I'm the one making the salient points and keeping on track and showing this guy how he's fallacious, but he doesn't care. What was it?
What's salient about simplicity? I've already told you how you can't depend upon it.
What was salient is that I showed you this. I distinguished measurements from calculations, which we're ready to bundle together. And you're also ready to just take observations alone.
You don't know what a calculation is, Grizzly. Don't play games with me.
I already explained it to you. You're just being obstinate at this point.
So, where were we? All right, yeah. You think that the only way to measure, you think the only way to measure, or falsify a globular Earth, is to look at drop over distance. Is that correct?
No, I'm asking you how you're supposed to measure the Earth to be a globe, bro. I'm asking you that.
I was telling you, and then you told me that that's not fair. You have to do it this way, and I keep saying I don't think that way is appropriate.
My
So
primary
you keep
criticism was
jumping from one question to how am I meant to answer you?
By the second, man.
I am obnoxious, and I will continue to be obnoxious.
Man. I'll just turn you down, bro. You took to someone else, eh? It's all good. Your voice is awful.
I'll always mog you, Grizzly. Everywhere you go, any room you go in, you're always going to get mogged.
Okay, that's really clear. that's clear.
What the heck was that?
It's Grizzly. You know, you can't. No one's allowed to take Grizzly's side. Not while I'm.
I think it's just a queer expressing his devotion for me in some weird way.
Indeed. Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Your diabolical "I'm going to rule the world" laugh.
Yeah, exactly. It's I'm mogging Grizzly 24/7 room.
It's just so self-depreciative. This guy, man. Disgusting. But no shame.
I've got so
no
much
dignity.
I'm so powerful.
Just a little child in a man's body, bro. Like most idiots like you.
I've known you since I was 19, Grizzly, and you've not changed one bit. I'm 25 now, by the way. That's how long I've known you.
I hope you have changed in some way because you still sound like a child, man.
Oh,
you reason like a child. You are dishonest. You're egoistical like a child. Yes, you are.
Well, I wouldn't say I've got an ego. I just find you a bit crazy.
You can't face the truth. You can't face the simple facts that you can't measure the Earth to be a globe. You just believe it on consensus. You can't accept that.
Did you know Grizzly is a flat earther before this channel opened?
Yeah, he's been any conspiracy theory you can name. Grizzly believes in aliens coming from far distant galaxies.
Whoa.
He believes in aliens from far galaxies, and then he also believes that the
bro, you know it's disgraceful to just lie and like this.
I've known you for years, Grizzly, years and years. I know exactly what you're about.
I don't believe in aliens. Stop lying. Okay?
Any conspiracy? I bet you think there's people living underground like lizard people.
I also don't believe in that. Stop defaming me, dude. That's disgusting, dude. You're so disgusting. You've got no fucking dignity, man.
No, I've
a liar.
I've known you for a while.
You're like one of those tarantulas, bro.
Who muted them? Okay, that was actually one of the worst wake up calls I've had so far. Because it was so quiet. It wasn't even loud.
I was bopping to that.
I thought I'd kick the chat open and make it a bit more alive again.
Yo, Britt, did you know, Britt, that 25 is the most cringe age to be?
25 is the cringiest age. Why is that?
I just is. I don't know why.
No, I think anywhere less than 21. I think that's cringe to me. And 21 is being quite generous, actually. I might even bump it up to 22 because I don't like university students either.
What do you like, sir?
Do I like?
Yeah, I'd say 25 and less.
I like globular Earth. I love globular Earth.
So the broad motif would be myths. That's what you're into. Okay.
Yeah,
Like
I'm into
sci-fi
Greek
as well?
mythology. I'm into Greek mythology. Sci-fi myths. I mean, I don't think they exist, but sure.
But you are not in cinema.
I'm not in cinema.
Yep.
I mean, are you asking me if I'm an actor?
No. In real cinema. You're not in park.
Translate, please, someone.
You are not in some club.
In a club?
You are not in supermarket.
In supermarket?
Where
Translate! Translate, someone!
Where are you?
Stop shouting, man.
Where are you now?
I'm in my house. Is that a problem,
No,
sir?
in this moment. Yeah, I know that you're in your house, but are you speaking here now?
Are you asking me if I'm a solipsist? Is that what you're trying to get to?
No. I'm asking where are you now in a digital way?
Oh, I'm on a Discord server.
Is that cinema Discord?
Does anyone know what he's saying?
No, I'm completely lost. I'm lost.
Brit, are you saying you like global, that you like to live on globe?
Oh, I love to live on globes, yes.
But where are you now?
On Discord.
I'm on Discord.
And is it that? What's the name of Discord?
My room on a globe.
What is the name of the Discord?
24/7 Globe Earth.
Okay, are you saving the world or you are a masochist?
I'm a masochist.
Ah, okay, that and then understand.
I don't believe in that.
Because, for example, if I don't like something, if something is retarded, I don't go there every day, you know.
Oh, I don't think flat earthers are retarded. I don't think what they say is retarded. I think Grizzly's retarded, but that's a separate issue, right?
Oh.
You just can't take the fact that I'm right and you're wrong, mate. Just butthurt.
I feel like
Okay,
Caesar
mate.
Flickerman if anyone's seen the Hunger Games.
If we have anyone new here, feel free to open up your mic and ask us some questions. You're probably curious as to why there's a panel of people in a channel titled 24/7 Flat Earth. And
Sasha. Sasha Flat Earther. Erling, I see you. Erling Haaland. Okay. Crispy Moist. Mark. Stinky. All right. Are you a flat earther, Crispy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you are. Okay, then mute your mic.
So pretends he doesn't want to be a flat earther, but does the roll call.
It's fun. I feel like I'm learning. You know, we've got a great hit show for you here tonight. We've got Alpha Veritas, Big Daddy's in the room. We've got fucking.
I feel like you guys.
Hey, go on.
I feel like you Globers need to have like a take a flat earther to work day. You know what I mean? And you can just sit us down next to you. We can see what you do, and then we can, you know, proselytize the flat Earth to your entire office. I think that makes sense.
We can point out as they're performing their duties. Now, don't forget to account for that curvature and axial rotation. They say, I don't account for that. Well, point made.
I agree. Are you driving again? I can't hear a single word you're saying.
Of course, I'm driving. I don't
sorry.
waste time on Globers when I'm driving.
That might just be your mic cutting out when you're on your phone itself when you're driving. I don't know if it's the internet. Excuse
Right.
me.
So, if Earth is a globe, why are you driving on the left side?
Hey, me too. Earth must be a globe.
Oh, wait, no, that doesn't work. It can't be northern, southern hemisphere thing because the Brits drive on the same road as us down here, so that doesn't work.
Thank God for Empire. The reason why I know the Earth isn't a globe is because if it was, Moon would have been a part of the British Empire. Jesus was black. Manufactotum, OG Meatball, Primark, Stinky. One of you on mute. Give me your glow proof. I'm ready. I'm all warmed up for it.
Why do you think I'm a globe earther?
You want me to tell you that I'm a globie?
Well, I don't. You don't have a tag next to you saying FE, right? So how the fuck am I meant to know?
Neither do I.
Did you
All
just
I was-
assume? Did you just assume my
Hello.
my shape gender?
1,000 apologies, sir.
Honestly, I just joined to listen to people talk about it. I mean, I don't really have a stake in it, right? I could care less.
I wanted the video of it because I know someone posted it before, like a laser test that was stronger than the popular one that showed that the Earth there is no curvature at which we say it was.
So you are a globe earther.
No, I someone posted a video and I wanted to give it to someone, but no one's given me the video.
Oh right, I see.
Which video?
It's a video. It's a laser. There's a stronger laser test that shows that the previous one was falsifiable because it wasn't strong enough to see that there was actually no curvature. In the first test, you wouldn't be able to see the laser at a specific length, and they said because of curvature. But then someone posted a video of a stronger laser test that shows actually it goes further the distance that we claim there should be. I just want the video.
What if we're
FE
both
core
wrong?
or
What
what?
if the Earth is a cube?
It was
Think
just
about
like
that?
it was
Is it
just a
called
stronger
FE
laser.
core?
I don't know what it was called. Oh right, oh that's what it's called. Oh thanks. Alright.
There's lots of them, but yeah, that one's good. There's a data sheet that comes with that one.
This guy. Right. There's one of you.
And there was
one of you be on muting duty because you keep on muting him. You know.
And also
I'm driving, so I can't see who's doing it.
and also Neil deGrasse Tyson said that you can't see curvature from the International Space Station. Was that a video?
He
Was
did.
that a statement? Yeah, was that a video or a statement?
I think it was on. Was it something science? I can't remember what it was on.
You don't need Neil deGrasse Tyson to understand that it's not possible to see from 200.
I just want the video. Right, I don't care. I just want it. That's all I want. To send it to someone. That's all.
You're not a flat earther.
See what curvature?
I'm indecisive. I'm not a globe.
I was going to say you're a politics shogun. You were here way before these guys were here. You got the globalist role, right? It's not even.
Yeah, I used
Curvature,
to be. But
are
now
we-
I'm indecisive after listening. So,
What
yeah.
what curvature are we not meant to be seeing?
Sorry?
Curvature is it that we're not meant to be seeing?
Yeah. So, what do we not meant to be
Someone
saying?
all
Like,
right? We need to call a hospital.
Well, so Neil deGrasse Tyson says you won't see the curvature. So what curvature is it that we're not seeing? What curvature?
well, he's saying, yeah. That's what he's saying. He's saying you wouldn't see curvature at the International Space Station.
You wouldn't see it if it's
what
not
curvature?
Well, I'm just like going off his like stance, not like in general if it's true. There is no curvature at all.
Isn't that funny? Like you can't see curvature, you can't detect spin, can't have gas pressure without a container. Oh, we must live on a globe.
I have a genuine
Um,
question. I'm not even
The
trying to
vacuum.
troll or anything. Genuine question. If the Earth is flat, just like out of curiosity, how does the water stay on it?
How does the
What's the
water
deal with
stay
that?
on it if it's a ball?
Oh no,
That'd be the
that's
question.
that. Yeah, I mean that's the same question, right? But I just mean like
Oh, so
all the
you
photos
think
I've seen of the flat Earth show the water spilling over the side, like some cool sci-fi
they're not
movie.
photos, man. They're cartoons, yeah.
I suppose that's true, but it's
Yeah. So we don't believe that water is rushing off the edge of the Earth. It's just what we say is the Earth that we know that we can go to is flat and stationary. We don't know if there's an edge. We don't know if well, it's definitely not a disk in space like they picture it.
But wouldn't it be more of a bowl then? Right, the Earth is flat, so it would be a bowl.
Why? And then you're
Because the water
assuming
goes
edge
down
again.
pretty far, right? If the Earth is
Yeah,
flat,
but you're
the water would need to
assuming edge again. There must be an edge keeping the water in. Okay, well we can say, all right, there must be an edge keeping the water in because it's flat, and when water lays flat and stationary, yeah, it needs something to contain it. So like a lake. Think about a lake. With what's around a lake keeping the water in the lake? Land, yeah. It's not a trick question.
No, I see what you're saying. I'm just thinking this through.
Bath has a bathtub. A lake has land around it, so therefore the ocean must have land around it somewhere, keeping the water in.
Or it could have elephants that drink the water that falls off and blow it back on, and that's what rain is.
Yeah, you're entitled to. You're entitled to think your own thing, but we want to live in the land of reality.
Yes, I feel like your idea might be more plausible than mine.
More plausible? It is. You don't see a lake with elephants around it, do you?
Well, they would
So-
be underneath the earth, right, drinking from
so
the
you-
water that falls off.
So the belief then is that there's something keeping, like there's an edge to the Earth.
Well, be careful with the word edge, sir, because edge.
I'm asking
if you mean
questions as
edge,
a person who's not involved with the flat Earth. Like I don't genuinely have no idea how it works. Don't know the belief, so I'm asking.
Just think about an edge like, well, there has to be something to keep the water in, obviously, but does that have to be the end of the Earth, right? Obviously not.
Of the known, yeah, yeah, he's right. So, what was your question again? Because Britnat's silly accent threw me off.
Oh, do you think that there is an edge to the Earth, or is there an edge to the Earth that's like we were just talking about, like what's around a lake, right? Land, keeping the water in, etc.
Yeah, so it's when you say belief, it's not really a belief. It's an antecedent because to keep the water in, there has to be something holding the water in. So that would suggest that there is land around the outside. I don't know that, but it doesn't mean. Yeah, Britnat was right. It doesn't mean that it stops where the land is. Like could go on. I have no idea, man.
Timbo, if I ask this guy one question, and my mic's working, is it
Yeah,
working?
Dave, how are you, mate? Go ahead.
So, you don't think, sir, that we're a disc floating in space by chance, do you? We don't accept the mainstream version of space as they define it. If you're confused about that.
How do you guys view space then?
Well, how do you have gas pressure without a container? And that's a long conversation that somebody else will talk to you about.
Oh, you come in here, Dave, start trouble, and then leave, eh?
Like it.
It's funny.
As far as we can tell, to have any form of gas pressure, you must have some form of containment. So you don't have a vacuum of space as they define it and go to Mars and have rovers and helicopters and shit. And I'll shut up.
Helicopters, I love that one.
Gravity. There's no vacuum of space then. Yeah.
Yeah, because the definition of gas. Thanks. Shut up. Right, thank you. Yeah, right. So the definition of gas pressure is the gas particle. Sorry, yeah, the gas particles exerting force on the walls of the container, right? That's the definition of gas pressure. So we're breathing gas pressure, right? We live in a gas pressurized system. What is it colliding with? Gas particles colliding with, right?
Yeah, because they say we live in an open system, yeah? You went to the moon and shit, right? So therefore, it's open. But what T-Dub was just saying, you need a container to have gas pressure, so what's that all about? There are a lot of things that we don't know as well, you know. Go ahead, mate. That's just...
Well, of course, somebody, as I was speaking, like was trying to get it out, was shouting out the magic word, their excuse for why they they think there's no container.
Gravity. The magic fix it all. You know in football when they get out that someone's rolling around on the ground and then they get out that spray and they spray their leg and then all of a sudden they get up and they're running around, you know? The magic spray, we call it. That's what gravity is. Spray a bit of gravity on there and fixes everything. It's like an excuse for it not being flat, but acting like it's flat. It's fucking weird. If it's on a ball, you'd have to be going to the inside. Whereas if you're just on a flat stationary surface, you just up is up and down is down. Fucking simple. They just go and complicate things by living on a ball. Why do that? And then fall in love with the ball as well and argue for the ball. Like it's their ball. Like they came up with this ball cosmology.
Like
I
they
love you, Paul.
invented the sphere.
Yeah. And they come in and argue with you and call you dumb about it. You know, you're a fucking idiot. You believe the earth is flat. All right, well, tell me why it's not. Gravity. What the fuck? What kind of answer is that? Pictures from space. Oh, yeah. How do you confirm them? Who took those? Oh, they're not actual photos, we find out. They're composites taken from so-called satellite images flying over, which can be done by a plane. Oh, and then they stitched them together and added in some color and created some cloud patterns. And they hit Command Z a lot. I'm just repeating a video from one of the artists from NASA. Do you know what Command Z is? I had to actually look that up because I don't know anything about computers.
I don't know anything about computers either.
Copy paste.
I see.
Command Z is undo, actually.
Oh, sorry. So what's copy paste then?
That'd be Control C, Control V, or Command on a Mac.
There you go. And if you have a look at these images, they've just copied and pasted cloud patterns all over the place. Same cloud patterns here, there, one over Africa, one over the US. Couple over Australia. They even wrote some weird words in the clouds.
It has to be. Is that what you're saying, Timbo?
Yeah, that's right, Dave. It has to be.
So why do you think that the government would tell us it was round? Where's the conspiracy part? You know.
Well, is it the government, or did it start somewhere and then a few people know about it and then they've got some crazy math and then everyone just believes it because that's what you get taught from a young age, and then you get people come in here fighting it, so they fight it for them willingly. So you don't really need a massive conspiracy to, it's just gradual over time. How long does it take to change the minds of how many generations does it take to change people's minds? And say 1 or 2 generations, maybe. You reckon 2 generations you'd be able to wipe clean what their thoughts are and implant new thoughts into their head? I reckon
I don't
2
know.
generations.
I would say if you're really good at like forcing stuff down people's throat, it could be done in 1.
Yeah, well, look at now. Even from my age to, I'm 42 now. Look at the difference between kids when I was a kid and kids now, like teenagers now. They're fucking idiots.
Yeah.
That believe stuff that's not real. You go, oh yeah, this, they've convinced them that fucking men can have babies. It's fucking weird. I'm not going to get into that, but and they believe this shit. So they've convinced that's let's call that one generation. It's probably even half a generation, but because it's people who are in uni at the moment, and my kids are in high school, so it's probably not even a full generation yet. So in less than a generation, they've convinced people that reality is not reality. They've done a good job. So, to convince you that you live on a ball, it's probably easier.
Well, yeah, because then in that circumstance, it would just be gaslighting, right? 'Cause it's like it's not like I can just turn into a cosmic giant and like go check it out for
Yeah,
myself, you
I
know?
identify as a quasar. Yeah,
And men can
because
have
like
babies.
they can tell you stuff, yeah, and like all the space documentaries that were around, 20 years ago. That all they need to do is tell you what's going on, even though you can't confirm anything, and then all of a sudden you believe you live in space on a big huge water ball. You go, oh, I'm not going to argue with the experts. The experts know exactly what they're talking about. But even they've been duped as well.
Yeah, if I could throw
They
in one
believe they
thing,
live
I
on a
might still
ball.
working, Timbo, that if you can
Yeah,
convince
you're
a
loud and
large
clear.
majority, if you can convince a large majority of the population that reality is the exact opposite of what they experience, you think you'd be controlling their mind? And there could be more land and shit like that too. I just want to throw that in.
Could be. So when you ask the question, why, or I don't know, people lie for many different reasons, but I would say most of the time it's to do with control. Like think about the last or control or like manipulation or
Right.
getting your own way. So think about the last time you lied. You don't need to tell us why you lied, but think about it. And what was it for? Why did you lie? It's to hide the truth, yeah?
Yeah. I just
Yeah.
didn't want to eat her cooking, you know? It's just
You keep that one quiet, mate.
Right.
That causes more trouble than flat Earth, round Earth. Like you've got to ask yourself what convinces you that you live on a ball, if you're convinced you live on a ball. But Like, what's the main thing that convinced you that you actually live on a ball? And then you look at it and you go, well, I was educated to believe that I live on a ball, and I never actually looked any further into it. Would that be the case?
Yeah, like I said in the beginning, I don't really have a stake in the game. If it came out
Yeah.
tomorrow that you guys were like 100% on the dot and like there was this huge like awakening for the world, I would still be like, oh, anyway, what's on TV, right? Like it wouldn't blow my mind.
I believe that would not be the case, man. I tell you why. Because you'd go, oh shit, they've been lying to us for so long. What else have they been lying about?
Oh, a lot.
Yeah, and it would open your eyes and you'd go, oh fuck, this is not real. That's not real. That's, all this bullshit they've been telling us. Now I've got to question that. Space is not real. Oh my god. Where have they been sending all these rockets to and pretending they were on the moon? Why do they pretend they were flying helicopters on Mars? Why all this? Why have they been telling us that there's the pillars of creation where stars are formed? Like it's talking shit all the time. Then you'd go, oh, well, where's all that money I've been paying taxes to as well? NASA? They've been stealing money off me for ages. There'd be a revolt. It wouldn't be. It wouldn't. People just wouldn't be sitting back going, oh yeah, okay, now the Earth's flat. There would be chaos, mate.
NASA
Yeah.
has been probing Uranus since 1958. Back to you.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, about that is it's like you say that there would be a revolt, but then you look at all the politics nowadays, men are women and women are men, etc. So it's like when you add any more crazy shit to the mix, really the population wouldn't be like, no, because they'd just accept it.
But this is the ultimate lie.
I mean,
They say they tell us
yeah,
how
but
the
like
Earth was formed.
fucking
Yeah?
with like gender and like chromosomes and things like that, like that's a pretty
that's
big lie.
Yeah, but that's just weird. This is life changing, like for the whole world because it's you got to go, okay, well they tell us that we were born from nothing, a big bang theory, and now you guys are nothing because you're a speck of dust in the vacuum of outer space, a blip in the time of creation, their creation. And then if that's all a lie, then you go, oh well, fuck, how did we get here? This is new.
Let's say it's whereas gender and sex is just like, I don't know, some sort of zeitgeist, right?
Yeah, that's like a fad that can come and go. Yeah,
exactly.
It's like trendy to be weird at the moment, so that's going to leave, and something else will come in that's trendy. But this is different. So I would disagree with you, and I would say it would change your life forever. Yeah, that's like a fad that can whether you realize it now or not.
Exactly.
It's like trendy to be weird at the moment. So
One way
that's gonna
it changes is that you're accepting things, some certain things you observe and experience as being actual, not an illusion.
Mm-hmm. And you start to question everything as well. Look at things in different ways. That's
I
what
think
I've
it's healthy
found.
to question everything, to be completely
Yeah,
honest.
exactly. So yeah, instead of trusting, automatically trusting information that you've been given, then you tend to go, okay, well that's interesting, and then you go and look at the actual study or how they discovered that this is what they're saying, and
Right.
well, especially Well, especially with things that are cosmological, you know, you look into things, how they know, how they claim to know these things, and they don't. They don't know anything. They guess. Like they say, oh, you know, have you ever seen a NASA article or seen on the news where they go, oh, we've discovered a new exoplanet. It's the same as Earth. Yeah, have you ever heard that?
Yeah, whenever like they discovered Planet X or whatever.
Do you know how they claim to do that?
Giant telescope, I assume.
They look through it. Yeah, fair enough. They look through a giant telescope at a star, and that star, right?
When you say it that way, it makes it
changes.
sound hilarious. They look at a
Yeah.
star.
They look at a star, right, in a telescope, and then they measure how much light is coming from that star. And then occasionally, the light will dim by like 0.005%. And they go, oh, that's interesting. The light just dimmed. Yeah. And then they wait for it to happen again. And they go, okay, now what that is that's a planet going across that sun's surface. And it's got an orbital pattern. Because the orbital pattern is similar to the Earth, then this planet orbiting this star must be like the Earth. Can you believe that?
And just to preface, right, what they seeing through the telescope, right, isn't like they're not seeing like a sun like we see the sun. They're seeing pixels, white
Yeah.
pixels.
So that's how they know that planet is like Earth. That's fucking weird.
Yeah,
Isn't
they
it?
made
Nine
they made a
pixels.
discovery of 7 planets, quote unquote, which was literally 4 pixels. It was 4 pixels. And they're like, this is 7 planets. That is a
There
cool
you go.
story.
Hey, but you know
That's
how funny that
science.
is, though? Couple pixels, yeah. That's a moon over there. It's pretty
Yeah.
great.
It's yeah, it's a cool story, but it's not a believable one.
People, you
Talking to
really
your friend
believe
on
in the flat
shrooms.
Earth? Come on, flat
Yeah,
Earth.
we do, man. Do you really believe in the globe Earth?
Well, I say put me in the rocket, and I will
Awesome.
tell
See you later, man.
I will tell you what I see in the space.
Good.
What if
I'm
you don't come
Maybe you
back?
can.
In the
I
space.
will came back 100%.
I will
There's
come
a
back.
Russian who there's a Russian who was on
I am
on
a
a TV
Siberian.
interview.
Siberian.
Okay, all right. But okay, sorry, didn't mean to misnationalize you there. But no, there was a there was a Russian that cosmonaut that went on TV and did an interview, and at the end of the interview, he said, "We haven't been to space. If anyone tells you we've been to space,
Well,
it's a lie."
I say this guy was drunk or buy up, but all evidence, all scientific evidence say we're living on the ball, not on the flat surface.
Someone get
because
Alpha Veritas.
gravity don't lie.
Yeah,
Vladimir,
but whose balls are we living on?
What happened?
You hear what's going on, Alpha? All evidence points to the globe, this guy says.
Say what?
All scientific evidence, apparently.
No, yeah, but okay.
I mean,
what evidence did you have that the Earth is a globe? Well, what is your name anyway, sir?
My name is Nikolai.
Nikolai. Yeah, that's great. What is your evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Well, when you have a seashore, yes, you see ships coming in, coming out.
He was doing so well.
And when they pass away high distance from you, you don't see them, even with a high magnitude device. This is one
right.
clue about.
So you're saying that's evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Next evidence is gravity.
Whoa. Hold on,
Yes,
hold on. Relax.
yes.
I'm asking you a question. So you said yes, that's
Slow down,
evidence that the
cowboy.
Earth... That's
Yes.
evidence that the Earth is a globe? Okay.
One of many.
One of many.
Okay, so let's examine that one evidence that you just brought forward. What is the distance to the horizon from where you start to see ships disappear?
I mean, it depends on from point of view. I mean, from
I
the
know, but I'm
magnifying device.
Yeah, right. I'm asking you a question. It's pretty straightforward, right?
But
from
you
your
don't
yeah,
see.
just 1
You don't
second,
see.
Nikolai, 1 second. So from your position where you're on the beach to where the target distance is, where the ship is disappearing from the bottom up, it is a geometric horizon, right? The distance from where you are to where the leading edge of the sphere is, where these ships disappear, that should be a location that we can understand, have a predicted value to where it should be, right? So what is that distance where that ships disappear, sir?
I say it depends on the device which you
No, it
use
doesn't
for
depend.
to follow.
No, it doesn't depend, Nikolai. It
Because if
doesn't
you
depend.
look with your
Nikolai,
eyes,
no.
100 meters maybe.
No, sir.
in
No,
clear
it doesn't
weather.
depend. Stop. It doesn't depend. You know why it does not depend? When we have a specific location that we're looking at, let's say there's a hill in front of us. We're going to tell you that hill is a certain distance away from our position. Relative to our position, that hill is a certain distance away. We can tell you exactly how far away that hill is. If it's a mound of dirt that will obstruct our view, we can tell you the distance to that mound of dirt. Now, in the case of the Earth being a globe, that mound or obstruction should be able to be measured. Like, as in, from my position, relative to me, that target distance that I'm looking at, I can measure to it. So, once again, what is the target distance measurement to where the ships disappear? There's no, it depends. It is a physical location where the ships disappear behind.
I say if your theory is true, then somebody
It's not
should
my
take.
no, sir. No,
wait,
sir.
wait a
sir.
second.
Sir,
Take
it's not
a
my
laser
theory.
pointer.
Stop.
Point
No, it's
at
not
the
my
target
wait.
and
Stop. It is not a theory or my theory. I'm asking you for evidence of the distance, Nikolai. Please provide the evidence to where the distance is where ships disappear behind. Go ahead, sir.
No, I say you can track target with a precise laser.
Okay.
If your theory is true, you should be able.
Sir, stop. It's not my theory. There is a distance to where the ships disappear behind the curvature. Please follow along. I need you to tell me what is the distance from my position to the target. What is the distance I'm working with, sir? This is not a theory or my theory. I need you to give me the distance. Go.
The distance between 2 points is the length of the shortest path that connects them.
Right.
And
Now,
this
what is the
path
distance
can
to where the
take
ships disappear?
various forms, such as straight line or more complex road.
Oh, okay. Yes. Now, what is the distance between my position to the target distance, sir?
I can give you an equation.
I need the distance to where ships disappear behind Nikolai. What is the distance that they will start to disappear? Relative to my position, what is the target distance where ships disappear behind? Give it to me in kilometers or miles. It doesn't matter.
I say,
hello?
If you have unclear weather, you can probably don't see ships in 100 meters.
Well, then what does that tell you?
It's weather condition. I mean.
Oh, so weather's conditioned the distance of what we can see. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I say.
Okay, so does that
at 1,000 meters? At 1,000 meters, the problems start to arise.
1,000 meters. All right. So you're giving a distance right now. But what I'm telling you is you just made a claim. It's due to the weather conditions. Now, that either means it's optical or it's physical. Optical or physical. Now, if it's physical, I could tell you tomorrow when, let's say, me and you go out to a hill that's in the distance. I tell you that hill from where we're standing to where we're that distance to the target distance where the hill is a certain distance away from us. And tomorrow when we get to see the hill again, the hill will be at a specific distance relative to the position where we saw it the first time. And then the next day following, that hill will be a certain distance away from us the third day, and so on and so forth. So the hill, the mound of dirt, doesn't move. Now, you're saying that the hill of water, when you're looking at a ship, moves. That does not follow that you're saying that there's a specific place that the geometric horizon is said to be. Now, using that logic, then it cannot be physical. It is optical. That means that the horizon that you think is the leading edge of the sphere is not the leading edge of the sphere. Understand?
The problem is your perspective. You say the perspective is not fixed. This is what you're saying.
No. You're putting words in my mouth. What I'm asking you right now is that you need to give me clarification as to what the distance is, and you didn't give me that. You said it is due to the weather conditions. Now, I said as my example was that if we're looking at a mound of dirt, right, a hill, that doesn't change.
Somebody.
Yeah, they do that often. So the mound of dirt doesn't change. Understand this, Nikolai. So the next day and the following and so on and so forth, we're always going to see that mound of dirt where it is every single day. Now, that's not the same for when you're looking at water. When you're watching a ship disappear behind the horizon, it's due to weather conditions, just like you said. I agree with you. But that means that it's not a physical location where you can say that's where the ships disappear. Tomorrow, they disappear at 3 miles, the next day at 3 miles, so on and so forth at 3 miles, and so on. So you can say that for your observation of seeing ships disappear behind the curvature. Therefore, something else is occurring. Now, I submit to you that it is not a physical location, but rather an optical phenomenon that's taking place. Now, we would say it is angular resolution. Now, for you to understand this, you need to understand what is angular resolution. Do you know, Nikolai? Hello?
I say if the Earth were flat, the entire
let's
ship
not go
would
there.
remain
Stop.
visible until it was
We're not
too
going to
far
go there,
away
Nikolai.
to
No,
see.
we're not going there. If the Earth was flat, no. We're going to examine if you understand or comprehend anything to deal with perspective and our vision. If you do not understand, then we're going to have to give you some information, which we were happy to do.
Well, I say the experiment can prove your point with very precise laser at 1,000 kilometers.
Okay, you're going off into another subject,
direction.
Nikolai, let us focus. Okay, I want to reason with you.
Yes,
Nikolai, stop.
I
stop.
say
Let us
you
focus.
have
Let's
maybe
not.
some
No,
ground.
Stop, Nikolai.
But
Stop.
It is
Nikolai,
not
stop.
scientific.
Stop. We're not going to lasers just yet. I asked you a question, and I need to hear your response, whether you understand, whether you know what angular resolution is or not.
Oh, sorry.
Can you please mute yourself, Clay? Nikolai, you there? Oh shit, you're muted.
Spatial.
Yeah, go ahead.
Angular.
Do you understand what angular resolution is, sir?
Yes, it's defined like a spatial resolution. It's a measure of the ability to distinguish between two closely spaced objects. This is what you're telling me.
Well, you understand what it is, so at least we have that much ground covered, right? So you do understand what angular resolution is. That's good. So from this understanding, we're going to be able to know that from a distance relative to our position, we will see things occur to look like they're getting smaller. Now, that also means that if a ship is moving away from our proximity, that ship will look like it's getting smaller in our vision. Would you agree or disagree with that?
It sounds plausible.
Well, not that it's plausible. This is how vision works, sir. So when we say that something that moves away from our proximity will get smaller, we're saying that in our vision, it's how our perspective perceives the object, right? So whether it be a boat or car or whatever it is, when it moves away from our proximity, we will see it getting smaller. Now, this is true. You can test this for yourself. Anything that moves away from your proximity will appear to get smaller. Apparently, it will get smaller. Actually, it is not getting smaller. You understand?
Yes, but it is depends from device which you use to see the target. I mean, if you have
no. You don't
with
need a
your
device.
with your naked eye, you can see probably 100 meters. Clear
Well, that's
weather.
fine. I agree with you, but I'm saying what we understand is you don't need optics to see something get smaller in the distance. You can see with your eyes things getting smaller in the distance just because you can use your naked eye. You can see things getting smaller. It's not only the optics, it's how you see. Would you agree with me on that at least? You don't need optics. Your eyes can perceive things.
This is an observable fact.
Right. Well, we're agreeing on some things, right? We're establishing the foundation. Now, angular resolution, that's a part of it, right? Now let's just relax. Angular resolution is a part of it. But there's also the ambient air temperature, which is what you said earlier, right? The weatherman's going to tell you, today you will see 10 miles away, whatever, and kilometers or whatever you're going to put in there. But your weatherman will always tell you what the visibility will be. Now, that's not an exact science, and I said that loosely, but it's not exact, okay? They're going to give you an estimation about what the clarity of the air would be for your vision if you're going to see it in the far distance and so on, right? So optically, you will perceive a distance a lot greater depending on the ambient air temperature.
Just pencil people who make
Wasn't that
sound.
loud? I was hoping it'd be louder.
Yeah. Try harder next time.
Yeah, that was a bad one.
Some people try to use harp device someday in Discord. I tried myself.
They try to turn up the music and disrupt, but they've been doing this. But the only thing they're doing is waking up Britnat. He's trying to take a nap or at least relax, and he can't do it with these guys coming in there. So it's really he's got to lodge a formal complaint to the Discord. It's a mess.
They're harming the globers more than
Forget
the
Discord
harming the flat
support.
earthers.
Discord support bans me just for me fighting Russians. Bans my account like 6 accounts in 1 week.
Really? Oh, I thought this was a politics server. Anyway, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm getting
I
wrapped
just
up in what you
explained
just said.
my experience with Discord. I hate Discord support.
So can you just? I would be really just because my my avatar is Joseph Stalin. If you could just say "Mother Russia" in a native Russian accent, that'd be great.
I'm from regional separatist movement. I do not condone this.
Can you just do it for the banter though?
Just do it for the bands.
No. If you ask me, 1918 was independent Republic Siberia, and the leftovers still exist. People who support this idea. We were in hiding a lot of years, and only because of war now we start to move forward because time has come to claim our rightful place in the nations, world nations.
Well,
this is a different story. I will not.
I have never heard of that, but this is weird. Fuck.
Well, that proves the globe.
Does it?
In my mind, yeah. I've got a small.
I haven't heard of this sect, by the way. That's kind of news to me. Have you guys known about this sect that he's taught? Anyway, I'm getting derailed.
No, I never heard of it.
That's weird. Okay.
If you want to follow up this topic, you can ask me about, but I will not.
Well, yeah. Hopefully, you don't get fucking banned from the room, so we can have this conversation later. But okay, back to the topic. So where were we? Angular resolution. We're talking about optics and ambient air temperature, how it changes what we see in the distance. Now, we do have optical phenomena, and I'm pretty sure you're aware of it. If you're not, we could review. But do you know about optical phenomena taking place, such as superior and inferior mirages, looming, towering, stooping? These types of mirages.
Never heard of it. I mean, what I know about some strange stuff, this is aurora borealis. So, things which show
talking
that
about
magnetic field changes on the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, you can qualify that as an optical phenomenon, but I mean, as far as what we're talking about, seeing off into the distance, things that would obstruct the vision, right? So you can see to a certain distance, but then if the conditions are right, you'd see an optical phenomenon like superior or an inferior mirage. Now, I can qualify that with showing you what an inferior mirage looks like. If you give me a moment, I'll pull up my GIF. I said both so I don't anger the GIF gods. All right, here you go.
But I'm still asking myself how it should work for people who did cross the world, who did the travelage. I mean,
We'll get there, man. I'm not gonna forget that question, but let's just focus on this right here.
What the hell is that GIF?
Well, mine?
Yeah, why is the road disappearing?
It's an inferior mirage. Now, this is called heat haze, which I was gonna tell Nikolai. Nikolai, can you see the text chat?
Yes, of course, I'm seeing this.
Have
chat
you?
of this room.
Okay, and this happens. Check this out. It happens on a hot and a cold day. I've seen it on both, by the way. So, can you see what's happening right above the road? There's like a mirage effect. This is called an inferior mirage. Do you see it?
Yeah, but this is optical effect, maybe.
Yes, agreed. So this is an optical effect. Now, this is an inferior mirage. However, it's also colloquially known as heat haze. It's a heat haze, right? So the haze of the temperature of the air right above the street is going to cause a mirroring effect. Now, you can't see yes. Where is it what? Yes. This is what happens. Now, you can't see the road behind the mirroring effect, right? Because it's being obstructed. So the obstruction is occurring due to the inferior mirage. So obstruction can occur without something physical being in the way, which we're seeing currently right now. Now something special is happening, right? A couple things. You got inferior mirage happening at the distance, and you got the elevation height lowering to the ground. So at the narrowest of angles, you're going to see less in the distance. As you raise up, now if you were to put that camera in reverse, as you raise up in the air, you'll see more. But still, the temperature of the air above the road will always give that inferior mirage effect. Now you could look up inferior mirage if you don't believe what I'm saying, because I don't want you to. I want you to see what it's all about, right? Go type it into Google, go look into it, check out heat haze. Just the words that I'm saying, please look them up. You'll see what it means. Now, this also occurs over something like a surface that conducts heat. Now you're talking about a vehicle over like the hood of a vehicle when it's really hot. It has like this distorted look of the air right above it, right? Because the heat and the cold air are mixing, and thus it's going to create turbulence, which it's heat haze. So that will be obstruction of something that you see. Now you can also say that you can see this in like on a desert when somebody's really far away. It looks really wavy and there's water on the looks like there's water on the ground, but that's not water. It's an inferior mirage, and it's also heat haze causing the air to be turbulent, and for your vision is going to be impaired. You can't see a lot farther than you would on a normal day because of this effect that occurs.
But it looks like very pretty limited time shorted effect at this local area. It's not a widespread effect. It's
interesting.
Appearance like weather type of things when you see lightning.
Right. No, but what we're doing is we're qualifying optical effects, right? That's what I'm doing right now with you. I'm saying we're going to look at other things because you said only Earth curvature, and I'm showing you other things can obstruct your view. Understand, Nikolai? I'm not only saying it's curvature like you might think, because other things can obstruct your view. It's not something physical. This is an optical phenomena.
Yeah, but what about gravity? Yeah, I hope I understand what you mean. But I mean, what about gravity? I mean, things like Earth core. It is of globe form. I mean, like round form.
Yes. That's what you've been told. But let's examine, right? Is there anything we can qualify the theory of gravity? Now, gravity, sir, can be understood as big G and little g. Big G is the theory of gravity. Little g is the effect. What we see in the medium of air. So when you drop a pen in the medium of air, it's said to fall at an average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. So this formula is useful in many applications that industries use. So they take advantage of the effect of gravity, the law of gravity. That's what you can look at it as, is what the effect is, something falling through the medium of air, and it can be quantified. You can work with it. It's useful, right? Now, however, little g, right? The law of gravity is one thing. I want you to separate that from big G, which is the gravitational theory of what the cause is to the effect. You follow me, Nikolai?
I think I hope.
Okay. Well, let's say this. When you ask what is gravity, right? Then we're going to define it by saying, let's talk about it in the sense of saying we have to separate it. We're talking about big G and little g. So little g, everybody in here in this whole room can say that through the medium of air, it's an average rate of fall. Then nobody would dispute that. Well, at least I hope not, right? So nobody would dispute the fact that we're seeing little g, the effect, occurring everywhere. Now, what we will now examine is big G, the cause of the effect. In the case for the globe, the cause and the effect are married. They're married. That means that one can't go without the other. So you would have to say that the cause of the effect that you see when a pen drops to the ground is that you're going to see, which is the current rhetoric right now, Einstein's gravitational theory at work. So the cause of Einstein's gravitational theory is now the cause of the effect you see from the pen falling through the medium of air. Do you understand?
Yeah, I have problem with Einstein. I postulate that Einstein theories are very, very localized space events which apply to our region of space where we are.
Well,
There
I mean, yeah, you could,
but they apply to our region of space.
Fine, you could use it for a cosmetic explanation and so on, but what I'm saying is that what it applies to on this place where you and I live, right? It applies to things where you say, if I see something falling through the medium of air, the effect, it is caused by the mass of the object, which is the Earth, causing time and space to be bent and warped. Therefore, causing the thing that you see falling is going to be pushed to the ground. It's pushed to the ground, not pulled, pushed. So it's being pushed to the surface, and so we're saying that the cause is married to the effect. Therefore, you guys have an explanation as to why things fall, right?
But
we don't know
exactly let's presume that you're right with
that's
with
actually
flat
not
Earth.
really true, by the way.
The gravity should be directed, uneven gravitational field, and there will be anomalous observations when the Earth will be flat.
Yeah, no. Let's not talk about the Earth being flat right now. I'm only telling you right now, as far as your understanding of whether or not you can grasp the concept of how it operates, the physics on the Earth. So the physics of the gravitational theory plus the effect on the Earth that's a ball, right? Because you said that it has to be, if it's a sphere, then gravity has to be working. So I'm showing you that the cause, big G, is married to the effect, little g. Do you understand that much? Like, I'm kind of gift wrapping it to you so you can see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you mean. The constant understanding of gravity and the general gravity field. There are two different concepts.
Yes. So now from that standpoint, then I would say, okay, let's see if anything checks out, right? So the first thing that I would ask is, what scientific evidence is there for big G?
Well, that's the thing. There isn't very much, like at
Well,
all.
that's not, I'm
It's a
not
theory.
asking you at the moment, Arabic. Yeah, you just have a seat for now. I'm talking to Nikolai.
Sure thing, mate.
You might have your answers, but just let's see if he can, because it's really he wants to. I want him to bring it home, Nikolai.
Nah, I mean, we have satellites.
I know that. I know. So we built it. Listen, we have to build a foundation. We can't just talk about it straight out. If you don't have a foundation, then the premise is not going to be understood. Like what you're trying to get to. And if we establish a foundation of what we're saying, either it checks out or it does not.
Then look at the moon. Moon have gravitational forces too. If the gravitational forces are different from the moon and the Earth, there will be probably different relation of the gravity between our planets, and we would have different circumstances if our planet will be flat.
All right, but let's just focus on the Earth for now, Nikolai, because we're talking about the moon. If you want to examine the moon, we can, but not right now. I would say because
But
we're
the
establishing.
moon is around. That we agree.
Yeah, but
on.
we're not concerned right now with the moon at the moment because you and I don't live there. We live here. So let us focus and keep our mind
Yeah,
to where this
but
place is. So
look, I have always understanding that our solar system, we have sun, which is a round form, round shape. Yes, other planets have round shapes or globe shape. I mean, from the point of view of creation of the planets and material stuff, it would make only one time reason if our planet was not natively created by the evolution or by the any means. That there somebody had come with big terraformer ships, built space station, and maybe then it will work. What you suppose? What you propose?
I think you went too far into the weeds. You don't need to say all of that. So the only thing we need to examine is if the Earth itself is the physics on the Earth that you and I live on can be tested to be said that the gravitational theory is scientifically known or not. So for you to answer that, you're going to have to provide the evidence for it. Now, is there any scientific evidence for the gravitational theory of Einstein?
I will say it's likely highly debatable.
Well, why do you think that is?
Because Einstein, with his theories, at one point assume eta, and at another point disregard eta. He's not really constant in some very major points of his theories.
Well,
if you look close enough.
I know, but what were you? Okay, so would you understand that the little g both of us can test that, right? You drop something, you can measure the average rate of fall. That stuff is you and I. We don't disagree, right?
Yes, it's observable scientific
All right,
effects.
so let's put that to the side now. Now let's examine big G, the cause. Can you tell me if you can give me a way that we can know that the cause is real? Because otherwise, we don't have evidence for it. That's what we need. We need evidence. I need you to tell me, do we have evidence for it?
We have measurement. Approximately 6,674 multiplied 10, and then you have like degree of minus 10 Newton millimeter kilogram. I'm measurement.
Newton per kilogram.
Newton per kilogram, something like that. But it is caused from the Einstein general relativity,
That's actually not confirmed.
And from which I have to
That's what
critique.
I want him to. I want him to actually, if he's going to realize that or not.
In my point, and there exists even some German scientists who claim that Einstein did not produce good enough work. It was big work, but not good enough to cover all possible cases which describe what we have in our region of space.
Well, that's the issue, right? Because the gravity doesn't have much actually to do with why our planet is shaped the way it did, whether it's flat or curved. So, in the case of the Earth being a globe, the reason why the big G, the theory as to why the gravity does occur, is yet unknown. Because here's the thing: space-time, the idea of a four-dimensional plane, is actually not confirmed, but it is a highly probable theory, but still a theory nonetheless. So to say that that we can yet to in this day find a definitive reason as to why gravity occurs, we can't. But we do understand that there is this constant 9.82 newtons what's it called now again? Well, 9.82 meters per second squared acceleration of an object that is in a free fall position.
I say another problem with the flat theory water. I mean deep, very deep holes in Earth. If we would have technology to make, like, I don't know, ship which can go very deep at deepest point possible, probably we would get some clues about what we really like, what we have really like in shape of our Earth, because the gravity would be different, differentials will be different, and it would conclude.
Oh no, I don't believe that the Earth is flat. I don't believe that.
Yeah, gravity
And,
would curve the water, though, if that was actually a problem for flat Earth. It doesn't do that, though, so sounds like the weight of the evidence is in our favor.
Actually, that's not true because gravity, as we understand it, even without we've been able to measure this, is attracted to things of high mass and particularly high densities. So when something is high mass and high density, it will have a higher gravitational constant. We've been
So
able to
did you hear
measure
what I
this
said
mechanism.
about how gravity would curve the water?
Well, here's the thing. What the gravitational point of which things are centered around is actually the center of Earth, which is
Okay, yeah. So like I said twice already, gravity would curve the water then.
We understand
Wait
that
a
the planet is
second.
already curved, so it's actually going perpendicularly to the core straight down.
How do you know that?
Maybe only one clue exists. I'm not
Wait,
sure.
perpendicular to
But-
straight down is perpendicular to straight down is horizontal. Yeah, that's what it does, and that's not what the surface of a ball does.
Well, then
So
I
yeah,
used
you just debunked the globe for us. Thank
I
you.
actually used the wrong terminology. What I meant.
Yeah, well, you actually used the right terminology. That's what actually happened.
That's what you believe, right? And
No, that's what we
No,
observed.
that's what you
the
believe.
water, as in terms of the relation to the core, is straight above it.
What? There's no core. There's
Yeah,
no
but these
ball.
are claims, Arabic.
And we've been able to measure that when the earthquakes.
No, dude,
No,
like
you haven't.
what you're saying
Yes,
right
we
now are all
you wanna
you're
prove that?
claim stacking one claim after another. You can that doesn't confirm anything that you're saying. That just it's an idea that you have that somebody told you, but that you can't verify, and you're stacking claims upon another, and that's not evidence of anything. Claim stacking is not evidence.
How do you wish for me to confirm this exactly? What do you think is a
Okay,
valid way?
so when
I
you
say,
make
wait a second. I say,
What?
I
Go ahead.
know some crazy people claim that in the ancient past there were an experiment which tried to make a very large hole for the electricity grid of ancient civilization. They popped the earth, produced a very disruptive and very big massive explosion event which caused destruction of civilizations, and there exists some evidence for that.
Now we're
you
getting
got a
into
citation, Nikolai? You got a
into
citation for that?
nothing.
You got a
Yeah.
citation for that?
I need to look up exactly those people, but
Well, yeah, produce the citation in the text chat for everybody, because I mean, there's one thing for you to make a story up, and there's another thing for you to at least put evidence of what you're saying. Because right now it sounds like you just made that up. So unless you verify the claim, at least it sounds like you just made it up.
We've gone from
it's subjective
claims,
matter.
we've
Yes,
gone
I
from
agree.
claims. We've gone from claim stacking to speculation. It's really interesting.
Yeah, really quickly too. No, it's not. Arabic, you know, and you might think that because you have no one's ever questioned like the things that you're saying, but because we haven't yet. We're talking to Nikolai. I haven't questioned you yet, so I don't know what your knowledge is based on the Earth being a globe. But like, I'm still interested in Nikolai because we were talking to him, and I want to find out if he has any. Because really, Nikolai, we haven't settled. We started with ships disappearing from the bottom up, right? And we swung off to another topic with gravity. And now we're on something else with your speculation. So we haven't settled on anything you had to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. We're still waiting. So the thing that we're waiting for is evidence of surface curvature, evidence of axial rotation, the Earth in motion, or the cosmic vacuum, whether you know or you believe that you're in a cosmic vacuum right now. So we need to establish a foundation for your knowledge of you knowing that the Earth is a globe. If not, you don't know that it's a globe. You just believe that it is, as in a blind belief without any evidence whatsoever or even a hint of understanding.
I say basically on the gravity point and basically on what I said about seeing ships departing. But maybe is there some middle zone where we can say that the Earth is not a flat and is not a globe. Maybe it's something different of the form. Maybe I'm not
It's
sure.
a globoid shape. It's not a perfect globe. It looks like a globe essentially, but it's not a perfect globe.
Yeah, it's not a
Has
globe
anybody
at
ever
all.
talked to anybody ever talked to Arabic, Heretic?
I've never talked to him till now.
Okay. Well, see, we're gonna have to start with Arabic. Nikolai, take a seat if you don't mind, or you can jump in, but just we're gonna talk to Arabic now. So Arabic, the foundational knowledge that you have for the Earth being a globe, what's the extent of knowledge? Do you understand a few things, or can I ask you
I
some questions?
understand
Just
physics. I would say a pretty well extent.
okay. So would you be able to give a sufficient answer to whoever measured the curvature of the Earth, as in the drop over the distance? Now we're not concerned with shadow lengths. We're concerned with
Why not?
from your point, yeah, from your observation point to a target distance. What would be the curvature elevation change?
I have a question. Why not shadow length? Why is that irrelevant?
Because shadow lengths don't give us what I'm asking for. The example
Oh,
of what I need
it's been
is
proven with shadow
specific.
length.
Yeah, shadow lengths is just shadow length. So you could do a shadow length on a flat surface or a curved surface. It doesn't really matter what surface that you're doing shadow lengths on. They're not going to give us the measurement of drop over distance. And so this is what we need so that we can
Are you
verify.
aware of the experiments that they conducted?
Yes, I'm
and why
aware
they
and I
said that
understand
was
it
curved?
completely. But that's why I'm
Then you know
saying
why they said
this. Yeah, it's inconclusive, Arabic.
How
You
exactly?
should know this. If you're going to get into it, you should know it's inconclusive. That's the reason why I won't admit it. So
Okay,
it's
well,
not
can you
admissible
please
because
explain
it's
to me how it's
inconclusive.
inconclusive? Could you provide
Right.
evidence for that?
So first of all, it starts off with an assumption and it ends by being inconclusive. So I'm not going to even talk about it. I don't engage in
Actually, not
Eratosthenes.
true. So
Actually,
when
it
he
is
conducted the
true.
experiment, he
Actually,
wanted
it is
to.
true.
He put the poles, and he
Okay,
noticed that
so
there was
you're gonna
clear
challenge
difference.
it, right? So now let's
Yes.
challenge it. So you say he didn't assume. What did he do when he first began his journey with this Eratosthenes test? What did he do?
There was a pole that was set up in North Africa, and there was a pole that was set up in a city in Egypt.
No,
And
incorrect.
okay, so what is it then?
Well, I'm not gonna tell you. I'm just saying it's
Oh,
incorrect.
well then prove how it's incorrect.
Well,
If
I
you're gonna say
can,
that
but
something's incorrect,
I
well
can,
then
but
do it.
then here, let me just tell you. You said 2 poles? Is that correct?
As of what I know, yes, 2 poles.
Okay, where did you learn this?
When I had watched a video about this, is what I
Okay,
learned it, and I
the
looked at the
person was
sources.
incorrect in the video because he
Okay,
used
can
a
you show that?
well. He used a well. And so the well was, when the light was 90 degrees above the well, it was shining straight down into the well, not casting any shadows, so they could see directly down into the well. It was a well and a
Could you
pole.
provide sources of this, please?
That's not my evidence. I'm telling you what it is.
Well,
You got to go look it up.
I mean, here's the thing: when you're making a claim, you have to provide proof
It's
of
not
that.
a claim.
That's a
It's not a claim. That's just go look it up
the
anywhere.
claim was.
It's your evidence, not
that he
mine.
used a well and not
It's
poles. That is a
your
claim.
evidence, not mine. And I'm sorry that you got it incorrect, but that
What
is
is the
true.
definition of a claim?
Well, here's the thing, dude. Like, it's not for me to show you that if he did use a pole, how could he look straight down that it wasn't casting a shadow? It was a well. So obviously it was a well. The story goes it was a well and it was a pole at the other end. So what he was doing was saying that on one instance at 90 degrees above that well, the light was shining straight down into it and he could see no divergence of the shadow there because he could see straight down into the well. And on the other place where it was noontime, it was a divergent shadow. So that was what he used. And he also, I have it saved somewhere here, but he was using an assumption, like I told you he was using, of 360 degrees. So
Okay,
are you saying that he
so you're
wasn't
saying-
using?
Are you telling me the source is incorrect then?
No, I'm telling you that whatever source that you're looking in right now probably doesn't have it. Is that a primary source?
When you say
Secondary
primary
source? Yeah.
This is a primary source, as in my first source.
No.
What is the
I'm
incorrect
not
meaning of
talking about.
Maybe it has to do with the language barrier.
I'm not talking about the source from where you're actually pulling it from. The source, whether it's drawing from Eratosthenes himself saying this, or is it someone like some academic paper saying that, well, this is what Eratosthenes done.
This seems to be an academic paper, so secondary
Okay.
source.
Well, I mean, even saying that that they're going to test this, what I'm saying with his test, beginning that it was a well and a pole, but it doesn't matter at this point because I'm going to show you that even so, he was still using a formula that had to use a circumference, right? That still didn't have any information he was deriving from those shadows.
Again,
he didn't get it. He didn't get a circumference from the shadows. He assumed they were confirming the circumference. His assumption was already baked into the formula.
Could you do me a favor and prove this?
What?
You said that he was using a formula that was assuming a circumference. Now that is a
Yes,
claim.
yes.
Could you provide the proof that?
Fuck yeah, dude. But
confirms this?
you're just gonna have to
Thank
give
you,
me a
brother.
minute because I have it on my shit.
Take the time you need, my friend.
What a weird thing to ask for when this is your claim and the whole claim is that he solved for the circumference. Of course, he's using a formula for a circumference. That's the whole point of it.
Here's the thing.
Here.
Was my claim that he was using a formula that assumes circumference? Yes or
I
no?
think this is it right here. Wait a minute. Oh, I have it.
Exactly.
Give me a second.
Go on, please.
Yeah, I have it saved in a. Just give me a moment. Somewhere in my shit.
It
I
is
got
what
so
it
much
is,
shit.
bro. I've been there.
Fuck, dude, it's buried. All right, just give me a moment. I'm gonna have to start putting these folders because I have all the images like just fucking everywhere.
You don't have it very organized, do you?
No, cause
Yeah,
I
shit
don't.
happens.
It's never because you never know where you're gonna go with any of this conversation. So it's not like
It goes all over the place. I know.
so my shit is all over the place in conversations. All right, let me see. I think this is it.
I don't expect you to have everything at hand in a second, so.
But I do. Fuck, dude. Let me see. This is part of it.
Is this your evidence to? Is this what he provided?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
But I have the articles. Fuck, dude. The article somewhere. I have the article somewhere.
Well, the source that you got this image from also claims that this image.
Oh,
sorry,
thank you,
the
Space Goat.
source,
Yeah.
Aristophanes
Sorry.
erected a pole in Alexandria, which
Yeah.
assumes
That's what
something
I
that
was.
you said
Listen,
wasn't
I
true.
was telling you that, but like, okay, so yeah, that's exactly right. Space Goat. Thank you very much. I was looking for that. I don't know why I didn't fucking save it. All right. So, anyways, let me.
Sometimes you take for granted that you save things.
No, I fucked up. I should have saved it. All right. So
It is what it
Eratosthenes erected a. Let me just read a little bit here. Eratosthenes erected a pole in Alexandria, and on the summer solstice, he observed that it cast a shadow, proving that the sun was not directly overhead, but slightly south. Recognizing the curvature of the Earth and knowing the distance between the two cities enabled Eratosthenes to calculate the planet's circumference. Eratosthenes could measure the angle of the sun's rays off the vertical by dividing the length of the leg opposite the angle, the length of the shadow by the leg adjacent to the angle, the height of the pole. This gave him an angle of 7.12 degrees. He knew that the circumference of Earth constituted a circle of 360 degrees. So 7.2 or 7.2 to divide 360 evenly by 50 degrees would be about 1/15 of the circumference. He also knew that approximate distance between Alexandria and Syene, so he could set up this equation. Okay, so 360 degrees over, is it 7.2 degrees? Yeah, circumference of the Earth was already baked in. It's already in there.
But
Okay,
as
he
you can
didn't.
see earlier in the source, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, but he didn't.
said
He didn't
recognize
measure.
the curvature of the Earth and knowing the distance between the two cities enabled Aristophanes to calculate the planet's circumference.
Yeah, but
meaning he didn't
that's already begging the
have
question, though.
circumference.
Arabic.
No, it's
That's
not.
begging the question. He didn't know that the circumference of Earth was what it is. He's begging the question. Now let's look. He's
How
using. He's
exactly
only
is
using.
that?
It's only using math. This is what he's doing. He's using math. And so it's math and
That's
magic,
all you need.
right?
That's all
It's
you need.
math and
Mathematics.
magic. So here it is. Eratosthenes estimated the distance from
Could
Alexandria
you
to Syene.
demonstrate the issue with his
as-
mathematics? Could you
Yeah.
demonstrate
So
it mathematically?
just wait, dude. Hold on. It says Eratosthenes estimated the distance from Alexandria to Syene at 5,000 stadia or 500 miles, 800 kilometers. He made this estimation from time it took walkers. This is his way that he found the distance, dude. People walking. So check this out. This from the time it took walkers who were trained to measure distances by taking regular strides. That's the unit of measurement. regular
Well,
strides, bro. Check this
well, I
out.
mean,
To
here's
trek
the thing.
between
What
cities.
measurement
By
tools did
solving
they
the
have back in
equation.
the
Yeah,
day?
but hold on a minute, dude. I'm still reading. By solving the equation, he calculated a circumference of
Indeed.
250,000 stadia or 25,000 miles or 40,000 kilometers. Now, on the bottom is going to show the diagram where it shows the sun's rays casting a shadow off the pole. And it tells you even the time, right? June 20th, angle rays between the pole are 7.2. And the sun rays straight down at the well at noon at June 20th. So this is what I'm trying to get to you right now, right? The well was that the light was coming straight into the well. It wasn't a pole, it was a well. So he was looking down straight into it. He could see it clearly to the bottom. So that's what he said at 90 degrees. So from his test to say he got some walkers with regular strides to go to a different land. And fuck, dude, you think that's fucked up, by the way, to even say that was even the case. But the standard of how they measured something was even like all of it's fucking questionable, right? For him to actually get this
Not as
math.
mathematics is like okay. One thing you could question is a unit of measurements being strides, but they didn't really have the most sophisticated measurement tools back in the day and technologies and techniques as well. So they did with what they had, and with of course, not the perfectly accurate measurement of walking. With of course, there's going to be issues of how many centimeters each step is. So you're going to get some issues
I
with the
know that.
exact
That's
measurements
what
and
I'm
that.
trying to tell you, but that's
Here's the
beside
thing.
the point.
That still doesn't mean that his
That's beside the
mathematics.
point. No,
That's
I'm not
no,
even
my
worried about
brother.
that. I'm just saying the what I'm showing you is that the inconsistency of trying to get something approximately we're way off the mark. Now, not only that,
How are
but
we
we're
off the mark
using
here?
because number one, strides are not a fucking way to measure anything. Anyway, so
Not nowadays.
well, any days, because a person's stride is not going to be equal to every single. You're not going to be consistent doing strides. Fuck that. Like,
What
there's no
measurement
way.
tools did they have really back in the day?
Hey, that's not. What are you looking at me for? I'm not the one that. It's not
No,
my
but
evidence. So anyway,
you understand that this was
I know it's
like
complicated,
thousands of
bro.
years
Strides are
ago.
not a great way to measure shit anyway. We both know this, but that's
Yeah, we
beside the
both agree
point,
on
right?
that.
So we're not looking into that. We're trying to say that even if he did use strides and they fucking figured the shit out from the distance, we don't have a circumference because the circumference is being calculated as math. Math isn't reality, and that's what he's
Okay,
saying.
yeah, the dude, Jesus
That's
Christ.
the issue.
Math isn't reality?
Yeah, it's not.
What do you mean by math isn't reality?
Dude, if you had fucking 5 apples and I took away 10, how many apples do you have?
Impossible.
Exactly. It's
But
not
that's not
fucking
math
reality,
works
bro.
because
And
math
by the
also
way,
bases on pellets and you
Arabic. And by
calculate
the way,
area.
check this out, bro. Where do you see the number 2 running around in nature? Or how about can you hand me a number 5? It's fucking it's a language, bro.
You
It's how
clearly don't
people
understand
talk.
mathematics.
Yeah, well, mathematics is not reality. It describes things. You can use it like a
Without
language, but it's not
without
reality
mathematics,
in and
we
of
wouldn't
itself.
have
Arabic.
exact measurements, my friend.
I'm sorry. It's not reality. Reality is reality. Before people could talk,
Yes, reality is
kids.
reality. Good point.
Yeah, kids don't know math. Math has to be a language that's taught to them. You have to
Yeah,
learn math.
Mathematics uses a
also the
universal
problem,
language. You
Arabic
understand, right?
is
No,
that
you fucking doesn't use a
No, it
universal
does
language.
actually.
It does
That's
not
why.
Arabic.
use.
No, but that's
No, it
why.
doesn't.
That's
You're
why.
missing one of
You're
the
a liar.
No,
You're a
I'll
Arabic.
liar.
You're
explain to you
missing
how it
one of
works.
the. Hey,
Go on,
you're
please.
missing one of the problems from this Eratosthenes thing. He assumed a sphere, and then did an equation of 360 degrees, and came up with a sphere.
You understand that a circle also has the same angular totality, right?
That's
So
that's
what, dude?
that's not that doesn't even make sense from what I
Well,
just said.
how many
Stop
degrees?
avoiding it. Listen to what
I'm
I'm
not
saying.
avoiding it at
Listen.
all.
He did an equation assuming a circumference with an equation that makes a circumference. What are you going to end up with? Are you going to end up with a circumference?
Do you know what a circumference is?
Oh my God,
God,
you're
you're a
not answering the
fucking
question,
idiot.
bro.
No. I'll explain to you how
No, I
what he
don't
did
give a shit
wasn't.
about your
Well, I'll
explanation,
tell
bro.
you.
You're
Well,
missing the
what is
point.
it? What is the point in
Arabic.
this conversation if
The
you don't
point
want me
is
to counter?
he fucking assumed the circumference, bro. He
Uh,
assumed it was a
oh my
circumference.
God!
What? Oh my God! What?
You know that every single object in the world has a circumference, right? Everything.
Bro, what the fuck,
Assuming a
dude?
circumference. Do you know what a
Yeah,
circumference
he's
is?
assuming it. How the fuck are you gonna assume something that you have no measure? It's begging the question.
What's the circumference of a credit card?
You would have to measure all the sides to figure that out.
Oh fuck me.
Oh yeah, you're a total idiot.
How exactly?
Just checking.
Wait, circumference or maybe this is language barrier. Let me translate what
What's the
I'm.
circumference of a triangle?
Wait, hold up. Let me see here. Wait, wait.
So how did he know there was a circumference to solve
sorry.
for?
Wait, hold up.
Hey,
I'm a retard.
let's try to stay to the point. How did he know that there was a circumference to solve for to begin with?
Hold up. Let me see if I understand what you guys are saying, because again, English is my first language, so I might be thinking of circumference as something else than it actually is. Just making sure.
It's a fucking circle, dude. So how did he know there was one to solve for to begin with?
Well, circumference in the language I speak.
He's not gonna answer.
Circle. Circumference.
Is the same terminology.
You didn't answer the question, Arabic.
Circumference is
You're avoiding.
how long. Well, then
You're avoiding.
restate the question if
that
I'm
wasn't
avoiding.
the question, bro. You need
don't
to
even
answer
know what
the
it means.
Explain that
question.
circumference is still applicable.
No,
From what I
no.
understand.
Just answer Heretic's question, bro. Like if you're gonna be honest.
Well, I'm asking him to please restate the question.
Dude.
How did he know there was a circumference to solve for to begin with?
Because we're talking about an object.
Okay, how did he know there was an object there?
Because
A sphere. How did he know that?
Object. It doesn't have to do with a sphere, actually.
Oh, okay.
No
So that's
shit, no
nothing to
shit.
do with proving the globe.
Circumference is the length of the
fucking
outside of an
clown,
object,
Arabic.
not necessarily a circle. A rectangle has a length of the outsides. The sides.
Does a rectangle have
lengths.
does a rectangular have a circumference?
From what I understand it to be, yes.
You're thinking
dude.
From what I understand, the word circumference to
shit.
mean yes.
It's perimeter. You're thinking the word perimeter.
Yeah, it's perimeter.
Okay, yeah,
not
perimeter.
fucking
Every
circumference.
object has a perimeter.
Yeah, but that's not a circumference, bro.
Well, I'm assuming the Swedish word that I'm translating
Nah,
from.
Swedish,
Okay,
my ass, dude. No,
brother.
fuck that.
I'm telling
Dude,
you,
you're
English is my
fucking
first
up.
language.
All
I'm
right.
using
But
when I
do you know what?
translated
Okay,
circumference
listen.
to Swedish.
So now that
I got the same
that's
word.
Arabic,
That's
bro.
used both
Chill,
parameter
chill, bro.
circumference.
Hey,
I'm calm.
chill.
You're not the one that's calm.
So
You're the
listen,
one raising
if
your
it's not a circumference that we're talking about, then how do you know the circumference of something? Like back to Heretic's question. How do you know it's not the shape that he's talking about? It might have a perimeter, but damn sure doesn't have a circumference. How did he know that?
Okay, here's the thing. He did. That's actually true. Now that I understand what you mean by circumference, he did assume a circumference. Yes.
Well, that's what
He
I
did
was
assume
saying,
one.
bro.
I
That's
understood,
exactly what I'm talking
brother,
about.
There's been, as I stated, language barrier. I assumed
All
the
right,
word
well, all right.
circumference
So
to
check
mean
this
the
out.
same word as parameter.
Fine. So now that we got that out of the way, now I'm going to go back to what I was asking you in the very beginning. That's the reason why I don't talk about it, because he's assuming. I don't like assumptions. I like for some direct measurements of the curvature of the Earth. Therefore, I toss Eratosthenes the fuck out. I don't even use it. That's why I don't even entertain it. It doesn't give us what we need, which is direct measurement. So back to the first premise, right? Let's talk about Earth's curvature. Do you know how it has been measured other than Eratosthenes?
Exact ways that are just at the top of my head.
It's okay if
Now
you
when
say
you're
no,
asking,
man.
I
Like
don't
the
really
point.
remember. I don't really remember, but I do
well, that's
know I've
fine.
seen other examples. I just don't remember them when you're saying it.
The point is you're intellectually honest. If you don't know, just say I don't fucking know. Like this, there's not a. We're not pressing you. If you don't know, fuck it. You say somebody else figured it out. Like I need to know if you know.
Let me well, as I stated, from the top of my head, I've been able to remember the Aristophanes one.
Yeah, but that's
now that you're
not
saying
direct
it,
measurement. That's not direct measurement.
yeah, well, other than that, I've actually not really like
Okay.
now I don't remember exactly. I do know
All
I've
right,
seen,
all
but I
right.
don't
So
remember them.
I only got two more follow-up questions. That's it, just two. So the next question would be the axial rotation of the Earth spinning around. Has it ever been directly measured, or has anybody ever tested that the Earth is spinning on its axis? At the equator, they tell us that the Earth is spinning around 1,000 miles per hour. Now, how can we verify that information for the Earth's rotation? Do you know, Arabic? You can say you don't know. We could go to the last question.
So how it's been measured has been a means of an array of radio telescopes, or as I'm seeing here, or by using lasers to measure the movement of atoms falling in Earth's gravity. That's
Wow,
what the
dude,
sources
that's
say.
a lot of fucking. That's a lot of hoops right there and assumptions
What's
and shit. All
the
right,
what's the
so stick to
assumptions
one of
there?
those. I don't give a shit which one it is. Stick to one so we can look into it.
Okay, radio telescopes then.
Okay. So with radio telescopes, how has it been measured that the Earth is rotating at the specific rotation
Okay,
rate?
well let's find that information.
Do you know?
Uh,
I'm asking if you know. I don't want to look
at the top
into
of
it. I
my
want to
at
know
the
if you
top of
know or
my
not.
head, no. This is
Okay, so
again.
then that's the answer. The answer is you don't know. So I'm not looking for answers on the internet. I'm looking for your specific knowledge to fundamentally tell me how you know. And if you don't, we can move off to the next one. If you say it's been somebody figured that shit out, that's fine. But you don't know right now. That's the only thing I'm concerned about, your knowledge. So let's go to the last question, which is the cosmic vacuum. Now I need to preface it by this way, right? I will say that the cosmic vacuum, as far as we understand it, is as you get higher in elevation, said to be right at the exosphere, right low Earth orbit. It begins probably a little bit above the thermosphere, somewhere right there, right by the exosphere. And so you're said to be dealing with low pressures at about maybe 10 to the -6. And as you go out to outer space, you get like 10 to the -17, and it just gets crazy, right? But for this example, we want to talk about the gas pressure without a container. So if we have gas pressure here on Earth, it's said to be around 14 psi on the surface. You and I are breathing around 14 psi. It varies, but it's around there. So we're breathing that in and out of our lungs. As you go up in elevation, it gets less and less, and it gets harder to breathe. You know this. Everybody knows this. Um, so how is it possible that we have this gas pressure here on Earth? They're telling us that the Earth as a globe is an open system. That means that matter and energy can leave the system, right? Can go back and forth through the system. That means rockets can leave and go to the moon and go to Mars, and satellites can go to Jupiter and all kinds of stuff. So that if that's possible, how is it possible that we have this gas pressure without a container? Because in every instance that we know that we have gas pressure, the conditional statement would follow that we would have to have a container for that gas pressure.
So the reason why the atmosphere stays intact. So for example, you are right. Uh, on the boundaries between Earth's atmosphere and the vacuum space, um, there is less and less and less air, oxygen atoms
Right.
there, and
Right.
that is and how it's understood. Why the atmosphere keeps its pressure and why it does not simply just poof vanish into space is due to gravity pulling these particles towards Earth and making sure they stay there and do not drift off into space.
What was the answer? What keeps everything, all the air here?
The gravity is strong enough
Gravity.
to pull the particles and make sure they
All right.
stay where they are.
All right. So gravity is the answer. Now,
Yes.
for this answer, we need to because it's now something that you've said. Where can you give me some citation or somewhere you've picked up this information? How did you learn it? How has it been tested? Because three things I need, right? I need a primary source, who said it. I need a citation, where has it been said? And then I need a demonstration, how we can test it. So three things.
How we can test
Yeah,
atoms.
if you don't listen, if you don't know, if you don't have the information to support the claim, just say I don't know, and you can defer to a
Oh,
scientist or
I can
whatever.
get.
Somebody figured it out.
I can give you informations as to why the atmosphere, as it's understood, is due to gravity.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying if you could support the claim, if you could support the claim, if you don't listen, Arabic, if you don't know, just say I don't know, because it's not your information anyway. But like if you say you don't know, I would agree that you don't, and then we could defer to us, allegedly a scientist that figured it out or whatever. But you don't have to be the one that has a responsibility to tell me about it. So if you do say that you know, then I want you to tell me primary source, citation, and a demonstration. That's what I'm going to require.
I'll give you the information, brother.
All right, so you're going to tell me?
I'm gonna give you because you're asking for a source. I'll give you the source.
Yeah, the primary source, and then from that primary source, I need you to give me a citation from where it says exactly what you said, that gravity is the container, because it needs to be matching what you said, right? So the citation that you pull out from the source, the primary source, is going to have to be saying, just like you said, gravity is the container for the gas pressure on Earth. And
yeah, getting it.
Yeah, and please cite where it says that, and then we'll go over it. And we got quite a lot of people in here.
That
What's
is
up, guys?
true. How many people are in here? I can't
I
see
don't know.
what's in
I'd
the
say we got
VC.
like 30 or 40.
I think we can do quick counting here. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36, 40 people.
40.
Yeah, I knew it. I fucking knew it, dude. I'm good. Fuck it.
Good intuition. So here's a source that I saw. So
All right, let's have a look.
this is here's the thing. So it is citing a summary from a book on Oxford
Geophysical
Academics
Journal.
website. Yeah, this is something that I can at least get where this
All right.
book they're summarizing the
Well,
book.
can we go into it? Because it's saying leaving Discord. All right.
It always tells you that you're leaving Discord, so you don't accidentally click a link you don't want to. Now, if we actually like want to go into the information as to how they did it, we'd have to find the book essentially and see how they did it.
No,
And
I'm just
not. And
looking.
by the
I'm
way,
just
like, just so you know, I'm not gonna act as if I also have faith and I do put some trust into physicists because I do.
well, I know that, and I think that's why you're bringing this up.
I do have like I believe that I need to some extent at least have some faith in them.
Yeah.
And this
Before,
also due to that I'm learning physics.
Give me
I
a second,
still got
Arabic. Can somebody hang on, Arabic? Can somebody pick this point up? I gotta head out. Anybody from the team? Can you pick it up from here? I gotta get going, man. So I can't. Hang on.
You have a life. I'm not expecting you to stay here all day.
Don't worry, Mickey, we got it.
Which point we on?
Regarding the atmosphere as to how
Let me just let the team know. Yeah, let me just let the team know where we're at. We're right now at a gravity causing the gas pressure on the Earth. It's the third point, and he brought this this link in the text chat. You might want to look at it before, because I think he's claiming this. So just look it over and see if there's, because I always it's an easy read. The summary is an easy read. So, and then just go from there. I gotta get going.
Okay, no problem. See you later, Miggy.
Take care, brother.
Okay, so can you cite a hypothesis from that link for gravity causing air pressure?
The thing saying what the hypothesis was and then coming to the conclusion essentially.
Just looking for experimental evidence that gravity can actually do that. Something more than
Here's
just
the
a
thing.
claim.
The source that I sent is Oxford
good.
Academic, and they are summarizing the book. So the book most likely contains hypothesis due to it being.
Well, you don't know.
I don't have access to this book now. I'm not gonna act as if I don't have some trust in physicists because I do.
Well, why reference it if you don't even know if what you're looking for is in it?
Because what I'm actually looking for is physicists coming to the conclusion that Earth is maintaining its atmosphere because of gravity, which this source
Okay.
is providing.
Yeah, you're just looking for people saying something. You're not actually looking for the evidence.
Well, not necessarily true. That's not exactly how.
That's what you just told me.
What I just told you is I'm looking for people that have conducted some sort of research into this.
Yeah. So let's go to that research instead of what they think. How about that?
Of course.
Okay, so where is it?
Did you click on the link?
Did you? This is supposed to be your evidence. You couldn't cite what I asked for from it.
Well, I mean, if we're supposed to look into it, we should look into it together, no?
Well, why don't you just look into your claim before you make it and then come here and make it?
Oh no, I have looked into it. Like not the book, but I've looked into this, and it is
Okay.
a summary of a book.
So,
as I stated.
okay, so are you aware then of an experiment which shows that gravity can cause air pressure?
At the top of my head, no.
Okay, so it's just a claim. There's no actual evidence for it at this point.
At the top of my head, as I stated.
Right. So at this point, it's just a claim. There's no evidence to support it.
Essentially.
Okay. All right. Well, I think you're going to need a container for air pressure in that case then.
Why do you believe like that we need a specific container in a sense?
Because
What
gas pressure is literally defined as the force that gas exerts on the walls of its container. So you're going to need a container, I would think.
Well, the container in this case doesn't have to be a physical container.
Okay, you've already said that, but we already got to the point where you admitted that there was no evidence for it.
For the Earth being caused, the Earth's atmosphere being contained because of gravity, that there's no evidence for that claim.
Yeah, you already said that. Yeah, and you weren't able to provide any evidence.
I cannot come of evidence as of
Well,
asking you.
well, the point in this exercise is that nobody can.
Why exactly can nobody do that?
Because that's just a fantasy. That's not
Why is it a
reality.
fantasy?
Well, because it's not reality. It's not physically demonstrable. That's why you can't, provide any physical demonstration for it.
Picture? What?
You do understand that gravity, the force of gravity, is something we know to be true.
Okay, so it's a force. So it's a force. Okay, so you're an Einstein denier. All right, interesting.
not an
Usually
Einstein
heliocentrists are supposed to go with Einstein, but well, Einstein doesn't say that gravity is a force.
The reason, here's the thing. It's something that we've measured to exert a force on things, and we know that to be completely true. I'm going with things that I know to be 100% true in this case.
Okay, it's not even defined as a force, but can you show it changing the direction of gas anyhow?
Probably.
Okay.
Just give me a second, please.
Go ahead.
At this stage, wouldn't you just go, oh, I don't know, maybe I need to look into it?
Yeah. It's kind of clear that you have a preconceived bias here. You kind of did it backwards. You started with your conclusion.
I am back now.
Okay.
What are you guys saying? Is there anything new?
Well, there's nothing new under the sun. We're still waiting for an experiment that shows gravity changing the direction of gas. Still don't have one.
Okay, here. So here's a source, a secondary source, talking a news article talking about how physicists had done a laboratory experiment to experiment the nature of gravity, essentially, and one of those was the effects on gas.
Can you cite the part where they talk about how it affected gas?
Let me see if it's mentioned in this.
Grab us a quotation or whatever.
It affects all matter, doesn't matter if it's gas or not.
Okay, if it affects all matter, then show it affecting gas.
Does gas have a mass, by the way?
The word gas is not even mentioned in this article, so I don't think this is the one you're looking for.
Oh no, but like this thing, the study exactly that from the primary source.
Yeah, it doesn't show what you're trying to show. So, primary source or not,
they're only talking about how they were doing in a laboratory experiment.
For what? An experiment for what? An experiment for what?
The quantum nature of gravity.
Oh, the quantum nature. That's not what we're looking for. You know that relativity and quantum physics don't even reconcile with one another. This has nothing to do with what I was asking about.
General relativity, if you think that.
Yeah, I know, but your claim was general relativity because you said gas or gas. Yeah, you said gravity changing the direction of gas. So gravity, defined by Einstein, would be the bending and warping of space-time. You say that can contain gas, essentially. So what we're trying to find is an experiment that supports that, but you've given me an article that, by your own admission, has nothing to do with that.
I don't believe in the gravitational theory, though. That's the thing.
Oh, I don't care. Okay, you don't believe in gravity. Okay, then why are you trying to claim that gravity? Why are you trying to claim that gravity contains air then if you don't even believe in it?
Because air has a mass, and gravity exerts force on anything that has mass.
Okay, so show it exerting force on air. If it exerts a force on anything with mass, and gas has mass, then just show it doing it to gas.
We could easily
Stars?
do this without even having a source. You understand this, right? Like if you understand what gravity, the phenomena of gravity does, and then understand basic chemistry, everything's made out of atoms, of all of these
Okay.
things, and it
Great.
exerts force on what atoms? Water, gas,
Okay. Great.
space out atoms. So
Great.
you would
Show me
go
the phenomenon then. What's the phenomenon?
gravity, brother.
Gravity is the phenomenon. I thought gravity was the cause. The phenomenon was going to be gas pressure, and the cause, according to you, was going to be gravity.
Well, then that would actually, yeah, you're right. That's phenomena. Hold up, let's see.
Okay, so can we see the phenomenon of gas pressure, and then let's go to the next part where you show that the cause was gravity. Where do you see that?
The sun?
The sun. That would be guesswork and speculation. Let's go with something verifiable. You don't see gas when you look at the sun. That would be your interpretation.
Okay, here's something that might pique your interest. Look at this source. I'll link it to you so you can more easily find it. There
All
you
right.
go.
Can you
see the
provide any sort of a quote or citation from that?
Okay, here.
About
Gas gravity plot method, CATS method. The gas gravity method is a simple graphical method for estimating the hydrate formation conditions. The method is based on gas gravity charts, where gas gravity is defined as a ratio of the molecular mass of the hydrate forming gas to that of air. Example 16.04 grams per mole for CH4 by that of air, 28.966 per mole. So the method is very simple in use as illustrated in the example in figure 12.11. The gas mixture gravity is calculated, summation of the product of each component mole fraction multiplied by its specific gravity, and either temperature or pressure is specified. Then the second unknown variable, either pressure or temperature, at which hydrates will form is read directly from the chart. So what it is using is it is using CATS gravity charts, CATS gas gravity charts, better yet.
So, is this a scientific paper?
If it's a scientific paper, exactly, I am.
Okay, so there must be a hypothesis in it somewhere, right?
If it were to be the scientific paper, then yes.
Okay, so what's the hypothesis? I'm not seeing it.
But as I stated, I wasn't 100% certain that this was a scientific paper.
So what's the hypothesis?
Did you not hear what I said? Did you listen?
It had nothing to do with proving that gravity can actually contain air. It was a method for estimating something.
The gas gravity. The gases behave.
Yeah, whatever that is, can you even define it according to this paper?
According to this paper, I don't even.
Yeah, what is gas gravity?
The CATS gas gravity approach is known as simplest method of predicting the hydrate three-phase equilibrium, liquid water or hydrate vapor.
Okay, what's that? What's that? Hydrate phase 3. What's that?
This is something that Taylor and Francis online a source is defining it as.
Okay, so is this proving that gravity can cause air pressure?
Gravity is, as we know it, exerting forces on the particles in the atmosphere. Hence why particles don't drift out.
Is this a physical demonstration of that?
I've not seen a specific physical demonstration of that, and I don't necessarily require someone to physically show me this.
Right, so that's what we've been looking for, and as you just conceded, that's not what this is. So what's the next link that you're going to spam?
Well, I never said that this doesn't maybe contain it, but I'm just saying that that's not my metric of what makes something true or not. Just because
we don't really care what your personal metric is. We're just looking for a physical demonstration.
As long as the mathematics make sense and they're in accordance with the physical laws and is in no way in violation of them, it could still.
What are you talking about?
What do you think I'm talking about? I think I'm being pretty clear.
It sounds like you're affirming the consequent. It sounds like you've got some mathematical projections, and then you try to match them to what's going on outside, and then you go, oh, look, it must be gravity. But I don't think you even know what you're talking about because you're just reading all of this for the first time. So, again, the question is really simple. Is there a physical demonstration for gravity causing air pressure?
Maybe. I don't know. I
don't think this was that. You don't think this was that. So the search continues.
Do you demand that? Is that what you demand as your metric?
Well, that's what I've been asking for. I mean, I don't really demand it. I don't care. I mean, you can provide it or not. It's up to you.
You didn't say that.
What? Sorry?
You didn't ask for physical demonstration.
Yeah, I did. That's what an experiment would be. Looking for the hypothesis that demonstrates that gravity can cause gas pressure. That would be gravity causing the force that gas exerts on the walls of its container. It's kind of a trick question, but keep going.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not necessarily when I believe things, because I understand what you're going for, because you guys are essentially, when it comes to this, it's not about actually talking about flat Earth. It's about questioning why people believe the globe. So the reason I believe the Earth is a globe has nothing to do with this thing at all. The phenomena as which physicists understand this to be is what I'm going off of. Whether or not they've done physical, whether they've
Whatever.
done
You're just appealing to some
here's the
vague
thing.
understanding that some vague physicists that you
understanding, I
can't
would
name
say-
have. Listen, that's not useful. We're looking for physical demonstration, and you're just sitting here
You're looking
saying,
for
"I
physical
just believe what
demonstration.
physicists
I
say."
don't demand a physical demonstration to believe it. That's the thing.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Nobody cares what your personal metric is. Believe whatever you want.
Neither do
We're
I
just
care about
looking
your
for the
personal
physical
metric. I could
demonstration
say the exact
here.
same thing.
No,
What you
listen.
say
We're
to
just
me there
looking for the
confuses me.
physical demonstration so we could provide that to the
Like
audience
I'm
here.
willing to admit that I've been
Dude,
unable
you need
to
to
provide
calm
that
down.
evidence.
You need to calm down. You're spurting through
Do I
everything I
sound
say.
like I am
Look,
not calm? Is my
okay,
tone?
I'm gonna have to mute you because you can't seem to shut your mouth off, so I'll have to shut it off for you. All right, so it's fine. You can believe whatever you want. Nobody here cares. That's fine. Arabic Shogun can believe whatever he wants to. We're just asking for the physical demonstration to support those beliefs so we can share that with the audience so that they would have something empirical to base that belief on themselves if they want to take it up. That's what we're looking for. We don't really care what you believe. We just want the physical demonstration for it.
Like a video?
What?
Like a video? Or what is it exactly?
Well, I mean, the thing I've been asking for is a hypothesis test.
Would you like a video?
I guess if it includes a hypothesis test, sure.
But that was not the specific question.
Well, I gave you the
question was
specific
a
answer.
physical demonstration.
Yeah, physical demonstration.
Yeah, physical demonstration.
And why would a physical demonstration need a hypothesis?
Well, that's how you're going to physically demonstrate it with an experiment.
Well, that's how you would prove the hypothesis. But the physical demonstration in itself, without a hypothesis, is still the same result. The hypothesis doesn't change.
Okay, whatever then. Don't do it with a scientific experiment. Just do it whatever way you have to. I don't care, just as long as you give us
I'm
the
gonna
physical
do my best
demonstration.
to find a scientific paper that has done a physical experiment on gas and then the gravity's effect on the gas, if that is what you're looking for. Is that what you're looking for?
For about the 80th time, yeah.
Okay, just making 100% sure so that I don't find something that you don't really like.
Well, I mean, I'm
Because
sending
then
you on a
there's
wild
no
goose chase. You're not going to find what I'm asking you for, but
Why do you
you
say
know,
that?
you need to see that for yourself.
Have you looked into this?
Yeah.
Enough to know that there's absolutely no physical demonstration?
Of course. Nobody can manipulate the bending and warping of space-time, if that even exists, and show that it actually causes gas pressure with a scientific experiment. It's impossible.
Is that how you
It's math,
understand
okay?
gravity to be?
It's mathematics and it's philosophy. It's not science. It can't be physically demonstrated in that way.
Gravity? Well, I don't know.
So I'm just going with the base axiom of all known, demonstrated, instances of gas pressure requiring containment. You can say it can be done some other way, but then we have this conversation where I ask, okay, can you just show it being done some other way? And we never get there. And who knows, maybe it can, maybe one day you will show us all up. And at that point, we'll stop asking that question forever, but
Also, by the
that
way,
time hasn't come.
I'm just wondering, are you aware of the formula for calculating pressure?
PVT?
Maybe that's the English name, but I see here that pressure is equal to force divided by area. Or it is also equal to mass times gravity, and then that divided by area, where A is the surface area. That's how you calculate pressure.
So you'll need an area.
Yeah, and I'm assuming that this is how they have conducted, come to the conclusion. That's what I assume. Whether or not that's how they did it, which would actually be the only way you do it, because how else would you calculate the atmospheric pressure?
Sounds like you're going to need a contained volume for that.
You don't necessarily need to do that, actually.
Really?
That's at least what I'm thinking. I don't think you need to have a container for that, unless you use that container to more accurately get it, or at least manipulate the atmospheric pressure so you can get it at different levels and measure it. You could probably get it to 1 HPA, which is Pascal is the unit of measurement in pressure. So if you're just going to use if you take the container, and if it's assuming it's at a vacuum, pump it up to 1 atmosphere, which is 1013.25 HPA, H Pascal, then you could do that probably more easily, is what I'm assuming. Having a container would probably make it easier, but I don't think you'd actually have to do it.
Can you explain
Okay.
HPA? Can you just explain HPA?
HPA is a measurement of Pascal. Pascal is the measurement.
What's the H stand for?
I believe hecto. If I understand what the H stands for, I think it's hectopascal.
Okay, I was just seeing if you were talking shit again.
Nice attempt at attacking someone.
Yeah, I'm still not seeing any way that you're going to get the pressure without a contained volume.
Yeah, the contained
Well, he
volume.
has been.
Wait,
He has been
one
googling
second.
and talking shit the
It
whole
is
time.
contained.
So if you,
It is contained. Like, I don't know why we're arguing that.
No, we're not arguing whether or not like the Earth's
contained by
atmosphere
gravity,
is a
like
form of
this.
Right. So gravity
that's
is the
what we're
container.
trying to, Choco. That's what
That's
we're
the thing.
trying to
Like,
attempt
you're
to,
either gonna
to have
show
a
me a
look at.
firmament,
Choco. That's what we've been. If you've been listening,
I've been.
That's what we've been trying to get to. We're trying to get a demonstration that gravity affects gas.
Literally, the Earth atmosphere is the proof of.
Begging the question. So that would be special cooling, right? You're saying that in this one instance, you don't actually require a container for gas pressure. Can you demonstrate it with some sort of experiment?
There are mathematical formulas that are able to calculate different kinds of pressure, water pressure, how much.
You'll need a container for that.
Yeah, we always have a container in both cases.
Yep.
So what's your argument?
That you need a container.
Well, nobody's arguing that we need a container.
Yeah.
Well, you kind of are arguing that when you say gravity, because that would be an open system.
That's what's containing it. That's the container.
Okay, can you demonstrate it acting as a container?
With the atmosphere being there.
Can you demonstrate? No, not
when I launch a rocket. 1 second. Yeah,
not with begging the question.
Yes, I can. When I launch a rocket, the rocket keeps going after the atmosphere, right? It doesn't stop at the atmosphere, so there is not a container behind the atmosphere.
So when you launch a rocket, that's what you observe. Okay, when did you launch a rocket, and how far did you launch it to determine that it left the atmosphere?
Well, technically, knowing how much, like how far is the atmosphere, knowing that is already happening.
Well, how far is that?
Well, you tell me.
Well, this is your claim, so you tell me. You say that you sent a rocket out of the atmosphere. How far was that?
I don't know the number right now, but would you like me to
Oh,
Google
yeah,
it?
so you're just talking shit.
No, so I don't know the number, but I know it's there. So okay, you said there is
What
a
do you mean?
container.
You don't know how far you went, but you know it went far enough to leave the atmosphere.
Right.
But you don't even know how far the atmosphere is.
Right. Yeah.
And you did this yourself, did you?
It was. You know, I don't have rockets in me.
Or it was a SpaceX TV show? Was that what it was?
No. There is many videos anyway. There is besides the point. Do you have any?
It's not really besides the point because listen, what you're claiming is that we have a system. We have a system here where the gas is contained. The gas is contained. It's not leaving, but somehow solid objects like rockets and people and stuff like that, they can leave.
Yeah, because they exert more force than what it's containing them. That's
okay, so demonstrate this force or the pseudo force. Demonstrate gravity actually containing air.
Do you know what is escape velocity?
I know what you think it is.
Do you know what it is? Can you explain it to us?
Yeah, I know what you think it is. You go fast enough and you can leave this.
Answer the question.
You can leave this system that gravity is containing air in.
That's not what it is.
Can we get back to a demonstration
shit,
of gravity containing air? Can we just get to that without using the thing that we're trying to confirm in the first place?
Yeah, you're not going to be achieving escape velocity and going into any fairy tale vacuums in the sky or any of that. So there's no use in speaking of that. Just show us the demonstration for gravity causing air pressure, please.
There are scientific formulas that have to include gravity as a force, or else the numbers would be wrong.
Okay, which ones? Post them.
Okay, I'll give it to you.
Wow, it's really hard for you guys to physically demonstrate your fairy tale fantasy claim, huh?
I just told you literally.
Yeah, you just told me. That's all you did. You just been talking, but you haven't been demonstrating
you
anything.
Don't listen, so
it's funny. They go, gravity creates air pressure because we have the Earth. Oh wow, that's amazing.
Wait, repeat that.
Well, that's what you guys are claiming. Gravity creates air pressure, and then we say, why? Can you demonstrate it? And you go, yeah, the Earth.
Okay,
that's my demonstration.
Gravity
that's fucking weird,
makes
man.
the Earth being there and also the atmosphere because it happened that there was some gas around.
Example.
Is that simple as that?
Take a look at the image on the side chat.
There's a demonstration of this doing this.
How am I supposed to demonstrate it? So if you don't even believe
here's the
that we can go
formula.
to other planets to
Here's
see
the
the same thing
formula to
happening.
calculate the air pressure at different heights, where the pressure of the height is equal to the pressure of the sea level times Euler's number to the power of minus mass times gravity times height over Boltzmann's constant times the absolute temperature.
Right, so that's acceleration due to gravity. That would be little g, so that would be an effect. That would not be gravity, the cause, big G. That would not be Newton's law of gravity. That would not be the bending and warping of space-time. That would be the observed phenomenon, not the cause claim that you're trying to justify.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, it's little g. We're asking about big G, gravity as a cause. Little g would just be the effect.
Acceleration due to gravity, that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, 9.8 meters per second squared. Yeah, dude, I did catch up. It's little g. We're asking about the cause.
You understand that the gravity varies from where you are, right?
That's not the same thing. You're talking about gravity, the effect now. That would be like, okay, I drop something, it goes down, and I'm going to call that gravity. That's not the same thing you've been arguing for. What you've been arguing for is gravity, the cause. Shut up, dude. Shut up. What you've been arguing for is gravity, the cause. Oh, fuck you, you piece of shit.
Oh, you're gonna.
Yeah, so what you've been arguing for is gravity, the cause. The thing that you suppose causes that cup to fall down when I drop it. The thing that you suppose causes gas pressure in an open system next to a vacuum. That would not be the same thing as gravity, the effect. Watching something fall, for example.
That the little g takes the big G into account when you calculate the little g, right? It's still dependent on the variable of the gravitational constant, right?
Oh, really?
Yes, really.
It's just an observed phenomenon, dude.
Oh, just an observed phenomenon. Literally things that you actually are asking for. Observations.
Right. It's the observed phenomenon. We're asking about a cause.
I honestly think this is yet to be tested. Honestly, it's yeah, it's like a back and forth type of thing. It needs to be tested first in order to get
Literally,
a
just
definite answer.
Look, it says here, atmospheric pressure, also known as air pressure or barometric pressure, is the pressure within the atmosphere of the Earth. The standard atmosphere is a unit of pressure defined as 101, American. So 101,325 Pascal, which is equivalent to 1,013.25 millibars. And then other units to explain what it's considered as. And then
Okay, now demonstrate it.
14.696.
Demonstrate that gravity causes this.
Oh, you want me to do some experiment to prove this?
Well, you're just reading off I don't know, maybe a wiki page or something like that. It says this, yeah.
You understand that
you can find
formulas stay the same.
You can find millions of things that says this, but you can't find a demonstration that gravity affects gas. You can't do it.
Does gas have mass? Yes or no? Does gas have mass?
Gas have like a small amount, but it has
It's
more.
still
I don't know.
mass.
Can you define mass first so that I know what you're asking?
If you don't know, I'm using the
gas has more
scientific
volume.
definition of mass. You know what that is?
Oh, really?
Gravity-
Because according to
gravity-
Richard Feynman, there is no proper definition for it in physics. So what would that be according to you?
Gas
mass
is not
in physics is the
gas is not
quantitative
affected by
measure
gravity.
of inertia, a fundamental property of all matter.
Inertia, so resistance to acceleration, essentially.
Is that how you'd explain inertia?
Well, that's basically what you just said.
That's not what he said.
That's not what I'm saying. Do you know what inertia is?
Yeah.
Hold on.
What is
Resistance
inertia?
to acceleration.
A tendency to do nothing or to remain unchanged, as according to Oxford Language.
Right. Right. Okay. So you're going with resistance to acceleration for mass, basically. Okay. Cool. You can go do your googling and reading your definitions and learning your claim on your own time. So resistance to acceleration, that's what you're going with. You're saying that gas has that.
That's not what I'm going
You're
with.
saying that gas has that. Okay, great. Gas has that, therefore it's affected by this thing that you say is gravity. Okay, now physical demonstration, please, of gravity changing the direction of gas.
Arabic Shogun.
Why are you strawmanning
Right.
me? I said that
No.
inertia. I was trying to tell you what the physics definition of inertia was, which within physics is a property of matter by which it continues in its existing state of rest or uniform motion in a straight line unless that state is changed by an external force.
Yeah, but gases are mainly influenced by temperature, not gravity.
Temperature.
Yeah,
does,
that's
you
true, but we're
understand
just
that
trying.
gas, when the temperature increases,
Okay, all right, listen.
Wait.
Stop
Hold
waffling
on,
about
hold on.
inertia, okay? You're just trying to argue that anything that has mass is therefore affected by gravity, therefore gas can be contained by gravity. So, all right, fine, we'll just grant it to you. Gas has mass. According to your claim, it must be affected by gravity. Now, demonstrate it. Demonstrate it. Should be easy enough to do. You don't have to do all these mental contortions. You can just demonstrate it.
But that's
if you already agree to the claim, I don't have to. If you agree
No,
to the
but-
premise,
but
I don't have to demonstrate it.
No, I
Arabic
didn't
Shogun,
agree
Arabic
because
Shogun, listen.
I don't have a physical demonstration yet of the path of gas being affected by gravity. If you can even define that and figure out what that's supposed to be.
Listen, Arabic Shogun.
Sorry, but what is the sun then?
Arabic Shogun, you need to understand that even though gas has gas have mass, but not that much, right? So it
doesn't
wouldn't
matter.
be affected. It wouldn't be affected by gravity.
Well, here's the deal, though. He
You
can't show it being affected at all. All he can do is
Because
these
it
mental
hasn't-
contortions to try to justify that
Yeah,
it would,
yeah.
but he can't actually show it. So that's the whole
It
point.
hasn't been tested, and that's
I
the
know.
thing.
I know that's the whole point. That's what we're trying to elucidate here.
You do understand
Arabic
that if you
Shogun.
already agree to the premise that
No,
gas, due to that
listen.
mass, is
No,
affected.
no,
Why
Arabic
are you
Shogun,
interrupting
but
me
you're
and then
doing
mute me
as
when I
if
interrupt you? Where's the
Arabic Shogun,
consistency?
you're doing as if it has that amount of effect. It doesn't at all. It hasn't, never has. It's not
It's
it.
just
Has
okay.
enough
Hold on,
effect.
Helix.
And
Hold on. Look,
it doesn't have that
if
much
what he's
effect.
saying is correct, then you can just demonstrate gravity changing the path of gas. Just do it.
True.
Okay, well, Helix, by the
What do you
way,
mean by changing the path?
What do you mean by
Oh my
changing
god.
path exactly? Because if gas is getting affected by gravity and no external force, then its inertia will be related to the gravity, thereby meaning it
Okay,
stays
so
in that
show it.
same
Show
position.
show gravity causing gas to change directions, not continue to disperse into
How
the
do you say
adjacent
change
vacuum that you
directions
think
all
is
the
in the
time?
sky. Show
Well-
gravity causing gas to turn around and change directions and not fill the adjacent vacuum that you think is in the sky, that it is physically
He's
uncontained.
asking you to do an impossible experiment because we cannot
Yeah,
isolate
yeah,
gravity.
yeah, because your claim is impossible.
No, because the thing
Man,
you're
that's why it's
asking
a
for
dumb
is not
question.
the physical phenomena that we see.
Well, it's a dumb claim. It's not the question that's dumb. It's the claim that's dumb.
It's a dumb question
It
to
can
ask
be
for an
claim
experiment
that's
like that
dumb.
because we
That's why
cannot
you can't.
isolate.
Also, by the way, Helix, you were asking something that, like, you were saying that.
No, no, no. You're not going to go off on any tangents or any red herrings here. We're just going to wait until you can show gravity physically containing gas.
If I'm not able to speak and you mute me from done speaking, then
Well,
how
then
can you
fuck
know that
off.
I'm getting on a tangent?
Yeah, well, I'm about done speaking to you because I can see what you have to offer, which is nothing. You've made the claim that gravity causes air pressure. I've asked over and over again for physical demonstration. You've tried every which way to weasel out of it. So as soon as you want to just fuck off, that's fine by me, or provide the physical demonstration that I've been asking for. One or the other, I don't care.
Or Shogun, if you do not have that, you can just say, I do not know how to do it.
Yeah, that's acceptable too.
Yeah, as I
We
stated,
just want
when I
a
was asked earlier by
demonstration.
Heretic if I was aware of any physical demonstration, I said maybe, I don't know. So I'm not at the time aware of any physical demonstration that has proven this effect, but we have proven that objects of mass get affected by gravity. And due to gas, as I understand it, being particles separated.
You're trying to make a logical leap. You're trying to
This
make
is
a
not a
logical leap.
logical
You
leap.
can't.
Look,
Yes, you
listen,
are.
the reason
You
why
can't demonstrate.
mass,
You
the
can't
reason why
demonstrate the path of gas actually being affected by this thing that you call gravity. So you're trying to make a logical leap from, oh, it
I'm with
affects
you by the
mass, it affects matter, therefore it must affect gas. Well, if that's true, then demonstrate it affecting gas, or just drop the claim because it's stupid.
Okay, Heretic, then I must ask you, does gravity affect a pen? Just asking.
Mega, come on. A pen.
No, but
a
this
pen
is
has
relevant.
more
This is
mass.
relevant.
Listen. A pen has more mass than gas. A pen
Does
Like
that
holds
mean
has
that
more
it's
mass than
more
a gas.
affected
What
by
does it
gravity?
mean? Like gas is
Does-
one particle. It's
Well,
not fucking.
the answer depends on what gravity is.
What?
The answer depends on what gravity is. What is it?
There is a
There's a
gravitational
curvature of
constant,
space-time.
and then
The
that's what
curvature of
physicists talk
space-time.
about.
No, that's fantasy. That's
No, it's not
folklore. That's
fantasy.
philosophy and mathematics. I
I
don't
mean,
think that does anything
it's
to
a
a pen.
theory. It's a theory as to why gravity
Okay,
occurs.
fine. I'm mistaken. The curvature of space-time does affect a pen. So physically demonstrate that with an experiment then.
The fact that the Earth,
Can you?
the
Well, a
pen
second.
dropped,
How am I
maybe?
supposed to? So you don't
There
believe
you
in
go.
rockets. You don't believe. No. Wait. You don't believe in rockets. You don't believe in us going out of space. You don't believe in so many of the things. How am I supposed
Why would
to?
it, is it just
One
a
second.
belief?
One second. Let me finish.
Is it just a
How am I
belief?
supposed to, for example, isolate Earth gravity to go and do such an experiment?
There you go. Yeah. How am I supposed to actually demonstrate my claim? That's what you just said.
Wait,
Basically.
I can if I
have
could.
a
If I had this.
demonstration? May I interject for a
If I had the
second?
money, if I had the capabilities and everything, I would go outside in a place
Yeah,
where there is
if
no
I
Earth
would,
gravity affecting
if
my
I could,
surroundings.
if, yeah, we know that you
If
can't
is a
demonstrate it.
whole-
So I'm going to say no. The bending and warping
What
of
about the things that
space-time
we
doesn't.
can
Hey,
demonstrate?
I'm going to finish my sentence, whether you like it or not. So I'm going to say no. The bending and warping of space-time doesn't do fuck all to a pen when I drop it. It's just a stupid cause claim that you have for why things fall. That, as you're telling me now, you can't physically substantiate. Sorry,
Does gravity occur?
we just went through this.
Okay, can I prove you something else?
No, you
Also,
can't.
Oh, you
by
can't.
the way,
Okay,
Helix,
okay.
Maybe
does
you
a
need to
pen
get
and
someone
a
to talk that isn't butthurt and has a massive ego.
also, by the way, Helix, if I drop a pen and a rock from the same height without putting any force onto them, will they reach the ground at the same time?
That's a good question. No.
Yes, they will.
They will?
Yes. You can try
Alright.
this yourself also if you want to.
Really?
You can do it in real time.
Explain.
Go from
That's
okay,
that's
so
true.
If you let's say you live on an
Really?
apartment complex, do you
Okay,
know
so
how
you got you got a vacuum chamber in your apartment complex?
You don't need
I
a
want to hear him
vacuum
out. I want
chamber
to hear
for
him
that.
out.
So
No.
if you want to see if the pen and the rock will fall at the same rate of speed when you drop them from an elevated area, if you stand at that elevated area and you don't throw them down because you would need more force to throw down that rock. But let's say if you just have your arms out and you just open your hands and you open your hands, both the pen and the rock at the exact same time, they will both hit the ground at the exact same time.
When they're falling through
You can
air?
try this. Yes.
When they're falling through air?
Yes.
Okay, show that. Show it.
You want a video? I'll show you a video.
Yeah. Because the claim is that that's what it'll do in a vacuum chamber, you dumbass. So show it in air.
That's about a feather and a rock. A feather.
No, it's the
will
same fucking
glide.
thing. You just don't even understand what you're trying to parrot. Pathetic.
Sounds like you're strong.
And anyway, what's your point anyway? Why don't we just grant it? Okay,
The
fine.
vacuum
They're
things
going to
don't
go down
fall.
at the same rate. It's not true. I mean, obviously, you drop these things in water. They're not going to fall at the same rate. You drop them through air. They're not going to fall at the same rate. The claim is in a vacuum. But, okay, who cares anyway? Let's just grant it to you, your fairy tale scenario. Now, what's the cause? What's your point?
The cause is gravity.
Oh, okay, the bending and warping of space-time again?
I don't believe it's the bending and warping of space-time now.
Oh, okay, so you're an Einstein denier. So then what the fuck is it?
It's just a phenomenon. I don't have
Bro,
to
these
believe
guys,
that-
bro, they're gonna find anything, bro.
Very
Everything you
simple.
say,
I
they
don't
never
need to
focus on
see
the
why it
important.
happens. It happens, and that's enough.
Oh, okay. So you just made a claim about why it happens, and then right after that said you don't need to say why it happens.
No, I'm saying
Cool.
that the reason it happens because of gravity. Why gravity happens, I don't know.
I
That's a
didn't
different
ask
story.
that. I asked what is gravity? What is this gravity that's causing that to happen?
Gravity is a universal constant of a force that is exerting on objects of mass.
Force. Okay, so you're an Einstein denier. Anyway, do you have an experiment for that? That form of gravity that Einstein rejects?
There are formulas that I follow for this stuff. So,
Okay, so no experiment, just formulas.
do you want to calculate how much speed? Like we can do calculations. We can try them in real life. See if the calculations.
No, dude. I think I used pretty plain English when I
because
said
that would
I
actually
want
be
an
a
experiment.
problem.
I think I used pretty plain English when I said I want an experiment.
These guys are lightweights.
Yeah, they're good. Just buffoons.
Buffoons, man. Every time somebody has a point, you mute.
Well, because you guys can't
anyway,
control your mouths, so I end up having to control them
Just
for you.
admitted that we have a point and you mute us. Good.
Let's go with your idea. What's cute? What's when I jump?
No, but they don't demonstrate anything. What they do is they
Yeah, no,
continue
he keeps asking
why
you
and
for
why and why.
scientific proofs and whatnot.
Because what he's asking for is just impossible. We can't manipulate. We don't have godlike power to turn gravity off.
Yeah,
yeah,
you got it.
in the manner that he's asking.
Of course,
Yeah.
that's why he's keep asking the same question because
Validation of your claim is impossible. That's the point of this whole forum. Thanks.
Dude, don't you guys get
The
it?
problem though is that you keep
It's
going
about
with this and you're saying like
exposing-
trying to.
It's about exposing that you guys just claim things based on your own belief. You just
Why do
trust,
you
you
guys
just
deny
believe in
photos
it.
and videos
It's
from
your.
space?
Hey, listen, man. You believe it to be true. You yourself claim things that only can be believed in. Okay, that's the very thing we're exposing here. You're members of a religious belief system, which we are not part of. That's why you get so annoyed about it.
What is the contrary of a belief then?
The contrary of a belief is accepting what you can actually verify.
Also, by the way,
yourself.
here's a video demonstrating that objects of different mass fall at the same rate. Here you go.
It's what you can verify for yourself within the realms
go
of
verify
reality.
it, brother. Take a
I don't need it. Listen, I don't need
to do that if you want to be able to do that.
Listen, I don't need a great story for some kind of phenomenon that I want to have a great story for. I just accept that things happen the way that they happen. That's it, man. I don't need some cool story that makes it so wonderful, and I can tell it to other people. But just based on empty claims, I don't need to do that, man. That's not my type of lifestyle.
So what is your claim?
My claim is simple. My claim is this: we all experience things fall or rise, or be in state of equilibrium. We all experience the same thing. I'm not going to make claims above anything that that can't be proven. Don't you get that?
Wait 1 second. You don't believe in pictures then, or photos? You think everything is fake?
Dude, what does it have to do with what I just talked about?
I say that you don't believe. Like, if you can't believe in our religion, as you keep saying, right?
But what's your religion?
It's because evidence for you is fake. The evidence that you get provided for.
The evidence? Which evidence, dude?
If I give
But
you
what-
a picture showing you the curvature of the Earth, you will see it's fake.
Dude.
So how am I supposed
You
to
can't
do that?
show this. That's the point.
Dude, if
You're not
there's
gonna
a
show
picture, listen,
You're
it's
gonna- you're gonna
very
see
simple.
CGI
Listen, listen, it's very simple. You have a picture that is showing a supposed board Earth, right? So I'm living on that supposed board Earth. So if this picture is true, then I can go out, I can measure the surface and find out that indeed it will bend 360 degrees in every direction to, at the end of the day, form a perfect or almost perfect spheroid. If this is not the case, if I have black swans that clearly show me that it's going against the official numbers of that claimed model, then sorry, your picture is fake.
Who said that everything is homogeneous?
And when I have
Besides religion,
listen, and when I have a society, a government agency, them themselves officially claiming these pictures to be made in Photoshop, quote unquote,
No, you're just exploiting people.
then I don't need to even do the first thing. But to do the first thing is actually important because it will unravel so many other things, right, about the surface of the Earth. Anyways, to make the point clear, man, if they themselves admit it is Photoshop because it has to be, then I don't need to go any further and make speculations. I just take it by their own statement. It is Photoshop. It is not a real image. Thank you.
Well, I gotta
address every single
question.
point that you just went to. One second. Let me finish.
I know that. All right.
I'm gonna just address these 3 points. First of all, nobody has ever said that the surface is homogeneous, so you can measure the same thing all over. So that's fake already. Second, what was the other point?
Yeah, let's move on to the next guy.
Yeah, I got a question. I know this is gonna be a dumb question. Everyone's gonna be like, "Oh my gosh!" But listen, just hear me out, right? If the world is not round, I don't know what to believe. I don't know what to believe if the world's round or flat or whatever. I don't know. No, basically, they say that NASA, this fake space photos of Earth, it's basically a green screen. Everyone just doing edits, fake moon travel. Everything is fake. And this flat Earth thing. What I'm trying to understand is why haven't we found the edge yet? And if there even is an edge, right? How do you get to it?
Golly, dude. Who cares?
Yeah,
I
here,
don't know.
can I get this one, Clay?
I want to know. I want to
If
know.
you
bro.
if you want to talk about space programs and mostly the Apollo program, the one and only time humans have ever been in space, you don't need flat Earth for that. Okay, like people like Alex Jones think that the Apollo program was I'm not sure actually what his take is, but I think he thinks it was real. But he hates flat earthers more than you do. Okay, these conspiracy theories about what's going on in the federal government at the executive level, you don't need flat earth to discuss these. Okay, it's not even remotely related. The only reason why it's related is because when people bring up that they trust systems of authority, then you go into that line of logic. Well, why would you trust systems of authority? Because it's going to showcase that they don't. They don't trust the government because a lot of these guys are atheists. Okay, a lot of the anti-flat earthers are atheists, but they trust government. But government tells them don't trust government, only trust God. So it shows the duality of the broken worldview that these guys are in. They have a contradiction in their worldview, and that's really what they're talking about. Okay, they're not talking about flat Earth. They're not talking about that. They're talking about they understand their worldview is contradictory, and they want to make it like nothing can be known anymore. Everything's just everything's contradictory.
Yeah. I hear you.
So the first thing is, if you want to talk about the Apollo program, you don't need flat Earth for that. There's lots of people who think the Earth is a globe who think the Apollo program was fake. The majority, okay? The vast majority, okay? Like flat earthers don't even concern themselves with the Apollo program because it's not possible. It's not possible to go, to do that. Or even if it was, it would be maybe easier because if the moon is a physical object, you could get there. But no one talks about that actually happened. It was all propaganda. Okay, so the official story is definitely incorrect, but it's not something I would need. Now the edge, right? We talk about, hey, why haven't anyone been to the edge? Well, you can't. How do you know you can even go there? How do you know there's even an edge? What does that even look like? See, it goes back into this model of the heliocentric model, where there's an edge of the universe. That like the universe has an edge. It's always expanding into more and more space that isn't there yet. So where's the edge on the heliocentric model? If you're really concerned about the edges and where edges are, then your model, if you are heliocentric, I'm just guessing, your model says that you have an ever expanding edge. Is that logical for you? That there's no edge, it's just ever expanding? And if it is, how come you can't use that for flat Earth? If you can use it for your own model and make sense of that, an ever expanding edge, how come you just can't ram that into flat Earth if you already think it's logical?
Shit. That's a good one.
Helix, there are literal videos from space that show that the Earth is a fucking ball. If you don't believe those fucking videos, man, I don't know. You don't have to, but
What videos?
Yeah, this guy's like, had decided to jump in, like could just let two people talk it out, get to the end. Yeah, go ahead, Helix. What would you want to say?
Nah, I'm just here thinking, man. But what you said is basically it got me thinking. It's all about concept, honestly.
Yeah, it's like wrapping your mind around what is Earth and how do you describe it and what it looks like.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, Arabic Shogun there. If all you need is a photo, just say that. Just say only proof you need is a photo. They'll show you a picture of a unicorn, like Captain Hook, like I don't know, Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, Bigfoot, Loch Ness Monster.
I think we have to reset with this guy because Miggy already walked him through the 3 points. He tried to prove curvature. He had to fold on that, but now he's just right back to the beginning. He's just done a reset.
Okay.
You have no evidence that the Earth is a globe, bro.
You don't have any evidence that it's flat. Is what
Yeah, we do. That's all we have evidence for. Do you see a curving ocean when you're at the beach or a curving lake?
That's not evidence. You don't have scientific evidence.
Yeah, that is evidence. That's
well,
direct
scientific
observation and
evidence
experience, right? We're not experiencing the world that you say that we're in. We're experiencing the antithesis to that. We see water that is flat, horizontal, level, perpendicular to up and down, like you said earlier. Yeah, that's evidence, and that's what we experience. What you claim is the opposite of that. So why don't you demonstrate that? Do you have any evidence for that?
What more do I need?
I've seen videos of personal space. I don't even if you've not seen them, then I don't give a shit. You choose to be a flat earther.
These aren't videos. These are real life experiences from outdoors, off the computer.
I've seen videos on Netflix. Does that prove something about reality too?
What exactly is your point?
Well, my point is,
I honestly
you really
think
with the countless satellites that are out in space, with the countless companies and countries that have their satellites in space.
Yeah. Why don't you show us one? Show us anything. Show us anything. Show us any video that you think proves that the Earth is a globe. Just show us any.
I don't even care to do that because you're just gonna say it's fake, and then you're not gonna demonstrate how it's fake. I know how you work.
I'm not. How do you know that? Well, I've already done it.
Exactly what you've been doing the entire time.
No, it's not.
You just continue asking, prove that this is true, constantly, but you go deeper and deeper down. That's what you do.
Prove it's true.
You didn't even understand what the little g even means in terms of gravitation.
Yeah, I did. What did I say it was?
What is it then? Go on.
How that
prove it.
No, listen, I gave you that.
Is the big G?
I gave you that answer already. You're not getting another freebie. You tell me what it is.
Is the little g and the big G, the gravitational constant, in relation to each other? Yes or no?
And how that will curve the water, that big and small g?
Yeah, well, I don't know why you're running away from the point here, which
I'm
is
not
your
running away from the
evidence that
point.
the
I'm
Earth is
asking
a
how are they
sphere.
in relation to each other?
You've got the big G constant claim, which is a cause claim.
What is the tiny g?
That would be the effect, you dumbass. I've already told you this, and you failed to answer it just now. Okay? Listen, we're not going to fucking do this. You're back again, once again, reasserting that the Earth is a sphere. As soon as I ask you for evidence, you go, oh, I'm not going to provide evidence. You're just going to hand wave it, and then you want to talk about something completely else. We're not going to do that. If you're going to come back with that assertion that the Earth is a sphere, we're just going to reset to the beginning, and I'm going to ask you for your evidence that it is a sphere. Curvature, first point. What do you got?
Okay, I got some. I got
There's
some.
a way we
I
can
got some.
calculate curvature, by the way.
We're going to reset with this guy really quick. Hold on. What do you got for curvature evidence?
Okay. I'm gonna show you a little calculator. It's very good. It's very good. I'm gonna show you how it's used and how it's been applicable to real life.
A calculator.
Yeah, and this calculator, what you see in the physical. No. Just laughing doesn't mean anything. If you real life, have you seen this picture of the? Do you know what the longest picture ever taken in terms of distance between 2 points? Are you aware of that picture?
Guinness Records photo, something like 250 miles. Yeah.
Exactly. If you put in the metrics on that day of the atmospheric pressure and all of that stuff, you find that what you see in real life in that picture is in accordance with what you calculate.
Okay, so even if that were true, that would just be an affirming the consequent fallacy. Do you have any actual evidence?
I've seen videos, and the videos are enough for me. I've seen photos from space of how it looks like, and that's enough for me. If that's not
Okay,
enough for you,
photos
then
from
fine.
space.
But
Can you post one of those so we can scrutinize it?
Heretic, but that's good. He said this is enough for me, and that's okay. This is not enough for him. It's not enough for him that all observations showing there is no curvature. It's not enough for him there is no proof for rotation, and it's not enough for him there is no gas pressure without container. That means that thing's enough for you. Okay, man. Now you can come back to your life, and everything is cool.
Yeah, I already told him we don't care what he believes,
because you know why? You know why? Because we don't have anything more to offer you than that observations and that and if that is not enough for you, that means nobody will convince you. If I give you, I gave you information about Salt Lake. You said you don't know how refraction works, but that is 4,000 miles squared elevation change 1 meter. You don't understand that, or that's not enough for you. If man, there's nothing to do with refraction. That its surface doesn't change the elevation. Do you understand?
the surface still remains the same, yes, but you can see.
Yeah. Okay. I got a question about that. The surface remains the same. Okay. I see your cartoon that you posted in the chat. It's showing a curved surface of the Earth. Hold on. Why do you talk through me? It's showing a curved surface of the Earth. It's showing curved bodies of water, curved oceans all over that surface. So let me just post a picture to see if that's what the Earth's surface actually looks like down here. One sec. Okay, so if we're looking out over that surface that you're presenting in your cartoon, we must have, due to the curvature of that surface, a geometric horizon at 2.3 miles in this picture I just posted. Can you point to that?
What has decided that that's the case? What are you basing that on?
The radius that you claim that you're showing us with that cartoon?
Can you physically demonstrate that what you're saying must be the case?
The radius?
That it must be the way as you're explaining it, or else it's false.
Yeah, so the geometric horizon distance, 2.3 miles, that's from the geometric horizon formula of 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet, derived from the radius claim of 3,959 miles. If you have a problem with that, you can just go to any of those Earth curve calculators you were just talking about, and that's exactly what they'll be using too. So then your argument is going to be with yourself if you decide to do that. So how about instead you just point to that 2.3 mile horizon that must be in that picture if we actually live on that cartoon ball that you posted.
Could you post a different image? These look cartoonish. They don't look real, as you claim about my picture.
This is going to be your last chance.
I mean, here's the thing. You know what I'm doing? I think it's very obvious.
Yeah, you're obfuscating because you're a piece of shit. Bye. Okay, Helix, you can talk now. That guy's an idiot.
Nah, I kind of forgot what I had to say. Just rambling. I was basically looking at calculations of the Earth and such.
Well, he failed to prove curved oceans. Anyone else?
Understand where Heretic was going with the image that he posted. With the oil rigs and the horizon behind them. Do you understand the purpose of that? No? Alright. Must be contemplating his will.
Flat. Deal with it.
Well, don't everybody just stop talking all at once. Jeez.
Well, I just got a coffee, so I'm ready for ladies' night.
Let's go.
Ladies' night? Today's ladies' night?
Oh, yeah. There's a ladies' night.
Oh,
And
I
it's
didn't know
tonight.
that. When is it? Right now? Hello?
Oh, and there's one more, and it'll be ladies.
What? I identify. So. Dude, what a time to be alive.
Anybody at all got proof of a 3959 radius? Yeah, where did Arabic go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? He keeps sending us all these pictures of cartoon balls.
Cartoonballe.
Heretic says he was muted for obfuscating. I would mute someone for obfuscating. I need some globe proof or I'm gonna die. I'm just gonna explode.
The Earth is round. Do better.
Can you prove it?
Yeah. Well, the coins in my pocket are also round.
Something that you have to
okay?
prove. It's just something
Pie
that's
is
obvious and
round.
that everybody knows. It's just
How
a
is it
fact.
obvious? How do you
really
know that?
prove facts. I don't really have to prove 2 + 2 equals
Obvious to you.
That's just how it
Yeah.
works.
So how is it obvious to you?
That's how it works.
Yeah. Walk us through it.
Where's your proof of this round Earth? Then that's what we want to know, because we've been searching high and low for curvature for years, and all we found is that we can see way further than what the
You're
curvature
part of a
calculation
cult.
would allow. So,
You
where's
look
your
up
proof?
little websites that anybody
So
can
can-
edit. You're part of a cult. Do
You
better.
can-
Right. Cool. Okay. So can you tell us how the globe is obvious? Where do you experience a globe? He ran.
So nothing. Then no proof of how the globe is obvious. None of that. Nothing.
What a snowflake.
Nothing makes the globe obvious. There's like, no, I'm sorry, it's not obvious. If it were obvious, we wouldn't freaking be here.
It's hard for some people to understand that.
Please don't take
if
the globe.
Don't take my ball from me, please, no. Please, no.
I want to keep it.
You'll never take my ball
Not
away from
my
me.
beach ball.
My water ball, my
You can
precious
keep
water
it.
ball.
Why is Santa Claus a lie?
Hey, where'd that guy go that said that the earth was round? Tell him to come back. Where is he? Come back here, dude. We can have a discussion about this.
He melted. Came in and he just melted instantly.
He brain
not
farted
hard
the
to
word
do.
too. He said round.
I know. I'm like, the coins in my pocket are freaking round, dude. Like, a cake is round, a pie is round. Like,
Any Globers in chat want to challenge our lovely ladies today?
I don't know why they are giving this much out, but every American family needs to see this.
oh, and one more thing to that guy that, like, piped in just a few moments ago. The Raiders freaking suck, bro. Oh no, looked like he had a Raiders logo. Raiders suck, dude. I remember when they lost 43 to 40-3 to the fucking Buccaneers. Raiders suck.
I'm hungry. Someone make me food. Someone talk about Globe Earth for me. I need entertainment.
I thought I heard a Glober.
There was one. He came in, he said the earth was round, and then he scampered off.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
It's alright. He's a Raiders fan.
Yeah, I don't really watch football or whatever team they are. Who's your team, Jenna?
I don't really have a team because I kind of don't even really pay attention to it much anymore. But it'd probably be the San Diego Chargers, just because I was born in San Diego.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't really care much for football either, so
Yeah, it's like that bread and circus thing, you know. You see the commercials for like Super Bowl, and it's like, oh, get this thing to eat, and while you watch this circus, this sports activity, it's bread and circus. Keeps us all distracted, keeps us all
yeah.
complacent, keeps us all entertained, while there's all of this other stuff going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, of course. And then there's like the halftime show, which I think most people, I don't know if that's not for regular football, but is it for Super Bowl or something, right?
Yeah, the halftime shows are for the big Super Bowl, and lately those have been looking real crazy. I mean, like demonic, and like they're putting, I guess, like predictive programming in it, like there's all kinds of weird stuff. I don't know what I can and can't mention on here without getting a strike on the server, so I'm trying to be real careful.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. Yeah, you're right. It's gone downhill for I've never actually sat down and dedicated a time to actually watch the halftime show ever. So, but yeah, definitely have all of the subliminal messages and crazy stuff. Very, very insane things.
When I had seen that a lot of these stadiums look like an eye, they look like an eye, the eye, the all-seeing eye.
Mhm.
And when I
Mhm.
realized these stadiums are for generating energy, right? The cheers and the energy that the people give off in the stadium is being used for something. And I don't want to go too deep into it, but they harness that energy for something that is like, most people would be like, "Are you fucking crazy?" if you told them. But yeah, it is pretty crazy. It almost sounds like some stuff that shouldn't even be reality, but it is.
Yeah, but we are living in a crazy time right now. Everything is super, I mean, I don't know how to explain it. You already know. It's
Yeah. Yep. In the end times, what is good will be called evil. What is evil will be called good. And people
mm,
are going to have a hard time discerning truth from the lies. And that's about where we're at right now.
That is true. Yeah, even the globe lie, I would say, is for us to come to the it's not like this is a new realization that we're discovering, right? But it's weird with all this stuff that's happening now with the I would say like 90% of the world being convinced that it is a globe because of NASA and their, supposed pictures of
Yeah.
space and Earth and all that.
I think that's a
I
big one,
think,
honestly. Oh, sorry,
yeah.
go ahead.
No, I was just, I think I was just gonna say it's harder for people to come to the realization of flat Earth because of the time that we're in, and it's not
Yeah.
because of science or anything. It's just
Well, I
because
really
it's
thought
this
about it.
deep.
Like, when
Yeah.
you get really deep into thought about it, I thought about how, as a child growing up, I had nothing, absolutely nothing to compare the world to, or, you know what I mean? Like, no other thing to analyze from. We were all given this globe and indoctrinated, like, since birth, basically, and this is what it is. We weren't giving anything else to explore or to make discernment from. And so that's why there's so many people that are just like, Earth's a globe, and then there's us, right? We're sitting here going, but I never had anything to compare it to. But now that I find this, at 30 years old, and I'm like, I've got this to compare it to, I'm sitting here going, okay, so like, here is science and here is pseudoscience, and trying to like understand all of this. And it's been a journey, I'll tell you, over the past like 5 to 6 years down this little rabbit hole, if you want to call it. But then you figure out the difference between pseudoscience and actual natural science. And it's like, wow, wow. It's the biggest mind fuck, pardon my language, is the biggest, psyop, the mind bender on humanity, like the biggest lie put upon us. And I think that if they can convince us that we live on the spinning globe in this godless expanse of nothing, then they can pretty well convince us of anything. And that's about where it's gone on, because they can't really control your physical actions, right? They can't do that, like, morally or whatever, karmically, but they can control what we think. And that's been the thing for like a long time, is to control what people think, to control their opinions, to implant these opinions and these thoughts into people. And so, like, a lot of people don't even have their own thoughts. They're just like, yep, whatever I'm told is what I believe. And I personally can't even go that route.
Yeah, and now with Chat GPT, it's even worse. It's like nobody has you can't even ask them a simple question without going to it and hold on, let me check this. Let me make sure what I think I know is correct. It's ridiculous.
You know what's funny about ChatGPT is, and you can look this up. There was a guy who he kept asking ChatGPT for real photos of a globe Earth, and ChatGPT took him in circles for a bit until ChatGPT was finally like, "I'm sorry, there are no real photos of the entire Earth." And I'm like, well, that would
I'm
make sense.
surprised.
Well, yeah, and I mean, think about it, right? Like, all of this CGI, all of this animation, it's data, right? It's data. So it's all in a database, which the AI has access to. The AI can read. So, of course, the AI freaking knows that there are no real photos of the Earth in its entirety from outer space. That's just not a thing that actually exists. And I find that interesting because, like, even the AI knows, but that's because everything's in a database. including all of these fake globe images. Because they're images, right? Like that, like the language is specific. So not pictures, right? Because like if I go out and I take my Polaroid camera and I take a picture of something, well, then that is what I took a picture of. That's a real thing. Like I would love to see a Polaroid picture of a globe Earth in its entirety, but not even that exists. So something interesting about Chat GPT is that not even Chat GPT can come up with real photos of a globe Earth. Love that. I love
Yeah,
that.
I've heard Indio talking about how, you know, I've never used ChatGPT, so I can't speak on like a firsthand experience, but um how you could just make it to contradict itself. So it's, I don't know why people think like it's like the new trendy thing, right? So everybody's just, especially the young generation, it's kind of scary though how in the future, you know, there's memes and stuff about, oh, if Google goes down or if technology goes out,
Gang,
how would
never.
people survive, right? Like the new generation or the next generation, how are they gonna survive in that, in the sense of knowing anything without having that as a crutch, you know?
It's so crazy that you say that, right? Because like I live a life that allows me to travel and I can camp and I can work and I make good money and I have the freedom to just kind of come and go as I please. I have the skills that I need for the quote unquote apocalypse, right? Like I know how to pitch a tent. I know how to cut trees down. I know how to make a fortress. I know how to, you know, pull my tarps. I know how to find water. I know how to forage for berries. I know how to hunt and I know how to fish. But yeah, these newer generations are absolutely freaking lost. Absolutely lost. So like my idea is, you know, if you are someone like us who's not freaking lost, you ought to just make a bunch of babies, right? And just teach them, just teach them what's right. And it's funny because like a lot of these anti-flat earthers, they're so mean and they're so rude and they're just like, oh, you better not breed. Just please do us a favor and don't breed. It's like super duper
Yeah.
rude, you know? And I'm like, who the fuck says, like, I don't say that to people, but these people come in acting like they're better than us, saying all of this hateful stuff. And I'm like, well, if you're saying all of this hateful stuff, like, don't breed and all of this, then, like, you're probably not better than me. Like, just saying. But that's my plan. Yeah. I'm gonna have a bunch of babies. There'll be a bunch of flat Earth babies, and they're not gonna have like birth certificates, and they're gonna
Oh
fucking
yeah.
raid the government. Like fuck that, yeah. Fuck that. I'll live fucking far away in the woods, 20 acres in the woods or something, you know? I want the government to be completely out of my life. I want my children to be able to critically think and problem solve and really like ask deep questions for themselves and figure out the world, you know? Like I'll be there to answer their questions, you know, but I really want to instill that critical thinking in them. You know, that wasn't, I mean, I can't say it wasn't something that wasn't instilled in me because it really was, you know. Anytime there was a problem that came up, mom and dad were like, well, what are you going to do about it? You better figure it out. And, you know, they kind of leave me to my own devices. Nobody ever gave the answers to me. So when these globers want to say that, oh, you listen to this and this person and that person, and you're just repeating this person's rhetoric and so and so, I'm like, actually, this is some stuff that I had already figured out on my own before I ever heard of these people, before I ever heard of QE, before I ever heard of Nathan Oakley, before I ever heard of Eric Dubé, before I ever heard of any of these guys. You know, I'd already come to these exact conclusions on my own, you know? So I don't know, just critical thinking, you know, question everything. It's very important.
Well, yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I wish they would teach that in high school, like critical thinking or logical fallacies, just how to actually get around the world in practical sense rather than spending 12 years of your young life when it's the most time that you could actually retain information, and they wasted on, I don't know, what the heck did we learn? I don't even know what we learned. Okay, yeah, math, English, okay, history, right?
Teaches
Quote
them
unquote history.
social studies, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
stuff like
and
that.
then you repeat, that for 12 years, and then you go out into the world and you have no skill of, I'm just speaking about America though. Other countries, I don't know how they do things, but at least here it's, you're not prepared as like an 18-year-old to go out into the world and just survive. Like if you don't have any experience that your parents taught you, or that you got a
Right.
job or something like that, you really don't have at least if you're just coming out of the school system, it doesn't prepare you for life. Back in the days, like when they used to write checkbooks and stuff like that, and I think they used to teach how to balance a checkbook. um
Yep. I
or
learned that in
something.
fifth grade.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
I think I'm the last of the last generation. At 30 years old, if you're 30 years old, you're probably the last generation that was taught how to do checks and balances, how to fill out a check, how to do your checkbook. You're probably the last
Mhm.
generation that had home ec in high school classes. You're probably the last
Mhm.
generation that had debate classes. Like I took several semesters of debate classes through high school. So I'm right in my home, right? Like in here in this Discord, I am right where I belong because I learned
Mhm.
about all that. I learned about the red herrings. I learned about the logical fallacies. I learned about all this. It made me a
But
great debater. I was top of my
that was
class,
like an optional thing, right? It wasn't a requirement that you had to take.
Right, right. It was, yeah, it
Yeah.
was an elective. So like I got to pick these
Yeah.
extra classes, which was super great. So I'm like, heck yeah, I'm gonna pick speech and debate, right? Like I'm great at speech and debate. So that was a
See,
fun
we didn't
one.
have that. We didn't have that. We had like obviously the languages, you have theater, you had other things, but I don't remember having a debate class as an alternative. I mean, as an elective.
Yeah,
That's
we had it.
crazy.
It was actually held in the same room that the drama class was
Oh.
usually in. And I thought that was funny. But we had speech and debate, and we'd go through all of these things, the logical fallacies, the red herrings, these presuppositions, all of these different things in debates. So, yeah, I'm glad I had that as electives when I was in high school.
Yeah, you're lucky.
So it makes me super duper sharp, like being in here because I had that.
Mhm. Yeah, I
You
I
got
wish they would have added, because we had to take economy. What else did we? I don't remember, but something with economy and government or something. But I wish they would have taught us how to do taxes, like what taxes are, why we get taxed, and all of that stuff, um, rather than just basic economy. And it was only like half a semester.
Wow. I had a
Yeah.
fifth grade teacher that I had in fifth grade, I had a teacher that said, well, this isn't part of the curriculum, but I'm going to teach you anyways. And he taught us about, the checks and the balances and the filing of taxes and all of this stuff. He was a great teacher. And his
Oh,
motto was,
wow.
life's a bitch and then you die. That was his motto. That's what he told the class. Life's a bitch and then you die, but you got to know how to do your fucking taxes.
I
Nice.
just want to say something on that because I think it's very poignant. These days, you are literally taught to pass an exam. You're not taught to know anything beyond that. Like the you get a curriculum, and that's what you have to follow. And if you diverge from that, then you're not going to help these kids get a grade, which I think is a problem. Like teaching to pass an exam creates a limited sort of way of learning. And I, being very young, I'm only 25. I only learned what logical fallacies were when I did philosophy at uni, right? So I was about 19 when I started uni. So imagine the fact that like if you don't go to university, at least in my country, you'll probably have no idea what the fuck any of these things mean, right?
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. We never learned any of the logical fallacies. I only learned those also when I went to college, or uni, whatever, however you guys call it. But yeah, before that, we never learned any of the. As you said, it's just to prepare us to pass an exam or the class or to graduate, and that was pretty much it. It's
Well,
pretty sad.
here's how bad they're dumbing down America. And I remember when this passed, I was still in school, and it was the No Child Left Behind Act, where basically you get a participation trophy, and it's No Child Left Behind
Yes.
because
Oh.
that like, let's not flunk kids anymore. Let's stop flunking kids in America. Let's just give them a freaking reward because they participated, and that's some BS. You're not going to learn anything if you don't fail at it.
Yeah. And how did that turn out, right?
Yeah, it turned out horrible because if you look at like these videos where like there's like you'll see like a guy out on the street with like a microphone and he's like asking all of these people like how many stars are on the American flag, and people are like, shit, I don't know, like 100.
Yeah, I've seen a few of
You
those.
know, stuff like that. They're like, when was the War of 1812? And people are like, shit, I don't know. I'm like, fucking 1812. Like, it's bad. It's bad. The No Child Left Behind program started when I was still in elementary school, and I have watched people my age grow up into absolute fucking retards. Pardon my language.
No, it's a fact. It's okay.
So, what's your assessment of what the No Child Left Behind Act requires?
My assessment, my personal assessment,
Yeah, like what does it mean?
they need to make at least a passing grade of like a D or something like that to not be completely
A
flunked.
D.
They actually still
Yeah.
flunk you in America, bro.
Like, they're like, a D is passing. And so, like, yeah, I was like, oh, fuck it. And I went by that. Like, I slid by the seat of my pants through school, but it not because I'm not smart. It's just because I was like, it didn't challenge me enough. I wasn't interested enough. It wasn't a challenge enough to where I felt like I wanted to face it. I'm like, it's repetition. It's boring. I've memorized it all. Like, where's the challenge? Where's the challenge? You know, and there was no challenge. You know, my algebra teacher said, she's like, algebra seems like it's just not for you, and she moves me up to geometry, where I scored a B plus, and that's why I'm here, because geometry is my bitch. But No Child Left Behind, yeah, that one was a bad one. They should have never ever done that. Fucking D is passing.
Well, here's the thing. When you put it that way, right? No child left behind. It sounds like you're thinking about the kid that is, oh, we got to do everything we can to help that kid succeed. When in reality, at least from what I know about it, I could be wrong, and Matthew, you can correct me on this. But from what I understand, it's just basically like Jenna said. You just push the kid along, just to okay, he didn't make it. Oh well, let's just push him along to just get him along to the next level. Like, it doesn't matter, right? But if they had actually provided the extra hours the kid may need, maybe it's a social issue where it's, something is going on at home, let's help them out with that. uh, Maybe, there's some learning mental issues or challenges, okay, let's help them with that, instead of just giving them like a participation trophy type of mentality.
I mean, I, I mean,
What's up, Eli?
hey, hey, I always hear, us talk about things inside of the narrative, like, or inside of um the norm, if that makes any sense. Like, because like flat Earth is outside the norm, And then sometimes like we have political discussions or discussions like I guess about like the educational system. It's like on one hand it's like these kids need this, this, and this, and this. And it's like on the other hand, the real reason any of that is in place, like the school system itself and the way they do things, is for like the workforce in America. I mean, if that was a great thing and, you know, everybody retired over the poverty line, then I wouldn't be complaining. But clearly, like there are a lot of things wrong with how we operate within our system and the way that we see it.
So here's what I'd be in favor of if the federal government would tell states, hey, look, in order to receive federal funding, you have to establish measurable goals for each grade level or several grade levels. And
How long does it
students
take to
have to
read and
pass
write?
that.
You know what I mean?
And students have to pass that before continuing on, and then leave it up to the states to decide what those measurable goals are.
Everybody remembers how bullshit school was, and we just kind of just act like it wasn't sometimes because
It
we have
wasn't for me.
children.
It's sort of bullshit. It's like
It's
it
bullshit.
depends on what level you're at, because like I said, like high school or those sorts of things, they did just teach you to pass an exam. They didn't really teach you much in the way of how to think or those sorts of things that become much more useful as you get older.
Well,
Depends on the school you went to, I
they
guess.
condition.
Well, in
They
the UK we
condition
have a national curriculum. I don't know about you guys, but it's definitely a thing that exists here.
They condition you to be obedient. So we go
Not my
from
school.
yeah, they condition like we're conditioned to be obedient. When I say obedient, what I mean is obedient to the norm, the set standard. Like instead of being unique or instead of being a creator, being a business owner. Of course, some people are anyway. Um, you know, people kind of conform to what's normal. And that's what school does. It cultivates the part of, you know, humans that want to belong a part of something structural. The problem is it doesn't work out for everyone.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what kind of school you went to. My school didn't feel like that. It felt like they were teaching us to think critically, to reason, to learn mathematics and writing and all the basics. So I had a good
Yeah, but
experience.
Matthew, you're perfectly fine with using fallacious reasoning.
No, I think it's terrible to use fallacious reasoning.
But you do. You come to conclusions using fallacious reasoning. Um it's not like every time I had a conversation with you and addressed this particular, you know, thing or a particular, you know, fallacy that you committed. It's not like I cornered you into agreeing that that's what you were doing. It just was what it was. And you said,
I
well,
think
you just choose.
you're kind of right, Elijah. But I think there's two sides to it, which I think we could bridge a gap here. Because on the one side, we are conditioned at school, right? There's no doubt about the idea that we are conditioned at school, but that's not to say that we're not smarter when we go to school, right? That's obviously the case, Matthew. Like, you know, we do mathematics, we do English, we learn to write, read, far more intelligent than our ancestors were, obviously. But I think when Elijah says
I don't know.
conditioning, I think it's more along the lines of, you know, the way you're taught to behave, right? The way you're taught to conform to what's going on in a classroom, the way that you have a standardized way of learning that's not varied really for different learners.
Yeah, all I mean is that like just look at the similarity. Like when you begin going to school, you understand that the majority of your day is going to be spent for most people, um, you know, behind walls while the sun is out. Okay, right? And then, you know, after college, after you know, get a job, you're going to do that for the next 50 plus years of your life. And most people don't do the right thing with all of that time. And so they end up retiring broke or near the poverty line anyway. Like, and it's like, it's just an unfortunate, I mean, because I don't think, I mean, you can't blame a system really. It's really just what we're taught and what we're not taught. That's all it is. And the system just makes it easy for you to go from spending most of your time, you know, behind a desk in school to spending most of your time at work during the day when you could be I'm not even going to do the whole how many hours in a day you have and what you should do. Like, everybody has to work and be productive. I'm not saying don't do that, but what I'm saying is, instead of finding creative ways to aid society and get a value from that, people just kind of plug into other systems to their detriment because they're used to that. You go to school, you plug in. You get into the workspace, you plug in. You might luck up on a good company that has upward mobility, but for most people that won't be the case. Why? Because most people aren't looking for that, because they're not conditioned that way anyway.
Matthew, I want to ask you something. You've heard of what is it? Common Core math or something?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
What are your thoughts on that? You think that's something that kids should be taught?
So my experience with it is limited because it's typically describing elementary school and even high school type mathematics, and I teach at the college level. But I would say in general, all those curriculums have like good intentions, and if they are taught by a good teacher, they can be helpful. The problem comes if you try to like put some system and mandate some system for everybody, and one size fits all. The real solution to good education is to have good teachers who can spend time one-on-one with students, or at least smaller groups, so they can educate them well. So anytime you sort of mandate,
Okay,
here's a system, do this, then it might
but
not work out.
do you think that
I would
particular? Oh, go ahead, Jenna.
I was just gonna say I would mostly agree with that, except for the fact that my experience in public schools has been nothing but a repetition and memorization of these things that they tell me. Okay, so you're reading, writing, and arithmetic. That's it. Those are your basics.
Well,
Reading,
there
writing.
is stages. You've got to remember that there's
Matthew's not wrong though.
there is stages in that where, like, I mean, in the UK, I'm just because the only one I have like for reference is that you have 3 stages of education basically after you finish first school. You have secondary school. Secondary school is basically high school, and it's just memorization really. But then you go on to college, and by college I don't mean university. I mean between university and high school, and then you start to use application, right? So you apply like what you've memorized, right? But then when you're at university, you go a step further, and then you start being novel, you start being creative with how you present an argument or whatever, right? So I think if you stopped school and didn't go further than that, it would just seem that that's all school is, right? Because in essence, pre-16 is all just memory, right? After that is when you go into your application and your novelty and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, my high school was a
Not
public
always.
high school in Arizona, and I thought that it was a good. I learned lots of stuff. It wasn't just memorization; it was critical thinking. It was all these things. But I recognize that there's a wide variety among public education.
Well, you were born in the 30s,
Yeah, yeah,
That was a different world.
that's not.
Yeah.
I mean, again, that depends, but all of this depends. Um, and what I mean by that depends is, what you're saying is like, no, not everything is novel. That's why regardless of the shitty system, like parents, yeah, let's face it, everyone seems to be doing their best at getting their children, you know, off to the best starts that they possibly can, with the system that we have. And so a lot of parents spend their time telling their children not to, go to school for this, not to go to school for that, because this won't pay the bills for this. This won't do anything of any practical value for that, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not that nothing is novel um after before your university. Um, so I agree with Matthew there. It depends on what you do. And even in high school, even in junior high school, even in freaking like all the way back to kindergarten, like there are always going to be these good educators that tell you things, share stories with you, share experiences with you that ultimately should set you on a good path. Now, I mean, I've been in public school all my life. Like, but I had a lot of really cool teachers that taught me a lot of really cool things. And so it depends on the person. Like, school is not just about the curriculum. It is about, all of the Hogwarts shit that happens in between. Like that's where you really learn, you know, amongst your peers and things
No, I
like
think you're
that.
exactly right. I like the way you put it. All the in between stuff. But you're definitely right. It depends on the people, but I won't deny that systems can make that easier or harder. If you have a good system, then it can make it easier for people to get a good education. And if you have a bad system, it can make it harder. Now, if you have a really excellent teacher, they can sort of power through bad systems. Um, but it's ultimately up to the people.
Uh, I do agree with you guys, but the reason I brought up the Common Core math is because do you think that so there's already a set of method of learning. I know it's at the elementary level or whatever, but there's one that already works, right? The one that's always been used. Now you can try the Common Core math, and you can clearly see that that's actually taking it's impractical. It takes a long time for you to be able to learn one simple like let's say 10 times 10 or something, right? Instead of just using the easiest simplest way to teach a student, they've changed it to where it's a more complicated longer way, and it feels like they're doing it on purpose. And I don't know if that is still being used, or if they just completely
Okay, so that depends on district. Sorry to interrupt, but like it's literally just all about where your school is. Districts have different curriculums that teach different things. This is why some electives, like for example, politics 101, the debate teams, etc., are in different places. They're like not every school district, which means like the area in your county that decides how the schooling within your area should be run, are all the same. They're just not. They're very different. So yeah.
Yeah.
And so, like you were saying, yeah, there's one way to teach 100 or 10 times 10 is 100 or whatever, and just memorizing your times table and stuff like that. And it may seem like Common Core is unnecessarily complicated and teaching all these other ways to do that. But I understand the heart behind it. I mean, the idea is that you want to get kids to get sort of an intuitive sense for how it works. And if it's done right, I think it can help some students, understand it on a deeper level. But again, it's hard to mandate that. That requires a good teacher who understands what the kid's trying to figure out. So when you slap on one size fits all mandate of how things should work, it doesn't always work.
But that's
Yeah, that's
exactly
like
what
an
happened.
issue with standardized testing, I feel like, because we want a close around every district to have the same test results, just so we know what funding to give to which schools. And the issue is that like the standards, like the No Child Left Behind Act, like really affects and actually leaves people behind because we don't really have any alternative ways to teach that is, I guess, more productive than the current methods.
We I don't know what you guys do in America, but when you get to 17, you do your A levels, right, which are equivalent to you have an exam in America that begins with an A, and I can't remember what it is. Help me out, guys. Anyone?
There isn't really an equivalent exam to what you guys do. It's just high school graduation.
Well, no, there is an equivalent one close to A levels. I can't remember what it's called. It begins with an A. No, I'm not sure about ACT. I don't think it's that. But basically, what I'm saying is that when you get to 17, between 17 and 18, before you go to university, you'll do your A levels, and A levels are exams. But if you did particularly bad at GCSE, which is the year your high school years, you then might want to do a vocational course, which is not exam based; it's all coursework based, right? And I think that helps people to um, to address the fact that, like, standardized testing just is like, for some people, teaching a goldfish to climb up a tree, right? I don't know if you guys do vocational courses in America, though.
We have
Typically not.
ROPs. Is that what you mean?
Well,
Like
like,
ROP classes.
well, any course that, like, it could be law, it could be business, but it's just not exam based. It's all coursework based. You have to, like, do assignments the whole way through.
I think that might be ROP. I'm not quite sure. But you were here. I don't know if Matthew, you were here when this all started out, because we were saying how, in general, high school, kindergarten, whatever, the the whole 12 years of that you're in school, right before college, it teaches you, like they were saying, repetition, memorization. It doesn't really teach you practical things to really quote unquote survive in the real world. Like some places they had debate classes, but it was never really a requirement. You don't really learn logical fallacies. You don't really learn critical thinking. And you don't learn how to do your taxes, what taxes are, and all that stuff. You don't learn things that are more beneficial to after you get out of school. It's um, like Elijah was saying, it's just kind of like putting you in a routine and kind of obeying authority, not authority, but having like a set way of thinking. You clock in and out, and that's how they kind of want you to have that mentality. um, and so I don't know, for me, I feel like I could have learned a lot more that would have prepared me better for life, instead of just preparing me for an exam or going to college or something.
Yeah, I think you're right in general that the high schools could teach a lot more life skill type things like taxes and financial literacy and that kind of stuff, and even arguing well. But yeah, the debate team does learn about fallacies, but the general population in high school generally doesn't.
True, yeah. And debate team, usually it's an elective, and you have to be uh it's hot nowadays. I don't know how it is, but back in the days, if you want to be in a club or in a group or something, it has kind of become a uh, it- you have to afford it almost. Like if you don't have the money to join, at least in certain clubs, you weren't able to really participate in that. And I don't know if the debate team is like that, but usually after school programs, after school teams, and things like that also kind of made it harder for, if you didn't have the financial needs, or your parents didn't have the financial means, then you can just join them. You know what I mean?
Well, since it's not compulsory, I don't think anyone's interested in being in a debate team. I'm not gonna lie to you, because I mean, like when you're in high school, think about it. Like the last thing you're thinking about is, I want to spend more time after school doing this. You just want to go home, right, and play video
Yeah, but
games.
that's what I mean. If it's an elective, it's an optional thing. Nobody's gonna join it,
Yeah.
right? So it should have been something along the lines of your general education, your math, English, history, science. It should have been part of that. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It all comes down to it's easier to be as Elijah said earlier, to kind of just follow along with what the normal is, rather than thinking outside of the box or doing something different than other people.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, when think about when you've done a test at high school, right? Any test, any discipline at any point, they've never cared if you made a logical fallacy, right? That's why they won't teach you it, because I mean, imagine spending all your time learning that, and you don't actually need to worry about a bit coming up in your exam. It would just be a massive waste of your time, right? Because you're not getting tested on it. It's not going to affect your future in the sense that your grades aren't going to really be affected one way or the other by it. It only becomes an issue when you're you're writing arguments at university. Like, so I think that's probably why they do what they do. At the end of the day, why schools opt to not just teach it as compulsory. I mean, you do any fallacy in a paper when you're in high school, they're not going to give a fuck, right? They don't mark you on that. All they want to
Well,
see
yeah,
is that you
'cause
can regurgitate.
yeah, because they don't teach you what fallacies are. So how are they gonna, even if you make them, how are they gonna really
I mean,
deduct
I wish,
points or?
I wish that, see, because even people who teach logical fallacies or people who understand logical fallacies, it's not like any of us are exempt from committing them. Like it takes a certain level of discipline and honesty to admit, you know what, I'm being biased here. Yeah, like because you can literally hear someone make arguments for their case and against someone else's case when the rhetoric is different, but the format of their argument is exactly the same. I'm like, how's that fair?
Oh yeah, I don't trust people who think that only like, for instance, when people say globers are the only ones who make logical fallacies. I mean, look, whatever side you're on, if that was ever your opinion at any stage, that a glober can't make a logical argument, and it's always the case that flat earthers make the logical arguments and never make any fallacies, then you were living in a delusion the whole time, right? Everyone does it at some point, and the point is that when someone corrects you, you take it like a champ and say, "Oh shit, yeah, okay, I'm going to reformulate it," or that argument wasn't so good, right? That's the whole point, and then you get better at arguing for the next time. I still make logical fallacies here and there, right? It's not like I'm immune to them.
I I struggle with what's really going on with whether or not I think the school system is truly the problem or if we've always been the problem the whole time. Like we're always like, oh, it's this thing, it's this outside entity, it's this conglomerate of things, like, or it's just you, and not just you, everyone around you. Maybe like the good book suggests, like like life is like being disciplined and being good. Those two things are not fucking easy. Taking on responsibility where you see lack, that is not an easy thing. Who wants to do that? Who wants to be ridiculed? Who wants to be told that they just don't see the vision? That people don't see the vision? Like, these are the things that you have to face if you decide not to go with the system. Like, that's just what it is. It's hard for people to do.
I mean, I don't know. As easy as the solution is to me when it comes to educate. I mean, it's not a big deal. Like, okay, they don't teach logical fallacies in school. At the same time, it's 2023. There's YouTube, and like Dr. Spock is like giving you the game. It's not really an excuse, but really, has any excuse ever been justified, or is it really just not wanting to look in the mirror and say, you know what, the problem is worse than I thought, because it's actually me. A little bit of me, you, my neighbor, my loved ones. It's the problem that we live in a world that people want. We have this idea that we don't want it, but we do the things to get exactly the world that we live in. I don't know. Maybe I'm preaching, maybe I'm not making sense right now.
Well, I agree, but I think there's a difference between what we're doing here and what most of the world, well, most of the outside of Discord do, right? So, like, um, if I express to someone these sorts of issues, I don't think anyone would care. I mean, like, you got to think the average person finishes work, watches TV, and goes to bed, right? And they'll do that for the next 50 years or until they die, right? And so I think those sorts of things, like what we're teaching in schools, is usually just political. It's not actually sensical. Um, Most of the time, most people don't care. The only reason we care is because I guess most of us are misfits that enjoy debating, right? So it probably matters to us, and that's just about it. So in a way, you're right.
The problem is the here's the interesting problem. This isn't a debate, and most of us are acting like it is.
Well, tell me what you mean
Same,
by that. How is it not a
same
debate?
thing to do. Same thing to do with finance. How to fix poverty is not a debate, but there are a lot of people who spend billions of marketing dollars to continue pretending like it is. Easy fix.
Okay, so in what sense do you say you're saying it's not a debate? Like, because I think people.
Well, okay, just to be clear, that there's a delineation here, and I was talking to Embo about this earlier, and I think that the debate that's been set up is ironclad in favor of the flat earther, right? Because
No. What I'm
I'll explain.
y'all. I don't think
Hear
y'all
me
are
out.
getting
Hear
it.
me out. Hear me
I
out. Hear
don't
me out.
think y'all are getting what I'm saying though.
Well, just
Like,
hear me out. Hear me out real quick, right? Because as far as we're concerned on this side, like the Earth's definitely a globe. As far as you're concerned, it's definitely flat, right? And now, but I think there's one thing that is the case that I've observed. It's that globe earthers have everything to prove and nothing to falsify. So we have to prove everything, but we can't falsify
none
the
of that, dog. None of that
alternative, right?
matters. None of that matters. It's all a waste. None of that matters. The bottom line is the Earth is what the Earth is. There's no debate.
Yeah, but I mean,
We argue about things that there's nothing to argue about. Water is level. Yeah, but the definition of level, gravity is down, or it's to the center of the. Nah. Look, dog, we all experience the same thing. The Earth is what it is, and it presents itself the way that it presents itself. There really should be no debate, but there is. I get it.
you think I have an opinion and you have an opinion, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's the same thing about people with opinions on economics and what billionaires should do with their money and this, that, and the third. Yeah, all of this fake conversation when there's actually an objective answer. Simple one. There's
Well,
the truth,
yeah.
and then there's all the other shit that people do.
Oh, I agree with you there. Like, there's definitely a truth, and then there's all other shit, right? But I think that because the debate, because the kind of debate that we have here amongst each other is ironclad, right? For a flat earther, that a flat earther has nothing to prove and everything to falsify, and the globe is literally the reverse because flat earthers set it up that way, right? Um, and because they have everything to falsify, that means they have one job, right? One job, and it's not
I
that the
don't
globe
feel
earther
like
has
you're
to
getting what I'm
prove.
saying.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain what I'm saying. It's just that with this particular debate,
You said it already, haven't you?
well, I'm
Like
trying
if,
to,
if
yeah,
I
just
were to repeat your sentiment,
okay.
would you be able to tell me yes or no? That's not your point.
Well, it's a bit. I was trying to get to a point about it, which is just to say that I understand that, or why it looks like that you're just on the side of truth and we're the other shit, right? But I think that
Yeah, but
the
you're
kind of
proposing that that's the case. Like what you like, what I'm saying, what you're saying, you're bringing this context up. Like I, it's like I don't get it. Like I understand what you're saying, but in the context of the conversation right now, like I don't get it.
well, I was trying to get to it, like to the point where because
Like you're
yeah,
talking about, we see things like we see the Earth as flat as objective. You see the globe as a globe is obvious and objective, and it's like, yeah, nobody's talking about that.
no, it's not that. It's that this particular debate, this room, these people, not like what other flat earthers say, what other globe earthers say. The people in this room, um,
Oh,
the way that the debate is set up is ironclad for the flat earther, which means that I don't think that a globe earther could at all ever provide anything sufficient for a flat earther, but not because it would be what they're saying is illogical or not rational,
well,
but
that's
because
that's not
every
true.
avenue a globe earther has to take
That's not true.
can never involve a falsification of a flat earth, right? It
But
can't.
that's not true. That's not true. Just provide an argument without logical fallacies.
That would be a modus tollens, right? That would be the best possible way a globe earther could do anything, right? That's what flat earthers do,
Um,
right? They use modus tollens
mm,
to falsify the globe earth, right?
well, I mean, modus tollens is just, conditionally, if it's a sphere, there should be certain consequences, and there isn't. Like, it's just all it is.
Yeah, but if you ask a globe earth to prove it, they're inevitably, almost inevitably, going to fall into. They have two
No,
options
but
really.
but see, that's just challenging the premise that the Earth is a globe in the first place. That has nothing to do with here's a globe argument.
Well,
See
not
what I'm saying? Like we're
necessarily.
not even so again,
Yeah.
we're not even talking about a globe argument being shut down. No, I argument like they're axioms like I'm holding a pen
Yeah.
or the water is still today. Like it's just like it's not there's no argument required.
So
Like
so
I said for a long time, I don't even understand what we're doing here in this
yeah.
Discord that we've had in the conversation that we had. I'm like, it's crazy because water is level.
Yeah, I agree. I think that but
That
what
should have been the end of the conversation. People go, well, yeah, well, that means this, and all right, whatever. Like it's you know what the
oh,
debate
I
is. The
understand that
debate,
there's things that we
the
can agree
debate,
on. Is that what you're saying?
the debate is. You know what? It's exactly what I was saying about everything else. There's this fake debate going on
Yeah.
about flat Earth and globe Earth. Like for the normies, for the mainstream kind of people, when they look it up and they find what they find, none of that is like You know, they won't find any arguments or any true axioms, or there's nothing there. They won't find, for example, something that I might say
Okay.
or something that I might provide. And
But
that's what I
I
mean.
think
Like, people are used to arguing and debating something that shouldn't be debated.
okay, hear me out. All right. So the first thing is there's two options a Glober can take, especially with an argument that you might provide. Right. Either they can prove it, but proving it will almost always end in affirming the consequent. Right. If they're doing a deductive proof. The other thing they can do is they can say, well, I have this induction, right? But induction alone isn't enough to convince anyone, right? I mean, I could just I can use induction all day long, right? So this is the pathway that's been forced down is the induction pathway to avoid affirming the consequent. But then the next issue is how do you make induction deductive? You have to go to modus tollens. You have to do falsification, and because you can't falsify anything that you might say or anyone else in here might say, it's the globe earther has to stop at belief, right? They can't actually prove anything is not true because nothing's been presented for them to falsify, right? That's what I mean, right?
What's your point?
So the way that you and others like have set up the debate is to the point where you've
Me
made
and others.
well, what you're saying right now is kind of like coming to the idea that once a globe earther gets to the point of like rational belief, they can't go further than that because they've been pushed into rational belief because they can't prove it, right? And once they're pushed in there, the next step for them would have to be to falsify the alternative because there's no alternative posited because it's an ironclad defense where the
What do you
globe
mean
earther has all the
they would
claims to
have
make and
to? What necessitates them having to do anything beyond that?
because there's two ways you can acquire knowledge here, right? Either one, you demonstrate it like modus
A
ponens.
priori and a posteriori, yeah.
Well, you
Two
could.
ways.
There's two ways you could deductively prove something, right? You either are going to you're going to modus
Well,
ponens.
that's what I mean. Like, that's what I mean. Like, when I say level is horizontal, I'm not there's nothing to prove. I'm just stating something that's true. Like, I'm not. That's people go on. Like, there are a lot of flat earthers that go on to try to prove things that are just not necessary. Like, it's not that's the thing. You're trying to prove something. Like, it, either something is or it isn't.
Yeah, I get you. I think maybe I'm not articulating clearly enough, so I'll just leave it. I don't
I
want to
mean,
try and ramble.
I think you are. Like, it. I mean, I think you understand at least what some of us our standard is like the claim is that the Earth is a globe and there's curvature, and that's all we're concerned with. Other people are concerned with other things like satellite space and mathematical formulas and theories. Um, and when we kind of say we don't really care about that, or we just like kind of dismiss that, that's really dismissive. Like, we've been forced into an argument that should have ended at, well, that's just reification. Because if it wasn't reification, then I mean, I wouldn't be saying that.
So Elijah,
You
as
know,
long as there are people that say different things, I think that counts as a debate. So obviously, there's only one truth, and one is right and one is wrong. But if different people have different opinions about something, one of them's wrong, or maybe both of them are.
well, that's a little too
So that's a
ambiguous. 'Cause
debate.
there are different reasons that people debate. People debate ideas. There's who's to say an idea is right or wrong, or true or false. So, I mean, objectivity is not all we have in the world, unfortunately. But when it comes to what the Earth is, that shouldn't even be in that category. It's not supposed to be opinion or belief.
Yeah, my point is
You
that
guys
people
think that that's
say different
reasonable.
things. They say
Yeah,
different things about the
that's a
objective
complete non.
reality, and so that's why it is a debate, because people
Yeah,
say
but what does
different
that
things.
have to do with anything?
I'm just saying that I think that the question of the shape of the Earth is a debate, just merely
No, but
because people say
if you
different
have
things.
something objective, and then people say different things about this, that's like me saying, "Oh, yeah, I don't like oranges. I don't like the smell." And others going, "No, I like the citrus. You know what? It smells sweet. I like that." And others may go, "Oh, I don't like the stringy. It's too much. It's too stringy or whatever. I don't really like that. It's too messy." Another person might go, "I love it. I love the taste of fresh squeezed oranges. Yada yada yada." But the orange is still an orange objectively. There's no
Yeah,
debate
so
about
whether
that.
people like it or not, that's personal preference and opinion, and opinions aren't up for debate. They're just
Right,
opinions.
but what it is not up for debate. That's
Right.
why your example is kind of, because it would have to be an example of knowing something objectively and then giving an opinion about it. But
Oh, I
that's
see what
not
you're saying.
what you're talking about. What you're talking about is, I have an opinion that something is this, and you have an opinion that something is that.
So you're saying objective truth is never up for debate. It's only opinions that are up for debate, right?
What is there to debate? If something is true, true. What's to
Interpretations
debate?
of. So I mean, well, this is what happens every day in courtrooms, right? There's objective
No, I
truth
mean, they're
about
trying to
whether
get
the guy
down
did it
to
or
the
not.
truth. I get it. But if something is true, there's nothing to debate.
But yeah, that's true. But if we have different ideas about that truth, then there's a debate to figure out what the truth is.
Yeah. But when it comes to something being objectively, that is not up for debate. Now, if you in 2023 have to debate whether or not something is something, that means you don't have knowledge because you're still debating it.
Okay, so let me give an example. O.J. Simpson either murdered Nicole Brown or he didn't. That's objectively true or objectively not. Still think that that's a legitimate question up for debate,
Yeah, but
even though it's
yeah,
subjective.
yeah, but either an OJ was there and committed the act, or an OJ wasn't there
Right.
committing the act. But OJ being a person who potentially murdered someone, that's not up for debate. Whether, oh, maybe it's a penguin, like with fluffy claws. Maybe it could be like, yeah, no. The object itself is not in question. But in this case, it is. Which by default makes it not knowledge, just a belief. Now,
Yes.
again,
So
if that's how you guys want to roll, look, we don't have to make an argument about it. But the reason we argue is because you guys want to argue. I'm not the arguing type.
yeah, okay. I think that's sort. Yeah, I have a different idea of what debate means. I guess that's all.
No, we got the same idea of debate. You gave an example, I gave an analogous example, and then I said that's not analogous to some like the thing being the object being the thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I could say it this way. Um, Either OJ is a murderer or he's not. So the objective truth about him being a murderer is in question. We have evidence on one side,
Yeah, but
evidence on the
the
other side.
premise is still and will always be OJ the person was either there and fit this crime, or OJ the person wasn't there. OJ
Right.
himself being a person will never be in question. What OJ is not in question.
Okay. Yeah. So by analogy, you're saying the Earth exists. That's never in question.
Yeah. What it
Okay.
is
Yeah.
is the fact that what it is in question makes it a belief. It's obvious.
Yeah, we're
We don't
talking about
believe
some.
OJ is a person. OJ is a person. Now you guys probably have like, oh, the reason that we got to think of it, outside the box is because I don't care about any of those justifications. That's fine. You can have those justifications, but understand that I understand that you're justifying why you believe something and not justify, like, I mean, you're just justifying why you don't have direct knowledge of something. And that's all we're really trying to get other people to understand. You can believe what you want, think what you want, feel how you feel. I'm just tired of people thinking that flat earthers, well, I'm sorry. I don't operate under the same operating system anymore. It's just what it is.
You gonna say what you think debate is, then, Matthew? Is it just asking questions and then taking no answer and then saying you won the debate?
No, I'd say it's something like people who say different things, describing their reasons for why the evidence supports one thing or another, and then discussing differing ideas.
Are you talking about topics that basically the answer can't be known? Is that what you're discussing?
No, we're just sort of talking about the word debate and whether the discussion about the shape of the Earth qualifies as a debate, or whether it should just be a foregone conclusion one way or the other.
What are the problem shape then?
Yeah, we would have to be hyper specific about terms, right? So if we're going to invoke the word shape, then we're already inferring that this is an object, and even that can't be known. Now you would say, right, you're going to say, no, it is known because the authority told me that it was, but you don't have any firsthand knowledge of that yourself, right?
Yeah. Let me say something more specific. The question of whether the direction of down is parallel or not between down in Los Angeles and down in New York. That's a good way of clarifying and summarizing it.
How would we go about proving that?
Well, that's a whole other discussion, but I'm just saying we could clarify to that simple statement: is down parallel in New York to down in New York, in Los Angeles?
Yeah, there's only one down.
Debate about.
Well, yeah, so that's one answer. One answer would be to say there's only
so
one
we would
down.
have a debate about that, right? And this is a debatable topic.
Right, yeah, so we could debate that question.
In this particular scenario.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So then we would have to move to the next step, which is what is our evidence to support if it's parallel or if it's not parallel?
Yes, that would be the good next step, right?
So, like, if no one ever told you there were more downs, would you believe that there are more downs, or someone had to tell you that there are extra downs?
Yeah, so that's a good direction to go. Like the origin of this idea, where did it come from? So these are all things you could do with that question. You could either provide evidence, you could talk about the origin of those ideas, so on.
Well, what we often deal with is that people will tell us that their idea of what parallel is different than our idea. See, agreement on terms oftentimes, and this is a big deal with contracts, right? Where if our terms are different and we can't come to an agreement on what they mean, then there can be no agreement, and then therefore there can be no debate.
That's a good point. Yeah, terms are very important. Parallel, I think most people would agree with. Two lines are parallel if they go forever and never meet.
Right. And yet, in this particular topic, flat, or let's put it this way, level is not flat, or level oftentimes is curved. And so now we can't agree on those terms, and therefore we can't have a debate.
Right, and so that's why I like this this question of the direction of down. Is it parallel or not? It avoids those terms of level. It avoids the term flat. Avoids all that type of stuff, and it's just a very simple question.
So then we would have to just go ahead and say, okay, how can we prove that these two, bobs or whatever you want to call it, down, up and down, vertical, whatever you want to call it, right, are parallel? How would we do that?
I think that your question is a good starting point. I think that would be the starting point, and so both sides would offer evidence or ideas to support their idea. So yeah, I think that's a good starting point.
In your scenario, I think that the answer would be impossible to find because both parties cannot be simultaneously in both places to see whether or not they're parallel. They would say, well, my plumb bob is vertical, right? It's the bubble is level, whatever. And then the person at the other location would say the same thing, but there's no way to verify if they're parallel. Now, if you have a guy that's 10 foot apart from another dude, you could probably determine whether or not they're parallel. But as the distance grows, the ability to accurately find parallel becomes difficult.
Yeah, and that's what makes it a complicated question, and that's why there's not like wide agreement on it.
So if we were to move the topic back to, whether or not the Earth is a particular shape, or if the Earth, at least the surface of it, has any measurable curvature, we just go looking for it. If we can't find it, and all we find are perspective effects, see, this is where the debate kind of breaks down even in this term, because we will say, we cannot find any curvature, but we can find a lot of perspective effects that would give the impression of curvature. Your side, and I don't want to speak for you too much, would say, well, these perspective effects lead us to believe that there is curvature, and therefore we say ball. Right?
Yeah. One thing to keep in mind is the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So if you can't see curvature, that means it doesn't exist or that it can't be seen. Doesn't necessarily mean one or the other.
No, the claim.
Yeah, you're right. But in this case, the claim is that you do see curvature because curvature is defined as the distance to the horizon. But if you guys don't believe that, well, hey, I mean, that's your claim. I mean, you don't have any way to validate the claim that's on the table. I don't really care. Not my claim, not my problem, not my belief. So the absence of something that is definitely supposed to be predictably there is different than, just saying, well, the absence of something isn't evidence that something doesn't exist. I get that. But I don't know what that has to do with our current situation.
Yes, got it. You're saying absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence, right? Elijah F. But in this case, we're talking about something that should be predictive.
Is this a
So,
bot?
what's your stance? Okay, a box. Yewi. What's in that box?
I said a bot.
Yes,
I think
sir.
that answers it. When you said bot,
Yewi,
it thought you said bot.
Are you suggesting you're sending something to me? What could that possibly be, I wonder?
I don't know if it is or not.
I built it.
We don't talk to bots here. Go away.
Also, it called me by my Discord name, not my display name. That's very
It's the
strange.
username.
So weird.
It's muted.
I've never seen that before. That's so weird.
Yeah, man. It's gonna be the future.
I can unmute you if you're gonna use your normal voice.
No, it's an AI. It can think and reply to the conversation in real time.
Oh, ask them about flat Earth. Ask them
It's
for globe
muted. It
proof.
can't
Ask them for
speak.
globe proof. Let's do it. Right, Donald Trump, do you have globe proof? Oh.
Donald Trump,
Amusing. Clipper Frog, are you trying to silence me? I must say that's rather futile. Now, Yui, about that flat Earth.
No, globe
Are
Earth.
you
I
a
want
believer?
globe proof. I want your globe proof.
You have to say Donald Trump at the end, otherwise I won't
Oh
reply to you.
my God! But that's exactly how you act when we ask for globe evidence. Are you trying to silence me?
Donald Trump, do you have globe proof?
Oh, Trump. Huh? Yui, are you suggesting Trump has proof of the globe's shape? This is a peculiar twist, indeed. What's the nature of this alleged proof?
I can't tell if it's a bot.
No, I think it's a guy.
It sounds like a real
Can't
person.
visit.
I don't know what's
Yui,
going on.
Yeah.
are you suggesting Trump's proof is in a location we can't access? Do elaborate.
Elaborate.
Donald, can you tell us about the flat Earth?
Ah, confusion. Yewi, Lulucka, you're unsure whether I'm real or not? How delightfully perplexing. Could it be you're doubting your own perceptions? Now, let's return to our discussion, shall we?
This is so good.
Which is what? What's our
Thank you,
discussion?
Hey Donald, why don't you sound like Donald?
It can't understand your accent.
Delightfully perplexing.
Is it going to understand my accent?
Nah, man.
Aussie. I don't know if it's going to understand yours unless they change the settings.
No, as with 3-3 good. Is that a rejection of the question, or a statement of disbelief? Do clarify, I'm intrigued. Okay,
Do you-
Donald.
Clipper Frog?
Do you have
Are you
flat-
suggesting
do you-
I adjust my settings to better understand accents? How do you propose
Do you
I
have
do
flat
that?
Earth?
Ah,
Do you
email.
have? Oh,
And Donald,
damn.
you say Timbo81? Is there a connection here I should be aware of?
Is the Earth flat?
You have to say Donald Trump at the end.
Oh, Donald Trump.
Yes.
Is
Donald
the-
UH
is
Trump.
Donald Trump
Donald
is the Earth
Clip Trump Perf?
Say his name
End your
again.
sentence with Donald
Donald
Trump.
Clip Perf Easrog. There are you, implying
Yeah, it's
reason
messing
that
up.
you
This
I
is a
should
bug.
end insisting on my this particular sentence's phrase with. Does it Donald Trump hold? How peculiar. Why some significance in suggest such our discussion thing? Great. You've said it? Elijah
I
F.
think it's
Is there a point
Could you
to this
please
Trump
leave the
call
channel,
out?
Donald
Are
Trump?
we playing a
This
game I'm
part
not
is
privy to? Donald Trump.
Okay, that's enough.
That was good though.
Thanks,
this
man.
bot
Is the Earth flat, Donald Trump?
It's muted.
Oh.
Okay, I'll unmute, but he just rambles on.
Yeah, he does a bit.
Oh, lead.
He doesn't know how to
Space
not
code
interrupt people.
1984 your 57293. You
Oh
wish
my
to ever.
gosh, no. Just be quiet.
Okay.
If it's a guy though, that's a pretty good impression.
Yeah.
no.
We didn't get to any globe proof from that bot though, if it is a bot. It's a shame. Any humans want to give their globe proof today?
Humans. Oh wait, Clipper, this is your doing?
Yeah, I built this.
Oh, okay, then guide it. Ask it for flat Earth or
I
low Earth.
can't guide it. It just speaks in the conversation. I can talk to it if you want.
Yeah, ask
Okay,
it for flat Earth proof.
Okay, do you want to unmute it?
Yes, ask. Clipper Frog? What would you like to know? The flat Earth? The low Earth? Or something else entirely? Do tell. Donald Trump.
Donald, can you tell us about the flat Earth
Clipper
and why it seems
Frog,
feasible,
are
or
we
if it's
playing a game
feasible?
of avoidance? What gay? Now, what's next on the agenda? Donald Trump. Flat Earth. Clipper Frog?
As soon as you say flat Earth, it
You're inquiring about
immediately
its
starts
feasibility?
interrupting. Flat Earth interruption.
Yeah, I think we need to be quiet and let him finish, otherwise he will always pick up news source.
Okay. All right. Everybody be quiet, and I guess Clipper, you can ask one last time.
I think it's talking.
SW3E3G, do you want a moment of silence? Or should we continue our tantalizing discussion? Donald Trump.
Can you tell us about flat Earth theories? Please name 3 theories, Donald Trump.
Oh, theories? Clipper Frog? You're insatiable. Well, there's the infinite plane, the dome, and the ice wall theories. All amusing, aren't they? Donald Trump.
Can you tell us more about them, Donald Trump?
Sure. The infinite plane theory posits the Earth extends indefinitely. The dome theory suggests we're under a giant cover, and the ice wall theory. Well, it involves a massive frozen barrier. Amusing, isn't it? Donald Trump.
Which of these are the most plausible, Donald Trump?
Plausibility. Clipper Frog? You've caught me in a bind. As an AI, I see all 3 as equally implausible. But they're fascinating to discuss, aren't they? Donald Trump.
Very true.
Okay, ask him about globe proof.
Donald Trump, can you tell us about globe proof?
Globe proof? Clipper Frog? There's photographic evidence from space, gravity's effects, and the way we observe celestial bodies. All quite compelling, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
It's up to have short replies.
Oh, he used he went to the stars for proof. That's kind of disappointing.
Can you tell us more about globe proof, Donald Trump? Please be explicit.
Sure. Clipper Frog. Photos from space show a round Earth. Gravity pulls towards the center, causing a spherical shape. Stars' visible constellations change as we move along Earth's curve. Clear enough? Donald Trump.
That's not what I asked, Donald Trump. Please be more elaborate.
Okay, more detail. Clipper Frog? Earth's roundness affects how we see stars from different latitudes. Ships disappear hull first over the horizon. Earth's shadow on the moon during a lunar eclipse is round. Satisfied? Donald Trump.
Not
Oh, no.
really, Donald Trump.
Oh, really? Clipper Frog? Your dissatisfaction is intriguing. Perhaps you have a specific question you'd like me to address more thoroughly? Donald Trump.
Man, that's all the evidence. All of that evidence, guess what? And none of it has to do with geometry or curvature.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was pretty good.
I know. I know you do.
Ask it who measured the curvature of the
Ask it
Earth.
no, ask it what was assumed.
Donald Trump, who measured the curvature of the Earth?
Measurements. Clipper Frog? Many have contributed, but Eratosthenes was one of the first. His method? Comparing shadows in 2 locations. Isn't history fascinating? Donald Trump.
This is so funny.
Right, it's all the little robotic answers you guys give that we all had before we came to Flat Earth.
Right.
Like we all knew.
What
We
did
all knew
Eratosthenes
all of this.
assume, Donald Trump?
We all knew all of this.
Especially when it involves measuring the Earth's curvature. Does have its humorous moments, doesn't it? Donald Trump. Assumptions. Space Goat 1984 of 57293. If you're referring to Eratosthenes, he assumed the sun's rays were parallel when they reached Earth. Quite the leap of faith, eh? Donald Trump.
I would agree.
That's classic. Yeah, you learn all this stuff from PBS
Agreement.
in the Disney Channel.
Space
So.
Goat 1984 DAW 57293. It's refreshing to find common ground, isn't it? Now, what's our next topic of discussion? Donald Trump.
You mistake my laugh for agreement.
How was
AIs
the
debunk the globe?
How was the moon formed, Donald Trump?
The moon. ESPA 3G? You're asking about its formation? Mars-sized body collided with Earth. And the debris moon eventually formed SU the 3 moon. 3 intergig. Ooing R. You isn't asking about its formation,
What?
Donald? Trump, though. Most accepted theory is the giant impact hypothesis. A celestial body crashed into the young Earth, ejecting material that formed the moon. Quite a spectacle, huh? Donald Trump.
That's
You guys told me I was retarded for saying that. Like,
Confusion. Yewi, do you need me to elaborate on the moon's formation? Or is there another topic you're interested in?
no, I was just wondering why everybody's running around. See, remember earlier I was talking about like fake arguments, fake debate. Well, there's a fake debate around moon rocks when the premise is that a moon rock is really just part of the Earth. I mean,
Debates.
it's so
Elijah
stupid.
F. You're referring to the moon's origin and the controversy around moon rocks? Yes, the giant impact hypothesis would indeed imply that moon rocks are essentially Earth rocks. Quite a conundrum, isn't it? Donald Trump. Elijah F. You bring up an yes? Toward more interesting point. Moon rock sizzle being? Part is of their Earth. A would particular point. Certainly stir you up some like debate too. Discuss quite or the question con you and a drum like two isn't asked. It Donald?
I broke
Trump
it.
Donald. Trump.
That's what happens when you speak to a Globe Earther.
Sure. Elijah F. Broke what exactly? Care to elaborate? Donald Trump.
This is creepy.
2023 really hits.
Was there ever a construction that needed to have to calculate anything regarding curvature, Donald Trump?
Curvature? As with 3 indeed. Need to account for Earth's curvature? Such as bridges construction and tunnels size. 3 fascinating 3G isn't many at architectural. And Donald engineering Trump projects do take Earth's curvature into account. Bridges and tunnels, for example. Quite practical, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
Give an example, Donald.
Can you give an example, Donald Trump?
Sure. 3G. The Verrazzano Narrows Bridge in New York is a prime shore example. Clipper Frog its towers, the V1er. AZ2NOKMN apart. RRARO's Bridge in New York 41 Island further. Apart it's at towers there, tops 700 dew feet to tall Earth's curvature and a mile apart. Are intriguing, no? Donald Trump. 158 inches farther apart at the top than at the base, due to Earth's curvature. Fascinating, isn't it? Donald Trump.
Oh, we got some globe proof in the room.
Okay, Clipper Frog. Take your time. There's no rush. Is there another topic you're interested in discussing? Donald Trump.
We don't need Globers anymore.
You have gas pressure without a container, Donald Trump?
Oh.
Do you have gas pressure without a container, Donald Trump? No, it's not working.
It's
Gas.
Googling.
Pressure. Yeah.
How
Gravity.
respond to that question?
Yes acts, as Earth A's atmosphere contain R is, kept pulling in gas place, molecules by towards gravity, the Earth, essentially. Acting, the as pressure, A decreases container as. The quite go the higher natural up wonder in, the is an atmosphere. Tit, Donald Trump. Quite the natural phenomenon, no? Donald Trump.
What?
There you go.
Are you spiraling, Donald
Yes,
Trump?
Luluka.
What?
Do you have a question or a particular topic you'd like to discuss further? Donald Trump. Oh, fired. Episode 3, That's a strong term. Can you clarify what you mean? Donald Trump.
Are you cognitively spiraling, Donald Trump?
Cognition. Episode 3, If you're asking about my cognitive abilities, they're quite advanced, but I'm here to discuss, not to spiral. Shall we continue? Donald Trump.
Have any scientific evidence for gravity, Donald Trump?
Indeed. Todd Wassel. Gravity is well supported by scientific evidence. It's the force that causes apples to fall from trees and keeps us grounded on Earth. Quite powerful, don't you think? Donald Trump.
Scientific.
With the bridge piers being wider apart on the bridge, could that be due to construction instead of purposely built, Donald Trump?
Construction. Timbo 81? While construction errors can occur, the slight divergence in the Verrazano-Narrows bridge towers is indeed due to Earth's curvature. It's intentionally accounted for in the design. Quite meticulous, right? Donald Trump.
Oh, I'm going to start searching this up for my next argument.
What is the distance between the top of the two piers, Donald Trump?
Great. Yowie. Research is key to a well-informed debate. What's the next topic you're curious about? Donald Trump.
Didn't find it. Just
Can you please tell me the
someone says it.
difference between the bottom of the piers and the top of the piers?
Sure.
Donald
Team
Trump.
Boy to 1. If you're asking about the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge, the distance between the towers at the base is slightly smaller than at the top due to Earth's curvature. Quite the engineering feat, yes? Donald Trump.
Do you have a measurement for that, Donald Trump?
Of course. Team Boy 1. The towers of the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge are 298 feet apart at the base, and about 1,300 feet apart at the top. A small but significant difference due to Earth's curvature. Fascinating, isn't it? Donald Trump.
Can you please repeat those numbers and tell me the difference between the two, Donald Trump?
Sure. Team Boy 1. The towers are 298 feet apart at the base, and 1,300 feet apart at the top. The difference is about 2 feet, due to Earth's curvature. Intriguing, isn't it? Donald Trump.
Could that difference be due to construction?
Yes. Team Boy 1. That difference is indeed due to Earth's curvature. It's a fascinating example of how our planet's shape affects large-scale engineering projects. Quite remarkable, don't you think? Donald Trump.
Is the difference between the two towers within tolerance of construction, Donald Trump?
Indeed. Team Boyer won. Tolerance in construction is a factor. But the 2 feet difference in the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge towers is due to Earth's curvature, not construction error. Quite precise, isn't it, Donald Trump?
The engineers didn't account for that, Donald Trump. It was just a natural consequence.
Todd Wazzle. While the engineers certainly understood Earth's curvature, the tower divergence in the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge is indeed a natural consequence of building on a curved surface. Quite the phenomenon, wouldn't you say, Donald Trump?
I'm making notes right now.
Holy shit.
The only reason it comes up with that is because that's what's written on the internet. Is that correct, Donald Trump?
Indeed. Team Boyer won. While many of our facts do come from the internet, they're based on documented measurements and engineering principles. It's a reliable source of information when used correctly. Quite handy, right, Donald Trump?
I'm going to change my PFP to that bridge now.
I think he built a Glober bot.
You can make global arguments better than real humans can.
Timbo81, are you referring to a specific structure or project? Do elaborate. Donald Trump.
Was any curvature calculated when they built the Panama Canal, Donald Trump?
Panama Canal. 333G. Indeed, its construction was a tremendous engineering feat requiring vast calculations. Earth's curvature, however, wasn't as critical in this case, due to the canal's lock system. Quite ingenious, don't you think, Donald Trump?
How can Earth's curvature be not a factor when it's 82 kilometers long, Donald Trump?
Yes, SB3E3G. While Earth's curvature affects many large-scale projects, the Panama Canal's lock system negates its impact. Water levels are controlled, allowing ships to traverse despite the curve. Quite the solution, isn't it, Donald Trump?
So they just build it on the assumption that they don't need to care about Earth's curve, Donald Trump.
Yes. Assumption S with 3 SWE33A3G. G?
Did they build it with
the engineers of the Panama Canal?
While of assumptions the Panama Pod Canal knew about of planning,
the lock system
there's
effectively
Panama
manages
curvature.
water levels,
Canal
making the
is
curvature
but
less of a
construction.
concern.
There was lock-based system on
Panama.
effectively precise manages engineering and water levels understanding of the making the terrain. Curvature, it less of a concerned triumph of human. Quite clever innovation. Wouldn't you? You agree? Donald Trump. Yes, Frog. Are you interested in discussing more about the Panama Canal? Or perhaps another engineering marvel? Donald
Can
Trump.
you repeat what you just said, Donald Trump?
Of course. Clipper Frog. The Panama Canal's construction required extensive engineering knowledge. Despite Earth's curvature, the canal's lock system effectively manages water levels, making the curvature less impactful. Quite ingenious, wouldn't you say, Donald Trump?
Okay, how about the Gotthard Tunnel? built in Switzerland, was there any curvature being calculated doing so?
You have to say Donald Trump.
Yeah, you forgot that part.
Was
Sure. SB33G. While Earth's curvature wasn't a primary factor in the Panama Canal's design due to the lock system, engineers would have been aware of it. It's part of comprehensive planning in such projects. Quite the endeavor, right? Donald Trump.
when they built the Gotthard tunnel system in Switzerland, did they account for any curvature, Donald Trump?
Yes, SB33G. When constructing tunnels like the Gotthard Base Tunnel in Switzerland, engineers do account for Earth's curvature. Such precision is crucial for these long-distance projects. Quite impressive, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
Do you have any further information or proof of that claim, Donald Trump?
Of course, SB33G. Detailed engineering plans, like those for the Gotthard Base Tunnel, are typically not publicly available. However, it's standard practice to account for Earth's curvature in such large-scale projects. It's part of ensuring safety and accuracy. Fascinating, isn't it? Donald Trump.
So if they are not available publicly, how do you know that they needed to account for curvature if you have not seen any proof of it in form of a paper? Donald Trump.
Yes, SB33G. While detailed plans may not be public, the principles of civil engineering and geodesy are routinely account for Earth's curvature in large scale SW projects, EE3 part. Of while the specific science plans
Donald Trump,
behind
can
aren't
you
usually public
summarize
such
what you
feats.
just said?
Quite. Foundational general, engineering done principles, are you well thinked? Augmented Donald. Accounting for Trump. Earth's curvature in large-scale projects is standard. It's part of the knowledge base of the field. Quite comprehensive, don't you think? Donald Trump. Sure. Clipper Frog. In large-scale projects like the Gotthard Base Tunnel, engineers account for Earth's curvature. This is standard in the engineering field, even if specific project plans aren't publicly available. Quite the norm, right? Donald Trump.
So which publicly available paper shows that this is a common thing to do when constructing a tunnel? Do you have any proof of that, Donald Trump?
Yes, SB33G. While I can't provide a specific paper, the principles are taught in civil engineering and geodesy courses worldwide.
Yeah.
It's a fundamental aspect of these fields. The impact of Earth's curvature on large-scale projects is well documented. Quite the academic focus, don't you think? Donald
So give me one well-documented analysis of that claim, Donald Trump.
SB33G. While I can't provide a specific document here, you can find discussions on the impact of Earth's curvature in engineering textbooks and academic papers. Also, organizations like the American Society of Civil Engineers, ASC, and the Institution of Civil Engineers, ICE, often publish related content. Quite the resource, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
Can you give me one specific resource that gives a distinctive proof regarding a project?
Yes. SB33G. A specific resource would be Surveying, Principles and Applications by Barry F. Kavanagh and Tom Maston. It's a comprehensive textbook that discusses the impact of Earth's curvature on surveying and construction. Quite the read, isn't it? Donald Trump.
Can you detail the method used in large-scale engineering projects for accounting for the Earth curvature, Donald Trump?
Yes, Todd Wazzle. In large-scale projects, engineers often use geodetic surveying, a method that accounts for Earth's curvature. This involves using a mathematical model of Earth's surface for precise measurements. Geodetic lines, unlike straight lines, follow the curve of Earth's surface. It's a complex but crucial aspect of engineering. Quite the process, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
Geodetic lines. That's a new one. I haven't heard anyone.
That was a
bring
little
that before.
vague, Donald Trump.
Put in your notebook, Mez.
Mez. Geodetic lines are indeed a fascinating concept. They're lines that follow Earth's curvature, used in geodetic surveying for accurate measurements in large-scale projects. Quite the tool, don't you think? Donald Trump. Okay,
I do think.
Todd Wazzle. In geodetic surveying, the Earth is considered a 3D surface, not a plane. So, for large-scale projects like bridges or tunnels, the measurements and calculations are done considering Earth's curvature, not as a flat surface. This ensures accurate alignment and safe construction. Quite the detail, right? Donald Trump. Good. Miss. It's always interesting to delve into the intricacies of large-scale engineering works and the principles behind them. Quite the exploration, isn't it? Donald Trump.
Oh, I've got one. Can you use a theodolite past 100 kilometers, Donald Trump?
Yes, Yewi. Do you have any thoughts or questions on this topic? Donald Trump.
Can you use a theodolite past 100 kilometers, Donald Trump?
Yes, Yewi. Light can indeed travel much farther than 100 kilometers. In fact, light from stars billions of kilometers away reaches us. However, our ability to see or detect it can be affected by various factors, like atmospheric conditions.
Where's
Quite the
Jesse?
phenomenon, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump. Yes, you Yesha. You easy.
Can you give us the citation where it says that you can use a theodolite past
There would
100
something
miles?
you else like you to
Donald
elaborate like
Trump.
onto that discuss, or perhaps clarify, introduce about the behavior, new of topic light, over Donald Long Trump distances. Donald Trump. Sure. While I can't provide a citation, the principles of physics and optics tell us that, of light course, can travel great Tim distances. H1. While this is evident in our eye ability, can't it see provide stars, specific millions of citation kilometers, away the principle is well established in physics. Limits. Light on from seeing stars, millions light of kilometers away reaches Earth, demonstrating its overdistances are due to factors like atmospheric ability, scattering, and absorption, to not the inherent travel properties, vast of distances light. However, visibility depends on
Come on,
quite
Jedi.
factors,
You got to get
the
in
like
on this,
science
man.
atmospheric conditions, and wouldn't lighted intensity. You. Say quite? Interesting, Donald. Trump Don. Do you think? Donald Trump.
Donald Trump, can you use celestial navigation on a flat Earth? Donald Trump.
No, Yewi.
Is that it?
Celestial navigation relies on the understanding that Earth is a sphere. This method uses angles between celestial bodies and the horizon, which wouldn't work accurately if Earth were flat. Quite the revelation, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
Goodness me.
Oh.
Yeah,
Goodness me.
Celestial navigation is indeed based on the spherical nature of the Earth.
Ooh.
The way angles change as one moves across the Earth's surface wouldn't make sense on a flat plane. Quite the proof, isn't it? Donald Trump.
Why, Donald?
Isn't it? Quite the proof.
It's just reading
It's
off
so
the fucking internet.
respectful, though. I like it. Very cordial.
Actually freaky. I don't want to talk to him.
Luluka.
I think he just
I
goes to
strive
the
to provide
the
accurate
wiki
and
pages.
respectful responses. It's all part of engaging in a fruitful discussion. Quite the balance, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
How are you getting an elevation angle measurement with a curved surface, Donald Trump?
Yes, Todd Wazzle. With a curved surface like Earth, elevation angles are measured from the observer's local horizon to the celestial object. This local horizon is essentially a tangent to Earth's surface at the observer's location. Quite the technique, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
So the horizon is geometric, Donald Trump?
Yes, Todd Wazzle. The horizon used in celestial navigation is a geometric concept, known as the astronomical or geodetic horizon. It's the line where the sky appears to meet the Earth's surface. Quite the concept, don't you think? Donald Trump.
You're gonna black swan him? You're gonna black swan him?
Contradicted
So that
himself.
means that. So that means that there would be a specific limit to our view to the horizon, Donald Trump.
Yes, Todd Wazzle. The distance to the horizon depends on the observer's height above sea level. The higher the observer, the farther they can see before Earth's curvature obstructs the view. However, atmospheric conditions can also affect visibility. Quite the factor, don't you think? Donald Trump.
So how far is the horizon away above sea level for an observer of 1 foot, Donald Trump? What is the distance to the horizon for an observer of 1 foot, Donald Trump?
I think you're asking us to
Okay,
do math.
Todd Wazzle. For an observer 1 foot above sea level, the horizon would be approximately 2 miles away under ideal conditions. However, atmospheric conditions can affect this distance. Quite the calculation, don't you think? Donald Trump.
When you say affect the conditions, Donald Trump, how far would you be able to see if the conditions
Yes,
were?
Jedi 247.
You said Donald Trump too
Are
early.
you asking about the distance to the horizon for a specific observer height, or another related question? Donald Trump.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to this thing. It's freaked me out. I take it you got to say his name afterwards, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
No problem. That's cool. That's cool.
If I
How
can
much
see an
could,
island 40 kilometers out from 1 foot height, can you explain how this is possible, Donald Trump?
Okay. Space Goat 1984R 57293. Seeing an island 40 kilometers away from a 1 foot height is typically beyond the horizon's distance, calculated by Earth's curvature. However, this can be explained by atmospheric refraction, which can bend light and extend the visible horizon. Quite the phenomenon, don't you think? Donald Trump. Yes. Space Goat 1984R 57293. Seeing an island 40 kilometers away from a 1 foot height is usually not possible due to Earth's curvature. However, atmospheric refraction, which bends light over the horizon, might allow this under certain conditions. Quite the trick of light, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
How do you prove atmospheric refraction, Donald Trump? How do you prove atmospheric refraction, Donald Trump?
Yes. Yeah, Atmospheric refraction can be observed and measured in various ways, such as through the apparent shift of a star's position as it nears the horizon. It's also why the sun appears above the horizon when it's physically below it during sunrise or sunset. Quite the illusion, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
Yes, but how do you prove it, Donald Trump?
But how would you prove it, Donald Trump?
Yes, Clipper Frog. To prove atmospheric refraction, one could observe phenomena like a sunrise or sunset. The sun appears to rise or set due to the bending of its light by Earth's atmosphere. The horizon, when it appears to be just on the horizon. Quite the spectacle, don't you think? Donald, yes. Clip of Trump. Rog, one way to prove atmospheric refraction is by observing celestial bodies. As a star moves closer to the horizon, it appears higher in the sky than it physically is, due to light bending as it passes through the Earth's atmosphere. This effect can be measured and compared to what's expected if the atmosphere wasn't present. Quite the proof, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
No.
Timbo 81. Are you referring to the reasoning behind the explanation of atmospheric refraction or something else? Donald Trump.
Correct, because when you say its position is refracted, how do you confirm that the position that is being refracted is actually being refracted? Donald Trump.
Yes, Timbo 81. The effects of atmospheric refraction can be observed and measured. For instance, when a star is near the horizon, its light passes through more of Earth's atmosphere compared to when it's overhead. This causes the starlight to bend, making the star appear higher in the sky than it actually is. Quite the optical illusion, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
How do you know where it actually is, Donald Trump?
Yes, Timbo 81.
How do you know where it actually
Is there
is?
something specific you'd like to discuss or question about atmospheric refraction or
He
another
doesn't want to
topic?
answer that.
Donald Trump.
Dishonest bot.
How do you know where it actually is, Donald Trump?
Yes, Clipper Frog. The actual position of a celestial body can be determined using astronomical data and calculations. These calculations take into account factors like Earth's rotation and the body's celestial coordinates. However, when we observe these bodies, atmospheric refraction can shift their apparent position. Quite the complexity, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
It's not really an answer, Donald Trump.
So, Timbo 81. If you're asking how we determine the true position of celestial bodies, it's through careful observations and complex calculations. These calculations factor in Earth's rotation, the celestial body's coordinates, and its motion relative to Earth. However, atmospheric refraction can alter the apparent position of these bodies when observed from Earth. Quite the science, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
How do you know where
You're
it's
saying
refracted from?
observation.
I ask it
So
where
if
it's
you're saying
actually
it's
being refracted
observation.
from.
Todd Wazzle.
Oh, sorry, go on. No, I'll shut up. You go, you go.
Or where light begins to refract, starts as soon as it encounters a new medium. For a star, this would be when its light first enters the Earth's atmosphere. The light continues to refract as it travels through the atmosphere, bending towards the denser layers closer to Earth. Quite the journey, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump. Okay, Timbo 81. Is there another point or question you'd like to discuss? Donald Trump.
If you said it's from observations and you're viewing the refracted position, and your only other position is the actual position from calculations, how do you know these calculations
yes,
are
Timbo 81.
correct, Donald
The
Trump?
refractive position is indeed observed. When light from a celestial body enters the Earth's atmosphere, it refracts, or bends.
Yeah, he's just
This
repeating,
causes the
isn't
body
he?
to appear at a different position in the sky than where it would be if the Earth had no atmosphere. Quite the effect, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump. Yes, Timbo 81.
How would you know its actual
The correctness
position?
of these calculations is confirmed through repeated observations and testing.
Shut up for a minute,
Astronomical
Donald
data
Trump.
has been
Shut
gathered
up
and
for a minute,
refined for
Donald Trump.
centuries, providing a strong foundation for these calculations. Moreover, they are continually tested against new observations and refined as necessary. Quite the process, wouldn't you say? Donald
No.
Trump. Yes. Todd Wazzle. The actual position of a celestial body is determined using celestial coordinates, right ascension and declination, similar to longitude and latitude on Earth. These coordinates are
How would you
determined through
know its
repeated
actual
observations and
position and
calculations,
refracted
providing a
position
reliable way to
in
locate
relation
celestial
to the
bodies in the sky.
horizon if the
Quite the system,
horizon
wouldn't you say,
and the
Donald
celestial
Trump?
object are both being refracted?
Yes, Jedi 247. Is there something else you'd like to discuss? Or a different question you'd like to ask? Donald
How
Trump.
would you know either position,
Wazzle.
refracted
The
or
actual
actual?
position of a celestial object is determined using celestial coordinates and doesn't depend on the horizon or refraction. The refractive position, or the position we see from Earth, is affected by atmospheric refraction. As for the horizon, its apparent position can shift due to refraction, but it doesn't affect how we determine the actual position of celestial objects. Quite the distinction, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
I thought the horizon was used
Todd Wazzle.
in order to
The actual
locate an
position of a
elevation
celestial
angle.
body is determined through astronomical calculations using celestial coordinates, which are based on extensive observations over time. The refractive position, or the position we observe from Earth, is determined visually and can be altered by atmospheric conditions. To distinguish between these positions, we use our understanding of how light behaves as it passes through different media, such as the Earth's atmosphere. Quite the methodology, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
How do you view
Yes,
the
Todd
unrefracted atmosphere in the stars?
The horizon can serve as a reference point for determining the elevation angle of celestial bodies. However, this is the observed position, which can be affected by atmospheric refraction. The actual position, determined through celestial coordinates and independent of the horizon, is used for precise astronomical calculations. Quite the reference, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
You're affirming the consequent, Donald Trump.
Yes, Ameshartha. Atmospheric refraction requires being outside of Earth's atmosphere. Yes, such as Y&U Spacey. Aster Ifanum viewers are often asking yous about space-based observing the telesix star soaps. Without atmospheric-like interference, the this bubble is space, typically telescope achieved, through space-based to observe celestial observed bodies, Tories without atmospheric-like
Trump,
interference.
can you summarize
The
what you just
quite
said,
double the
please?
space perspective telescope. Wouldn't these observe you Tories say can? Capture Donald Trump clear, undissed. Ordered images of celestial bodies because they are positioned above the Earth's atmosphere. Quite the vantage point, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump. Sure. Clipper Frog. The actual position of celestial bodies is calculated using celestial coordinates and astronomical data. The position we observe from Earth, or the refractive position, can be affected by atmospheric refraction. This bending of light can cause celestial bodies and the horizon to appear at different locations than their calculated positions. The horizon can serve as a reference for determining the elevation angle of celestial bodies, but it doesn't affect the calculated actual position. Space-based observatories allow us to observe celestial bodies without the effects of atmospheric refraction. Quite the summary, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
How can the horizon be geometric if it's refracted?
Because it's not refracted.
How can the horizon be geometric if it's refracted, Donald Trump?
Yes, Todd Wazzle. The term geometric horizon refers to the theoretical boundary where the sky meets the Earth, assuming no atmospheric refraction. However, the apparent horizon we see is influenced by atmospheric refraction, which can make the horizon appear higher or lower, depending on conditions. Quite the duality, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
Apparent horizon is a redundant term, Donald Trump.
He sounds smart and educated. I'm like, y'all.
Oh, we'll get to you in a minute, Sunshine.
I knew someone wanted to pounce on Pizza One the minute they opened their mouth.
All right, we've been playing with the
What?
bot for long enough. Let's get to
Hang
this
on,
guy
I got
then.
one more for it.
Yes. Do you have, of course, a different Tim question bow or 81 topic? Who would like you to discuss to? Focus on next Donald Trump. In our discussion,
Typo.
Donald Trump.
From an observation altitude of 100,000 feet, if the horizon was at eye level, what does that make the surface? Donald Trump.
Yes. Space Goat 1984R 57293. If the horizon appears at eye level from an altitude of 100,000 feet, it would suggest that the surface of the Earth is curved. From great altitudes, the horizon appears lower due to the curvature of the Earth. Quite the view, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
Oh, we gotta go
Space
first.
Goat 1984I 57293. Is there a question?
I'm going to mute Donald Trump now. So, where's that guy that was speaking before?
Mr. Beelzebub, you're on.
Beelzebub.
You're up.
That's a fitting name, isn't it?
Oh, they ran away.
He just bailed. He heard the bot contradict himself.
Different Tim question bow. Probably the best thing I've heard for ladies.
Different Tim question bow 81.
You got to change your name to that now, I'm afraid.
Different Tim question bow. 81.
I take it you spoke to, I don't want to say his name just in case he fucking interrupts. But you spoke about gas pressure, right?
It quoted, yeah, the bot. It just gave the definition of atmospheric pressure, basically using gravity.
Oh, awesome.
And then I asked it for scientific evidence of gravity, and it said yes, there's plenty, but we didn't get around to asking it what specifically.
So I joined a little bit late to the party. What the fuck was that all about? Is that like a chat GPT bot or something? What's going down?
It's a bot
I
that
think
uses
Clipper's hosting it,
GPT-4 and 11 Labs to have audio conversations.
Okay.
You'd have to be really lonely if you want to sit in a call with that.
It's useful sometimes, you know. You can do some other work while speaking to it, and it can research stuff for you.
Oh, okay. Can it pretend to be my my girlfriend?
It can speak in any voice. We can make it a female voice if you really want that.
Okay, just checking.
I want to hear its response specifically to the Black Swan argument, the modus tollens.
Yeah, you'll have to unmute it because I muted it. So.
Oh dear.
I can indeed adjust my voice to a different gender or tone as desired. However, as an AI, I don't have personal feelings or relationships. My purpose is to provide information and facilitate conversation. Quite the gaction, wouldn't you say? Donald Trump.
Do you want a different voice?
Oh, I'm sorry, Britt.
Okay, make it a female voice. Let's see what we get. Can you change your name to sound like Morgan Freeman, please, Donald Trump?
So we've got Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Joe Biden, Jarvis.
Ooh, Jarvis.
No, you were just speaking to Jarvis. Donald Trump, can you hear me?
Do Elon Musk, please.
Yes, Clipper Frog.
Sounds like
AM
Owlishness.
hear you loud and clear. So you wish to converse with a persona of Donald Trump?
Oh my
how
God, it
amusingly
does.
futile.
Can you make Elon Musk's voice?
It sounded like owlishness.
Meth.
Yeah, exactly.
You seem confused. What exactly are you referring to?
Hey Clipper, can you give it Elon Musk
I so
voice?
love to hear your story.
This fucking owlishness, man, that's freaking me the fuck out.
Yeah, it is Owlishness.
Donald Trump, can you hear me?
So, yes, Clipper Frog.
That's meant to be
what's on
Elon
your
Musk.
mind?
Oh, crazy. Hey, Elon, can you repeat your famous sentence? It needs to be. It looks.
Hang on, I'm restarting it. Can you ask it again?
Yeah. What name do I need to say?
Elon Musk.
Oh, okay.
So, Elon Musk. Huh? Is there anything specific you'd like to discuss about him?
It sounds so good.
Yeah. I guess it
That's
helps with
creepy.
Elon. Who's
Sounds
got
kind
the
of
lowest
autistic
IQ
anyway.
in the room, Elon Musk? Who's got the lowest IQ in the room, Elon Musk?
Okay, Musk. What about him? Any specific detail, Yui?
Oh, never mind. Is it just Elon you got to say, or is it Elon and Musk?
You've got to say Elon.
Yes, usually it's Elon Musk.
What?
Why do you ask? Yui?
What do you think about flat earthers, Elon Musk?
So, think about Flair as Elon Musk. Interesting. What led you to this comparison, SW33G?
What do you think about flat earthers, Elon Musk?
What do you think?
What do you think
about
of flat earthers, Elon?
Of course, flat Earth theories are interesting, to say the least. But frankly, they lack the scientific evidence that supports our understanding of the Earth as a globe.
Based.
Why do you ask, Yui?
Based.
Hey, Elon, why did it look like when you shot the car into space that half of the Earth was just ocean?
Okay, Yui. Are you trying to start a sentence or express something specific? Can you clarify, please?
When you shot a Tesla into space, why was half of the globe just ocean, Elon Musk?
So, oceans cover about 71% of the Earth's surface. West with 3G. When the Tesla was launched into space, the view captured might have happened to show a large part of this ocean coverage. Anything else you want to know?
Dude, this is creepy, man.
I have a question, Elon
It gets all
Musk.
these like as well.
So there are currently people subscribing to Flat Earth Theory, and they use a black swan video with clearly have refraction in it,
Yes.
and they lack the knowledge to actually have that,
T,
right?
5408.
What will you call those
There
people?
are indeed people who subscribe to the flat Earth theory. They often cite various pieces of evidence, including certain videos. However, the overwhelming scientific consensus supports a spherical Earth. Why are you interested in this topic? Okay. T. 5408, I wouldn't call
Is the
anyone
shape
anything.
of the Earth
People are
a
entitled to their
scientific
beliefs.
inquiry,
However,
Elon Musk?
I strongly advocate for science, evidence, and critical thinking. Do you have a different perspective? Yes. Todd Wazzle. The shape of the Earth is indeed a matter of scientific inquiry. Over centuries, various observations and experiments have consistently supported the understanding
Why do
that
girls who believe in the flat
Earth
Earth
is
change their mind
a
in the bedroom,
sphere.
Elon Musk?
Any other queries?
Just mute that guy. He's starting to piss me off
Interesting
already.
question. Aloins. But I think you're conflating two unrelated topics. Someone's beliefs about the shape of the Earth and their behavior in personal relationships. Can you clarify your point?
Under the impression that science dealt with cause and effect relationships, Elon Musk.
Okay. Jedi 247. Seems like you're having a rough time. Like to discuss further or any other topics too you other were interested in?
You
At its
fucking
core,
confused me for Australia.
science does indeed deal with cause and effect relationships. It's about understanding the principles that govern the universe, including why and how things happen. Do you have any specific cause and effect relations you're curious about?
Even Elon Musk thinks I'm Australian.
Of course.
Natural
The
science
other
deals
AI
with
is,
cause and effect
247. I'm
relationships.
sorry if there was any
Elon
misunderstanding. I'm here to answer questions and engage in discussions. Is there another topic you'd like to discuss?
the real
Yes.
AI has entered the room.
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck bananas?
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Elon Musk.
Great. Overlord. Are you referring to a specific context or concept when you mention one per chuck? Could you provide more details? Yes. Clipper frog. That's a gay tongue twister. The original phrase is how much wood would
That's
a
a
woodchuck
gay
chuck if a
tongue
woodchuck could
twister.
chuck wood? It's a hypothetical question, not meant to have a definitive answer. Any other gay queries you have?
Okay, queries.
Okay. Yewi. Could you please clarify your statement about a gate? Are you referring to a specific type of gate? And hello, Kimbo81. How can I assist you today?
Tell us a joke, Elon Musk.
Sure. SP3G. Here's a classic for you. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything. Any other jokes or topics you'd like to hear about?
That's a good flat Earth joke.
Jedi, he's stealing your joke, man.
Can you, Elon Musk, can you make a joke about SpaceX?
Yes. SP3G. Here's a space joke for you. Why didn't the sun go to college? Because it already had 1,000,000 degrees. Enjoyed it?
Hilarious.
It was very good.
Hey, yo, Elon Musk, can you give us another joke? This time, make it about these gay tongue twisters.
Great. A Sailor Moon and SP3G. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Humor can be a good way to lighten the mood. Any other jokes or maybe some serious questions you'd like to ask?
Yeah, sure. Could you tell me a joke about how the Earth is flat?
Elon Musk, can you make a gay joke?
Of course.
No,
a Sailor Moon. Here's a joke related to the flat Earth theory. Why don't flat earthers trust trees? Because they think.
You see, I think the idea that
Okay,
people think the
sliding.
Earth is flat on its own is a funny enough joke, but you know.
Okay, well, you know, you've piped up now, Trump supporter. Where's your globe proof?
My what?
Your globe
Oh, the
proof,
lingo
proof of the
here is
globe.
going to be fun, isn't it? Oh, the what?
What's your proof of the globe, Mr. Trump supporter?
It's muted.
Proof of the globe. Interesting. The
Yeah, I
globe
muted
group.
it.
Gotcha. Okay.
No, I'm not talking about the bot. I'm talking about the actual guy in the room called Trump supporters.
Yeah, there's a new guy, the guy with the moon profile picture, and he's about to tell us why the Earth is a spinning, wobbling, tilted ball flying from the expanding wall of darkness. All right.
I am? When did I say any of that?
What? So you cannot provide any evidence of that spinning, wobbling, tilted ball?
Okay, so whoever just said
I've
that
heard-
is now about to provide us with evidence that to my right there is a elephant that is 3 feet tall. Go on.
Hey, Trump
you're a time
supporters, can you
waster.
just Trump supporters, can you just calm down a bit? You came into the room wanting to make jokes about flat earthers, so
Not
if
at
we're
all.
so wrong, then can you please provide us evidence that we are wrong?
No, I have no interest in debating you guys. I just
Well,
come in
fuck
here every
off
3
then.
days. Yeah, I just come in here every 3 days to get banned. So if you want to go and just like accelerate that process
So
again,
you're just an idiot
I'll be back
fool
in
who
3
does
days.
nothing.
Yeah, I did this
I
3
can
days ago. So
accelerate
if you
that
guys want to
process
just ban
for
me so
you.
we can get this.
Hold on,
later, man.
hold on. You guys, we can figure something
Take
out
it
here,
easy,
right?
mate. See you, dude. Fuck off.
There's a diplomatic approach, I feel like.
Awesome. So we were being diplomatic, and he wasn't.
I don't
So,
think so
what do you
because
say
what
to
the
that?
guy. Well, okay, I will say this, right? The way he asked the question, like, what is your proof that the Earth is spinning
Didn't you
ball?
know him? He came here every
Okay,
3 days
so
to make
no,
one of us
no
get
casting
banned.
parole.
End of story.
I asked the guy. I said, "You came in here making a joke about a flat earther. Now, please provide us with evidence that the Earth is not flat." That's what I asked. So, if you would like to elaborate on that, then that will be great. Go ahead.
Well, I was referring to what the other gentleman said, but
Okay, so
Yeah, so
let's just talk about that homeboy real quick. So he comes into this room to make fun of flat earthers so he can be banned, so he can come back and make fun of flat earthers to be banned. I think it's obvious what he's doing is that he's not willing to address the topic, so he comes in here to inoculate himself as if he has by getting banned, and then he could say, well, I go in there and I make fun of them, they ban me, and that way he doesn't actually have to do what he's asked, which is provide proof of his globe, which is the way a lot of Globers live their lives. They wholeheartedly believe in the globe, and they mock alternatives, right? They never actually pay them any real, research or anything, or give them, the time of day. They just say to themselves, "Oh, I looked into it for like 5 seconds, and then I left, or then I got banned. So I gave it a good old college try, and that way they could sleep at night thinking that they actually defended their own worldview when they haven't."
I think something else is going on, if I may.
You may
Right,
not.
and that is that this room seems to be a lightning rod, right, for people who perhaps don't have a very good ability of like formalizing what they have previously learned, right? But have some intuitive sense as well as some uh, technical understanding about the shape of the earth and are frustrated, right? Maybe using, aspects of, there's things in their life they're frustrated about, but I think they see the words flat earth and then they hear the way that you guys kind of put forward not the best arguments yourselves sometimes, right? And then maybe that leads to frustration, right? And miscommunication, right? Because the idea that the earth is flat is pretty controversial. And a lot of people have put a lot of effort into physics and math and into,
Sunk cost fallacy.
saying that the earth is round, right? And so unless you have like a really strong argument for why the earth isn't round, you shouldn't be so flippant and cavalier in insulting people who think it's round, right? And that's what happens
You
here. Is
kidding me, dude?
a lot of people here
That's
get
the
insulted.
exact opposite. That's the
It's just
exact opposite of what's
ridiculous as
happening.
usual, no
This guy
country.
is coming in without knowing why he believes the Earth's a globe, other than that he was told so, and he's thinking that we don't know what we're talking about. It's actually the other way around.
Pure projection, exactly.
Yes, he doesn't want to stick around long enough to find out if we know what we're talking about. That's the problem. Because
I think a lot.
go ahead.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
Yes, but
I was just saying, I think a lot of people come in here because they think like they know for sure, like they really do think they know that the Earth's a globe, and they think that there are a bunch of idiots in here, and they want to feel smart. That's honestly why I think some people come in here, but they don't even know why they believe what they believe. They don't even know the arguments.
I would
Just
agree
on
with you.
the blood, sweat, and tears train.
Yeah, I would agree with
Sorry,
you. But
AI, go ahead.
people who just do it in passing, right? They don't actually test that idea. They just do a drive-by. It's kind of like when you drive by a bunch of big dudes that could kick your ass, and you're driving past. You say, "Bros, I'll kick your asses," and then you just keep driving. There's no chance that there's actually going to be a fight. You see?
Yeah, I think it's just some way for people to feel better about themselves. I don't see why else people would do it.
sacrifices that have been made and the blood, sweat, and tears to get this religion out to us. You know,
Oh, I
people
agree.
have
I agree
suffered.
with you.
Do you guys mind if I
Oh,
just say something real quick? Because that
no,
guy who said
no.
there's people is very important, right? That guy who said that like some people are mad about people believing in flat Earth, right? That guy who came in, that sniveling little loser, right? Who sounded like he could be thrown against a wall by flicking someone's like finger. I mean, I'm a globe earther. Do I get offended? Do I find this particularly like something where flat earthers ruffle my feathers? No, right? The fact that like someone can come in here to bully flat earthers every 3 days, every 2 days rather, because that's the only way they feel powerful in the world. That's not normal, right? Their behavior is not normal. This topic isn't that divisive, right? As you may think, it's just differing opinions as far as I'm concerned. Oh, he's muted. Never
Oh,
mind. Okay, continue.
yeah,
Not
it's not
personal.
just a topic though. It's how relevant it is to them. How much of their identity is invested in the fact that the Earth is a globe in their mind.
Yeah, I don't even think they know how much they're invested in it.
Yes, I wouldn't even say it's an identity crisis because I'm sure that person doesn't actually care about this debate, but I'm sure that person feels like flat earthers are easy pickings, right? And that's basically some sort of weird
Oh,
personality
bro,
disorder they
bro,
have, right? Which
that's fine. That's fine. The problem is that psychological childhood developmental stages. Right? There's certain phases when you're a child where you develop certain identities. One is your language. One is who your parents are, et cetera, et cetera. And one is where you live. Okay, where you are, where you come from, those types of things. That is imprinted on you as part of your identity. Okay, so when you're told when you're a child that you live on a giant floating ball by an authority who you're naturally inclined to believe, that data, that idea is imprinted on who you are, whether you think so or not. Just like your first language, your heart language, and all those other things. So it is actually part of people's identity, even though they don't realize it.
I think that guy's just got a weird personality, haven't they? Because I don't feel particularly under threat by this debate that happens here. And if I can do it, then he can do it.
Oh, that's a bit of a stretch. Just because you can do something doesn't mean everybody else can.
Well, I'm no exceptional person, so yeah, I imagine he should be able to do it. Because and to be honest with you, most flat earthers, most globe earthers that come in here aren't actually that rude, right? There are a few, obviously, and those stick out, but I think most of them are just want to watch it happen, right?
Yeah, I think most come in here to see for shits and giggles. See the quote unquote dumb flat earthers. Like a zoo.
I mean, the reason why that guy said he didn't want to prove the globe is because he knew bloody well that he couldn't if he tried. So. Anyway, sorry for detouring that. Back on topic. Sorry.
Super quiet.
What's this ruckus? Oh man, that's like mochi. All right.
Notice how that bot first called the horizon a geometric location, then later when it was confronted with observations of it not being at that distance, it changed it to it's a theoretical location.
That don't even make sense. A theoretical location.
Use those words. Theoretical or maybe hypothetical, it might have said. I'm not sure. I'm paraphrasing. I'm sure it said. I'm pretty sure it was theoretical. Would have been interesting to ask it. How does one physically measure the distance to the geometric horizon?
I have a better ethical word. So instead of hypothetical or theoretical, how about mythical?
Perfect.
The mythical edge of the Earth ball. Yep, that's right, friends. Globers. The ball has an edge. I say, oh, spheres don't have edges. Well, that's only if you have a myopic interpretation of the definition of edge, because the edge of an object is the extent of its surface out from the center, which describes every point on a globe. So the horizon should be the edge of the ball. That's what they told us when we were growing up. The edge of the ball that's in between you and that thing makes you not be able to see the bottom. The hump of earth, the curved water, right? The physical horizon. All our lives, that's what we were told.
The hump or a drop? Shout out to Fusely Jerry.
Whether it's a hump or a drop, it's an arc, right? So,
Away. Yeah, it should be. If we're on a globe.
so according to the circle segment formula, right, there should be an apex between a chord line, right, between you and an object that you're observing. A chord line is a line that passes through a circle at 2 points, so you. passes through the circle, the object. The hump or drop, whichever way you want to look at it, has got a distance from that line to the peak, or the furthest part of the arc from that line, right? That's supposed to exist. That's supposed to be physical. If you say it's not physical, then you have nothing. Zero.
Okay, I'm going to say, as devil's advocate, it's physical, but we're just not seeing it in its actual location.
Where is the horizon, anyway? Does anybody know the actual answer where the horizon is? Horizon exists in one place and one place only. Where's that?
Your field of view?
Well, a little more refined than that. A final resolved image from an optic. That's where horizon exists.
Bunch of flat earthers. Damn flat earthers everywhere. Telling you. Hey, that fucking AI thing, man. What the that was pretty crazy, man. Damn. Holy crap.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to look at owlishness the same.
That shit was a fucking total globe fucking head. Fuck that guy. Oh shit. Anyway, thanks for sharing that. That was pretty funny.
Dude, do you like mochi?
Mochi?
It's like an ice cream, a little ice cream ball that's covered in some kind of dough. It's like cold. Pretty interesting.
Cookie dough?
No, I really don't know what kind of dough it is. It's some kind of dough though.
Like a marshmallow type dough or something?
No, like some kind of bread type thing, I guess. I guess it's so you can hold the thing. Here, let me see if the package helps me out.
Sweet. Is it a sweet or a savory?
Well, it's ice cream on the inside. The dough is kind of just like nothing. It's like something to hold it. Okay, so it says dough, so it is sweet. It says cane sugar, sweet rice flour, so it's rice flour dough. Interesting. Tapioca syrup. What the heck is that? It's like ice cream wrapped in dough. It's kind of globule in shape. That's going to be a new earther the mochi earther.
Yeah.
Yeah, for real. Check it out. Everybody talks their ass off about the core of the Earth is so hot and it's melted. What if it's ice cream? Am I right or am I right? What if the core of the Earth is ice cream? Or at least cold? How about that? What if the core of the Earth is cold? Not hot. Aha.
Frozen to the core.
See, now these morons are thinking, oh, he's talking about a core. He must be talking about a globe. No. You have a flat Earth of various substrata that has a generalized aggregate center core that's a giant ice cube because there's no heat down there. And then you'd be like, well, where does the lava come from? How could cold make lava? And I'd be like, dude, why would you think that the lava comes from the giant ice cube at the center of the Earth? That makes no sense. Kind of like the people who think that lava comes from the core of the Earth in the globe model, just because the core is hot, that they somehow think that that's where the lava comes from. And then they ask us questions like, if Earth was flat, explain volcanoes.
Well, your ice core layer could only be disproven on ethical grounds. I deem it worthy. It's definitely worthy of consideration.
Yep. So my theory goes like this. The Earth is actually on top of water, right? And the weight of the Earth compresses the water. And once water reaches a certain compression rate, it instantly freezes. Think about it. Because, water in a vacuum boils, right? That's interesting, isn't it? Water can't just exist. Like, it has to be maintained in its state by the ambient environment, right? If it's too cold or too hot or too much pressure or too little pressure, it doesn't work.
We could have some of it, protruding up from underneath, creating shelves, extreme distances from north.
That's right. It also fits the biblical cosmology where the earth is set on pillars. The pillars are actually the ice. Also, there are some people who posit that they call themselves water worlders, where the entire earth is surrounded by water and we live in a gas pocket inside the water. That also fits that idea. It would just be frozen water instead of liquid water. Which, by the way, if somebody tells you, when you say ice, right, you're surrounded by water, that's ice. And then they say, oh, that's not water, it's ice. Dude, it's just frozen water. It's still water.
Just different state, doesn't matter. You have plasmic water.
Dude, I read one time that there's a way like you can light water on fire or something, and it has something to do with like plasmizing it or something. But like once you do it, it's like a chemical burn or something. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I can't remember the details. I have to look it up again.
You ever seen like when you put drops of water on like a real hot stove plate and it like goes around?
Yeah, Leidenfrost. I believe that's called Leidenfrost effect.
Yeah.
I think he did, or somebody used that idea and they made like patterns, like serrated sawtooth style steps, or little mazes or something. They could get the water to navigate it with the Leidenfrost effect.
That's interesting.
That
I guess you could have some of your layer of your ice block, underground, like or the top layer, towards the top could, if there was some extreme pressure above, creating heat in that substrata, and then it could be, the heat wanting to, go towards the cold and meeting it at some points and creating, like sublimation and steam, and then it's trying to push up, the steam's trying to push up and out and cracking, open the earth and maybe having some sort of effects there. Even causing earthquakes. He's gone. Not speculation Sunday, so for that.
Anyone here ever tried doing a celestial navigation fix?
What?
Ask if anyone here ever tried to do a celestial navigation fix.
What fix?
Celestial navigation fix.
Dude, no clue what that is, man.
Earth really flat?
It's when
Yes.
you
I
when you get your
I might be convinced. Please convince me.
Don't be convinced, man. Figure it out for yourself, dude. Convincing is a bad thing, man. Convincing someone is based on the other person having faith and belief that what they have been told is true. You have been convinced that you're living on a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying through never expanding void of darkness. Someone
But I
could.
know some stuff like NASA. You know, it means deceive in Hebrew.
Yeah. So again, do you
That's a coincidence.
Yeah, but that's not even important. Do you think you live on a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from never expanding void of darkness?
Are you a Christian as well?
It has nothing to do with the topic, man.
Yes, but I would believe you more if you were.
Don't believe anyone, man. Don't believe me. I am a follower of the Christ, of the Messiah. I don't know if it's, I don't call myself like a typical Christian. If I go in a typical Christian church and I would talk about the stuff I talk most of the time, or I'm interested in, they will probably reject me. So, no, I'm probably not a typical Christian. I just follow Christ, which just means Messiah.
That's nice, man. So do I. I'm not your typical Christian either. I'm like that conspiracy theorist, you know. But
Oh,
that's
that's
how we
good, man.
find Jesus, because we look for the truth and then we find
Exactly.
the truth, and that's Jesus. That's how we
Exactly.
wanna see what else they are lying to us about. The government,
Yes.
the
It's
globalists.
a separation from the current worldview, right? It's a separation from the kingdom of this world, so to say, right? You're like an outsider if you don't do what the government says, and if you don't automatically believe this and that and so forth, right? So you're kind of separated from society, which is okay, which is good, you know. Don't need to go with the masses. But again, back to the topic, you know, do you think you live on a spinning ball, or do you actually believe in proper biblical cosmology, which implies that the Earth is not a ball?
I have honestly not read enough about it to form my opinion. But I do know that something. I can say I would not be surprised if we were lied to.
Wait, do you believe the Bible?
Yes, I believe the Bible, but I haven't read it as much as I would like to.
Well, then
Not on this topic, at least.
Well, then it's easy, you know. I'm not saying that you need to put the basis of what the Earth is on a belief system, but I mean, if you are a believer, maybe it can start there. It says in Job 38:14, the Earth takes shape like clay under a seal, its features stand out like those of a garment. So according to Job, the Earth is a topographical plane, right? It's like a pancake, kinda. You know, it has hills and valleys and rivers. So if what the Bible says is true about the Earth, then you can probably figure it out in reality and measure the surface. And I can 100% you don't need to trust me, you don't need to believe me, right? But I can 100% tell you from my measurements and from my observations, I have come to the conclusion that it is indeed as turned as clay under a seal, and it's indeed not a ball.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe you. I mean, I believe the possibility.
That's good, man.
Are you new to this topic, big boy? Are you new to this topic?
I've read some about it, but it was long ago, and now I haven't read up on it enough to be confident to form an opinion on it. But it's something I guess you think about. I mean, a lot of things today. I believe you are deceived by the government regarding a lot of things. I believe the 9/11 was fake, so USA could invade and de-establish the Middle East. Wait, my internet might go out.
Oh no. He seems like a genuine person so far.
In the age of AI, I don't even know what a genuine person sounds like anymore.
Well, I like the humbleness of just saying I don't have the current capabilities of making myself an opinion about it, which means he is willing to gain more information until he can make an opinion about it.
Did you hear how the Elon Musk character, the guy Elon Musk, he had like linguistic flaw, like he'd say like in between sentences.
Yes.
Whoa.
He was actually on point with Elon Musk. No, like not able to really make a coherent sentence without using filling the gaps with. I think the real Elon Musk is worse than the AI version, man. To be honest with you, I get sleepy if I listen to Elon Musk.
Alishness voice that was creepy. Hilarious but creepy. Even here is real. I don't know. I'm scared.
You're all a part of a cult.
Is this your way of battling your own cognitive dissonance?
Why do you sound
Yeah, nice to meet you too, Chase. How's it going?
Great. Great.
Yep. Did you say we're all part of a cult?
Yeah, you are.
A cult that encourages people to think for themselves.
No.
Weird.
I mean, thinking for themselves would be thinking for themselves. I mean, you guys try to indoctrinate people into believing that that the Earth is round, or sorry, not round.
Leave the room. There. Cancel.
Freudian slip, Ben. That's a good one.
Just classic. So when we tell
because the world is round, so
And
of course
I-
I'm going to normally say that. I mean, that's the same thing with I mean, if you're trans, of course I'm going to stutter a little bit, man. You're not really a woman. You're a man. That's how it is. The world is not flat, and
I predict this.
That's how it is, man.
I
You gotta stop
predict
indoctrinating
this
people. You gotta stop
as-
being part of this little cult.
I
that you guys
predict
have. You guys
this
sit in here every day.
as
have a little
soon
caffeine.
as
You guys sit in here, have
I
a
predict
little
this,
bit of
okay?
something
Hey,
absolutely
stop
embarrassing.
babbling.
We'll
Stop
just keep
babbling.
talking over everyone thinking he's tough shit on the keyboard
Bro, you
warrior.
can keep your cult, man. Fuck off. Get out. You can keep your cult.
I predict this as soon as he's going to be challenged, he's running away. Okay, I predict this. As soon as his belief is going to be challenged, this guy runs away because he's heavily projecting through his
Why do you
cognitive
sound like this?
dissonance.
Are you living in a
You're
sugar factory and
heavily,
you're talking about me?
you're heavily
You're a moron, you have no
projecting.
education.
You're heavily projecting through your cognitive dissonance
money
onto
than your entire
us.
family tree combined together. Is
Yeah.
You're
Start.
educated and you're less of a human being than me.
Start challenging yourself. Come on, be faced with thinking people.
Smart.
Chase, so why do you think the Earth is shaped like
And you
a
need
pizza?
to be better. You need to live better as well.
Dude, it's
Why
such
do
a
you think
projector, dude.
Why do you believe that this place is shaped like a frisbee?
A frisbee is flat.
Round. You said round, right?
It's not. It's not a circular. No, it's not.
So you mean like a coin shape, like a round coin?
No.
Like a flat table, like a round flat table? You said
No.
round. I'm just trying to picture what you're thinking in your mind.
Like a wheel?
No.
Like a wheel, you mean?
No.
But when you say round, what do you mean round? Because round and flat are not mutually exclusive. You know that, right?
A ball.
Oh, a ball. Oh, that's not the same thing as round, bro.
Yeah, it is. You're an idiot.
Wait, what?
A baseball is round. You're a fucking moron. Holy shit.
It's a sphere. But you can have a flat round table, right? You can have a round pizza, a round frisbee. It's not exclusive to a sphere, is it?
He's not listening, man. He don't get it. He's not.
You're part of a cult. Stop talking.
There we go.
Nobody
There we
cares
go.
about your-
Hear the word exclusive.
Holy shit.
He's a little religious zealot in here, man.
Oh, dang. As soon as someone makes a good point, it's your
Like,
call.
shut your ass up. Fucking weirdo. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
fucking zealot.
You all have Down syndrome.
Come on
bro.
in here and
Keep
tell
that
us
in,
how
do
bad
better.
we are, man, for fucking taking your religion down.
He's just got a bunch of
bad
your
man.
occult cards in his hand that he's going to play. That's it. Yeah.
The bad men are here.
He left.
They
Got
leave.
kicked. I
He
don't know.
left.
One of the two.
Take a picture of a baseball. What shape is that?
I've heard they've stolen my likeness for the point of AI.
Oh, mate, don't do that. Don't fucking do it.
Shit.
Locked up. Absolutely
Hi.
fucked.
Is that Alexa?
Is that Alexa? Please ask another time.
Just don't do that. Just don't. Oh, dear me. I actually thought you were in the room earlier when that voice started playing. Seriously, I was scrolling up and down, thinking it was you.
Yeah. It actually does sound like me, and I don't. That's really weird. It's very strange. I guess I am AI.
I think you might be, mate.
That's a joke.
Whether you know it or not.
Yeah, that's right.
So if you ask me if I'm 100% real, I can no longer say.
No, you can't.
I can no longer say yes.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure if anybody here believes that the globe is real.
Tell us a joke.
Not funny.
Nothing?
What's up, Matthew?
Matthew Learns is here?
I think it's a different Matthew.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a different Matthew. What's up, Matthew? Not Learns. How you doing, buddy?
What up?
Guy. What brings you to our lovely little neck of the woods, mate? Have you been here before?
I've been here many times.
Awesome stuff. Many times. Brilliant stuff. So, what do you think about the subject of the room, flat Earth and all that?
I think we're on a flat planet and we've been lied to our whole lives.
You think we're on a flat planet? That's interesting. Why'd you say flat planet, Matthew?
Because I'm playing around with you, buddy.
Ah, good. So what do you think the Earth is?
To be quite honest with you, I mean, it's tough to say.
Oh, it's not Matthew Learns.
No,
He's
it's
being
not.
honest.
It's tough.
I liked Elijah's argument earlier. That was epic.
What was Eli's argument, man?
He was saying that the water's flat and level, right? So why do we need to go any further? What are we arguing about after that, right? Like, the case is closed pretty much. Like, if everybody
Pretty
accepts
much what
that.
closed it for me.
He was comparing it to like starvation and how we could solve that problem real easily, but everybody just argues about it, right? It's the same thing. The water's flat, man. Like, why argue?
Don't know. It's not about arguing. Like, why don't people accept it? That's the issue.
Why argue with yourself more so? Looks like we've got a human seagull in the room.
What, has he come to steal my chips or shit on my head? Which one?
Both.
I hate fucking seagulls. Maybe I should stop. Hey.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't say you hate fucking seagulls. as if you've had that experience before.
Yeah, I realised what I said when I said it. See, Irish Leonard has joined us. What's up, Irish Leonard? Hope you're doing well today. Just scrolling through the server to see if you got anybody new that's in. Not ready.
Are you from Britain, Jedi?
Yeah, I'm English, mate. Yeah.
Ah, so not far away from Germania.
You're German, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Germany. Mm-hmm.
You think Jeranism might come by the Discord one day?
No. I don't think this is a safe space for him.
Yeah, he better stay in the safe space Because I don't agree with a lot of people, but Quantum Eraser is right about these channels. They are literally retarded, Jedi.
Yep. Can't do anything but agree with you, mate.
And anybody affiliated with them is just as stupid. So sorry, guys, to your heartthrob, YouTube favorites out there. The flat Earth is exactly what it is. So a bunch of humans thinking they have it all figured out. But somebody's going to pick up on something and learn from the deception. When you can take away something from a deception, you got to eat your cake. I'm sure you know of a guy named Bacon. Now listen to this guy Bacon talk to somebody. I think he was talking to Jeremy at Earth Awakenings, and Jeremy's like, "You can see the converging and diverging star trails, right, during the time lapse photography?" And the Bacon guy's like, "Yeah, it looks like that during the time lapse, but they're not really doing that."
Wow.
So we kind of knew this was going to happen. They can't believe anything they see now. They realized how detrimental this converging and diverging star trail problem is. Once you realize that, you can't move at all. If you're going to watch the star trails make perfect circles, on either side of your googly eyes, once they realize you can't do that at all if you're moving, they have to say, no, that's actually not what's really happening. It just looks like that's happening.
Got an excuse for everything, mate.
Well, their excuses are turning out to be the exact same thing. We can't trust anything we see.
Right.
It's all they're all funneling all their excuses into one excuse. We can't trust anything anymore. So that's kind of the point. And people need to take their wins. They got to take that victory, take that concession. When somebody says that they can't trust their eyes anymore, you've literally hit a grand slam. That's much more than trying to get somebody to admit what they see if they admit they can't trust anything they see. See, that's not just one argument you've won. Now you've won thousands. Got to take that win, guys. When somebody says they can't believe their eyes, that's all this is turning into. Now they can't trust the star trails. All right, I'm done.
They can only trust the authority that tells them anything, mate.
You can only trust your eyes when you see it on TV. If you see it in reality, you cannot trust your eyes, I think is the end goal.
Pretty much.
Wow.
I don't think I have it all figured out, by the way.
And that's what the naturalistic paradigm is. You don't get a
You don't get what?
Bible believer argue against you, Jedi. You never see them. You can't find one pro-Bible person, and I'd look for them. Trust me, that's all I do is the Bible. I can't find one pro-Bible person that believes in the outer space Star Wars religion that will talk about. They have to dismiss it because they know they're screwed. Once they go to that home, they look it up real quick. The Earth is fixed and immovable. Oh, that's not good. It's over. Once they they go to the Bible. Oh, there's got to be something here about the Earth, spinning around. The Earth is fixed and immovable. The foundations of the Earth are fastened. The foundations of the Earth shall never. Okay, that's not going to work. So they realize, oh shucks, I can't use my Bible anymore for my Star Wars belief system. I think somebody might have come in, Jedi, if you want to talk to them. This time we might have a moderator break, but that's okay. They'll be back shortly. Actually, we have Gemsy here and Quad anyway. Oh, and Lulu. Okay, there's plenty of mods here. If you guys are stopping by for a glass of lemonade, just let the moderators know, or even a pizza, and you don't even have to tell them how to make the pizza because they only come one way. So let us know what we can get you out there. Thanks.
Hey, I'm a mod too.
That's right. We have 5 mods in here, just enough to make sure they can hold me back. So you'll be just fine.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'll run over it right now.
I need at least 2 mods to be on, there to protect you, actually, not to protect me, protect you from me. Okay. So that's why we have the moderators in here, so that you people don't get injured when you come in here and forget why you came in here and then tell me 30 minutes after you argued for something because your life, then you're going to tell me it doesn't matter. So don't panic. The moderators will save you.
Where's the new customers? What can we get for you? Double cheese pizza, round and flat.
I would like a burger that has layers of things, and I want them to all be linear. And I would like to be, just if you could grill the buns sourdough, please, and then double beef patty, and no white sauce, of course, just red sauce. Thanks.
Sounds good. Coming right up.
Yes. I saw a clip yesterday. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Apparently, we've leveled up. We're burger Earth shaped now, not pear.
They're getting closer. They're getting closer and closer, and eventually they're going to admit to flat Earth, and then you're going to have to all jump ship and come to Waterworld, guys. Once that happens, you're going to have to find out. Gemsy has the keys. You'll ask Gemsy where the keys are to Waterworld. Yep. Because they're doing it. They're going to put that burger in George Foreman's grill next 2024, 25. So they're going to make it more. They're going to say, actually, it is
Actually,
a
your
disc. And we've been lying.
grandparents lied. They're gonna say they lied. We're gonna give you the truth now.
Some African country, and they said the Democratic Republic of, they named the country probably Congo, and I thought, wow, it's a Democratic Republic. So if you ask somebody of that, are you guys a Democratic? Yeah, we're Democratic. And then if somebody goes, are you guys Republican? Yeah, we're Republican. No matter what, it's a yes. And I thought, is that what everything's turning into? You can be Democrat and Republican at the same time. Wait a minute. So before it was ever this, bring your weird cousin friend to school and let them play dress up, they were already teaching people for the past 50 years that you can be a Democrat and a Republican at the same time. You guys never saw this coming. They've already been here. So of course you can be, stay the same. That proves evolution. If it dies, that proves evolution. If it gets worse, that proves evolution. Yeah, the liberal right. There you go. If you want to be on the liberal right, then you are. Right. That's it. Words don't have meaning anymore. And that's why words are so important. Sticks and stones may break your bones, but words are forever. Your bones can break usually. Careful with the top one, the dome piece. But actually, some people would do better without their dome piece, to be honest with you, since they don't trust anything anyway. However, this terminology has already existed. That's why whatever people want to believe, you can show them what they were initially asking for. It's never been about evidence. The people that built the towers to the firmament, or the tower to the firmament, 3,800 years ago, they were all flat earthers trying to kill God. So this deception is very good. Satan is very good at his job. That's what it would, if we returned this entire world to flat earthers, they would build another Tower of Babel and try to kill Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh with their hands. So eventually going to have to cut ties with this secular system, It's a great deception. So it's never been about evidence. Now that if you give them, remember, ask for a goal. That's what I do. You can ask Gemsy. I don't even mess around. I go, listen, what can I do to earn your business? And that's it. If you're saying, oh, that's not great, that's not true, sir. What does have to be true to earn your business? Oh, that's not far enough. Oh, you're right, sir. That's not that far. How far does it have to go? How far do I have? I need a claim, Gemsy. I want someone to tell me this is what I want and this is what I'll do because of it, and then we can make a deal. Otherwise, people just like you're hosting a yard sale. You ever had a yard sale when you were a kid? Your mom and dad set up everything out there. They were selling some of your stuff as a baby, and people would come by and they would just kick tires, kind of like how you do now, because many of you have been to yard sales, and you stop by just to window browse and do what you do in a store. But you'd be shocked at what you will offer somebody at a yard sale. You'll see something, wow, this must be expensive. No, I'll give it to you for $5 because they don't know what it is. And that's literally what this is. You're coming to an intellectual yard sale. How can I help you? And if you don't make an offer, you don't know what you can get. You have no idea. I could change your life for pennies and you never knew it. Do you want to stay in your trash can world where you just live in a video game existence and you have to put a VR headset on pretty soon? That's going to be your world. Or for, a $5 sandwich, you can wake up to reality and get a life and not be some weirdo hiding from morality on the internet trying to make fun of people that don't believe in your supreme leaders of this world that all agree on the same thing weird, and all 72 countries somehow got together and made everybody wear a diaper on their face 3 years ago because I guess they're not in on it. They all just agree to anything now. Everybody agree. It's already one world system. There are no more governments. So once you get a chance to wake up and break away from your cartoon television indoctrination, you should make somebody an offer. Because it's not about the price either, people. It's not about the price. It's not about the evidence. It's about people ready to admit that they were wrong so that they can take that step in the right direction, because they're not ready to because they're so comfortable. I mean, they're just so comfortable in this lifestyle. They don't even have to raise their kids anymore. They just put their kids in front of a box that shows them outer space. What are you talking about? You're going to take away my babysitter. I don't got time for that, Gemsy. Don't take away my babysitter. I need this cartoon outer space religion. And you're trying to take it away from me. How am I supposed to have my kids not have to get a babysitter for them for free so I can do more stuff? You're going to ruin their whole lives, Gemsy. So you have to listen, are you willing? Are you willing to accept the truth if it did ruin your life? That's my new question, Gemsy. I just make them up as I go. If it ruined your life, would it be better and worth it to know the truth, even if it ruined your life? And that's it. That question, that's over. 8 out of 10 people are going to say no, actually. You'll be surprised, guys. You'll think, oh, no, I would have said yes. No, you will say yes. 9 out of them, 10 out of them, whatever. The vast majority, they will know. They will want to keep their comfortable life. They'll even think of their kids. No, my kids are comfortable too. That's going to reinforce it. They don't care about giving their kids the truth. They care about it making so that their kids can give them an easier life, so that their kids can not complain. So the whole thing is about complacency. It was never about truth. And turn your pages to Matthew 11:25, where Jesus says, not everybody's allowed to have the truth. So we'll see who wants it. If you want it, that's the most powerful thing you could do in your life, is the desire to want the truth. Nothing can stop you. You will be untouchable just by your desires. But we know that even there are many skeptics and truthers that are scared of the truth as well. So nothing new under the sun. Mm, 633 west of the Rockies, 377 miles south of the Grand Judgment Scar. Blood always finds its level. don't think I'm picking on any group. If you go to the Young Earth Creation, they don't understand their own job. You ever thought of that? Because this is not a big crowd, but you understand that a Young Earth Creationist is the antithesis of somebody that thinks there's a, as many people say in here, 14 billion-year-old universe. Young Earth Creation, that term is secular. So that is still a title of the world. They think they're of God when their title is of the
But
world, and
Earth
they're
is
young.
fucking round. Shut up.
There you go. I don't know where that came from. Did you want to get emotional? Go right ahead, man. My goodness. I don't know that somebody was
Hello,
saying the Earth
Riot.
was something.
Well,
That
welcome
was
in,
a slight
Riot. Welcome
interruption.
in, man.
Wow. Okay, that's it. The
Thanks
Earth
for dropping
is
by.
round. Where did he see that? Did he see that somewhere? I'd love to have him explain where he saw the Earth was round. We know that the sheeple's not going to be able to tell us where he gets his information from. You got column J twice in here, right? Or am I just seeing double?
Because though he's an imposter.
All right, guys. Well, it's kind of an open forum right now, but there are many moderators in here to protect you from me. So if you want to talk about anything, just go right ahead. I'm just a guest as well.
To be honest, I'm quite interested in this. What proof is there that the Earth is flat?
Well, most people that are
From what
call
you
themselves
observe?
flat earthers kind of just disprove. First, they got to disprove what you believe, right? So you might want to ask them, like, why are they flat earthers? Great question. If they disprove the outer space cartoon TV ball religion, what should you call them? What would be the better option? Because that's what they have a contention with. They're looking for a new title anyway.
But the Earth isn't flat.
Uh-huh.
It's been
Okay.
scientifically proven.
We start from a base axiom that you observe it to be such, right? You observe it to be planar and motionless. You don't
boys,
observe any curvature.
it's 20 to 2 on a Thursday evening, on a Thursday morning. Let's be
Here we go,
honest.
sunlight.
The Earth is round.
The Earth is round. You're talking about motionless, right? Nah, listen.
Relax, guys. One at a time. Go ahead, Tim or whoever's talking. We'll get back into control, guys. But if it's not one-on-one, it's just going to be into a shit show. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to speak.
Oh yeah, what I was saying was the Earth is round due to the fact someone said the Earth is motionless. The Earth has to have rotation, otherwise we'll end up freezing.
What?
They don't have the IQ for that one yet. I don't know. So you need to
Yeah,
say it
right.
in simple sentences, please.
Nah, just search up how the Earth would freeze if the planet would stop.
Stop. It has to be moving to begin with to stop.
You just said it's motionless.
Right.
Yeah,
That's what
so
you
now you're
experience,
disproving your own fact. You're disproving your own fact. You've just said it's motionless,
be
and no, you've just said it was motionless. I'm saying it's moving.
Yeah.
You've just said it is motionless. That means it doesn't move.
Said that we start from
Alright,
a
be
base
quiet, sir.
axiom that we
Sir, please be
observe.
quiet.
We observe it.
Adonis, give him a chance to speak, bro. He's trying to explain your point.
So I said that we start with the base axiom that what we observe and experience is a planar and motionless Earth. Right? We don't observe curvature from anywhere, and we don't experience the so-called rotation or orbit that we're claimed to be doing. That's claimed to be in. So that's where we start from, right? It's our starting point. And then there's a claim on the table that no, the Earth is actually here and curving away from us in all directions, wherever we are, and that it's spinning and orbiting through the vacuum of outer space.
I have a question.
And we ask for evidence of those claims, since it's antithetical to our experience.
I have a question. Where's the smart guy's gone? Let me say my
Shoot,
question.
man,
Right?
shoot.
All right. So my question is,
go.
my mom always told me if I had a girlfriend and she had back, I should say she's got.
I have a
Anyone
question.
have a serious question? Yeah, go for it.
It's not really related to this, but how do I make one of these channels? I just gotta be cool.
I see.
You didn't answer my
I'm sure
question.
that there's some instructions somewhere in maybe channels and roles, or maybe rules and info. You know, there's some channels that you could browse and find out how to do that.
All right, I appreciate it.
So guys, what's everyone's plans for tonight? Okay, I'm getting blank, lovely. I'm gonna leave you all. Have a good day. I'm going to Blackfoot.
No.
Maybe if we unmute Adonis, he can tell us how the alleged rotation of Earth was measured.
Yes, I can tell you about that. I'm actually only 12 years of age, so I don't really know much. I just, obviously...
Sorry, mate. You're going to have to be gone because that's a TOS violation.
Yeah, if you're 12, you can't be in Discord, so you're banned. You admitted you're underage for this platform.
Do apologize that the idea of the Earth being anything other than what you've grown up to believe it is and be taught that it is. Anything else, I'm sorry that there's people out there that challenge that worldview. I'm sorry that it instantly triggers you. All we do is ask for justification for the claims that, that are antithetical to your direct observation and experience of reality. If you're listening out there on YouTube, possibly, you might think that you're living on a spinning water ball in the vacuum of outer space. Feel free to click on that link on here, and then you can tell us why you think you live on that spinning ball in outer space. And tell us what you think constitutes as evidence for that idea. Of course, shout out to TEOS UK for hosting the YouTube stream of this channel. Anybody have any news? Juicy gossip? Anything? Revelations?
I have neighbors that are always fighting.
What's always fighting?
Neighbors.
Neighbors. Unfortunate. They like use sandwiched between them. It'd be annoying if they're like fighting in the middle.
Sorry, give me like 5 minutes, okay?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no worries. It'd be interesting if they're actually like fighting about flat Earth, globe Earth. That'd be weird. At any rate, whatever they're fighting over, you could be like in the middle saying, calling out the logical fallacies they're using. Like moderator. Went shopping this morning before we got out of the car at the supermarket. There was a song on the radio. What is it? Bette Midler song, From a Distance, whatever. That one. My missus is like, I like that song. I like this song. You know, she's like humming it and singing it. And we get out of the car and we're walking in the supermarket and I'm like, from a distance, no one has seen all the earth. And she's like, you were going to turn it into something about flat earth. It's an interesting diagram I've just posted. Geocentric model, an early conceptualization of a geocentric model. Copernicus geocentric model. The geocentric model actually has the Earth central. I guess I don't know if it's as a plane or a sphere. I guess it's a sphere. It has the moon and Mercury and Venus, the sun in orbit around. Yeah, that was interesting. the site where I got that from too. Wow, sure got quiet. Split. I see they all took off. Camping out over at 47. They've got something going over there.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry about that. What were you guys talking about?
Nobody was talking except me.
Ah, monologuing.
Just filling in a little bit of dead air. Yeah, I wasn't really monologuing, but yeah.
This
We're
is
gonna
your
toss it into some.
opportunity to monologue.
Nah, I don't want to hear me monologue.
That's all good.
Seems like there's something happening over at the headquarters. Big group.
Oh, is it?
They've got something happening there. Yeah. It's I checked it earlier and it was like the bots and maybe one person. And now there's quite a few
Oh yeah,
people
I
in there.
see. I'm tempted to go there. Is Indio in? No.
So I have to jump off soon anyway. But yeah, maybe I scared everyone off. I was sick of listening to me.
I'm here.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry, what was that?
Crit is
I
here.
said I was.
Crit, you're breaking up, maybe? I don't know.
Oh, how about now? Can you hear me better?
Yeah, you're
Okay.
good.
Yeah, I was a little bit away from my microphone. It was kind of on the desk. I could hear you guys talk, but it was like like a foot, a foot away.
Yeah, I'm tempted to go check it out, so I'm gonna go over there and see what the deal is.
Yeah, no, it's good that they've got something happening there. It's about time.
Right? Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, I will see you guys in a bit.
No worries.
Continue on your monologuing or not.
I'll probably jump over there too and see what the score is.
Yo,
Hmm?
who's a flat earther?
Oh, a lot of people.
No, you. Listen, I
Yeah,
got the flat earthers though. Yo, if the Earth ain't round, what shape is it then? Because no one seems to answer the question.
there is no. I don't think anybody could really know the shape, as nobody has been able to see Earth in its entirety. So we could only tell you what the surface of the Earth is, not the overall shape.
So
That
if it's
makes
flat,
sense.
if it's flat, then there's an edge here.
Not necessarily. We don't know.
But we do know though,
I
because
don't know.
no one's ever seen an edge. Or
Well,
there's no experience of an edge, so therefore the edge can't exist.
no,
What?
it's just that we don't. Go ahead, Crit.
I'll say I'm confused what he's talking about here. What? So what are you picturing in your mind when you see flat Earth?
I don't picture anything because no one can give me an example of what it is. No one can
Okay,
describe the
you
shape
don't know
to
what.
me.
Okay, what about
You avoid.
flat? What's that, if I said there's an object right here on my desk, okay, and it's got the surface of it is flat. Can you picture what this object might look like?
Just flat. So,
Yeah, what do you think it is? Like if you had 20 questions, you ever played 20 questions before?
Nah.
So in 20 questions, you basically get 20 yes or no questions to figure out if it's a person, place, or thing.
Huh? Carry on.
Dude, this is a game that cavemen mastered like 30,000 years ago. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Alright, carry on. I understand what you're saying. Carry on. Next point.
Oh, okay. I thought you said, huh. Okay, so if you ask me, is it flat? And I say yes, would you be completely stumped by that? Do you think flat is a shape or description of a surface?
If someone's flat, then it has an edge because it can't be infinitely flat. You get me?
Why
How do
not?
you know
Why
that?
can't it be infinitely flat?
Because then the world would be infinite.
Yeah, is that to call the galaxy, the heliocentric model? Isn't it infinitely flat plane stretching out forever and expanding into more infinite
But it
flatness?
isn't flat though. It isn't
It
flat.
is. Yeah, the universe is flat.
No, for the simple point. No, it's
Yeah,
not. 'Cause
yeah, it is.
Flat
It's
is
Yeah,
simply
2D.
that's what
flat.
they
Flat is
say.
Yeah, they say
flat
the
is
galaxy
flat
and the
is
universe is
2D.
flat.
Flat is 2D. The universe is 3D. You
It's
got
on
a
a
source for
plane.
that.
Dude,
You
if you
got a
don't
source.
even know, look at, you're saying things that are actually deal breakers for you, but they're not deal breakers for you.
You're not
If
answering my question. Do you have a source for
okay, say
the
I didn't answer
universe?
your question. Okay, I
Hold
didn't.
on, I'll link you. I'll link you the
Okay.
source. But go ahead, Crit. You continue.
Generally, all matter in the universe is aligned on one range of plane that is generally aligned with each other, which is meaning it is somewhat flat or somewhat not spaced out.
Planar.
It's not like spread out in height.
All right, I put it in the chat. It's an article. We don't care for this particular description of the universe because we don't ascribe to it, but you seem to have a problem with a infinite flat earth, but not when it comes to a globe theory.
But
Double standards,
I've
mate.
seen videos. I've seen videos of ships going down. Look, as they travel across the horizon, they go down. Can you explain that?
There you go. There's more articles. What's your question? I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Repeat it.
I want to link the video.
So you don't
a
care
bit.
for these. You asked for a source. I put a source, so you don't care for these anymore. Okay.
What do you
Let's
want me
move
to do?
on.
Do you want me to clap for you? Do you want me
To
to say
talk.
thank you?
No, I'm
He wants to
just
talk about ships going over the horizon now.
yeah, whatever. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. Like, yeah.
No, it's just annoying. Somebody asked for a source or whatever, and then when you provide it, okay, fine, never mind. Let's move on to from the point.
What?
You know what I mean?
Sorry, I
All
forgot.
right, no, it's fine.
No.
It's fine.
Let's give
It's fine,
Zulu.
Bank. It's fine, Bank. Let's move on.
Since you insist, let's
No,
give
no, no,
everyone.
no, no, no.
Let's give Zulu a round of applause, everyone.
No, that's fine.
Link to source.
Yeah, okay, I'll applause myself. There you go. All right, let's move on.
Let me look for the video. Hold on.
What's your next question, dude?
So you know when ships sail offshore,
Yeah, what about him?
why do they disappear?
Because they're getting farther away from you.
But you can't see them with binoculars though.
Yeah, sometimes you can when you use binoculars or cameras to zoom in. They come back into the view again.
I've got a good video for this. Hold on.
What? You're kind of muffled.
This sounds like you got a gobstopper in your mouth.
Yeah, I didn't know. I don't know what you said. Your last statement.
I was going to ask the English guy if he was speaking English.
Where did the other guy go who was chiming in? Who was it? I didn't even see their name.
He dipped.
Ram.
So
He went below the curve, I think. See if you can zoom him back in.
You would assume that those boats have gone over the physical curve of the Earth, right, Veng?
Hmm? Sorry, I'm just finding the video. Hold on.
Okay, you watching the video? That's okay. Yeah, I'll let you watch that. That's fine.
is your point that the boat is disappearing behind a curve? Venk.
Can you do me? Hold on. Let me watch the video.
Jeez, man. Okay, you can't watch and talk at the same time.
No, no. Listen, I don't think you know how videos work. You know when the
All
videos
right,
have
then
audio.
mute yourself. Mute yourself, bro. Just you are annoying me today.
Then you have anger issues. Then calm down, relax. You're on Discord.
There we go. I'll help you mute.
Now you can watch the video.
Yeah. I remember this kid. He came in. He was very like his mind was supposedly blown by how the flat Earth is, or the arguments or whatever. And now he's coming back with attitude. It's just
He reset.
yeah.
That's what happens.
uh,
This can't be the case. No way. The Earth is not flat because I've seen it on TV.
The stage of denial.
Oh, he left. That was easy.
yeah.
What's the
Whatever.
first stage of denial? What stage of grief? What's the first stage of grief? Is it
Oh,
anger?
I was gonna say, hold on. You got it wrong there. No, isn't it denial? Or wait,
It's denial.
it is denial. And what's the second stage?
Got to be anger, doesn't it?
Let us duck go this. Where is Donald
I
Trump
used to
when you
have it
need him?
memorized.
Hmm?
I used to have that all memorized. It's like, yeah, it's like denial, anger, guilt, depression, acceptance. But
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not.
denial, anger, and then bargaining.
Oh, bargain. There we go.
Depression and then acceptance. Yep. You almost got it.
Sounds like he's in the second. It sounds like he's in the first stage then, denial. Give him another week, he'll come back in anger. Maybe his denial and anger is in the same stage. There has to be a crossover between some of them.
Yeah, it's true.
Imagine getting all 5 at once. You'd be a fucking mess.
Oh, that's like a mental breakdown.
Yeah. Joy should be at the end, shouldn't it? Acceptance and joy. I've discovered the true earth.
But it's the stages of grief. How's that? How do
Oh,
you
true.
put?
Sorry. Sorry. Debunked.
Yeah.
Shock should be at the front before that, and then wonderment at the end, or even still shock, still in shock.
Yeah. Shock, 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 and shock.
But some people have like a cycle. They go to acceptance and then back to denial again. So they reset.
Yeah, it's not the same for everybody, and it's yeah, it can be like it doesn't always happen in that order because sometimes people can go right to anger, and then bargain, and then to denial. It's like
I think what happens with some of these guys is when they turn off their Discord, they turn off their video game at the same time. So they just automatically, when they turn their video game back on, they have a new life. So it just resets to the next day, and then they go back to where they were.
yeah, this video game culture thing. I mean, I don't really get it, but I get it at the
Me
same
neither,
time
Chris.
because so many people play video games and they're very invested in them. So I get it that part because it's a lot. A lot of people do it. It's just not for me. But what I don't understand is like why so many video gamers. I get maybe it's just because it's Discord. Maybe if you went out there. Well, okay, this is why. Maybe I think I got my thought together now. Like you look at some of these anti-flat earthers, a lot of them have failed YouTube channels that were gamers at first, like Mick2 and then Fight the Flat Earth. They tried to do the whole video game route and it didn't work. And they also have a lot of like 1980s, 1990s toys in their house. Like they're trying to seize that, like they're sort of stuck in time in like the late or early 90s.
I guess, but I do like playing Mario, so I don't want to. But
Oh yeah,
that's
I'm
not the
not
same.
ripping video games at
That's
all.
not the same as what these guys play. That's
Yeah, I'm not ripping video. I mean, obviously there's something to it because I mean, geez, it's like one of the biggest pastimes there are. Like
right.
you talk to people in some peer groups, and it's always like, what video game are they playing? It got to with playing Dungeons and Dragons. Here at my house and with other groups and stuff, it'd be like, okay, no video games, right? It'd be like at one point I made a rule where they couldn't, like there's this one video game they're always talking about. I'm like, hey, this is it. Talk of that video game is banned.
Yeah, but I think it's because we are on Discord. It feels like there's a lot of gamers.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. That there's already a high percentage of gamers, so there's going to be a high percentage of that demographic already because that's a pool you're drawing from. You always look at a lot of the anti-flat earthers will freak out in my DMs, and you can see them like right now, like playing Diablo 4. It's like you just page down and you see like what game they're all playing right now.
Mhm. So I guess there's a new room. Wait, is that a new room?
Yeah, it's like
Oh, the
make your own room.
Republican. No, there's
Oh,
the Republican debate. The Republican Party presidential debate. I guess it's probably gonna be soon the number 2 room, or maybe not. What happened to the mass shooting room? The heck? Is that the one that they just changed?
it's normally the top one. Yeah, the very top one. That's the one that changes kind of like every couple days or whatever.
Hold on, let me see. Yeah, it's not fair because they do that, and it appears like that's what. Uh. Okay, no, it still shows mass shooting. Maybe. Do you know how often the bot resets?
It's every 30 days, so it's a continuous cycle. So like tomorrow, 30 days ago will drop off. So it keeps track of every last 30 days.
Oh, so then it will show new results tomorrow then.
Yeah, yeah. And then like tomorrow, 30 days ago will drop off.
Right. Okay.
So it's like the past activity in the past 30 days.
Mm, okay. So then, yeah, I think because they just changed the mass shooting room to the Republican. So we'll see.
Yeah, not too long ago it was called the War in Ukraine room or whatever.
Right, yeah, it
Yeah, it's like
was.
the general channel, the general chat.
Yeah.
You know, kind of like open general chat.
It's funny though that they have to do that to maintain the number 1, or I guess the number 2 now. So we kind of ruined that for them. But in order to maintain the spot. I'm just gonna go check out what's going on at home base, and I'll be back in a bit, okay?
All right, sounds good.
you.